This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. All's right in the sports world now, folks. UConn dominated defending champion South Carolina 82-59 yesterday to claim the Huskies' record 12th women's college basketball national championship, all under the leadership of the great Gino Auriemma. Afterwards, Gino recalled that early on in the season, he wasn't sure this squad would even make it to the NCAA tournament. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Monday morning, following up on an absolutely wild weekend in sports. I mean, so much. Obviously, from our standpoint, the Phillies taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers, including just a crazy game yesterday and a fantastic win by the Phils. So we'll talk a lot about that today. But also, of course, Ovechkin setting the NHL's goals record. You know, a year after LeBron set the points record in the NBA, we get a goals record in hockey taken down. That's a big one. Of course, we're getting close to the draft. We also had a lot of college basketball this weekend. Holy mackerel. So all of it with you, 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hi, Joe.
Hello. Good morning, Joe.
Nobody has walked on the moon since 1972.
Well, I know we haven't gone in a while. Yeah.
Well, actually, was Apollo 17. There was a mission into a narrow canyon, deeper than the Grand Canyon.
Yep.
They went and explored this gorge, and before leaving, they left behind a plaque that reads, "Here, man completed the first explorations of the moon." The first explorations of the moon. That plaque sits there.
Yep.
But we haven't been back since.
No, well, with one exception, General Zod. Superman
well,
too.
Zod and what were the names?
Yeah, Non and Ursula or whatever her name
was.
But Ursa, yeah. But, you know, Zod was the guy.
No, he wasn't.
Well,
Non was
Superman was
tougher
the guy.
than Zod.
All right, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. So 215-592-9494. What a weekend. Holy mackerel. I mean, we don't get many weekends like this. I mean, college basketball was crazy. Hockey was great with Ovechkin. That was really cool. And John, the Phils took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers.
Yeah.
So let's crank it up, ladies and gentlemen, at 215-592-9494. Obviously, you can react to all of it. We'll start with the Phils. I mean, John, this was a uniquely big series, you know, going into it, obviously, for early April. I mean, the third series of the year. And I'll just say this. I really hope people are on board with the Phils now. And I'm talking about those, you know, the kind of doubting and they wake me up in October and like that whole thing. I mean, I'm all in, guys. And all I can tell you is this. The Phillies couldn't win the World Series this weekend, and they can't win it for about another 6.5 months. And they couldn't lose it this weekend. What they could show us, and I think they have in the first week and a half of the season, and I think they showed it to us this weekend, is they're a great baseball team. Great. Okay, capital G. Not great, lowercase g, good. I think the Phillies are great. They're going to win somewhere between 90 to 100 games. Maybe they even sneak a little over 100. Probably unlikely, but they're a great baseball team. I was proud of them this weekend. Were there imperfections? Absolutely. Do they have a Romano problem? Absolutely. Do they feel the effect of not having Jeff Hoffman? Absolutely. There's no question about that. But when you look at the ledger, my God, there is a lot more positive than negative. It started with Luzardo on Friday. It ended with a great comeback yesterday and a nice job by Alvarado closing it out. I mean, all of it on the table for you at 215-592-9494. John, what hit you this weekend, man? There was a lot.
Believe it. I mean, believe that this team is that good. They just proved to everyone that they, you know, they're better. Without Freddie Freeman, they're better than the Dodgers. That's encapsulated in that weekend, and I know that it's a long season and things are going to change and all that, but we were masterful as a team. It was an incredible team effort, and the back and the forth and the battle was one that gives this group confidence. The battle that we won is going to pay dividends. Friday, Luzardo, I mean, that was masterful. 2 hits, no earned runs. Saturday, Nola. I was there, and I'm trying to see the pitches. They don't look bad. Nola once again gave up a couple home runs, we've come to expect.
It wasn't good enough, but it also wasn't a disaster.
It didn't seem terrible. It seemed sort of comparable to what Christopher, Sanchez gave you the next day.
Well, it was, honestly.
And
they just happened to hit more
yeah,
Sunday.
Sure. Christopher Sanchez just got more run support. But man, the Dodgers yesterday, they proved that they are not infallible. That was messy at times on their part. It was awesome to watch, though, that Glasgow Giant guy fall apart.
He really did.
But our hitters take advantage and say, "Hey, make your pitches, man.
Yeah,
make your pitches. We'll wait."
I agree.
That was awesome, man. Because finally, it felt like the tables were turned. I feel like we've had to endure the wrong side of that a few times here. Now we just sat back, and it was 11 walks. And 11 walks, we'll take them. You're going to give them. But that Glasgow was afraid of water, and we took full advantage. But then, after the grand slam, thank you, Casty. Good haircut. Looking awesome, especially with the grand slam. But then we gave that up with Romano. Giving up a 4-run lead against the world champs, that feeling was rough. But I don't think I doubted that we would battle. I don't think I doubted that we had a chance. But we did it. We actually did it. We came back.
A good bullpen.
Against an elite bullpen.
Yeah, that's right.
That is elite baseball, an awesome weekend of baseball. We did come back after giving up the 4-run lead, and we outplayed the undefeated world champions. Now, and they were defeated, but only by us. Now they're doubly defeated by us.
Yep.
And I know they'll be better when Freddie Freeman's back. But, Rob Thompson after the game says, I love this club. I love the chance that we have of being special. This team got it done this weekend. They proved they are special. They proved they belong in that elite conversation. And you play this sport for one reason. The ultimate reason is to win the World Series. And it's amazing to have this measuring stick this early this season that we can feel so good about, that can help carry the outlook a little bit.
I agree, John. I agree with that.
And if we end up facing the Dodgers in games of consequence, think about the fact that we don't just match up well against the Dodgers. We've now beaten the Dodgers in 8 of the last 10 meetings and 6 of the last 7 at Citizens Bank Park.
Yep.
We've outscored them 38-20 at Citizens Bank Park in those meetings.
Sure.
I'm good. I feel good about where we stand.
Yeah, listen, I was totally psyched this weekend, guys. I mean, after what the Eagles did, for me, it took me longer. And I think for a lot of us, a little bit longer to see how great the Eagles were. To me, it didn't come into focus until November. I remember when they beat the Ravens, that's when I started thinking, this feels different. This looks different. I think the Phillies are a great baseball team. I'm not saying they're going to win the World Series. I don't know. They may not. But you know what? They're going to have a say in it. I mean, it felt like the Eagles were going to be on a collision course with the Detroit Lions this whole season, and I think they would have been if not for Detroit's injuries. It feels to me like the Phillies and Dodgers could be on a collision course. Now, there's other great teams. There's no doubt. There's other great teams.
If we're on a collision course with the Dodgers for the NLCS, they should be very afraid.
I agree. John, I totally agree with that. And let me tell you the 3 things that have stood out to me. So I want to hear from you at 215-592-9494. If you're down there, and obviously all 3 games are sellouts, so you got about, 140,000 or 150,000, whatever the heck it was, down there over the course of 3 games. So let me hear from you. Yeah, I mean, it was great. And ballpark's jumping. John was there. We'll get into his experience Saturday. Unfortunately, John got the bad game Saturday. But if you were there, we want to hear from you, 215-592-9494. Obviously, if you watched on TV or listened here on WIP, we want to hear from you as well. It was a great series. The first 2 games were very similar in template, just with the flip of as far as who wins. But the third game was a totally different style of game, and obviously the Phils slugged it out. Let me tell you the 3 main things that have stood out to me so far this season. And all 3 apply to this series versus the Dodgers. But now 9 games in, these are my top 3 so far this season. One, Luzardo. Okay? Luzardo. And by the way, compliments to Dave Dombrowski, who got raked through the coals this offseason to an extent. To an extent, raked through the coals. People were saying he did nothing. He might have gotten a star pitcher. At the very least, he got a really, really, really good pitcher. So, and they didn't trade Andrew Painter for him. So, number one, Luzardo with a tip of the cap to Dombrowski. Number two so far this season, the comebacks. There have been a lot. Like a lot. They've only played 9 games. They already got a lot of comebacks. Came back twice yesterday. But, I mean, they have this fight thing that obviously great Phillies teams historically have had. 80 had it. 07, I remember having it even more than 08. The way they'd come back in games. I mean, there's no question this team has that DNA where they're going to keep fighting. They showed that yesterday. I think they've got the eye of the tiger, and that's really important. Now, you want to maintain it. You want to make sure you have it in October. Okay, I'm not going to get ahead of myself and act like what defines them now will define them in October. We'll see. We know they ran out of some gas last year after 2 months, but the comebacks so far have been very impressive. And number 3, I think there is a discernible difference in the way they're approaching hitting, and that includes base running. I say it. I mean, I know their chase rate is way down. They're doing little. I know Stock got doubled off on Saturday, and that
he was trying to steal.
Correct.
It happens.
Correct.
It happens.
Correct.
That's baseball.
Correct. Can everyone understand? I think it was not understood. He was trying to steal. When he realized the ball had gotten hit to right field, he tried to get back as quick as he could. He couldn't. It was bad luck. You know what happened on Friday? He went for a stolen base at one point, and that affected the other team to not turn a double play that led to a run. They're being more aggressive. Trea Turner had them these games all run together.
Bryce
Friday
did
or
the
Saturday.
same thing on Sunday, and it helped
Yes.
us win.
I mean, Bryce and Trea Turner are running. Okay, guys are hitting. They're situational hitting right now. I mean, I've been very impressed with the lack of chase. So the combination of some running and better plate discipline, to me, has been very noticeable. By the way, with this 7-2 record, you know what's beautiful? The next game, and unfortunately it's not till tomorrow, I wish we had a game every day, they hand the ball back to Zack Wheeler. They're probably going to get to 8-2.
Against a 1-8 Braves team.
Yeah, I mean, so, I'm totally psyched, guys. I'm all in, and I'm thrilled with what they're doing. And again, my main 3 so far this year have been Luzardo, the comebacks, and better at-bats coupled with some base running and sort of an offensive approach that looks a little different. Look, your phone calls, 215-592-9494. That's not to say there haven't been some negatives. We'll talk about them as well. Nola, not really sharp. Not disaster Saturday, but not really sharp. Obviously, Romano, a disaster. Bohm, something ain't right there right now. All right? Something's not right. We'll take your phone calls on all this. 215-592-9494. Your thoughts on the Fighting Phils after a great early April series win versus the LA Dodgers. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Rich, it's 94 WIP.
Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/John R, JONR to get started. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. You can bet on which player you think will be the leading scorer or bet the money line on who will win the title. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/John R, JONR, and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/John R, JONR for your chance to win big today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hardworking, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the result.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
The Reading Fightin' Phils have been the AA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies since 1967 and played America's classic ballpark in nearby Reading, PA. And our Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. Take your family to an Phils game and see Phillies' top prospects like Aiden Miller play in Reading. The Phils return home April 15th through 20th. April 18th, kids receive an Andrew Painter bobblehead. April 19th features fireworks. April 20th, kids receive a Reading Hot Dogs jersey. Tickets online at ourphils.com.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the all-new Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the all-new Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined all-new Nissan Kicks.
Now, Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting manufacturer-suggested retail price under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer-suggested retail price, MSRP, for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Today, periods of rain and chilly. High 48.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it
less. Dell Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Wild back and forth affair went the Phillies' way. 8-7 over the Dodgers as the Phillies took 2 of 3 from the defending champs. LA starter Tyler Glasnow appeared to have never seen rain before, and he melted like Frosty the Snowman, loading the bases on 17 pitches. He would depart, and then Nick Castellanos stepped to the plate.
Vesia deals with the pitch. Blasted high and deep left field, and that is gone. Castellanos greets Vesia with his 8th career grand slam. And it's a 6-2 Phillies lead.
Scott Fransky the call. Dodgers would come back and go ahead, but the Phillies battled, would retake the lead for good on Edmundo Sosa's RBI single in the 7th. Christopher Sanchez struck out Shohei Ohtani 3 times. He also gave up 4 runs. NCAA men's championship game tonight. Houston off their epic comeback over Duke in Florida. Catch it live here on 94 WIP starting at 8:50 p.m. UConn won the women's title, blowing out South Carolina. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Showers, chilly, high 48. It's currently 43. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
As the first pitch to Edman on the way, and it's lined sharply to short on one hop. Turner's got it. Long throw. It's in time, and the ball game's over. And a 1-2-3 ninth inning for Jose Alvarado, and the Phillies take the series over the defending champion Dodgers, winning 2 out of 3 with a hard-fought 8-7 win on this Sunday afternoon.
Well, no doubt, man. I mean, it was very hard fought. It was, it was awesome. It was fun. It was rocky. And listen, the Dodgers are great. There's no doubt. I mean, there is no doubt. So that's part of why there's no, shame in Nola giving up 3 runs in 6 innings. Shouldn't count as a quality start. But, the Phillies battled, man. They really did. And Alvarado showed you something yesterday at the end of the game, which was good. All right, 215-592-9494. Your reaction to it all. What a wild weekend it was. Obviously, from our standpoint, mostly focused on the Phils. Let's kick it off with Brian. He's calling from South Jersey. Brian, good morning.
John, Joe, me and my family were at that game yesterday, and I just want to hit on 3 moments in the game I thought were special.
Sure.
First moment, we were 10 rows off behind the bench. Great seats, great view. Let's give Christopher Sanchez credit. He just struck out the face of baseball 3 times in a row yesterday.
Yeah.
3 times in a row.
Yeah, sure did.
Another huge play I thought, which was not mentioned by you guys yet, was I think it was the 5th or 6th inning where they had runners on 2nd and 3rd.
Marsh's
catch.
Dude, that was
huge catch.
No question.
Oh, so
that
amazing.
was the defensive play of the game, fellas. It was amazing.
Well,
That
probably
crowd
of the
went
year so
bananas.
far from a Philly standpoint. I can't think of one that beats that.
He was.
Well, hold on. JT Friday night.
Yeah, that actually might. Yeah.
Right. But I hear you, Brian. That was a big play. Look, that inning was a disaster, but without that catch, the Phillies probably lose the game. It kept them just in it kind of enough, if you know what I mean.
You figure if that ball gets by him, easily 2 runs are scoring, Joe. Easily.
Listen, I hear you, man. And I've never doubted him in center. Is he as good as Rojas? No. Do I think a team can win at a pretty high clip with Brandon Marsh playing center field? I do. He's not Gary Maddox. Okay, we all get that. But he does a nice job.
He's
out
above
there.
average, I would say.
Yeah, he's solid. He does a really good job. I think he's good at that.
Defensively, he's a charm to have.
There you go,
the
man.
The third moment's kind of just like a sentimental moment. I remember it was not spring weather baseball yesterday, fellas, at all. It was cold. It was rainy. At one point, it looked like They may have stopped the game. I look over at my daughter. I said, "Hun, do you want me to go get a poncho?" She gives me this look with her Kyle Schwarber jersey on going, "No, we're not leaving, Dad." I was like, "Okay, hon."
Oh, good for
That's
her.
all.
Good for you, Brian. You've raised her
Thanks,
well.
fellas.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call.
Awesome.
James, what stood out to you the most this weekend? I mean,
coming back, because when you said that's something that really stuck out to me is just it feels like so far this season and this series was a great example of it with the comebacks and fighting late and all that this team just seems very locked in to start the year, even more so than last year. Last year they had like the great start. They started 5-5. They were like 1-3 or something like that last year. They've come into this season without the talk, without all the hoopla, and just gone about their business and played great baseball. And I'm super encouraged. And look, it's an April series. You know, they didn't have Freddie Freeman, Blake Snell didn't pitch, all this stuff. But I do think that, you know, these guys are human beings. How you feel, comfort, all matters. Like the fact that they keep beating the Dodgers, playoffs or not, does matter. Like this team will be confident facing the Dodgers whenever they have to play them. And that's important.
Yeah,
so I thought it was a great series.
I agree. There's no doubt in my mind. And they're getting outstanding starting pitching. I mean, outstanding right now. Let's go to Tyler calling from Aston. Tyler, good morning.
Hey, good morning. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you, Tyler.
Welcome aboard, buddy.
Hey, I just want to talk about a couple things real quick. Also, first of all, great weekend, Bills. I mean, I know April series, but they win. You know, I was ecstatic watching them. But real quick, little worried about Nola. I mean, I know he pitched half decent, but seeing his velocity kind of starting to dwindle down a little.
What do you mean exactly on that front, Tyler? I was at that game that he pitched. The velocity, what was it looking like?
Just like, I feel like his fastball is sitting like 91, 92.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, he seems to always find it come playoffs, but my worry is, when is that going to end?
You know, he's had some regular seasons. He's had a couple that have been closer to average than good. And I think it might even be 2 of the last 3 years. I think I'd have to look that up. He's a very good pitcher, but it does feel like the longer time has gone on, he has been less excellent. Is that a fair way to put it?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
The value he brings is he takes the ball every single fifth day and gives you a chance.
Right.
Like, but he is not the elite type pitcher that, you know, he has been for stretches.
He and Wheeler have really there's a
Separated.
chasm now between them. You know, there really is.
I agree. Yep.
Yes.
And real quick, too, real happy to see Alvarado get that 1-2-3 there. I mean, we need him to be great this season, to be great.
Especially if Romano's going to stink. You know what I mean? I mean, someone's got to do it. Because, look, Hoffman was outstanding. We can't forget that. Like, he was outstanding for 6 months.
That was a big
And
loss.
you can tell they're feeling the effect of not having him. You can just feel it within the game.
Tyler, you talk about the velocity with Nola. Romano, too. Romano was down at least 1.5 miles, maybe 2 yesterday. And that's just that this early?
Not good.
You got dead arm already? Something needs to be
Something's
done
not
to
right
remedy
there.
that situation.
Yeah. Look, 215-592-9494. Some of the highlights from the game yesterday. We'll get to that coming up next. Plus some of what was said after the game on a lot of different fronts. That and more. Your phone calls on all these topics, by the way. I mean, Final Four, both men and women. There was all sorts of stuff going on in college basketball this week. And we'll get to that and your phone calls on all of it. 215-592-9494. And I am curious if you've been out, not out on the Phils, but kind of like holding back on the Phils, right? The way it ended in October, everyone frustrated. We're all frustrated. Do you still feel like wake me up in October, or are you awake? I mean, I hope you're awake. That's up to you. I'm just telling you, I hope for your sake you're awake. Because I think if you're not, I think you're going to miss a really fun regular
What's wrong with
season.
you if you have not awakened after that weekend? That was awesome.
We'll see where people are at. Let us know. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that cannot keep up with your family's needs. That's why you need to contact Horizon Services right away. You should always be relaxed and stress-free in your home, and Horizon is here to keep you comfortable no matter the weather. With Horizon Services, you can service your existing system or get a new heating and cooling system. And thanks to Horizon's expert technicians, you can trust the job will be done right the first time. That way, you're just worry-free year-round, no matter the season, and you can keep your home at that perfect temperature. Plus, Horizon Service has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. They'll work with you to make sure the work gets done right on your schedule while helping you save money. Horizon Service is available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit, horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old, same old, same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the fifth C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com and their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the fifth C, Cozy Jewelers.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, your big ideas don't have to wait. They have everything they need to come to life because Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas. A technology that loves expanding your business and evolving your passion. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match.
See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You know you want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly, lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know that my family's getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love, and we don't have to worry as much about how long do we have to keep Louie off the yard after they put the insect controls out there. With Natural Lawn, I know they're getting a beautiful lawn we can all love. You too can switch to Natural Lawn safer services and start enjoying a beautiful eco-friendly lawn and schedule their service program today. You'll get free seeding every year. It's amazing. It's helped my lawn so much. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. For the first time in 14 years, Phillies opened the season winning 3 straight series, taking down the defending World Series champion LA Dodgers 8-7 on Sunday. Nick Castellanos a grand slam. Christopher Sanchez struck out Shohei Ohtani 3 times. A huge play in the 7th by Brandon Marsh to save a run with Ohtani at third.
And it's hit in the air, center field. It's not extremely deep. Coming on for it is Marsh. Still coming, and he lays out. Oh, and he caught it! Oh, wow! How in the world did Brandon Marsh catch that ball? He might be wondering the same thing. My goodness, he fires the ball home, and nobody advances.
Scott Fransky the call. Edmundo Sosa busted down the line to beat out a double play to drive in the go-ahead run. Jose Alvarado, a 1-2-3-9. UConn beats South Carolina to win the women's NCAA title. Men's championship game, that is tonight between Houston and Florida, and live here on 94 WIP, starting at 8:50 p.m. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Showers, chilly, high 48, currently 42. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Deals of the pitch. Blast it. High and deep. Left field. And that is gone. Castellanos greets Vesia with his 8th career grand slam. And it's a 6-2 Phillies lead.
Well, this is one of those days we got a lot of audio to play for you of highlights from the weekend because there were a lot. Well, I think people do care, actually, Steven Tyler. I think maybe Dodgers fans don't care. Don't worry, Dodgers fans. We'll play that audio of JT with the final out from Friday night as well. That was
They're
another
trying not to care. The Dodgers fans.
No, I know. I'm playing around.
Trying hard not to care.
Yeah.
But they should care.
Yeah, they
we
should.
beat them when we play them
I like it.
most of the time.
All right, let me give you one negative. There's more than one, but let me give you one. Let me just get this out there now. And I wonder if this is why Bohm didn't play on Sunday. I didn't like his body language on Saturday.
All season long.
Yeah,
5
but
pitches
right.
and
but,
4
but
at-bats.
say it again, Ray.
5 pitches and 4 at-bats.
Yeah, well, that too. So there's 3 different things. He hasn't played well offensively. There have been obviously times where he has not seen many pitches. But if I'm Rob Thompson, if I'm benching him for a reason, meaning it's not so much like I want to get Sosa stick in the lineup, which there's something to be said for that. But if I am, and bench is a strong term, but if I'm choosing to sit Alec Bohm yesterday for a specific reason related to him, for me, if I'm the skipper, it's because of the body language I saw specifically on Saturday. Like, here's the way I'll frame it. And I could be wrong, but this is just, I'm shooting from the hip here, my gut feeling, instincts. I don't remember a player who gets frustrated more often when he makes an out that is in a good groove on offense. Like, to me, when a player, and Greg Jeffries used to do it all the time.
Can I add to that, too?
Yes.
I don't remember a player did it more when they're winning. Like, I don't remember a player who would just do this, like, oh, I got out again,
Yeah.
when they're winning games,
That's a
like
good point.
in the lead in games. He's throwing these
It's
fits.
just
Right.
so
That's a good point, James.
impetuous and childish because of that. That's the part that I despise. It's like it's too selfish. The team, this is a team sport.
Yeah.
It's everything's good, man. Like the team's rolling, yet you can't handle something.
After October, when obviously he had to have been talked to say, don't do that anymore. And listen, you're gonna have your one-off moments, okay, guys?
And what about the fact that you were
moments,
just on the trading block the whole off season, dude?
Yeah, it's too
Get
much.
your stuff together. Right out the gates, you're going to do this?
I agree. John, I'm much more bothered by that than the fact that he hasn't played well offensively. Because I think his bat's going to come around. I think he's a good offensive player. Not a great offensive player. I think he's a good offensive player. He's someone I have believed in. But the way he acts when he makes an out, and he's been making a lot of outs lately, it's not acceptable. And
It's
to James's
the point where it's distracting for everyone else.
Well,
now.
not just that. It's at the point where I think here's ultimately the key. I think it affects his play.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got to step back. You know what I mean? Like I know you care a lot. That's great. That's fantastic. I'd rather you do that than be Ben Simmons and not give a damn. Okay, we're all on board with that. But I've never seen when a player acts that way that it helps his cause. In that sport, I've never seen a player who acts that way when he makes outs and it drives him. John McEnroe, I do think, could drive himself in tennis by being the guy that would yell at the umpire. I believe that. I think that was part of what made McEnroe great. He's talked a lot about that over the last 40 years. That was part of his thing. And I think it can work in that sport. It's an individual sport. McEnroe was way better than most players. Obviously, there was a point he was the best player in the world. Alec Boehm's not the best player in the world. He's not near the best player in the world. And you're going to make outs more than you get hits, okay? Ted Williams and Barry Bonds made more outs than hits. It's going to happen. You got to deal with it, man. And you can't let it affect your next at bat. And it happens too often with this guy. 215-592-9494. All right, what stood out to you this weekend? Rhea, what stood out to you this weekend from a Phil standpoint? There was a lot of good.
There was a lot of great, and we've mentioned a lot about it. But with respect to Alec Boehm, it was Rob Thompson. Rob Thompson sat him down yesterday. That was not a scheduled day off.
I think so, too.
I mean, and the fact that because you can't keep seeing what Sosa is doing and keep that bat out of the lineup. You got to ride it while it's hot. I mean, 5 multi-hit games.
Yeah.
And I was thrilled. I was listening to TK and Al, and they announced the lineup, and I was thrilled when I heard that Sosa was in it and Boehm was out.
Yeah.
And that was an impressive decision to me by Rob Thompson. Not so much his decision to bring Romano in, but I think that's where they got some issues is in the bullpen.
They do. He doesn't have as good a bullpen this year.
They do not.
Very
they
clear.
do not. So, and you can't use Alvarado a lot. That's clear. You know, when he's got 2 days rest, he's tremendous. But I was impressed that this early in the season, game 9, he sat Boehm down.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that is what happened. I think he sat him.
But think about that also. Think about the fact that he had to sit him.
Yeah.
No,
game 9.
John,
what is going on?
I know. So again,
Alec, you were almost traded. And everyone they're not making any bones about that.
And
you got Bryce
be.
Harper talking about the fact that you were almost traded. Kyle Schwarber's talking about the fact that, they didn't want you to be traded. They believe in you. But man, you can't keep doing this. This is what gets you gone.
It's the kind of thing also
For
that could get him out of here during the season.
Yeah.
And it's not inconceivable they flip Boehm for a relief pitcher and insert Sosa in the lineup at some point. That could happen.
And
I'm not saying
us better.
And I'm not saying I want Sosa to be an everyday player. I'm not there yet. But I mean, he's opening eyes. We got to give the guy credit. All right, 215-592-9494. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, team. Great 2 out of 3 win this past weekend. It's funny with Boehm being benched. I think Topper, in a sense, kind of learned his lesson from Castellanos in April last year. He was so epically bad for the entire month of April, but he kept playing, never got a day off. And I think that's just, he's kind of nipping that in the bud this year. And Nick's like attitude's way better than Alec Boehm's, but I think I give Tom Topper credit for kind of riding the hot hand with Sosa. I mean, he was our Teoscar Hernandez throughout this series. Like, we couldn't solve him. They couldn't solve Sosa. I think that was great. But my favorite moment of the series, outside of, just overall solving Ohtani, who just had an epically bad series, that's not going to happen often, was that strikeout that Sanchez had where he was like away. And I don't see this too often, where you like have a lefty on lefty and he throws a 97-mile-an-hour sinker on his hands. Like, it was almost like balls aren't supposed to break that way. I was like, if we got a guy who can do that against an epic, or just against one of the all-time great hitters, like that's.
Listen, Sanchez was dialed in, but nothing was funkier with the ball this weekend than the cue shot that Bryce hit that turned into a single because it had so much spin. It was almost impossible for the third baseman to track that thing. The ball completely moved from right to, well, in this case, left to right. Our view of it was right to left when you see behind it. I mean, that was bizarre. And Crucker called
English.
English. Crucker immediately was on that it had English. Yeah, that was, but anyway, I hear you, Ed. Listen, what Sanchez did with Ohtani was fantastic. What all of them did. I mean, Ohtani was 1 for 11 with 5 strikeouts. He walked twice, so he did get on 3 out of 13 times, but that's still not good. And they got him out 10 times. Fantastic. All right, Ed. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, just Romano. I didn't see him much last year, but the velocity is less concerning. Like, he doesn't know where the hell the ball's going. He has zero location.
Well, that's a good point. It's two different issues because velocity should not affect, I mean, certainly on fastballs, and Ed, good call, should not affect the location of the pitch as much as, I mean, you're right. He's not throwing hard, in baseball terms, and he's not thrown accurately, for sure. All right, let's get to the Guided Door and Window of the weekend. There was a lot going on this weekend. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 6 years to pay off interest free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GUIDED or visit GUIDA.com. All right, the weekend. So obviously the Phils, the headliner for us from our standpoint here in Philly for all the obvious reasons, what we've been talking about. But we also had college basketball. Naria, I know you were all over Duke collapsing.
All geeked up.
And that was
an utter collapse.
All-timer.
It was.
I got home. I was out. I got home for the second half. I'm watching the game, and I'm like, Duke's going to win this game. And I sent you the timeline, like around 8 minutes up. Duke was up by 14. I'm like, I'm going to go to – and it just kept going down and down and down. That wasn't – and I know everybody's pointing to the foul.
Which was a bad call.
It was a bad call.
Yeah, it was.
But I think Duke had 1 basket in 10 minutes. That kind of – Houston plays great defense.
Yeah, that'll hurt you when your offense stops scoring.
I think they took their foot off the gas.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, no, listen, it might cost them a national championship. I mean, we don't know that they would have won the night, but we know they lost on Saturday, and we know they're donezo. By the way,
see the shirt I got on, Joe?
Was that say Houston?
Houston.
Strong work, Ray. I appreciate that.
How about that? We also obviously had, look, there's a lot about Philadelphia sports to be proud of. I think to know that Gino Auriemma and Dawn Staley meet all the time, it seems like, in college basketball and this time in the national championship game. And they're obviously the 2 most accomplished coaches right now in women's college basketball. And by the way, let's take that a step
Gino
further.
all time is
I know.
Well, yeah.
Well, let's take it a step further. They're the 2 most accomplished coaches right now in college basketball because there is no Coach K. Like, the 2 most accomplished coaches right now in college basketball, men and women, are obviously Gino and Dawn Staley. There's no question about it. By the way, we have a Twitter poll question of the day that speaks to the rise of the women's tournament, to a certain extent, the decline of the men's tournament. And we'll ask you this Twitter poll question. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin, Chevy is your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. We ask you, with 1 more game left in college basketball. So the women's side is done. Men's tonight, 1 more game. We ask you, which NCAA tournament have you enjoyed more this year? The men or the women? Which have you enjoyed more? I would say for America, this probably never really came into focus where you'd have a big swing until last year with Caitlin Clark, a big swing. I mean, you do this poll as recently as 10 years ago. It's 95 to 5. Yeah. You do this poll 100. You do this poll 20 years ago. It's 100 to 0. Honestly. But now it's a real thing. So we ask you, which tournament have you enjoyed more, men or women? Let us know at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. You can vote. Speaking of the weekend, we also got to give it up to Alex Ovechkin. And nice job by the Islanders crowd. Obviously, you got more Capitals fans than normal in Long Island for an Islanders game because he had a chance to break the record. But you had a lot of Islanders fans in there. And they rose to the moment as well with an all-time record, an all-timer in sports going down yesterday afternoon. Was not lost on me that Nick Castellanos hit a grand slam soon thereafter. It would have only been perfect if during the broadcast of the Phillies game they were talking about it when Castellanos went deep. That didn't happen. If you know the inside joke, it's because Castellanos seems to hit home runs when other topics are being discussed quite often in broadcasts. With that said, Ovechkin, yesterday afternoon, he did it.
Try to force it to him if he's open. Here is Ovechkin. Shoots! He scores! He scores! Number 895!
That's a great reaction, man. That's on the road, John.
Incredible.
Right?
Deafening.
That's on the road.
And it's not slowing down. Listen to that.
No. So we'll cut it there, but it went on for about another 20 seconds at that decibel level. I mean, that was quite a moment. And, of course, Gretzky being the class act he's always been. And this is one of those records a lot of people thought would never get broken. Now, to be clear, his all-time points record will, really never be broken.
Exactly.
He's still 1,000 points or more up on Ovechkin. But Ovechkin I know, right, John?
What?
Yeah.
Think about that.
I know. But Ovechkin tracked him down for goals, which is such an accomplishment. By the way, did so at lesser teammates around him, which makes it also, an extra level.
Not everybody gets a Messier.
And a Curry and
exactly.
a Glenn Anderson and all those dudes. But Gretzky, classy as always, right there on the ice right afterwards.
Thank you all so much, Alex. I said I'd be the first guy to shake your hand when you broke the record. And I wore this pin.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff from the great one, and great stuff, obviously, as well from Ovechkin. We congratulate him. He never got under our skin the way that Sidney Crosby guy did. You know what I'm saying? So he deserves some love today for sure.
He doesn't have a punchable face.
No, he does not. 215-592-9494. Reminder for you, our show is on YouTube. Check us out on YouTube right now. You can listen and watch. Yes, not just listen. You can watch our show. I'm still scared that I'm doing stuff behind the scenes and going to get picked up on a camera when I tell Seltzer,
what are you
Seltzer,
doing?
why'd you screw that up? And someone will read my mouth.
I'm involved.
Like during a commercial. But no, actually, commercial breaks is the one time we're supposed to not being on the air or on the video, but every once in a while it seems to happen. But bottom line is our show's live. You can watch it live on YouTube. By the way, you can also go back and watch it later. So if you have to get out of your car at a certain point, go to work, whatever it might be, you can go back later in the day and watch the YouTube show. We would certainly encourage you to do so. It's all there. Subscribe to Sports Radio 94 WIP on YouTube. All right. By the way, when you call in today at 215-592-9494 to talk about Ovechkin, the Phils, and more, you've got a shot to win. How about this? First time this year, we're giving away a pair of tickets to see a Phils game. Phils and the Giants. Now, to be clear, this is not one of those games we go down to. We will be doing that this year as a group a couple times. We're looking forward to that. But these are tickets we're giving away for you to go to. Phils and Giants coming up actually soon, next week. Tuesday of next week, April 15th. It's a 6:45 first pitch at CBP. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com. That's Phillies.com. It's also Jackie Robinson Day. So prior to the game, the Phils will host an on-field tribute as they do on an annual basis to celebrate the phenomenal legacy of the great Jackie Robinson. 215-592-9494. All right, how can you win the Phils? Like, I know you want the Phils tickets. They're 7-2. They're playing great baseball, and I think are a great team. All right, how do you win the tickets? Well, you got to call us. What do you got to answer in order to win? You got to answer this question. Who or what represented something? Represented something. Now, I'm not talking about like you're in government and you represent the state of Pennsylvania in the Congress. All right, I get that. No, we're going a little bit bigger than that. Kurt Cobain, John, this past weekend, it was the 31st anniversary of him passing away. Very sad, obviously, when he died in his 20s, back in 1994. And he obviously represented a lot. He represented grunge. He represented teen angst and young adult angst. Like, he represented that. And I'd say also a movement in music that moved away from 80s pop to that sound of the early 90s that they carried over into later in the 90s, even after he had passed away. Kurt Cobain represented a lot. Today at 215-592-9494, we ask you who or what represented something, whether it's represented a generation or a movement. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a big-time answer. John Ritchie, who or what represented something?
Man, this is, there's a lot that
there is
resonates for me, like 80s, early 80s, but Cabbage Patch Kids represent the excess of the 80s. Cabbage Patch Kids, I don't know if you remember, those things were $50+. I never got one, but I because that was crazy. $50+ for a doll. And that was back in like 1982.
Yeah, I know it was. Yeah.
$50-something dollars. And people were storming the toy stores and they were fighting. And it was all anyone could do to get their hands on these things. For $50. I could not believe people were paying that.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting answers from the 80s for sure. Seltzer, who or what represented something?
I'll go to the 70s. Who'd have thunk in 1977 you're watching an episode of your favorite show and your favorite character, Fonzie, decides to get on some jet skis? Who'd have thunk that someday jumping the shark, what it would mean?
Yeah, and you know what I didn't realize until I read his book last year? That apparently was season 5. And the show went on for like, I think 11 total years.
Wow.
So it wasn't as deep into the show as I thought. It was actually in the middle of it, which is not good. Rhea, and again, this goes for everyone at 215-592-9494. Who or what represented something?
I'll go the early 2000s, the Harry Potter books and movies. I mean, it was a cult.
And it represented what?
Just, that people were into. Like, it was the biggest trend.
It was a very big trend
in the 2000s.
No question.
I mean, you couldn't go anywhere without seeing them all dressed up at movies, which was very weird.
Look, a lot of ways to go here. I'm going to take a biggie. Martin Luther King Jr. represented the civil rights movement. I mean, he represented that movement, obviously. All right, give us a big-time answer. Who or what represented something? There certainly are far smaller answers than that. Put those thinking caps on, boys and girls. You can win Phillies tickets for a Phil's game Tuesday night of next week. 215-592-9494. Coming up, what Nick Castellanos said after the game. It was a great game by the Phils. Not the best well-pitched game by the Phils, but the bats came alive, and the pitchers held on just enough there at the end. We'll get to something Castellanos said post-game. Phone calls on all these topics, primarily the Phils. They deserve it, man. They did a nice job this weekend, winning 2 of 3, and obviously really entertained us in the process. Your phone calls on all of it. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
If you are a pet parent like me, you give 100% of your focus to your pet. And in the case of Cheney, that still is not enough for him. In today's complicated world, we need all the help we can get. And the lead dog, George Parante, will tell you that the place to not only get help, but many solutions for any of your pet's needs is at the Dogs and Cats Rule Stores. We've got spring here, though it doesn't really feel like it out today. So you got to think it's time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. We're going to start spending more time outside. So maybe freshen up your outdoor toys, which I know I have to do since Cheney has now been eating my sneakers. So he needs new toys. He's just trying to tell me because he can't talk. When it comes to food, the selection at the Dogs and Cats Rule Stores, it is second to none. They've got a large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned that cannot be beat from anywhere. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They have 7 convenient neighborhood locations: Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Mapleton, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries for all different tastes and needs. Discoveries like an oat milk that's gluten-free and sustainable. Woo! Or a quick dinner that's delicious and easy. Woo! Or perfectly ripe peaches. Woo! That are local. Woo! And organic. Woo! This is that Sprouts feeling.
Stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair has got you covered. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair you already have and help bring back what you've already lost. Call them at 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. Visit GladHairMM.com.
Tennis elbow, griller's back, walker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Dog walker's knee, ping pong wrist, dishwasher's elbow.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 120 providers, over 20 PT rehab facilities, and more than 25 surgical centers all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Nutrisystem, located in Fort Washington, has an opening for a senior data engineer to work with enterprise information systems and offshore resources to lead the development of the cloud data warehouse while supporting the current data warehouse environment. This position may telecommute on occasion from any location in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, or Maryland. Salary between $137,000 to $140,000 per year. To apply, mail resume to L. Conaway, 1100 Virginia Drive, Suite 175, Fort Washington, Pennsylvania, 19034.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon Packet Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This season, it's not just madness on the hardwood, but outdoors in the yard too. No matter what the challenge, Ego Outdoor Power Equipment delivers incredible power and performance, from yard work essentials like mowers, blowers, chainsaws, and trimmers to innovations such as portable power stations and cordless pressure washers. You can use the same battery to power over 90 tools. That's why Ego has over 200,000 five-star reviews and counting. Check out the winning lineup at egopowerplus.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. No matter how hard yours truly and others tried to thwart Alex Ovechkin over the years by putting his Capitals number 8 sweater into the freezer during the playoffs, the 39-year-old Russian broke Wayne Gretzky's record yesterday with career goal number 895. Congratulations to Ovi. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Let's see if you can name it.
I don't know.
Name the high-level. This is a true story. Name the high-level Hall of Famer that got thrown out trying to steal a base to end the World Series.
Wow.
Century?
Last century.
I have no idea.
How about
Barry Bonds?
the biggest and probably, or perhaps, best of them all? I bet the Bambino.
Wow.
1926, he gets thrown out trying to steal second base. It ends the World Series. He comes back in 1927, hits 60 home runs.
Oh,
That's how you bounce back. So
Was he considered fast?
I don't think so. I don't know, but I don't think so.
Neither is Alec Bohm.
No. And how about Castellanos? I mean, how about Schwarber going first to third? That one play time this weekend with a hit to right field.
He's got to dig to go first to third, but it works sometimes.
The ball was
He's
hit.
stealing, man. Right out the gates this year, he was fleeter of foot, or at least he believed he was fleeter of foot. He's out there giving it the old college go.
I'm a big fan of him, man. It's really going to be interesting to see if they offer him a deal during the season or not, and if we even find out if they
Don't
do.
you think?
Not if he is insistent on a fourth year. I don't know how you do that in good conscience. So it's tricky.
I don't expect that he would be insistent of a fourth year. He
I
just
do.
seems like such a good
Money is money,
this
man.
Team where it
Money,
needs to
money,
go.
money is money. Money is money.
Yeah.
Vlad Guerrero just got $500 million.
And he's made a
He
lot.
turned it down, or did
No,
he
he
take
got it overnight.
Last night he got it.
14 years, $500 million.
Oh,
They
wow.
offered him $300 million before last year, and he said no, and he made $200 million.
And we're hoping Schwarber takes like 3 years and $50 million.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, 215-592-9494. So an awful lot from this weekend to react to, including let's listen to the Castellanos salami. This was a great moment from yesterday, although when you felt like this might be the thing that, I don't want to say puts it in the bag, but really gives, the Dodgers ended up coming back and taking the lead after
put
this.
the game
should
comfortably away.
It should have.
But
To be fair, though, the
we
Dodgers
got Romano.
Dodgers do have a great lineup.
It was only the third inning.
Yeah. Anyway, and that too. Let's listen to the moment Casty went deep.
Vesia deals in the pitch. Blasted high and deep left field, and that is gone. Castellanos greets Vesia with his 8th career grand slam. And it's a 6-2 Phillies lead.
Look, it was a big win yesterday and a big series win. And Castellanos obviously had a huge part in it. He also talked after the game. Here's Nick Castellanos after the game on the big series.
For us, as announcers, for the fans, certainly there's a lot kind of baked into this facing the Dodgers. Do you guys get any more juice for something like this?
I mean, to say no, I'd be lying a little bit. It is just another series, but I mean, to be able to play the defending world champions, series at home, obviously there's somebody we're going to have to go through if we're going to be able to accomplish our ultimate goal, which is to finish on top. So, I mean, it was a good series. We played really well.
I appreciate that answer from Castellanos. He's not running from what a big series it was. He's not telling you.
He shouldn't.
It doesn't tell you it solves
stood
world,
up.
every problem in the world. He's not saying this. This guarantees the Phils win the World Series. But he's saying, hell yeah, it's a big series. We're glad we won 2 and 3.
Joe,
I like it.
We should feel great.
I
They
agree.
should feel great. The fact that they've now won 8 of the last 10 against that Dodgers team, 6 of the last 7 at Citizens Bank Park. Outscoring them 38-20 while at Citizens Bank Park over that span.
Yeah.
We somehow match up nicely against that Dodgers team, or we raise our level of play when we play the Dodgers, whatever it is, I feel good about facing that team if there are major ramifications on the game, if there aren't major ramifications on the game. I know that we match up well against the team that just won the World Series last year.
You know why, John? Because
our pitching is unbelievable.
Well, yeah, that's another reason. I was going to sum it up a different way, but that's pretty close to it. Because the Phillies are a great baseball team.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
hope,
great.
I hope
we are
people
an
waking up
elite
this morning realize
baseball
that.
team.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
we
they're
just
correct.
We just stood toe to toe
Correct.
with the world champions that were undefeated, and we handed them their first loss, and then we handed them their second loss. Eat it, Dodgers.
Dude, I'm with you, man. All right, let's go to the phones. Reaction on everything from the weekend. Phil's, Ovechkin, Final Four, all of it. Dennis in Mount Laurel. Dennis, good morning.
Hammer, how are you doing today?
Good, buddy. Always good. I mean, not always good. I'm not going to give you I'm always good, but generally pretty good.
Rich, how you doing?
Feeling great.
Well, I was at Saturday's game. Of course, that was the only game they lost, but it was the one thing that stood out to me. Well, Alec Bowman is bad, at the bat. He made two really good plays at third base.
Yes, he did.
Really did.
Yes, he did.
And
good point.
I've seen a lot of ball players of mine. I saw Ted Williams play. I saw, a lot of the greats, Mickey and all those guys.
Yep.
But, Ohtani, I was like 20 yards from him. He is a big.
Yes, yes he is. Yes, he is.
Big, and he steals 50 bases. Man, that's incredible.
I think his size, Dennis, may be the most underrated thing about him.
You don't think about it.
You don't.
Yeah.
Especially when he pitches, because you don't think of pitchers sometimes having just that total height and just there's a lot coming at you. He's an imposing figure, man.
Yeah. And on hockey, and I'm a baseball guy and a basketball guy first and foremost, but Ovechkin and Gretzky played I think it was the exact same amount of games.
Correct.
For one,
I think it was one more. I think Ovechkin played one more game.
Was it one more?
I think it's one more. I think it was 895 or 894 or something like. I can't remember the exact number, but it was.
You know what? 5 years ago, I took a look at the stats.
Yep.
And I said, there's no way he's going to beat him because Gretzky's last 5 years, he didn't have that many goals. Oh, you take a look at the last 5 years of Gretzky and Ovechkin, there's a significant difference. Ovechkin to 54. I mean, the amount of goals he got in the last 5 years is over double. And
Ovechkin has finished a lot. He's not done, but he's gone stronger than Crosby, who, they're clearly the two best players in the last 15 years.
And you look at him, I mean, Gretzky's still the greatest because you look at his assists.
You think?
Nobody's going to be close.
Correct. All right, Dennis, give me a trivia question, man. I feel like I haven't got, I need an early warm up for Beat the Hammer on Friday.
Well, I wasn't prepared for it, but here's one. And I think you're going to get this one. How did Joe Namath get his name Broadway Joe?
Wow. How did Joe Namath get his nickname Broadway Joe? I don't know. I'll just say he had an apartment on Broadway.
They took his picture for Sports Illustrated on Broadway, and one of his linemen gave him the nickname from that Broadway Joe.
Okay. I didn't know that. That's a good question right there. Dennis, give me an answer, my man. Who or what represented something?
Well, I was going to say Martin Luther King Jr., and I said it to give me 20 seconds before you said it.
Yep.
So how about Elvis Presley bringing in rock and roll to America?
So that's a big one. Now, he uses the term bringing rock and roll.
Yeah.
I think that's the wrong presentation.
Agree.
It's wrong. I think it's it's not the right statement. You gotta nail this. You gotta nail this. 215-592-9. He represents something, and part of that's rock and roll, but I don't think that's quite the right way to frame it. If you want to say elevating, then you'd be in a better spot. Elevating rock and roll, but bringing it, how about that? 215-5. I'm a stickler sometimes, boys and girls. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, Bryce on yesterday's win. What he said, you'll hear that. More highlights from the game. Phone calls on all these topics, and a great answer from Nick Castellanos yesterday about the Phillies team identity. That and more, and your chance to win Phillies tickets for the game next Tuesday. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. Obviously, we've had a lot of different sports going on. This weekend certainly showed that with all we're talking about here today. Well, you can get in on all the sports and all the games with FanDuel Sportsbook at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel is always in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when you place your first $5 bet and it wins. Now, no local game tonight involving the baseball team, but they're back at it tomorrow versus Atlanta. The local squad will have the star pitcher of the team on the mound. Find the bet within that game or any of these games that works for you, including the national championship game tonight in men's college basketball. It's all there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. And a $5 bet, if you win it, gets you $200 in bonus bets. So find the bet or bets that works for you and lock them all in at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tomorrow. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
At the wall, it's gone! Into the hedges!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on a set of DynaPro HD2 and Evo AS tires. See store.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Trea, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Trea, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a more comfortable and energy-efficient home this spring. I don't have to imagine it because I have a perfect home like that because of my windows from Window Nation. You're going to find April is the perfect time to replace those outdated windows. And guess what? Our friends at Window Nation have a special offer for you in April.
Upgrade your home this April with Window Nation's incredible Buy 4, Get 4 free sale happening right now through April 30th. Plus, get a free entry door when you purchase windows for your entire house.
A new entry door completely enhances your curb appeal of your home. And Window Nation always provides great financing options. Right now, you get 0% financing, 0 down, and no monthly payments until 2027.
Window Nation partners with the top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high-quality specs. Then they pass the savings on to you. My entire house feels cozier now. I'm coming up on 1 week today with my new Window Nation windows in all 3 of my kids' rooms. The windows look phenomenal, and I can't wait to see how much lower my electric bill looks next month.
The sale ends April 30th, so schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Phil's off to a pretty impressive start to the season. 3 consecutive series wins, the latest over the defending champion Dodgers, whose starter, Tyler Glasnow, unraveled in the third when the rain started, loaded the bases on 17 pitches, departed. Nick Castellanos hit a grand slam off his replacement. LA would come back and go ahead, though. Jordan Romano might be a problem for the Phillies, but they rallied. Huge diving catch in the 7th by Brandon Marsh to save a run. And then Edmundo Sosa in at third for Alec Boehm. Remains hot.
Ground ball left side. Muncy takes the second hop. Pete's second for 1. Throw to first. Not in time. Sosa digs it out, and the Phillies have the lead. It's 8-7.
Scott Fransky with the call, and that would be the final. Houston will battle Florida for the men's NCAA title tonight. Catch it live here on 94 WIP starting at 8:50. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Showers, chilly, a high of 48. It is currently 41. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is a revelation. Dombrowski deserves credit. I mean, we all acted like Dombrowski did nothing in the offseason. I mean, he might have gotten a guy that's a legitimate number 2. I mean, for some teams, maybe a number 1. So, I think we got to throw out that script that said he did nothing this offseason. All right, he might not have changed the bats the way you wanted him to, but he got a hell of a starting pitcher. And by the way, it looks like from a individual standpoint and a team standpoint, I mean, John, it looks to me like they have changed the approach with the at-bats. They're chasing less.
It feels that way.
They're running.
I did see a Casty low and away, nasty swing
it's gonna
yesterday.
Happen. It's going to happen sometimes.
Every once in a while, they miss. But it does feel like there's a concerted team effort. To go the other way with this. And again, they're not into talking about it.
No,
they're not into discussion of how they're doing things differently this year, but it's very clear they're doing things differently this year.
Yeah, no, I'm very impressed with the Phil. So obviously you can weigh in at 215-592-9494. James, I need a ruling. For years, I've eaten during segments here on WIP, and it's not been seen because we haven't been on YouTube. Now, I got, big old plate of pasta here in front of me.
It's a tough spot, huh?
Well, it's really not a tough spot.
That's an appropriate breakfast.
Well, it might not be an appropriate breakfast, but here's my
Pasta
point.
for breakfast is underrated.
When it's leftovers,
It's the best.
economically advisable.
And it's tasty.
It's very tasty. Here's what I'd say to anyone that would tell me, because I'm sure the comments will happen on social media with the YouTube and all, that it's some kind of inappropriate. Deal with it. Like if you're gonna watch our show on YouTube, you're gonna have to deal from time to time with me eating during the show. So 3 words for you: deal with it. Good morning. 215-592-9494. All right. But yeah, check out our show when you can. Obviously, I'm semi-joking, but I will eat from time to time, and that's the way it goes. Also, one other thing from the weekend. I got to put this out there.
Doesn't even look good.
No, it was
your pasta.
It's very good. Very good. All right, I got to
butter pasta.
I don't know. I got to put one more thing out there because I just want to address this before he addresses it more publicly. I lost a game of beer pong to Ross Tucker on Saturday night, and it was really ugly. Like
I saw him tweet about it beforehand, but I didn't know what happened.
Like I lost really, 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 really bad. It was me and Amy from Villanova versus Ross and his wife.
Oh, no.
And it was really, 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 really bad.
Oh, no.
It was like probably the first time I played beer pong in 15, 20 years. So no excuses. Athletes don't make excuses. Fritz shouldn't have excuses after I whoop his ass in the competition coming up.
I like how you lead in with like, I just got my ass whooped, but I'm gonna handle business.
It was so bad. We stunk in beer pong. So anyway, congrats to Ross and all that stuff because I know he's gonna. The next time we have him on, he's gonna be insufferable. I'm just telling
he's
you
gonna
right
pop
now.
off. About
Correct.
it. I can't wait.
215.
Can we book Ross in related news?
We should because the draft's coming up. Draft is in 17 days. 17 days to the NFL draft. All right, Phils are off tonight, but they've given us a lot, obviously, through the first week and a half of the season. It includes 3 series wins. It includes a win against a team most people think, and I think is the best in baseball. That's the LA Dodgers. But the Phils certainly showed that they've got a lot they bring to the table as well. I think the Phillies are a great team. I don't use that word lightly, not casually. I think the Phillies are great, not good. I think the Phillies are great. I think they showed it this weekend.
They are
elite's another way to put it. Yeah, I think that's right.
They just defeated the world champions who were undefeated. Yeah. We defeated them and then defeated them again and won the series. That was no small feat.
For home field advantage, John, in the postseason, tied in the loss column.
Yeah.
Let's go to the phones. So what, the Dodgers are 8-2, 9-2?
They are 8-2.
9-2. They were 8-0 coming in. They're 9-2.
Yeah, I guess they're 9-2.
The Dodgers are 9-2. Phils are 7-2. That's pretty damn good stuff. All right, to the phones. All of this on the table, including the tournament. JP and Plymouth meeting. JP, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going? Man, what a weekend.
Yeah,
I'll say JP.
We take 2 out of the Dodgers coming into Citizens Bank Park undefeated, and we take 2 out of 3. The San Francisco
Were you
Giants
scared,
are now in
JP?
first place. I was nervous. I wasn't scared, but the San Francisco Giants are now first place because of the Philadelphia Phillies.
I didn't even realize that. That's
They're
great.
8-1, the Giants. Yeah.
Wow.
And I got to give a shout out to UConn Huskies, the women's college basketball. Gino Oriema is a Norristown native from my hometown, so God bless them. What a great job.
No question.
And Alex Ovechkin. I thought that record never would have been touched. But here we are, a record for a generation.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe many generations to come.
JP, I was happy for him too, man. I thought his celebration was great. And he's never been one of those competitors to a Philly sports team that I disliked. Always respected him, plays
How about
hard.
the epic celebration he had when they won the cup? I think he took that cup into every single bar in DC.
I love that stuff.
It was hysterical.
Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, JP, I think people have also kind of unfairly wrapped him with the Putin thing. It's not Ovechkin's fault that the guy that runs his country is a word I can't say because it's a bad word and it begins with an A and it ends with an E. Like, you're like, that's not Ovechkin's fault.
What are you getting us in trouble with Russia for? All
So
right?
I'm just
Show
saying,
the camera.
I like Ovechkin. I'm putting it out there. I was happy for him. All right, JP. JP,
he's not even a Flyer, and I was
agree.
excited.
I agree. All right, give me what do you got on the NCAA tournament there? Oh, you're happy you said it for Gino.
I'm happy for the women, and I'm going to watch the game tonight. But honestly, this NCAA tournament, because there was no Philadelphia teams in it, I really didn't pay attention until the Final Four.
Well, I didn't either. I didn't either. All right, my man, give me an answer. Who or what represented something?
Did anybody say Rosa Parks?
It has not been said. That's a big answer for sure. Let's get to Chad right now in Phoenixville. Chad, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hope you had a good weekend.
Thanks, Chad. It was awesome.
Just a couple, there's a ton of points I can make, but I'll keep it to just a couple.
Sure.
First, after watching Luzardo pitch and Sanchez, it just really gave me a lot of excitement for the future, especially with Andrew Painter waiting in the wing.
Well, how about this? Painter's pitching on Friday. Not here, but, low A ball.
Yeah.
Andrew Painter's going to pitch in a game on Friday. So the wheels to the future are churning, and it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, so, it's a real exciting, especially if they can keep pitching how they're all pitching. It's going to be a great season. The other point was JT still has it. And honestly, if it wasn't for him, I don't know if we even win that game on Friday.
Probably don't.
And then finally, I don't know how it's going to be. I know it's just the start of the season, but Romano, Little Dickie's cousin, is really.
It does look like him. He looks a lot like him, actually. That's a really good call by you.
That's funny.
But I know Ruben said that he's potentially supposed to be our new closer. So I'm hoping
that's a no right now.
If he ends up he's giving me Kimbrel vibes. So I need Rob Thompson to nip that in the bud if it starts happening.
Listen, Chad, it's not been good at all, and it's a problem. And particularly given that he's essentially the replacement of Jeff Hoffman. That's a double problem because Hoffman was, honest to God, Hoffman the last 2 years was one of the better Phillies relievers I've ever seen. I know that's a big statement, but I'll stand by it. I thought Hoffman was awesome.
He was awesome until he wasn't.
Until he wasn't. Yeah, I know. But I looked it up this weekend. Hoffman started good again so far, and I think it's 5 1/3. He's given up 1 run. So whatever all those injuries were and him failing 2 physicals, so far he's pitched well for the Blue Jays. That was a big loss, and you try to offset it by getting someone in there who's decent enough. And so far, this Romano guy is not, to say the least. Chad, give me who or what represented something.
So I'm going to go with Nelson Mandela representing the fight for human rights and equality.
Wow, that
exactly
is a
how are
big
we supposed to decide on all of these, Joe?
I don't know.
We might have wanted to say, maybe not.
Yeah, not the most. Yeah. More, we were talking about like jumping the shark and stuff.
I went with Harry Potter. Okay, I wasn't going with this is your fault.
No, I did kind of open the door for big world affairs, and Nelson Mandela is a big one. All right, 215. James, should we play the audio of the hockey player who didn't know who Nelson Mandela was?
Oh my God, it's still one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life.
I think we should. For anyone who's never heard it, why don't you dig that up? Rhea, have you heard this audio?
It's you played it like maybe a year and a half ago. I had never heard it before then. It's hysterical.
All right, you guys, for everyone listening right now, if you don't know what we're talking about, be tuned for about the next 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to play audio of a hockey player about 10 years ago when Mandela passed away, whatever year that was. A hockey player clearly didn't know who Mandela was.
And he tried to talk his way through it.
He did. It was very bizarre. We'll play that for you coming up shortly. It's actually pretty funny. All right, let's get to Mike in West Philadelphia. Mike, good morning.
Hey, Grand Rising.
How are you, Mike?
Hey, listen, that was a great series with the Phillies, right? And, because I don't usually look at baseball until like after June when the basketball players, the playoffs is over, but the Sixers is taking. So I actually was looking like that. And
Mike, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question about the NBA? Are the players going to have load management in the playoffs? Does that just continue to extend? Like, we're 1-1 in a series in the first round. I think I'll sit this one out. I mean, John. By the way, Shaq took a freaking blowtorch to the NBA this weekend, and I give him credit because he works for a group, TNT, that obviously has the rights deal for the NBA, and Shaq doesn't hold back, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate it too.
Yeah,
and hold guys accountable. Try to hold guys accountable
because the product
no one else is.
The product is so bad. But anyway, Mike, listen, man, I like early baseball. I hear you as a bigger NBA fan. you wait. I get it. Some people are like that, but I'm all in on this Philly season, man. I think they got a great team.
I'm in on the two, right? But, my sidekick is, right, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. So now I go on YouTube and look at what other people were saying. So I went to the Dallas podcast where they was looking at the game. I got to give it to Lil Squirt. He said Cooper DeZean was going to get the pick six before and they looking at the game as it's going on. Oh, man, they all messed face at the Eagles win. They start drinking and cussing out Jerry Jones. I mean, seriously, it was better than the Super Bowl because, the Super Bowl was over at halftime. But, I mean, I'm having fun looking at everybody else's misery. Hey, Joe, I'm going to get on you.
You're going to get on me? What did I do?
Because you was confident all year. Oh, Jalen, I don't think he's that good. I don't think he's that good. You remember when you was like,
he's still saying that, Mike.
Was like, he gonna get went in 2026.
Yeah, I was wrong about that. I was wrong.
Hey, listen. Hey, yeah, man. But I'm having fun.
Good for you, buddy. All right, Mike. Who or what represented something?
Mr. Whipple Sherman.
You got it. It's a far different answer.
Very different, yeah.
Than Mandela. All right, let's play this audio. I don't remember exactly what year Mandela passed away, but when he died, it was obviously a huge deal. And there was a hockey player who was asked about Mandela, and he obviously doesn't know who he is. It's one of the most astounding answers of all time. It's like that beauty queen who's trying to give that answer standing next to Mario Lopez. Remember that one, James?
Something about world hunger or something. It was collagen.
It's a classic dig a hole and then just keep digging and keep digging and keep digging.
So that one was bad. This one was bad also. Here's the hockey player who clearly didn't know who Mandela was.
Just wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously Nelson Mandela, one of the most significant historical figures of the 20th century. What knowledge or awareness did you have of him growing up, or when did you learn of him?
Well, obviously growing up, he was one of the most known athletes in the world, and a lot of impact in any kind of sport that he did. And even playing hockey, everyone knows him, right? From being the type of person that he was off the ice and on the ice. And it's so unfortunate that he passed away a year ago, but he changed a lot while he was with us, and he's a tremendous guy. I just think the way
we're good. Impactful on and off the ice.
Oh my God.
A lot of impact in any kind of sport he did.
I love the irony to it. At one point he says, I mean, everyone knows him.
Right. It really is one of the all-time answers in human history. Whoever that bozo was.
I bet that kid did really well in like essays in school.
Oh my God.
Just go on and on and on.
Holy mackerel. All right, Twitter poll question today is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's selection of premium one owner, pre-owned pickup trucks at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. With one more game left in the college basketball season, women done, men one to go. We ask you, which NCAA tournament have you enjoyed more this year? A, the men, B, the women. You can vote at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. Well, I've really enjoyed the Phillies so far this year. So three things stand out to me the most with this club so far. And there's other stuff, but again, this is what stands out to me the most. One, Luzardo looks legit. Capital L, legit. That guy's really good, man. Two, comebacks. There have been a lot. What does that represent? Represents fight, represents spunk, represents competitive desire, represents talent, represents a team I think is pretty ticked off with how things ended last year. May not have said as much this February and March in spring training as they had last year in February and March in spring training, but I think they've got a burning desire that's beaten in their heart, and I'm very impressed with the fortitude that they've shown so far this year. The third thing I'd say is it does certainly look to me, and I think to most of us, that they are taking a different approach at the plate to a degree. I mean, you can't totally reinvent yourself; it's not possible. Kyle Schwarber's not going to turn into Richie Ashburn, okay? But the reality is, it looks to me like they've really made a concerted effort to lay off some of the garbage pitches, I think Trea Turner is, and I put hitting and running together to an extent because they are at times they work together. Like there's times you're going to hit and run. There's times you're going to have Bryson Stott try to steal. You're going to have Trea try to steal. You're going to try to apply pressure to a pitcher. You're going to try to get a hitter to see more fastballs because Trea or Stott's going to run. I just think the whole combination of the offensive approach so far has been impressive. And yes, in the first week they struggled against starting pitchers. But John, for the most part, the chase rate is down.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they've gotten off to a good start with the way they're approaching things at the plate.
Yeah, they very clearly made a concerted effort to change this. That was the part that they were focused upon. And I feel like yesterday, this weekend, it just continues to prove how hard this team fights and battles. They refuse to stay down. Yesterday, they gave up. They gave up a 4-run lead.
Yeah, that was bad.
The grand slam home run. You don't usually give 4 up right back. But even though they, that's some serious adversity right there. It didn't even faze them. And Rob Thompson, after the game, his quote was, "I love the club. I love the chance we have of being special." This team just beat the defending world champions, the undefeated world champions. And they're not just beating them, they are beating them with regularity. This is 8 of 10. This is the last how many times we've played them at Citizens Bank Park. 6 of 7? 6 of 7 at Citizens Bank Park, outscoring them 38-20. It just feels like I have confidence against that Dodgers team when it's all said and done. I know they're going to have Freddie Freeman back. I know they'll put a good fight on it. I know that we match up well. I believe in us against that Dodgers team when it's all said and done.
Yeah, so I don't go quite as far as that. I mean, look, who knows? The Dodgers are a tremendous team. I mean, they're great with all 5 letters in capital, GREAT, all capitalized. They're going to win 105 to 110 games. I really believe that. But I know this. The Phillies are a great team also.
Yeah.
The Phillies are a great team also. And I think there was some doubt coming into the season about that for a lot of people. And I told you, I was standing tall the whole offseason telling you, I think they're a great team. And listen, I could be proven wrong. This is not a victory tour for me. I'm just saying I certainly believe in this team more than many in the offseason. And so far, so good.
That matters. This series so early is a big deal. This confidence boost right out the gates, I do think it matters. Well, I do think this can help carry us, even if things, it's gonna go the other direction.
I'll be honest, John. I think the series actually matters more for fans than the players. I thought that the whole series. The whole series, I thought if the Phillies win 2 of 3, I think it'll actually be a bigger boost for fans that have doubted than players that are in the clubhouse. It's just a gut feeling. And I'm curious if there's anyone out there that's still like, wake me up in October. Listen, you can do the wake me up in October thing if you want. It's your life. If you want to do the wake me up in October, let me see how my team plays come October, knock yourself out if you want to do that. But I'll just tell you this. I think you're going to miss 6 really fun months of regular season baseball.
But maybe it's not just wait till October because of what Rob Thompson did by sitting Bone.
I agree with
you. We talked about it, in the World Series, pulling Zack. He may do things differently. He may manage the team in certain series differently. He just did it in the 3rd series of the season.
I'll put it this way. If Alec Boehm had the exact same batting average, but had displayed good on-field actions,
he would have been in there.
He would have played yesterday. Yep. I believe that. I believe Alec Boehm did not play yesterday because Saturday in particular, his post-out actions were just not good. His body language was right on back to last October, and it's just not good. I mean, listen, we can deal with outs. We're going to get frustrated too. I guess no one's going to get more frustrated than him. I respect that. He wants to win. He's competitive. I admire that. But I mean, my God, you can't just live in your feelings so much that when you make an out, you have this spaz out thing.
It derails you.
It makes you worse.
Your
makes
team.
You worse.
It makes your performance less.
It does.
And that impacts the team's
Yeah.
ability to win games, man.
Yeah.
You need to turn this around. You need to take a step back and recognize what you're doing to yourself. You're
I agree.
undermining yourself here, and you might undermine yourself right out of town.
Yeah, I thought
that
it was I
this
know.
offseason. You almost got out of here,
I know.
man. And then right out the gates, you're going to go down that path again. What a tragic disaster unless you figure this out.
I agree. And I applaud Rob Thompson. We've wondered, would he wield a bigger stick this year?
Yeah.
And I think he showed yesterday that he is. I think in past years, Bohm would have gotten that start, and this thing would have been allowed to continue for weeks on end. And I think it was Rob Thompson's way of saying enough with the antics. Not that he did any one thing that was so over the top, but you see it when he makes the out. You see the slump of the shoulders. You see the hands. You see, like, enough with that. Look, you're going to make an out more than you get a hit. You got to deal with it better, because I am convinced it actually drives him to hit worse. That's the thing. Listen, if he could charge himself up and psych himself up to play better, I would take it. I wouldn't be thrilled with having to see it, but if it made him better, I'd say, fine. It's his thing. It works for him. Doesn't work for him.
Mm-hmm.
He digs a deeper hole when he reacts that way. And I think Rob Thompson's saying enough of that. Let's go to the phones. Look, a lot more positive than negative clearly over the weekend. A really impressive series by the Phils. 215-592-9494. We'll get to some of the highlights of it coming up in a moment. Let's get to Patrick in Tabernacle right now. Good morning, Patrick.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Great, Patrick.
John Ritchie, real quick, man. I went to the Experience Hendricks show over the weekend.
Wow.
If you ever get a chance, and dude, heavy, all blues. Like, what a performance, man. It was ridiculous. They had a bunch of people, man. Like, you know, if you don't like the blues and Hendricks, don't even bother going. But check out the kid. I hung out actually with a couple of the guys after the show. Kingfish Ingram, man. You got to check this kid out.
Okay.
But
sounds amazing.
So, yeah, Joe, listen, man, I'm pumped up for the Phillies, bro. But, dude, you're calling them great. And I'm not telling you what to do, but me, myself, again, we got a really good team. You know what I mean? And I'm not putting any great on them yet. You know what I mean? We may have a great pitching staff, great starting pitching. But the things that we're seeing already this year kind of supports your argument that we're seeing with, you know, all these, you know, 11 walks in a game and some defense, you know, throwing people out and, you know, base running and some, you know, I don't want to call it small ball because it's, but like, you know, we're seeing something different.
Well, there's been some, yeah. There's
over at third base.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Yeah, Bohm's got to listen, man. He's got to get his, you know, I'm not sure if he knows like there's other teams out there.
Well, the other shame of it, Patrick, what the Phillies don't want to do, they clearly don't want to do it this offseason, and they're not going to want to do it in season, but they may choose to, is trade him for cents on the dollar. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to see him trade it, but it may come to that. And if it does, it'll probably involve him getting traded for less than we'd want to see him traded for. I mean, it could come to the point where Alec Bohm just gets, I'll call it, dumped for a reliever. It's not an inconceivable possibility with the way this team is constructed. And then you slide Sosa in, and that's your baseball team.
Well, yeah, and I was gonna say, yeah, Sosa's the key, but you know, I'm still, you know, we need to, you know, obviously the season's, you know, just starting here, but it's you know, I'm optimistic, definitely more optimistic in a little bit of change that I'm seeing with the approach.
Yeah.
Just, you know, the four, however many, you know, what was it? Four pitches on, you know, to close the game. I'm like, come on, man. Like, you can't do things like that, you know? And
well, I think if you're talking
now,
about Saturday, it was a 3-pitch inning. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, it was 3 pitches.
Yeah. Which was then, you know, and the science of that ball spinning the other way, that is one of the craziest things that, you know, you can go around sports and look at stuff like that. That just defies all logic and science.
Well, and Patrick, I'm going to bring that kind of spin to when me and Fritz play tennis. He ain't going to know. I'm going to be like Stefan Edberg out there. He ain't going to know what hits him.
Joe, listen,
What?
I will say, Joe, I don't think you – listen, Joe, I am in your corner. I gotta throw the towel. You know, I don't know where my confidence is, but –
You're a good man, Patrick.
I'm in your corner, Joe.
Thank you, sir.
Why exactly, Patrick?
Because I'm loyal to the show, brother. Come on now.
Good man,
We're brothers.
Patrick.
I mean, I
Brothers
feel
and
like I
sisters,
am
man.
too, but I'm not
John,
rooting
you can
for
pick your
Joe.
nose, but you can pick your nose, but not your family, and somehow we're family. You know?
There you
I don't
go.
know.
All right, Patrick, give me an
Yeah.
answer, man. Who or what represented something?
1967, the Summer of Love.
Summer of Love. Well, I didn't realize it was 67. I didn't know what year it was, but I've heard the term. But
I thought it was like 69.
I thought it was 69 too, but I guess I don't know. I could look it up.
And Woodstock was
69.
69. What'd you say Woodstock represented, John?
Youthful
It is 67. Yep.
freedom. Really?
Yeah, youthful
Summer of
freedom.
Love. Youthful
Kids and young adults saying we want to do what we want to do.
rebellion.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean teenagers?
Yeah. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. That Woodstock would be a big answer for representing something, clearly. 215-592-9494. All right, nice job out of the gate from the Phils. Let's listen to some of the action from the weekend. Let's go. We'll give you one piece of highlight from prior to yesterday because, Friday night was really cool. It was a completely different kind of win than what happened yesterday. Obviously, Luzardo was the main star Friday night, but the second star was JT. And look, this was great. I do wish that the ump had called it right from the start because I think it would have been an even more dramatic moment if, like, each the dude
the roar from the crowd would have been insane.
Right?
Yeah.
And you could, I think it was Trey.
I thought he was so clearly out in the moment.
And it was
too.
Trey,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, Trey on the tag.
And
Yep.
because you could tell Trey turning the dugout, like, I think I got him. And then Rob Thompson, like 5-10 seconds later, put those hands over the ears. And all right, let's listen to how it ended Friday night with Real Muto.
He comes set. The runner goes, the 1-2, swing and a miss, throw down to second. He is safe. Oh, so close. Turner with the tag, and we'll see if the Phillies want to challenge the call at second base. They do. Here's the call.
Field's overturned. Runners out.
Yeah. Ball game is over. How about that?
Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. And I got to tell you, Amy from Villanova, John, peacocking around after that with the whole Ray, you've probably heard this because I've heard this from her and some of her friends. Real cuto, real cuto, real cuto. Have you heard that,
no,
John?
I've never heard that.
Yeah, some women in the Delaware Valley call them real cuto.
Never heard that.
Yeah, and so she was all in her real cuto thing.
Sounds like that's a you problem.
No. I get told get a flatter stomach. You're getting flabby. Anyway, JT.
Getting flabby.
Well, a little bit.
She
By the way,
said that to you?
No, I'm saying that myself because it's true. I don't think Real Muto is a Hall of Famer, but he's going to get votes and he's going to deserve consideration. I don't think his offense is there enough.
So tough,
but
man.
he is.
His preparation and the defense is magnificent.
His defense this year out of the gates has been otherworldly because he's always been great at it, John. But I mean, it feels like he's gunning guys down like he's at
so
the OK Corral,
intimidating.
ready to just. I mean, he's unbelievable defensively.
Why would
this
you
year.
try to steal?
By the way, why did Ohtani try to steal in the eighth inning?
Made
I
no
don't know.
sense.
That was a dumb play. That was dumb. So anyway, Real Muto ending the 8th and 9th inning, both throwing dudes out, was really, really awesome. All right, now let's get to Saturday. So Saturday was, they didn't win it. It's not a disastrous game, but they lose it. John, you were there. Take us inside the ballpark first time this year when you were there. Obviously, the result wasn't the way we were looking for it to go, but must have been fun to at least be back in the ballpark.
Incredible atmosphere. Best atmosphere I can remember feeling this early in a long time. I was weirded out by the new graphics, though. There are new graphics in the stadium. It's really visually stunning.
Okay.
There's a lot going on everywhere.
It's like a disco, right?
But the graphics, it is almost disco-esque, but it's almost orange and blue. It's almost Mets looking. And I don't know, maybe they just need to mess with the contrast a little bit or the tint. You know how you, like on your phone, you can adjust the tint on your photos?
Yep.
They need to adjust the tint on the scoreboard because right now, when there's a big play, it looks like the Mets just did something.
Opening day, I didn't notice it. We're home opener. But
Yeah, you check it out.
Okay.
But it was really hard for me to tell the difference between Aaron Nola's performance and Christopher Sanchez's performance. It felt similar there.
That's fair.
When I'm watching Aaron Nola, it was like, he's kind of holding down the fort here. I feel kind of good about it. And then, boop, once again, home run. Why is it Aaron Nola, it's like clockwork. We're going to get one or two that every team takes advantage of.
Well, and it's been going on for a few years now.
Why is that? It's like they know it's coming. They always seem to connect
I think one
on
of the
his two mistakes every game.
I think one of the reasons is he does throw a lot of strikes, and so I think that creates vulnerability to give up home
You
runs.
just sit there and wait for it.
I think.
They do.
I think. Like, he doesn't walk a ton of guys, like he's pretty disciplined that way, but look, he's not as sharp right now as we've seen in past years. So we'll say it wasn't a disaster start. I will say this, whoever the idiot is, and I'm going to use the word idiot, whoever the idiot a number of years ago that applied quality start to a guy going 6 innings and giving up 3 runs, that guy's a bozo. It's not a quality start. The rule should have been 7 innings and 3 runs or less, or 6 innings and 2 runs or less. You can't pitch to a 4.50 ERA, which is 3 runs in 6 innings. That's a 4.50, and call it a quality start. It's not a quality start. It's not a disaster, but it's not a quality start.
Was Sanchez a quality start?
Well, I forget
he gave up 4 runs.
He gave up 4 runs.
Wasn't he also? Well, then definitely not.
Yeah, it's 6 innings, 3 runs.
And wasn't Sanchez? Sanchez was 5 1/3, I
Yep.
think, right, or 5 2/3, something like that.
But it's skewed by the fact that he struck out Ohtani 3 times.
No, he did.
Look, it was uneven.
And listen, both of them were facing a hell of a lineup. I mean, guys, don't get me wrong. I'm not coming down hard on Aaron Nola today, like giving up 3 runs to the Dodgers in 6 innings. It's shameful.
I was
It's
more
not.
mad at the offense on Saturday. I really
well,
was.
Well, of course, it was frustrating.
I mean, All right, Aaron gives up home runs. There's a shock.
Yeah.
It was 3 runs.
Yeah. No, the offense wasn't there.
They had one hit after the first
But you
inning.
also know the Dodgers are bringing a lot of pitching to the table as well. So, I mean, this was a very close series. The first 2 games are very similar, just inverted. And then game 3 was one of those back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
But the thing that was awesome, and I have not seen it, and I think it kind of speaks to the approach, the difference in the approach. On Sunday, with Glasnow on the mound, when he's out there fearful of rain, we waited. We waited him out. We didn't go up there swinging. We forced him to beat us, which felt novel. This felt like, holy cow, we're not going to swing. We're just going to we're going to wait until he throws a strike. That wasn't always the case last year. This felt like, okay, finally the cherry on top where this team controls and has the confidence in its approach to just sit back and wait.
No, they waited him out. And by the way, they waited him out to the point where this is so rare that a manager came out to relieve the starting pitcher, to give the ball to a left-hander to face Nick Castellanos. Think about that. When in the hell does Nick Castellanos get to bat against a left-handed reliever? That it's the first batter. Well, that's what happened, and Casty did his thing.
Vesia deals in the pitch. Blasted high and deep left field, and that is gone. Castellanos greets Vesia with his 8th career grand slam. And it's a 6-2 Phillies lead.
Look, this was a big win. And at that moment, you felt like, probably got the win. Probably. Not definitely, but probably. Then all hell started breaking loose, right? Because all sorts of stuff was falling apart, including Romano. Let's get to the one good thing that happened in that disastrous 7th inning, because while things weren't going well that inning, Brandon Marsh made a big-time play that helped the Phils.
And it's hit in the air, center field. It's not extremely deep. Coming on for it is Marsh, still coming, and he lays out. Oh, and he caught it! Oh, wow! How in the world did Brandon Marsh catch that ball? He might be wondering the same thing. My goodness, he fires the ball home, and nobody advances.
Look, that play and JT throwing out the base runner Saturday night to end the game, 2 biggest defensive plays so far this year. All right, let's fast forward to later in the game, because the Phils come back. They get some runners on. Stott, boom, gets the hit, ties things up. And then the Phils take the lead for good. This is always a weird moment in sports when you make an out and a run's going to score if the runner is safe at first. It's like you got to wait 3 or 4 seconds. Like, is my guy going to be safe and I get the run, or is it a double play and the inning is over? And Sosa got there.
Ground ball, left side. Muncy takes the second hop, feeds second for 1. Throw to first, not in time. Sosa digs it out, and the Phillies have the lead. It's 8-7.
I've always considered that an odd play in sports. It's like my team made an out, but I'm really excited because my guy's safe at first base. and I got the lead. All right, final thing.
He refused to get thrown out. Like that really
Well, he
was
busted
like,
it.
I'm
He
going to
busted it.
gut this out and save the game for my team. Like Edmundo Sosa, it rewarded our manager, rewarded the fan base for getting in there and getting the head case.
Well, and you know
out of
my
the
thing,
lineup.
John. That's the kind of effort I'm going to bring to the table against Fritz.
Oh,
it's that
You're
Sosa.
gonna go there with
I'm
it.
going to leg it out. All right, one more piece
I
of
don't
audio.
believe you. You had a dog running for you.
Well, I tore both groins.
Fantasy, yeah.
All right, one more piece of audio and then right back to the phones because, you still can't feel totally great because Alvarado's been shaky this year and he had to face 1, 2, 3 of the LA Dodgers and maybe 4 or 5 if guys got on base. Well, they did not. It started with Ohtani making yet another out and then Alvarado closed things out.
As the first pitch to Edman on the way, and it's lined sharply to short on one hop. Turner's got it. Long throw. It's in time, and the ball game's over. And a 1-2-3 ninth inning for Jose Alvarado, and the Phillies take the series over the defending champion Dodgers, winning 2 out of 3 with a hard-fought 8-7 win on this Sunday afternoon.
Look, it was a fun weekend series. That was an impressive win, and I'm very impressed with the Phillies in general. I think they're a great team. I mean that. Great. And 3 things in particular stand out to me so far this year. Luzardo is really good, and Dombrowski deserves credit for that addition. We all acted like Dombrowski did nothing. He got a tremendous pitcher. Second thing that stands out, comebacks. There have been a lot. Obviously, the Phillies came back 2 different times yesterday. There have been a lot in the first 9 games so far this year. And the third, they do certainly look to me to have a different approach at the plate. I see them laying off stuff to the point John made. They're taking those walks, 11 walks yesterday. I mean, it's on one hand, it's not the hardest thing to do because you just make sure you don't swing at bad pitches. But on the other hand, those pitches are coming up fast and furious in a lot of directions. And sometimes you just got to wait the other team out, not be over anxious and all that.
It sounds so simple, but we were not able to do this.
Well, clearly
previously.
against the Mets. I mean, let's be real. If the Phillies, if they didn't swing the bat against the Mets, might have won 20 to freaking 5.
100%.
Because it was every pitch was a ball, and they just kept swinging at it. All right, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get the point.
Not much.
Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. How pumped up are you with what the Phils did over the weekend and obviously the start of their season? Let's go to Corey in Pottstown. Corey, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Great series. I mean, I'm just as happy as anyone could be. The great part about it, John Ritchie stole from me, is waiting out Glasgow. I don't know that you've ever seen a pitcher just collapse
melt
like that.
down.
Well, we've seen it, but it doesn't happen like that often. Yeah, Bert Hooton in the 70s is like the all-time
But that was
all-timer.
the fans went after him.
Yeah.
This was rain. Like I was telling James, Lauber had in his column that he played in Tampa for 6.5 seasons, so he's in a dome.
Yep.
In Southern California. But I'm going, has he never played in the rain?
I know. And
That's
he's struggling with
impossible.
his cleat with the mud, and like what is going on out there? But anyway, it worked out.
He started overthinking stuff. I don't know what he was doing. But with that said, as much as we were patient with him, what drove me nuts was Saturday night, 9th inning, 3-pitch save.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well, it's not ideal.
The Phillies lost the game on 3 pitches.
No. Remind me, the second one was a double play, right? To the shortstop, I think.
No. It was Harper.
In the game that they lost Saturday
No,
night.
I know. I thought
the 9th inning.
I thought Bryce got on.
Harper got on.
Then
one pitch to Bohm.
Double play.
Out.
Double play. That's what I'm saying.
And then
Yeah.
Kepler was out.
No, I know. I'm just saying the second one was a double play. Look, I know, Corey, it's not ideal. I know.
But they each came up and showing their patience, each came up and swung at the first pitch. So it was basically a 3-pitch save.
I know.
That's crazy. That should never happen.
Well, it's unusual for sure. Corey, give me an answer, my man. Who or what represented something?
Globally, in the sneaker game, the logo is Michael Jordan.
The logo in that sense is Michael Jordan. That's correct. The logo is Jerry West. I read his book recently. Really interesting autobiography. John, I finished the Jimmy Johnson book. The day after the night Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson parted ways, Jerry Jones was lying in bed and he said, "What have I done?" And they've never recovered. It was 30 years ago.
Wow,
what have I done?
By him.
They won one Super Bowl thereafter, obviously, with Jimmy's players under Switzer. But I just got to take a little shot at the Dallas Cowboys. because it's so clear to me reading that book about Jimmy Johnson. That guy was such a true Hall of Famer, both college and pro. And obviously, could you imagine if they kept him?
What have you done?
Yeah, what have I done?
You've carved out
That's
a
great.
$90 million cap hit for your quarterback for this season.
Unbelievable. Dallas Cowboys are a joke. All right, 215-592-9494. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake Studio. Let's talk to Ernie in Willow Grove. What's going on, Ernie?
Yo, man, what's happening? Man, this caller just before me just stole Michael Jordan, and he didn't even explain himself correctly. All right?
Well, you could say Jordan with a different type of answer if you want.
Man, Jordan, so ask me the question one
All right,
time.
the question is who or what represented something? Your answer is Michael Jordan. What's your justification?
I want to justify that Michael Jordan, not only as a brand, but as far as a sneaker goes, he took over the globe. Okay?
Yeah, it's too similar to the last guy's answer.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you should have said something like flying through air or the 1990s in sports.
I could name Sean Kemp, Dominique Wilkins, Vince Carter. That just wouldn't have been the same, man.
But
you could have said Michael Air Jordan.
Yeah, you just repeated the last guy's answer, Ernie. Now, how are you going to win the Phillies tickets by repeating the last guy's answer? Come on.
Listen, that's why I'm disgusted. I should have got the guy's name who put me on hold. All right, so I could be cussing or not cussing, but I could have been chewing him out right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's your intellectual property.
What did I do?
Ernie.
I have nothing to do with anything.
Actually, yeah,
You
it might
put him
be
on
Jimmy's
hold.
fault.
James, you put him on hold.
Yeah, I did put him on hold.
I
That's
blame
it.
you, James.
Yeah.
How dare
you
you?
could have never gotten on air without that. So
I believe next time, and I promise you, this is my first time calling. By the way, I appreciate you fellas, man.
Thank you.
This is enormous to me, man. I've been texting people. I'm going crazy. But anyway, I will say this though. The Phillies, we are going to be okay. And I do want to give you this though. One more last piece. All right.
Yes, sir.
There's a big dude from Florida, man. What's his name? Desmond Watson. All right. We draft this dude in the 3rd round. You know who the fridge is? 464 pounds. Okay?
No way.
I promise you.
Does he have the power of movement?
What do you think?
Well, I've seen him pumping iron. Listen, check it out.
Can the Flyers sign him to be the goalie? Just put one of those big blob guys in the.
I saw a picture of him. It's outrageous.
I'm telling you, sumo wrestler. Just do it. Just get a Japanese sumo wrestler in goal. You're good. You're good, right? Yeah, go ahead, Ernie.
Oh my.
Now, listen. Remember my name, all right? I'm Ernie like Bert, all right? Not Ernest. I'm Ernie.
Ernie.
Remember, Ernie called in. What's today? April the 6th, something like that, and he predicted that the Eagles will draft Desmond Watson.
All right.
He ran a 5.93 though, Ernie.
Yeah, that's
5.9.
That's wild. All right, Ernie, I need you to call us again, man. Entertaining call. Thanks, buddy.
I definitely will, man. Have a good one.
Nice
Thanks,
job,
Ernie.
man. Nice job by him. Nice job by the Phils as well. Let's listen to some of the audio that was said after the game, including Bryce. After yesterday's win, Bryce Harper, of course, weighed in about the game and the team, and he was on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Let's listen to Bryce.
Playing through adversity, right? From the rain to the wind to the cold weather, them going ahead and us coming back and them tying the ball game. I mean, just some adversity in the beginning of the season, always fun. So we're never out, always in it, always battling. Pitchers did a great job. Hitters did a great job battling today. Just a lot of fun. I mean, what a great series.
Yeah.
I mean, Luzardo threw the ball unbelievably well the other night. Sanchi, I thought, threw the ball good today. Teoscar just had his number a little bit. Thought the bullpen did a great job this series, and thought we put some really good at-bats on him.
Bryce, with your starting pitches, you are always in a game, no matter what. They are so darn good. Your the 5-star. Now, Aaron's had the little hiccup there in Washington, but other than that, I mean, they've given you a chance to win seemingly every game.
Yeah, I mean, they're workhorses. I mean, coming into the season, we knew we were going to have a chance to win each game that we played. I mean, obviously, any team that comes in, doesn't matter if it's the Dodgers or whoever, right? We want to win every single game. But having the pitching staff that we do, it's fun. I mean, and I've always said, pitching wins championships. Obviously timely hitting and things like that. But when you have good pitchers and you're going into a series and you have a chance to, put it on somebody because you're starting pitching, I mean, there's nothing better. So thought that was a great series. Obviously going down to Atlanta, day off tomorrow and start a good series with them too.
It's great stuff, and obviously that audio courtesy of NBC Sports Philadelphia, post game there with Bryce. And I'm struck by a few things, but one of which is at 7-2, John, they get to hand the ball to Zack Wheeler the next game.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like you just keep and I know Taiwan pitched well last time, but he's going to be out soon because Ranger's going to be back soon.
Yeah,
and
think about that.
It's an unbelievable
Ranger, we got
rotation.
Taiwan pitching. Taiwan looking like a legitimate pitcher.
Well,
I'm
not there yet.
And that was against a bad team, so potentially we could put him out there against bad teams. What about Andrew Painter waiting in the wings? Ranger Suarez, when he gets his back right, we know how amazing he can be. This really does feel deep.
And I'll add this. They may have to go through 2 or 3 months, maybe 4, with the bullpen not the way we want it to be. But come October, I mean, there's a likelihood of, if guys stay healthy, 2 quality starting pitchers going in the bullpen.
Yeah.
You can completely...
Well, we've seen Ranger in that
Well, Ranger's going to be
already.
for sure. And then
he's there.
Probably Painter.
I just have no idea what to expect.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, it's like,
I can't wait to see him.
Yeah.
It will happen.
I mean, I look,
this season.
It's very exciting, the arms they have. All right, one more piece of audio, because I thought this was good stuff as well. Castellanos at his locker after the game, talking about the team's identity. I thought his answer was really on point. Let's listen to Nick Castellanos after the game.
Well, I know that we have a good team. I know that we have a team that is, not going to roll over for anybody. I know that we also have the environment where it's the next man up. So, if somebody goes down or somebody's getting a day off, the next guy can come in and produce just fine. And I think we want to be good, right? We want to show people that we're a good team. And I think this weekend we did a good job of that.
Sure did, man. Look, the Dodgers walk away knowing the Phillies are legit. And I think there is a really good chance these two teams are going to face each other in the NLCS. I mean, they are both heavyweights. And do I think the Dodgers are more of a heavyweight? Yes, I do. At this stage, I just think they have...
They're the reigning champs.
Well,
they're the reigning champs.
They have the highest salary. They have the, by far, all that stuff.
What about the fact that we've beaten them 8 of the last 10 times?
I don't think much about that. I think more about the 2 out of 3 this year. I think the Dodgers are probably better because of their bullpen. And I would say the Ohtani Betts duo is better than any hitting duo the Phillies have.
And we've beaten
Freeman,
them.
And Freeman. The trio, yeah.
Those 3 are like the Phillies have Bryce, and then there's a drop off when you get to Schwarber.
All right. And we've beaten
Trey.
them.
I know.
When we play them here, 6 of the last 7 times.
I'm pumped up,
we've
man.
Played them.
To use an Allen Iverson
8 of the last 10 times we've played against these world champions, we've won.
I'm all swolled up, John. Phils are great. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen.
Phils are elite.
Phils are a great team.
Great. Phils have a chance to win the World Series this season.
I totally agree.
Yes.
All right, your reaction to the weekend.
A good chance to win.
Well, then we get into math and it gets a little tricky.
We just beat the world. We just beat the team that won the World Series.
I'll call it a legit chance. I like legit more than good because it still might be 10% or less, but they have a legit chance to win the World Series.
10% or less.
Well, maybe
it's
not.
it's definitely less.
I don't know. All right. 215-592-9494. So your thoughts on the weekend, how impressive the Phils were. If you were there, especially, want to hear from you. The ballpark atmosphere. Also, we're giving away tickets to the Phils game next Tuesday today on our show. You got to give us a great answer on who or what represents something. Also, the Ovechkin goal. If you missed it, we'll play the audio of Ovechkin breaking Gretzky's record. That one stood for a long time. And something John Middleton recently said about Dave Dombrowski. That and more. Your phone calls on all these topics. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
The tournament. Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get started. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Bet on which player you think will be the leading scorer, or bet the money line on who will win the title. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, for your chance to win big today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Smoothbrook, Illinois.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point, so you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limits apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. When he was recruited by the University of Houston back in 2014, Kelvin Sampson had his mindset on becoming an NBA head coach after 6 seasons as an assistant in the league. Then his dad, Ned, told him, "You can be a good coach in the NBA, but you can be the best in college basketball." Well, tonight, we will soon see. I'm Boomer Esiason.
After years of wear and tear, you've made a decision. Time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You've talked to your doctor. You got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you because attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you have your new replacement, you already know and trust NovaCare's physical therapist to help you fully heal. I know someone who just recently went through this. They are doing great because they got stronger before they had their replacement surgery. NovaCare's physical therapists, they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management. NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment plan that's going to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love. It is not a decision you came to lightly, so rely on the physical therapy provider you know and trust. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phil's off after handing a quite expensive lineup of the Dodgers their first 2 losses of the season as they take the series, including Sunday's 8-7 victory, a game in which Nick Castellanos hit a grand slam. Christopher Sanchez struck out Shohei Ohtani 3 times. Ohtani went 1 for 11, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts in the series. Sunday also featured the 5th multi-hit game for Edmundo Sosa. Drove in the winning run. Rob Thompson knows Sosa is forcing them to play him more.
We got to really look at this because so far it's real. 2 hits every game. Played great at third. He's played great at short. He did well in center field yesterday. So we really got to get into the lab and try to figure out some stuff to get in the lineup.
Phils will open a series at Atlanta tomorrow. Men's NCAA championship game tonight between Houston and Florida, and you can hear it live here on 94 WIP starting at 8:50 p.m. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing till 2027, now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Showers today, chilly, a high of 48. It is currently 41. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Pitch blasted high and deep left field, and that is gone. Castellanos greets Vesia with his 8th career grand slam, and it's a 6-2 Phillies lead.
Yeah, it was a really cool game yesterday, and obviously a crazy weekend of sports. I mean, highlighted for us here locally by the Phil series, but man, you had Ovechkin, you had Gino versus Dawn Staley in the women's college basketball championship, which I hope people feel a sense of pride from. I mean, 2 Philadelphia people squaring off. Clearly the 2 most accomplished in college basketball by light years. I mean, like they've lapped all the women and all the men in college basketball with their accomplishments.
Dan Hurley and Kim Mulkey.
Yeah, well, so Dan Hurley's got 2, but
got 2 in a
only
row.
has 1, but Izzo only has the
Izzo's
1
up there.
title, but he's up there.
But I mean, Dawn
Patino.
Staley's got 3 championships, and I think
1 and 2
7 in the
against
Final
Gino.
Four.
Gino has 12.
I know he does.
Yeah, Gino's like
ridiculous.
I'm well aware. It's unbelievable.
Like Wooden-esque.
It's past it now, but yes, it's Wooden-esque. But he actually now has more. He passed Wooden a little bit ago. Wooden had 10, and in basketball, Red Auerbach had 11, or the Celtics had 11, I should say. I think Bill Russell, was the coach for the final 2 of that group. All right, 215-592-9494. So there was a lot going on this weekend for sure. By the way, one more college basketball game. It's tonight, and it's a game you can listen to right here on WIP. Rhea, Duke's not in this one, right? I just want to check. No Duke?
Couldn't be happier. I swear, I lose my mind. I absolutely thought they were winning that game.
Well, everybody did at a certain point.
They had a 92% they give that win probability. I think with like 2 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, no, they had it for a long while until they didn't. As it is, it'll be Houston and Florida tonight. A game you can listen to right here on WIP this evening. I think tip-off's around 8:50, something like that. So check out the College Basketball National Championship game tonight. 215-592-9494. Speaking of checking out, I'm really surprised you three never heard the nickname JT Real Cuto.
No,
well, no, I didn't the first time you said it, but when you did it like a year ago or whatever it was, I had people reach out to me and say, "Oh no, my girlfriend says that or my wife says that," and I was like, "Oh, it actually is a thing." I had never heard it before, but you're right, it's a thing.
Yeah, Amy and her friends all call him Real Cuto, which begs this question, John Ritchie: who's a better looking man, JT Real Cuto or the Hammer? I'm just asking because I'll tell you what, if I was half as good looking as that guy, I'd be happy. He's a fine-looking man, I will say.
He's really a fine-looking man.
All right, let's listen to JT with the big throw-out to end the game Friday night. This was pretty cool, man. You do not get many games that end on a dude tagged out at second base, so this one took like an extra 30 seconds.
I think he looks especially handsome in the all yellow. When he made this throw on Friday, he's all yellowed out, and he looked especially Real Cuto-esque.
He looked like a soccer goalie.
With what?
Because of the yellow, just all the yellow.
There's a lot of yellow. There's blue. It's a different look, and he gunned him down.
He comes set. The runner goes. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second. He is safe. Oh, so close. Turner with the tag, and we'll see if the Phillies want to challenge the call at second base. They do. Here's the call.
Field's overturned. Runner's out.
Yeah. Ball game is over.
That was
How
awesome.
about that?
That was awesome. You just don't get that much. All right, 215-592-9494. Two other pieces of audio, and then right back to the phones. So, from a record-breaking standpoint, Ovechkin breaking the record, it's a big deal. And by the way, it made me feel like I want hockey back in Philly. Okay, I'm just going to put that out there. Seeing Ovechkin do his thing and seeing how much fun hockey can be, I want it back here. Can we please have hockey again in Philadelphia? Not lifeless seasons of nothingness. Can we get hockey back, please? Listen to the ovation when Ovechkin scores this goal. Consider that this is on the road. This is against the Islanders on the road. So great job by their crowd because it's mostly their fans. Right now, obviously, you got more Caps fans than normal. But, this is Islanders fans rising up for a major record in sports being broken. Last year, it was LeBron for points, passing Kareem. And then yesterday, it was Ovechkin for goals, passing Gretzky.
Try to force it to him if he's open.
Here is Ovechkin. Shoots! He scores! He scores! Number 895!
It's a good call by that guy. Listen to the crowd.
And then he laid out.
Yep. Crowd's going wild. That's really cool. The crowd went on for a long
It's not
time.
dying down.
No, it's not. It's and believe me, it went on a lot longer than that. And then, of course, the great one, who's always going to be the greatest one in hockey, but no longer from a goal scoring standpoint. Wayne Gretzky out there on the ice for the ceremony, classy as he's always been.
Thank you all so much, Alex. I said I'd be the first guy to shake your hand when you broke the record, and I wore this pin.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff by Gretzky, and obviously spectacular stuff from Alex Ovechkin yesterday and for this incredible career he's had. He's one of those opponents that I've never disliked. Never. I mean, he's one of those guys. All right, Rhea, Alex Ovechkin or let's see here. Michael Irvin. Alex Ovechkin or Tony Romo. Alex Ovechkin or Sidney Crosby.
Here's the thing is, I hated Michael when he played
Right.
Irvin when he played
I
for the
know.
Cowboys. I grew respect for him after the fact. Yeah. When I read stuff by Troy Aikman. Remember Aikman showed up at one of his court hearings when he was getting all that trouble, and people were shocked that Aikman did. They were like, "You're ruining your brand," all this kind of. And he's like, he is the toughest worker on the practice field.
Well, he did bring it as a player,
Yeah.
and I have found him very entertaining in retirement.
Very entertaining.
But his first down signaling was annoying to us as Eagles fans.
Oh yeah,
and,
when he played, he did. But after the fact,
No,
respect.
I know. I don't think we're ever going to like Sidney Crosby, though. It's just a little bit of a
Ever.
gut feeling. All right, so great job by Ovechkin. You can react to everything this weekend. 215-592-9494. Obviously, the Phil's the biggest thing. Now, the Romano thing's not good. We'll get to the audio of what he said after the game shortly because it's not a good situation right now. Let's go to Nick in Wilmington. Nick, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing?
Great, Nick.
Hey, and a happy Masters week. It's important Monday because one of the best tournaments in the world is about to play this week. So to all you golf fans there, we're
Sure
excited for the
is.
Masters.
How about Tiger pulling a funny on April Fool's Day? Tiger posted on April 1st that he was going to play in the Masters.
Did he really?
And then a couple minutes later or an hour later or whatever, he's like, nah, just kidding, April Fool's.
It was quick because people reacted. He was like, I'm just kidding, guys. It's April Fool's Day. Don't react that way.
Look at Tiger gaining a sense of humor as he approaches 50.
Doubt it.
Maybe one of the worst, maybe a bad take, but April Fool's has to be one of the worst holidays of all time.
Very with you, Nick. Very with you, buddy.
I can't stand April Fool's at all.
Yeah.
Like, not at all. Can't do it. But anyway, couple points. It's great to see Trea Turner unleash his sixth gear because he's looking pretty spry and pretty quick, which is awesome.
Yep.
But Ohtani this week, he had 11 at-bats, 2 hits, walked twice, and 5 strikeouts.
I think it's one hit.
I think, it was one hit.
One hit.
Was it one hit?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, one hit. My bad.
Yep.
One hit. But still, out of 11 at-bats, I mean, that's pretty impressive to deal with, arguably one of the best baseball players of all time, and making him spin in the batter's box multiple times, not knowing what pitch is coming, which is pretty great. But a little bit to my point that how I feel like the Phillies are going to be a great team. I agree with you, Joe, maybe reluctantly, but I agree with you that, the pitching is awesome. And maybe a consideration down the road is, I don't know how everybody feels about this, but maybe push Nola a little bit farther down in the lineup, because the way that Luzardo's looking and Wheeler and, the rest of the guys, I mean, it might not be a bad.
It doesn't matter, Nick. It doesn't matter right now. I mean, Nola's going to get every 5th start, and except for the occasional when there's a 6th, if there's rain or something that causes a doubleheader or whatever. It doesn't matter how they sequence them right now. It'll matter in October who they choose to have as their 4 starters. But, that's 5.5 months from now. Like, they got plenty of time to figure that out.
And something that I talked about a while ago about the approach and Kevin Long and Rob Thompson getting to these guys, it definitely looks like, as you all were echoing it, there definitely looks like there's a change in approach at the bat, taking more balls. We get into the bullpen. We have a skill for some reason for coming back from behind and getting gritty in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, and really dismantling a lot of bullpens. I know we haven't played the best teams, but we're starting to see a little mini trend here. I know.
That's what made yesterday particularly impressive, because the first 2 teams they faced are bad teams with bad bullpens, but the Dodgers have what is believed to be the best bullpen in baseball. So to come back against that group was really great. Nick, give me an answer. Who or what represented something?
All right, so this symbol, I'll go symbol, was chosen as the national bird in 1782 as a prominent symbol of the United States. I'm going to go with the bald eagle.
The bald eagle. Yeah. Okay. And it represents what? Our nation?
Freedom.
I don't know. Is it freedom? Is it our nation? I don't know.
I did, America.
Okay. All right. Pretty good.
That's a really good answer.
America.
That's pretty, yeah.
That's a really good
Broad
answer.
stroke. America.
No, that is a good answer. All right. Let's go to Tim in New Jersey. Tim, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Tim?
Awesome, Tim.
My guy represented the absurdity and the zaniness of the 1960s. How about I give you guys his mantra and you tell me who it is?
Yes, sir.
What me worry? Question mark.
Alfred E. Newman.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Nice
Wow,
pull,
that is a
John.
great
Look at
pull.
you, buddy.
That is a great
Come
pull.
on, man.
It's a good answer,
or
too.
what?
Yeah.
Okay. It's got a shot to win. We'll find out, Tim. It's got a shot. Got a shot. All right, buddy.
Appreciate it, man.
You got it, man. Look at John. Look at you. I got to give one up for Stanford right here.
You big mad guy back in the day? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Weren't you?
Kind of. I liked Cracked too. Was that
I
the
liked
other one?
Cracked a
Yeah.
lot, but I
was
liked
like
Mad a
into it,
little
but I
better.
never was like super over the top. Like had to
I
get
would
it every,
save up and ride my bike to get either a comic book or a Mad magazine, and it was lots of Mad magazines.
Yeah, I wasn't into that, but I'm impressed.
Really?
No, I was just sitting on the can, like reading about the 87
Man.
Phils as a 9-year-old.
They had this cool.
I've been like, is Bedrock going to win the Cy Young this year or not? He's coming down the stretch. He's got close to 40 saves.
He did.
John's going out for
remember
Mad
that?
Magazine, and I'm reading about Steve Bedrosian.
Wow.
Probably reading Jason Stark on Steve Bedrosian. That was my life.
Do you remember the fold things in the back of Mad Magazine? You could fold I forget what it was called. I think it was called a fold-in, where you would fold this photo or this art, and it would turn into something completely new. It was like it would ask a question. It was a riddle. You would have to fold the back page of the Mad Magazine, and it would turn into something completely different that surprised you.
Don't know it.
That was really
Don't
cool.
know it.
They should bring it back.
Well, maybe they will. All right, so since Stanford over here, John has given us the Alfred E. Newman knowledge. Let's see if he can come up with solve this riddle. How to fix Jordan Romano. So before you answer that, John, or attempt to, let's listen to Romano after the game. He's not running from it. Give him credit for that. But it's been a disaster so far, like disaster. Here is Jordan Romano yesterday, after the game on yesterday, and what obviously has been a very poor start to his Phillies career.
I'm used to just kind of being 96 around there the whole time, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know what's going on right now, but yeah, I need to figure that out for sure.
Is it frustrating that you're on a new team? You've had a lot of success in the past, but I'm sure you want to make a good impression. Is it frustrating you haven't been able to do that today?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, on any team, you want to come in, contribute to wins, you know, and when you're not doing that, it doesn't feel great for sure.
Look, it was a really good series, and I think there were two big negatives. One was the Bohm thing, and I think it's why he got benched. But the other, and I think the even bigger one, was Romano. I mean, John, this guy's got to replace Jeff Hoffman, and so far, no good. I mean, not even close to good.
Well, he's talking about how he's accustomed to being able to draw from within himself and jack that thing up to 98 miles an hour, and there's none of that.
He doesn't even look close. He doesn't look close to good.
No, there's just no juice. It's just flat right now.
Or accuracy. That's the other thing. He's walking everybody.
major issues. And I don't know how to fix it other than someone else needs opportunities. Right now, Jose Alvarado, though, it's touch and go. He looked awesome yesterday, but we know that is he's hit or miss depending on what day he's up there.
Yeah.
Does Jordan Romano have lingering issues with the elbow, Jimmy? Like, wasn't that a problem last year? He's got elbow problems with the Blue Jays. He's not able to pitch as much as he wants to pitch. If I'm on a new team, and I'm just speculating, who knows, but if I'm on a new team and my elbow's bothering me, and that's what kept me away from pitching for most of last season, I certainly don't want to be like, hey guys, my elbow's bugging me. I need some time off. I would probably try to horse through it and fight through it. I hope that's not what we're witnessing.
Yeah, it's tricky. On one hand, you kind of like to know what the issue is. On the other hand, you don't want to hear that there's an injury that could be big.
That's the thing.
I don't know.
He says he's not sure what's going on. Well, maybe if it's me, I don't want to let on to the fact that my elbow's bugging me if it's bugging me.
So, James, how good is Jordan Romano supposed to be?
Pretty good. You know, not like best reliever in baseball good, but he had over 100 saves in a 3-year period with the Blue Jays. So, like, I think it was like 35 one year, 33, 31, whatever. Like, he was a legitimate closer, like, a really solid, good closer who had the injury and hasn't gotten back to where he was.
It clearly looks to be, I mean, I think this is as obvious as can be, the weakest part of the Phillies team right now. And I'm not saying they have a bad bullpen. They don't. But it's not nearly on the level that last year was.
Shallow.
Yeah. It's
shallow. I agree. And also even the high end stuff, like, I trust Alvarado, but to your point, like there will be outings where he comes out and he doesn't have it.
Correct.
So
they're going to be leaning on guys like Ruiz more this year. Like last year, Ruiz was like the 6th guy. This year, he might be like the 3rd or 4th guy.
Well, that's the thing. The Ruiz does not inspire me with confidence.
He's okay, but
he's a solid reliever.
Yeah, but he's not supposed to be one of your main guys. All right, 215-592-9494. Now, with that said, Dombrowski's got some time to solve the issue if need be. And as I mentioned earlier, you could have both Ranger Suarez and Andrew Painter or others moving into the bullpen for the playoffs. So just know it's not like the Phillies don't have some electric arms that can help come October.
And Dombrowski's been great at the trade deadline, so we got that coming
God,
up.
I'm so excited about it.
Exactly. So Dombrowski's trade deadlines have stunk. Now, a lot of people thought his offseason stunk, and I think it looks better now than people gave him credit for because of Luzardo. I mean, you can't add a pitcher like Luzardo and act like Dombrowski did nothing this offseason. That's not fair. Let's listen to John Middleton. He was on Ruben's podcast recently, Ruben Amar's podcast, talking about Dave Dombrowski, also talking a little bit about Pat Gillick. And I think after now a couple starts with Luzardo excelling, we got to give Dombrowski more love than he's received for the Luzardo acquisition. Let's be real. It looks like a pretty damn good. James, what did they give up for Luzardo?
Starling Cobb, a top 100 prospect, a legitimate prospect, but a shortstop who is blocked here. And he's a great defensive player, just hasn't figured out the bat part of it. But it was a legitimate prospect.
But he's not Andrew Painter, right? Just want to make sure they kept the big guy.
Yeah, he was the Phillies' fourth best prospect.
Okay, so they get Luzardo. Hopefully they'll have him for a long time. And this piece of audio is not specifically about Luzardo, but it's praise of Dombrowski by John Middleton.
I've had the privilege of working for now 20 years with Pat Gillick, who is a legitimate Hall of Famer, who's done things that very few people in the Hall of Fame have done. And if you look at Dave's career, he matches Pat almost. They both have won World Series titles with two different franchises. Dave's only won 2, Pat's won 3. But Dave has taken 4 different teams to the World Series. He's the only GM in the history of baseball who's ever taken more than 2 different teams to the World Series. And that tells you a lot about who Dave Dombrowski is. And so I don't get in the way of Dave Dombrowski. What that tells me is that guy has probably forgotten more this morning about technical baseball and evaluation of baseball talent than I'll ever know in my life.
Look, clearly they're not a perfect team. The bullpen's an issue right now, and Bohm is an issue. But when you consider that they added a 5th starter who looks really good and doesn't look like a 5th starter at all, and it does appear have changed their hitting approach. And there was a lot of people calling for Kevin Long to be fired. And it looks like that guy dug in with his players, and changed their hitting approach. I think Dombrowski's off season. It's early, guys. Don't get me wrong. It's early. But I think it looks a lot better than people were letting on from December through February when they acted like, it was a failure. Because James, everyone was acting like it was a failure.
And look, he hasn't been like a star yet. But
and he kept Rob Thompson, who I thought was the right
Max Kepler's
decision.
been a nice add. Like, he's been a better left fielder than Austin Hayes was, than the Marsh Rojas thing. Like, what he did, it wasn't a lot, but other than Romano, which hasn't worked out so far, the other 2 moves were good moves.
Yeah, I think so. All right, and the Bohm thing's the other interesting negative from the weekend. So, bad body language on Saturday. We've seen it at times this year for sure. Saturday, I thought, was the game we saw it the most. After and out, bad body language. And Rob Thompson sits him on Sunday. And I tend to think that it was not as much about getting Sosa's bat in the lineup as it was sitting Bohm down and telling him, knock it off. Knock it the hell off. You're going to make outs. You're going to have rough stretches. You're going through one right now. Do not react in a way that compounds it and makes it harder for you to dig out of the hole by having this. What's the word?
I cannot believe
it's just too much.
He's tempestuous like this.
Already.
Like this.
I mean, think about it this way. He's been benched 2 of the last 11 games, if you think about it that way. Because the playoff game, like 2 of the last 11 games Alec Bohm has been able to play, and he's been benched.
Come on, man.
I agree,
you are
John.
a professional baseball player, not a child that needs your hand held every step of the way. They benched you because of your attitude. This must end now. You can contribute to this team. You might be the most dependable in a crunch type hitter we've got. If it's the 9th inning and we got a guy on second and we need to move him, I think maybe Alec Bohm's the guy that I don't know. I feel most comfortable will get a bat on the ball in that situation. But there's no way I have faith that he can be depended upon on a regular basis.
Right now,
I love him in that situation. I hate him on a daily basis if it's gonna be up and down and emotional.
Right.
He needs to figure out a way to put his priorities in order here.
Yeah, the thing about the emotion, some people listening might say, well, why is that such a big deal? Here's why I think it's such a big deal. Because I don't think it serves him well at all, and I think it actually detracts.
Yeah.
Like, if he acted out, but it didn't impact the way he played in the next at bat and the next at bat and then the next at bat, like whatever. It'd be a little annoying to say, but it wouldn't be that big a deal because it doesn't impact his future play. I am convinced the way he acts out impacts his future play because that tells me he's not dealing well with it mentally. Yeah. He's got to figure that out to be a better ball player. And look, he's a very important player on this team this year. I mean, you've had for years now, after Reese was out, you've had 3 options for who hits behind Bryce Harper, right-handed stick. You've had 3, and they're all kind of comparable. You got Bohm, you got Castellanos, and you got JT. They're all relatively comparable as hitters. But I do feel confident that Bohm is the best of those 3.
I mean, he hits 3 or 4. They have 2 lineups. He's either their 3 hitter or their cleanup hitter. Like, there you go. That's how important you are.
Team needs him. Until maybe someday they don't. And don't kid yourself. Just because they didn't trade him in the offseason doesn't mean they won't trade him this season. During the season, if they feel they can upgrade somewhere else, probably bullpen, slide Sosa in there and go attack it that way.
And especially if they talked to Alec, this is something that they had conversations about this offseason, and then they see him do this. It's like that only furthers a divide between you and the organization if you do that type of stuff.
It's a bad look for him. It really is. And I'm rooting for him. I like Alec Bohm, but I mean, come on, dude. 215-592-9494.
I think this bodes so poorly. I mean, doesn't it?
It's not good.
Realistically,
not good.
You're 7 games in, and you're whatever it was, 8 games in your bench, and that's now that sets a tone. I mean, do you think that he responds well from in pressure situations? In the past, it's been hit and miss on this front.
2 words, John. You ready? Here's what he needs. Honestly, dog mentality.
Okay,
that's what he needs.
Does he have that? Does he have that capacity?
Let's get Sirianni to talk to him, Ray.
Does he have the capacity for dog mentality?
I don't know
either.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a disappointing start this year. That's clear. And I'm not talking about his low batting average. I'm talking about the way he's reacting to it.
Yeah.
Because I think that feeds a further low batting average. Hey, by the way, reminder, you can listen to our show and watch our show. Watch our show on YouTube. We're on YouTube, our full show, other than Fridays when we're at Borgata. Monday through Thursday, see our show as it happens live right there on YouTube. Subscribe to Sports Radio 94 WIP on YouTube. Bang, there it is. And then also you can go back later in the day and watch it. So if you have to get out of your car at a certain point, going to work, going to school, whatever it might be, watch our show later. It's all there for you. And you can watch it anytime during the day. Let's go to Andrew in Ambler. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, everyone. How you doing?
Great, Andrew.
So, great series for the Phils.
Yeah.
You've brought it up many, many times. My biggest issue, yes, the timely hitting last year is what ultimately cost them, but we cannot ignore Jeff Hoffman and the bullpen last year in the playoffs.
Well, Hoffman was a disaster in the playoffs, but phenomenal in the regular season. And right now they're feeling the effects of his departure. They are.
Yeah. So my biggest negative to take away from this series, not negative, I suppose, but let's bring ourselves back down to earth, is the bullpen.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
It is troubling.
Yeah.
Andrew, did you play baseball growing up?
No. In South Africa, we don't have much baseball.
Yeah.
We're a big rugby country and a big soccer country.
That's what I thought. So when did you start caring about baseball?
So I don't know if I've mentioned it, but I came to the U.S. As a college tennis player. So that's when I started. So 2003. As soon as I got here, like my college sports really got me.
Good man. That's awesome. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Baseball is the American sport that you took the most to, huh?
Actually football, because I went to Troy State University and I was the same year as DeMarcus Ware and
Wow. No way.
I would have never known where DeMarcus Ware went to college.
Yeah.
Troy State. How about it? All right, Andrew, you can win the Phillies tickets for the game Tuesday of next week. Who or what represents something?
So you just said the words dog mentality. How about Rocky representing the dog mentality of Philadelphia?
That's not bad. Yeah, Rock and Philly dog mentality.
I like that.
Let me ask you this. Has Nick Sirianni or Jalen Hurts surpassed Rocky for dog mentality in Philadelphia?
I don't think so, but like for us now, I would say sure, but I think the 50 years that Rocky's had, almost 50 years, I think it still wins.
He's a fictional character, Joe.
Yes, he is.
But he
like
wins.
to point that out to you.
Rock.
There's a statue of him, Rhea.
There is a statue. There is. All right, coming up in 1 minute, something Bryce Harper. We hope there's a Bryce Harper statue someday. There could be. He's an all-time Phil. Obviously, they got a shot to win a title. He wants to do what the Eagles did earlier this year. Coming up in a minute, something Bryce Harper said over the weekend about the Eagles and about the Phils. You hear that coming up in just 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, I've been a patient of PI Dental now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. They're also the originators of PI Dental Center of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you are in good shape with your teeth, good for you. Keep it that way. Get to PI Dental Center for year-to-year maintenance. That's what I do. But if you've got a major issue with your teeth that requires a significant repair, know this. There's nowhere else you can be that'll do a better job. PI Dental Center. It's why people come from Europe for their phenomenal care. Right there to Fort Washington, right near Willow Grove. So get yourself to PI Dental Center. They're awesome, and they can fix you up. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Once again, visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. Well, the Eagles already did it this year, and we're hoping the Phils will win it all as well. Time will tell. Still got a long way to go, but they certainly should be a playoff team. James, how many games up on the Braves are the Phillies?
It's a good question. So 7-2, 1-8, 6.5. Would that be? Wow. So it would be 5.5 exactly.
That's a big lead.
Yeah.
That's a big lead. I know there's other teams in there like the Mets and all that, but I mean, as the Phillies are about to start a series with the Braves, that's
6 even. Yeah, 6 games. That's legit, dude.
I know it is.
That's a big way to start. Yeah.
Into the season. 9 games into the season. We're 6.5 games up.
Now, know this. Somewhere along the line, we're going to have that conversation in August. Do you even want to have the bye? We're going to get back to that conversation again because it has been tricky for some teams like the Phillies last year and the Braves the 2 prior years, get that bye and, stink up the joint. Of course, there's other teams that have won the World Series that way, so it can cut both ways. Bottom line is we hope the Phils win the World Series. Bryce, during the broadcast Friday night, this was during the game. He's playing right field, which I still can't stand this whole
first base.
Oh, first base. What am I saying? Right field. What am I, 3 years ago?
Used to.
Exactly. Here's Bryce during the game, and he wants to do what the Eagles did.
Jalen had such a great year. Obviously, Saquon had a great year. Had the boys playing over there, man. It was a lot of fun to watch, especially down that stretch in the playoffs. And, we root for each other and stuff like that. So hopefully we're going to be able to do the same thing they did. And, this city, there's nothing like it when we win, man. It's pretty electric.
Good stuff from Bryce.
Did you notice what name he led with? Not Saquon.
Jalen. Yes.
Jalen, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Look at you, James.
Great recognizes great, just saying.
By the way, John, I don't think it'll ever come to pro football because the nature of the game is different than a baseball defender standing out there on the field, generally not touching the ball that often. But how annoyed would you have been as a football player if your team comes to you and says, John, we struck a new deal with NBC, and you got to do an interview with the announcers during the game. Richie, Donovan McNabb doesn't want to do it. Why don't you take it on this week? How annoyed would you have been? I mean, it really is outrageous. It is outrageous that there's an interview during the game. All-Star game, fine. It's the All-Star game. It's a regular season baseball game.
Texture.
It does.
It adds a lot in some cases.
It does.
I mean, if the guy's into it, if the guy wants to be teaching something to everyone who's listening, he can.
I know.
And it really can be interesting. If the guy wants to be a dullard, then that's the problem.
Look, I do not dispute that it can be very interesting.
Usually
I agree with that.
it stinks.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's really intriguing. So, I mean, I guess I'll
No, I like it as a viewer. I want to be clear. As a viewer, I enjoy it. I'm not saying
Can I tell you as a sideline person?
Yeah.
I did. So you did the Soul Games.
Yeah.
I did the Soul Games.
Yeah.
And they said, all right, we're going to interview the coach during the game, and you have to interview him. I'm like, I got to do what?
Yeah.
And I thought that they would be really opposed to it. Great.
Well, so one thing about the Soul, they knew, unlike the NBA, that they still had to sell a product.
Correct.
So they really, I mean,
They
I knew
were great at it.
Clint Ozell, who was the coach.
That was the guy.
Clint's a great guy.
He was awesome.
And he got it. And but and look, I again, double-edged sword. Do I find the in-game interviews with the player on the field interesting? Of course I do. Do I think they should happen? No, I don't. I'm just being honest with you. I think it's too much. All right, Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. Visit arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Which NCAA tournament have you enjoyed more this year? Is it the men or the women? You can get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Let's talk to Jordan right now. Jordan, good morning.
Well, good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, morning show. How's everybody doing today?
Super, Jordan.
We're very difficult fans here in Philadelphia, and I feel like we constantly look for our sports teams to prove to us that they are worthy of our fandom. And the Philadelphia Phillies absolutely proved that. And I hope they silenced a couple of people who didn't like the lack of roster moves, because it shows how focus and a change of approach at the plate can make all of the difference. I thought this was a very encouraging series this weekend. I saw a lot of really phenomenal things at the plate, and I'm so happy the Toppers sat Bohm, because we're not daycare anymore. We don't have space for children on this club. These are serious professional ball players looking to win a championship. If you can't shake off a strikeout, you don't have a spot on the roster.
I agree.
So I'm really pleased with what he's doing there.
Listen, I agree with that, and I think Bohm better get his act together, or he could be gone. So he.
Yeah, I bought a $45 Alec Bohm jersey for me and my kid on sale because I didn't have a red pinstripes. I had every other jersey, didn't have red pinstripes. That's sitting in the closet right now. Might get a piece of tape over the back of it if they trade him, but I still want the guy to turn it around.
Yep.
He had a great run last year, a lot of extra base hits, so I remain hopeful there. I would say my biggest concern with the Phillies is Aaron Nola right now. Aaron's given us a lot of good years, but he is trending downward, and that start was not particularly encouraging. I didn't like the ball placement. I didn't like the velocity, and the guy's getting less movement on it. So we talked about the separation earlier today between Nola and Wheeler, and Wheeler's your day one starter, and Nola's the guy who's going to get buried in the rotation a little bit.
Yeah, no, listen,
Nola's our day 5 starter, day 4 starter.
Nola's a guy who has to really compete to get the ball in October. I mean, he'll probably get it, but we got to see Painter. We got to see Ranger.
I think that's crazy. I think we are getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here. It's frustrating.
Depends on how good the other guys are. I mean, Luzardo right now would have to get the ball.
Luzardo right now is my 2, but Aaron Nola's pitched 2 games.
I know.
And, man, I've seen Aaron have so much bite on his breaking stuff. It's just, I haven't seen it yet this year. And remember, he's better when it gets hotter. He's a guy from Louisiana. He likes it when it's sweltering, when the humidity's up. That's when he gets, I don't know, like the grip that he wants on the ball.
Here's what I'll say, though, to your point, Jordan, about trending down. And I'm going over 4 years here, so this is not a recent thing per se. But in the last 4 years, one of his years in 2021, he had a 4.63 ERA. And then in 2023, he had a 4.46 ERA. Those are average numbers. Average. 4.63 and 4.46. Now, the other 2 years, the other 2 years he was really good. 2022, he was 3.25. That's outstanding. And last year he was 3.57.
Well, unfortunately, this is lining up, so it's in every other year. 3-4, 3-4. Right now, we're lining up for the 4.5
and mid force. Yeah. That's not great. All right, Jordan, give me an answer, man. Who represents something?
The Grateful Dead represented the counterculture movement of the 1960s and the early 1970s.
That's a good answer.
The music, the electric Kool-Aid acid test, the concept of going on tour with a band, the music festival itself. They represented a generation, and that generation still lives on today.
They do. That's a good answer, Jordan, for sure. I like that answer a lot. 215-592-9494. All right, your reaction to everything we're discussing here today includes the Final Fours, both of them, men and women. It involves the Ovechkin goal and major accomplishment. How about it? The year after LeBron breaks the basketball record, Ovechkin takes down a big hockey record. That and more. Phone calls, obviously, primarily on the Phils. And your chance to win Phillies tickets for the game next Tuesday. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota.
Sell them for less.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Now serving Bucks and Montgomery counties. 267-650-3418.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary. Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by NHTSA. Put the phone away or pay. 39-year-old Florida head coach and data devotee Todd Golden has brought fresh thinking to the sidelines, including his rationale for not pulling players who draw 2 first-half fouls. Why pull starters early if you don't know whether they'll foul out? Golden asks, adding that all points count the same all across 40 minutes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council Lesson Fund. Fresh off their series win over the Dodgers, Phils will travel to Atlanta to face the 1-8 Braves, who are rearranging their rotation for the 7-2 Phillies. Atlanta had a rainout Sunday, so they've moved Chris Sale up to face the Phillies. He'll be opposed by Zack Wheeler. In the Phillies' back-and-forth 8-7 win over the Dodgers Sunday, LA starter Tyler Glasnow apparently cannot pitch in the rain. He came unglued in the third, loaded the bases, departed, and his replacement faced Nick Castellanos.
Garcia deals with the pitch. Blasted high and deep left field, and that is gone. Castellanos greets Vesia with his 8th career grand slam. And it's a 6-2 Phillies lead.
Scott Fransky, the call. You can catch the men's NCAA title game tonight between Houston and Florida right here on 94 WIP starting at 8:50 p.m. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor's building a better future today. Showers today, chilly, high 48. It's currently 41. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
I'll give them that. Good morning to you.
Kind of, yeah.
As Jim Nance would say.
Their songs are
friends.
significantly below average.
Yeah,
you really feel that
yes.
way?
100%.
I don't think you've listened to a lot of their songs.
Thank you. Probably heard like 5 Grateful Dead songs in your life.
Yeah. There's 1 or 2 that I know that I like, and otherwise I can do without all of them.
Yeah, we haven't heard any of them. So
I've heard them.
How do you know?
I'm listening to one right now. The song stinks.
Okay, good thanks.
Right? The song,
I am 100% with you.
Stinks.
Please.
All right.
I
So
have no problem knocking on your side when it comes to music opinions on this show.
All right. So tell me if you can be on the side of reason on this one, James. Everyone here, because I saw something this weekend that I've never seen before. I don't know what to make of it. I'm just going to throw it out to the Delaware Valley and someone tell me what in the world. And if you know the specific answer, if you were there, definitely tell me. Maybe it's just because the food's so good. McDonald's late night Saturday. This was
you did this.
Well, you're in training, all right.
Yeah, well, I tried.
McDonald's.
I tried to do it, John. So Saturday night, the McDonald's on Lancaster Avenue. I think they call it Rosemont. If not, it might be Bryn Mawr, but it's near Villanova. It's right down the street from Nova. There's a McDonald's. I have never before seen what I saw Saturday night. I don't know the exact time. Maybe 11:30, 11:15. I don't know what it was. There were at least 20 cars in the parking lot. I would tell you probably 30.
Was your car one of them?
Yes, but I never got to the front of the line. So I know that part's not good, John. I acknowledge that. But
what were you doing, man?
I wanted to eat McDonald's.
Too busy.
Well, no, I wasn't going to wait for
McDonald's at like 11:30.
It's not smart. I get that.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that. I cede to the court my
Isn't there a
my
college
culpability.
right there?
Well, there is, but I'm telling you, it was like 30 cars, and they were lined up, And then there were others waiting, and then there were others trying to weave their way into the line. And then, like, me and Amy are trying to, with an Uber driver, trying to weave our way through to get out the other side.
You had an Uber go to McDonald's?
Yes.
Oh, my God. This keeps getting worse.
Yes.
It's like everything you say is worse.
Well, you
than
flip,
the last one.
you flip the guy an
so
extra $5 or
embarrassed.
$10 and you get your Mickey D's.
This is unbelievable.
But in this case, it was like I didn't have to flip on the 5 or 10 because it was a 30-second pit stop and we just moved on. I'm just saying, what in the world is going on at that McDonald's? Maybe it's Villanova kids, Rosemont kids.
Yeah, it's a Friday night.
Yeah.
What in
But
the world
John,
are
you
you
can't
doing?
you can't understand how long this line
Getting
was.
in shape. Oh, sure I can. I live right by
There's
it.
no
I
reason.
see that.
There's
It's Friday
no-
night. It's crazy.
But you don't wait. This would have been, I'm telling you, this would have been at least a 40-minute wait.
Was there like a promotion
I don't
going
know.
on? Or
That's
did
why
they
I'm
just
asking.
start one of the new giveaways? Maybe there's something to it.
I didn't
but
know
I
what it
do
was.
think Friday night on a college campus at
I
the
know.
fast food place, you should be steering clear.
I should.
But instead, the 46-year-old is waiting in line with the 19-year-olds.
I didn't really
We
wait.
probably all have the munchies.
Yeah.
That's why they're
Probably, Rhea.
Come on.
But I'm just telling you, if you guys saw this line, you would be like, something don't add up here.
Huh.
It just,
That is strange.
was it a high school kid, like people getting together?
I don't know, but what, again, do you feel guilty?
Yes.
In it?
Yes.
Okay.
But I am picking it up,
Well,
John.
what is Amy doing? By the way, Amy driving? No, so okay, you're in the Uber. Is Amy
Complicit is the word you're looking for. Complicit.
Right.
Yes.
Is she reprimanding you or trying to talk you out of this decision?
Well, listen, when I want food late night, I'm going to get
What
food
were you
late
going
night.
to
Amy's done
get?
a poor
I
job.
don't know. But then I got it.
He was
Amy
going to
gonna
get
get
two
something?
Big
I
Macs
got it
like
for
he did the
breakfast
last
next
time.
morning. Delivery.
You got McDonald's delivered?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know a single person who gets McDonald's
Wait,
delivered.
you got McDonald's delivered
Because I had
Saturday morning?
Sunday morning, because I had the hankerings. I didn't get it Saturday night.
Joe,
Woke up with the hankering.
Aren't you supposed to be working out
Yes.
and training and
Yes.
eating the right things?
I'm doing better, actually, John.
Oh, yeah. Sounds
can
like
tell.
it.
Yeah, sounds like
No,
you're
Joe.
crushing it.
Yeah. You should be so
All
ashamed.
I was trying to find out is, does anyone know what's going on at that McDonald's? That's all I was trying to say. Now I got a different hole here.
You ordered McDonald's the day after.
Yeah.
The day after you know what? That's God trying to lead you down the right path.
I know.
That's God saying, you know what, Joe? That's not going to help.
You're right, John. Okay.
And so I will put a deterrent. I will put a roadblock in your way, preventing you from putting McDonald's in your mouth, DeCamera.
Joe's
probably
like,
gonna
no
get two
problem. I'll
Big
just get it
Macs.
tomorrow morning. It's
Oh,
fine.
yeah,
No big
sure.
deal. We're good.
Take that, God. Let
Easy.
me sleep, and I'll wake up tomorrow ready to go. Let's go to the phones. Let's get to Chuck in Cherry Hill. Chuck, what's going on, man?
You always have to listen to Rhea because she's always got the answer. She just said it. The whole campus had the munchies. Midnight, man. That's where they end up, buddy. Nothing better. Anyway, hey, listen, the Phillies, if you knew they were going to bat 176 for the weekend, you wouldn't think they'd take the series. But they did grind. They did run the bases. JT showing off. You know, it's funny. He was embarrassed about last year. You can't improve your arm speed. He was an 88 way back. He's 85 now. You can't improve that. You can improve your exchange. And that's what he worked on and reduced it from 6.6 to 6 flat. That's really impressive. And you can see that on Romano. He was 96 miles an hour in his four-seam, first 12 pitches. He's 92 now. So that's a problem. Now, he knows if there's an impingement or he's got a dead arm, but that shows up in arm speed. But, man, 96, 92, no wonder he's getting whacked around. And Ohtani, one of your callers said, well, hey, guess what? Take it back to 24. Ohtani is 6 for 35 the last 2 years, 171, and he doesn't grind. Look at his at-bats. It almost looks like he's given up. He's not in there for 6, 7, 8 pitches. You know, he's become an easy out against the Phillies, which is remarkable for 2 seasons. But, I mean, hats off. Sosa, you got to recognize. He's got a slow pitch average of 550. You know.
Listen, Sosa's really doing a nice job, man.
Yeah,
he really
that's
is.
all I got. Oh, yeah, the 64 gives us Beatlemania. I'll throw that out there for
Oh,
you.
you got it,
for
man.
sure.
64.
All right, buddy. Have a good day, guys.
All right, Chuck. Good call, buddy. Let's get to boy, I don't know how to say this name.
Anthonino.
Anthonino. Wow.
Wow.
I have never heard that name before. Anthonino, good morning.
How we doing today, guys?
What's up, Anthonino? I think Joe's bad at saying your name.
It is. He nailed it, though. Antonino. That's correct.
Thank you.
You got it.
Very
Hey, I just wanted to
unique.
say, Thank you. I want to say a few things. Just like running a good morning talk show, it takes the whole team to win a game, and that's what the Phillies showed this week.
Yeah, except for Romano.
Yeah, well, I agree with you there. That was hard to watch.
I know.
But hey, I can't talk too long. I just wanted to call in and give my answer to the question.
Sure.
So I think the symbol represents America, Philadelphia, and most importantly, maybe home runs, and that's the Liberty Bell.
Yeah.
The Liberty Bell. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, really good.
So we got that from the French, right? Did we get the Liberty Bell and the Statue of Liberty?
I think just the Statue of Liberty.
So where'd the Liberty Bell come from?
England? No, it wouldn't come from England.
I thought it was France also.
Maybe it might have
Wasn't
been.
it cast here?
I don't know.
They cast the Liberty Bell here.
Seltzer's quickly looking it up. We need Liberty Bell. I know they moved it during the Revolutionary War, which had to be a hell of a haul moving that thing.
So yeah, the bell was commissioned from a London-based firm in Pennsylvania. So it was made here. Yeah.
But we do have to kind of thank the British a little bit because some London firm is like, yeah, let's crank this up. Okay, so during the colonial days, and then becomes a symbol of let's kick the British ass. I like that. That's good stuff. Let's go to the phones and talk to Rick right now. He's calling from Easton. Rick, good morning.
Love you guys. Every time I hear this show, now I know why One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest wins your contest.
Wait, I don't even know why. Why is it?
Because you guys go back and forth and beat each other up. And I love
We
it.
do. We like to have some fun, man.
And by the way, John, real quick, I agree with you with Alec Bone, but did you mean to say impetuous or competuous?
Impetuous.
Thank
What is?
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like impetuous.
I thought he said tempestuous.
You gotta,
Maybe
tempestuous.
tempestuous.
You gotta spell it to be able to use it in a sentence, but you're a Stanford guy, so I love it.
Thanks.
So, real quick, this is going to be an interesting Phillies season that it's 162 games, especially after the Eagles had their turnaround so quickly and won the Super Bowl. This is a marathon. And, to defend Nola just a little bit, he does pitch much better when everybody else's tongue is hanging out in late June, July, and August. So I think we'll be okay there. But, I think we have to be careful still about using the team as a great team. It was a good weekend, but we have to hit better than 176 in the 3-game series.
Well, to be fair, you're not always going to be facing the Dodgers. I mean, there's no shame when they lost Saturday. What was it, 3-2?
That's true.
Like, that's not
No
shameful. You know what I mean? It's
No doubt. We got out hitting home runs 1-5. We're a home run team, but I get it. And we have to be a lot better when we have runners on second and third with nobody out. We got to stay away from the back-to-back strikeouts if we're going to be a great team.
They've had a couple of that this year. They have,
and we
for
have
sure.
to shore up the front end of the bullpen like you guys have been talking about. So here's my answer. It's the largest generational group that made our country what it is now. 76 million people. It ended the stress of World War II. We control 80% of the money. The economy changed around, and we changed the world population, the baby boomers.
Baby boomers. Well, hold on. They represent, I guess what he's saying, they represent
a generation, I think.
I guess.
That didn't sound very
I don't know.
enthusiastic.
I mean, I
have
think
no
the
idea.
better answer, they represented that a lot of adults wanted to have a lot of sex after World War II.
Nailed it.
I mean, I'm just saying it was celebratory
they're the
sex.
ones.
Just putting that out there. 215-592.
Just putting that out there.
215-592-9494. All right, let's go to Rob in South Jersey. Rob, good morning.
Joe, what's going on, man?
How are you, buddy?
It was a pretty good weekend for the Phils,
Yes.
I didn't get to see much, due to some family duties, but and I didn't get to watch Friday because I don't have the Apple subscription and I was busy. But overall, I don't want to sound like one of these fans who nitpick because they're 7-2, and yeah, they're not getting. I mean, I think they left maybe 15, 16 guys on base yesterday, despite scoring 8 runs. But Glasnow is a really good pitcher, and they got him out of there early. I like Rob Thompson, and I think he's a good manager. But much like you have said in the past, Joe, I think back to the Diamondback series, when you have your top 3 guys, Kirkering, Strom, and Alvarado, it is a fact that those are your top 3 bullpen guns. I know it's April, and I know it's early. And yesterday, it wasn't, if they lost, it wasn't the worst thing in the world.
Yep.
But when you're up 2 runs to the world champs, and you have those 3 guys available, and you throw out a guy who was struggled mightily in his 3 appearances, what are you doing?
Well, hold on, Rob. To be fair, you got to go through. So Sanchez was out after, was it 5 1/3 or 5 2/3? My point is, you got a lot of innings still to get through. I mean,
No. It was Sanchez went 5 2/3, and somebody got the 3rd out in the 6th.
Yeah.
It was 7th, 8th, and 9th. Romano started the 7th. My point is, you have Kirkering for the
Well,
7th.
who pitched on Saturday? I have to look that up. I'm sure that's got to be a
Alvarado
factor.
didn't pitch since Thursday, and Strahm didn't pitch since Friday. They were all available, Joe. They were all completely available.
Kirkering should have been in the 7th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rhea is correct.
No doubt about it.
Look, man,
Facing that part of the
I'll
lineup.
say this, Rob. Romano is either on the team and they're trying to make him a big part of it or not. I hear you.
The only
but
reason
I can't,
where I agree with the caller is they had Kirkering up so fast. They knew.
Well, they did know.
Like the minute he started
that's
throwing, they
fair.
were like, all right, he's done.
But Rob, hold on. One more thing, and this is, to me, key. Part of a manager's job is to not burn out his best relievers. I think it is probably the single most important thing. This is a big statement, but I'll say it. I think it might be true. I'll say this. It may be the most important thing a manager has to do during a regular season is manage his bullpen if you have a playoff team so that they're firing at or near their best in the postseason.
No, and Joe,
I remember in '93. It wasn't just Mitch. Like LA was he had fumes at the end of '93.
Roger Mason
also
was fine and should have come back out.
I know, but my point is, if you go to David West, Mitch Williams, and Larry Anderson as much as they did, I mean, guys, the Craig Kimbrell thing 2 years ago, part of that was he got overused during the regular season. Let's not forget, he was one of 2 Phillies All-Stars that year. He was phenomenal for 4.5 months. Phenomenal. The guy might make the Hall of Fame. Now, obviously, his career's kind of cooked. We know that now. But, I mean, this guy was a 9-time All-Star. 9 times. And Rob Thompson went to him too much. So, yes, you can prioritize that win yesterday and go with only the 3 guys you want, Rob. But that might not be a recipe for success in months down the road. I'm serious.
Joe, I also get it where, you want to, it's early in the season, so you can throw Romano in a big spot to see what he's doing. But I said this to you last year, and I'll say it again. One thing they have to add at the deadline, I forget, it might have been TK. You cannot add enough bullpen arms. And I don't care if the bullpen excels from now to July 30th. He better add 1 or 2.
I agree with that. Even if the starters move in the bullpen, I think they could use help there. Rob, give me an answer. Who or what represents something?
Did anybody say Gandhi yet?
No. Tell me what he represents. That's a big one, but representing what?
The Indian, again, my history is not the greatest with this one, but the Gandhi, that salt? What the heck did he do?
The Salt March.
The Salt March, yes.
You're not really answering the question, though. For you to win, you got to tell me what he represented, Rob.
Indian independence?
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Indian independence.
He got there.
He did. Indian independence from the British Empire. That's a big answer right there.
You could also, wow.
What?
Maybe peaceful protest.
Well, that's
it. For sure.
That's so.
Absolutely.
John, Martin Luther King Jr. was in Philadelphia. I think he was 19 years old. I think he was 19. He hears a speech about Gandhi. And it's what triggered in his, and it happened in Philly because I read an incredible book last year on MLK. And it triggered in his, he was like, wow, I really like this. I like this thing this Gandhi guy did.
He likes the peaceful protest?
The peaceful protest thing.
Wow.
Martin Luther King got from studying Gandhi.
How about that?
And specifically heard a speech in Philadelphia.
How about
that?
that?
It's a thing we should be proud of as a city that it happened here and he traveled
I'd
here
say
and
so.
heard a speech here. And yeah, it's pretty cool.
Wow.
Changed the world. Both of them changed the world.
Absolutely.
Gandhi and MLK.
That colored his path.
Yeah.
It made him
pretty
aware of this idea.
Because you think
really
about
cool.
it. So Gandhi got killed, I think, in 48, maybe something like that. And then, MLK cranked up a lot of stuff in the 50s and 60s, obviously.
Yeah.
So 215-592-9494. All right, let's listen to Nick Castellanos. It was a big, big series win by the Phillies. I mean, look, it doesn't mean they're going to win the World Series, but I hope it means that everyone listening knows they have a real chance to win the World Series. Phillies are a great team. I know not everyone wants to take that on and say they'll definitely say they're great. I believe they're great. I do. I think the Phillies are a great team. I think they proved it this weekend. I think they're going to prove it throughout the course of this regular season. It was a big series win. Nick Castellanos afterwards. I think this was here on WIP with Scott Fransky, I believe. Here's Castellanos after the game.
For us, as announcers, for the fans, certainly there's a lot kind of baked into this facing the Dodgers. Do you guys get any more juice for something like this?
I mean, to say no, I'd be lying a little bit. It is just another series, but I mean, to be able to play the defending world champions, series at home, obviously they're somebody we're going to have to go through if we're going to be able to accomplish our ultimate goal, which is to finish on top. So, I mean, it was a good series. We played really well.
I like that he didn't
shy from it. I feel the same way.
right?
Most players would be like, "Oh, just not," and he even references. He's like, I'm supposed to say just not." I love that,
I did
man,
too.
because it's not. They're the Dodgers,
Right?
Like it matters. So I loved it because most players would not do that.
Correct.
Yeah, he was really wise there. You know, sometimes he gets a little out there.
Oh,
Scooby Doo.
You think?
Yeah,
And
that
then
was
some
really
days he's
sharp.
Just the best interview.
Well, it can
Sometimes.
be. Listen,
He's all over the place.
look, here's my thing with Castellanos. When they win, I'm highly entertained by the whole thing. When they lose, I'm highly annoyed by the whole thing. I mean, I hate to be so,
There's not many of the athletes who speak after a loss that I'm very pleased
No,
with.
but his answers feel particularly
Annoying.
offset when he's talking nonsense after a loss. Although I did think he handled it well in the clubhouse last year after the Mets series. I thought he stood up there and said some good stuff. But when they win, like John, the past couple of years when the Phillies were going on those playoff runs until they met their demise, and they were fun weeks, the John Clark interviews on NBC Sports Philadelphia with Castellanos were must-see TV. It's like the Phillies would win the game. John Clark would beeline it to Castellanos because he knew he'd get a great interview, and like crazy stuff was said, and it was fun. All right,
Yeah, I did like that.
I like that a lot. I want I want a long October, John. God, can you imagine if we got a second title in the same year? It really could happen.
Yeah, and I think that the path to that concept, we're all aware the bullpen's going to have to be addressed.
Yeah.
You know, it just feels like
it's
sort of the flaw.
It's lagging
right now.
Yeah.
That's the flaw.
It's
But
lagging
it
for sure.
can be addressed. And Kirkering doesn't feel like Kirkering doesn't feel like it's gotten to where they expected him to get. Am I off base on that?
Well, look, he was
Kirkering-
really good last year. He struggled in the postseason. We'll see. He's clearly one of their better ones, but it was disappointing to see him come in yesterday and give up that big hit to the wall.
I agree. And there was such high hope. There was, and it feels like now it's year after year. Now in his third year, that's crazy to think about because it still feels like he's this new up and comer.
He's still only 24 for what it's worth. He's still really young.
Well, that's
from
good.
in like baseball terms.
It
you know?
So am I off base saying it feels like he should be, I don't know, like more reliable and dependable at this point, or has he done?
I think he's been
that job.
All you could hope he. I think
Really?
he's been all you could hope he could be.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
so
clear
far.
they think of him in high leverage.
Well, that's
because
the
they put
thing.
Romano out there before him.
He's been so high leverage from the jump. It feels like more dominance should have just been part of
I
that.
think he's fine. I mean, I think Kirkland's fine. I mean,
All right.
tell you what, he better be because they need somebody to be.
Well, yeah.
215-592.
He's got a career 2.20 ERA, so
That's
yeah,
great.
It's pretty damn good.
That's
Yeah.
really good. You know what, though, James? I've long believed relievers do get.
But yeah, killed on that.
No,
It's
well,
tough.
no, I was going to flip it the other way. The relievers, because relievers come in to close out innings sometimes that have started, it helps them have lower ERAs.
Sure, because they give
Yeah.
up unearned
I mean, all-
runs that aren't earned to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll
I
happen
mean,
for
that's
sure.
huge.
It is.
I mean,
No,
Kirkland
for
gets
sure.
in and the guy
But
rocks
then on the
him.
flip side, they also, if they give up their own runs, like give up 3 runs in an inning, it takes such a long
It
time for them
does.
to get that ERA back down.
It does. That's right. All right, 215-592-9494. Time's yours and more calls as well next on 94 WIP. All right, only 2 teams left in college basketball. 2 teams to go. And you can get in on the final game of the college basketball season. It's happening tonight. Get in with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Find a bet or bets within the game tonight, College Basketball National Championship, and lock it in at FanDuel Sportsbook. A $5 bet and a win will get you $200 in bonus bets. I'd call that a win-win. So many ways you can bet the game tonight. Of course, you can also apply, bets to other things like Major League Baseball today. Of course, our local team in baseball back at it tomorrow versus Atlanta. I mean, all these sports are there. Hoops still going on in the pro variety, college, hockey, pro hockey as well. All the sports, all the games, all available at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer to make every moment more for the final game of the college basketball season with FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here. Tomorrow,
Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
At the wall, it's gone! Into the hedges!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hola, amigos. Brandon is here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The NL East is stacked with heavy hitters this year, but the odds makers have it wrong. The Mets might be getting all the hype, but don't sleep on Philadelphia. The lineup is dangerous from top to bottom, and they got October experience to back it up. The Phillies to win the NL East is plus 110. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this part-time hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For a limited time while supplies last. Valid in store only. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
It's tax time again, and this year, you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org and the Educational Income Tax Credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring.
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes, that's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind and stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the umps calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here.
The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated, because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon Pass Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies are off after taking their 3rd consecutive series to start the season. That's the first time that's happened in 14 years. A big series win over the previously unbeaten Dodgers, winning Sunday 8-7 in a game that went back and forth. Phils ultimately pulling ahead for good in the 8th.
Ground ball, left side. Muncy takes the second hop. Pete's second for 1. Throw to first. Not in time. Sosa digs it out, and the Phillies have the lead. It's 8-7.
Scott Fransky, the call. Phillies will open a series in Atlanta tomorrow. Men's NCAA championship game tonight between Houston and Florida will be carried live here on 94 WIP starting at 8:50 p.m. 5-4 windows. Get 4 free. Pay nothing till 2027. Now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com. Showers, chilly, a high of 48. It is currently 41. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comes set. The runner goes. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second. He is safe. Oh, so close. Turner with the tag, and we'll see if the Phillies want to challenge the call at second base. They do. Here's the call.
Field's overturned. Runners out.
Yeah. Ball game is over. How about that?
Well, that was awesome. That was Friday night. And this is John Lennon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so sometimes people are ladies and gentlemen, and sometimes they're quite rude. Why do I say that? Starting probably later this week, we're going to have a new segment. Real-time comments, John, that come in with our YouTube show. I mean, there's shows now on YouTube. Like YouTube, we're visual and audio and the whole deal. It is an James. Because I think a lot of the comments will be the rude variety.
People aren't chiming in to be like, hey, guys, you look great today.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll take the compliments.
Please.
I mean, Lord knows I need them. But I'm just saying.
I don't think there'll be many.
No, I don't either. But anyway, just we'll get that going later this week. And, we'll have some fun with it. I'm sure there'll be some complimentary things and some not so complimentary
things.
Been
on Twitter recently?
Yeah. And what do you notice? Tell us what you notice when you watch our show.
Today's picture.
Oh, what do you got back there?
Hakeem Olajuwon in honor of
for Houston, yeah. Of course, he was a loser there. He lost to Patrick Ewing.
Wasn't a loser in Houston.
No, I know. I'm joking around. Hakeem was an all-timer. He was Akeem back then.
I know.
But lost to Ewing in the 84 national championship game. But yeah, Houston. And actually, let's get to our Twitter poll question of the day as we get ready for the NCAA tournament. Final game of the season tonight, the men's finals. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's selection of premium one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Obviously, Hakeem was not a loser at all. I was only joking because I'm a Georgetown fan, and that's who the Hoyas beat in 84.
I have an autographed basketball from
Patrick?
Hakeem. No, from Hakeem.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
And you met him in person?
I got it, like 25 years ago.
What was he like?
Oh, unbelievable. Like, I know it was just, it was part of a charity thing. Like, he didn't sign it for me, but I knew it was signed by him.
Yep.
So it was pretty cool because Phi Slam a Jam.
Oh,
it's just the best.
Huge.
Jack Clyde.
Yeah.
You know,
and of course, the three centers in the NBA for all those years with Ewing, Olajuwon, and David Robinson.
Yeah.
And then eventually Shaq. Yeah. By the way, Jokic, guys, I got to tell you, he's high up there.
And Olajuwon beat Shaq.
Jokic is so clearly the best player in the NBA.
Dude, he's up. He might be the greatest offensive center, like maybe of all time, like since Wilt, whatever, like Kareem, like he is up there in terms of like greatest offensive centers who've ever played.
Numbers are sick.
He did another one last night. He had 21 points. He's carrying my fantasy basketball team. He had 21 points at the end of the first quarter. But let me just fire this up real quick. Last night, Jokic, let's get this going here. Jokic last night he goes for 41, 15 rebounds, 13 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. John, the guy is a machine. And I'll put
and
it.
He's
averaging.
Dependable. He's always up and ready to play.
Do you know what he's averaging? He's averaging for the season 12.8 rebounds and 10.2 assists. So he's averaging a triple double with 30 points a game.
Yeah,
averaging.
And I'll say this to go back to the centers we were talking about there 2 minutes ago. So he has not passed Shaq and may not. And he and Olajuwon, that's debatable.
Yeah, I think he's past Robinson for sure.
But he is clearly better than David Robinson and Patrick Ewing.
Yeah,
definitely
Robinson.
Clearly better than those guys. All right, and I loved all those guys. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Time's yours coming up in a few minutes. Brian right now in New Jersey. Good morning, Brian.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Actually, Brian, I'm sorry, buddy. Hang on 1 second. I'm good. I want to get back to the Twitter poll. I told you. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet.
We're coming to you, Brian. Don't worry.
Forgot to get to the results. Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's selection of premium one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, John, how do you think people voted? Which NCAA tournament have you enjoyed more this year? Is it the men or the women? How did people vote, John?
I really have no clue on this one. I'm going to guess it's close to 50-50 because of the new popularity of the ladies game. So 45% say the ladies.
76% say the men.
Yeah, no Caitlin Clark.
So a 3/4. But you know what?
Difference. It made
That's
a big difference.
still growth for women's college basketball.
100%.
Because 5 years ago, they would not have sniffed a quarter of America. That's pretty good.
So is it now retracting, though? Is this going in the wrong
compared
direction?
to last? No, not really.
Yeah, I think
just Caitlin Clark was unique. It was a unique situation.
Generational.
But generally, women's are trending up and men are trending down. There's some of that on both sides. All right. Brian in New Jersey. Brian, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, guys?
Good.
What's up, Brian?
Not much. So I have an answer for why McDonald's was probably so busy this weekend.
Yes.
The Minecraft movie.
Yeah, there was
It was a big hit for what it's worth, but
which had a huge 25 and under was 64% of the audience, and of course they have a McDonald's Happy Meal tie-in with Minecraft. So I'm sure every kid. Every teen and every young adult was probably going to get these things. Just
Brian, that's a
joke.
great point. Sometimes those toys really up the
little
ante.
late for the kids.
That's what
right?
I'm saying too.
11:30 or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, how old is
it's like
Minecraft for?
College kids want to go
My
get
son
some
went. He's
Minecraft
15.
stuff.
Yeah, but that game's been around for like what? 15,
High school
20
kids.
years. Yeah, so they're probably going.
College
and,
kids.
Okay.
Yeah,
they're into it.
And they were also, if you look on TikTok, they were like kind of going as a lark, like as a joke, and like just like making fun of the movie as they were seeing it for memes and stuff. Kind of like when they all dressed, like all the Gen Z kids dressed up in Suits and went to see Minions 2 a couple years ago.
Well, you're talking about so much I know nothing about. There are things I know about in life, and then there are things I know nothing about.
Yeah, I'm 49, but I have like 20-something-year-old friends, which is stupid. But I know all this dumb stuff.
That is strange, Brian. You got 20-something. Yeah. So you've got friends. Do you hang out with the friends and go out?
It's work and stores that I go to.
But you are in the know, so congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you for filling us in.
All right, Brian, give me an answer. Who or what represented something?
I'm going to say, since I'm Gen X, and the guy was talking earlier about baby boomers, I'm going to say Kurt Cobain is Gen X representation.
I already said Cobain. You got to give me a different answer.
Never mind. I got
All
nothing.
right, buddy. I got nothing. Famous last words of some people. Think anyone ever said that before being executed? I got nothing. It's like, all right, fry that guy. I got nothing.
I don't think so.
Maybe you brought more to the table. We won't fry you.
Got nothing.
The nihilist would say, I've got nothing.
Who?
The nihilist.
Look at you, the NIL
So
word.
I would go nihilist. It's nihilist. Is that how it's pronounced? I always said nihilist.
I think maybe it's
Look
both.
at this. All right, Rhea, you heard another explanation for the McDonald's?
I heard there were a lot of proms in that area, which would make sense because they're kids in cars.
Yeah.
I think that the younger teens for the Minecraft thing, don't have cars.
John, I'm guessing you didn't go to McDonald's after prom.
No, maybe. I don't remember going to McDonald's. I don't remember. We did, other things.
Other things.
Not at McDonald's.
You said that in such an intriguing way, John.
Mm-hmm.
Other things.
John was big man on campus, back when he was really cool. Now he just hangs out with us mere mortals in the world.
No, those there were a lot of woods in Mechanicsburg.
Okay,
so it was more like an outdoor retreat.
Let me ask you a question.
Which is what girls want to go to in a long dress.
Well, I mean, if you're with John Ritchie, they might. John, was it cool to be cool? I mean, you were the guy, man. You were the guy on camp. Maybe not at Stanford, because in Stanford, you Tiger Woods and all that. But in high school, you were the guy. And that had to be so. I mean, the rest of us, we don't know what that's like. I don't know what it's like to be the guy. That had to be pretty cool, right?
I mean, I really, honestly,
you getting all shy over there.
Yeah, it's like
he's clamming up. He realizes he's on video right now.
It's called humility, Joe. You can take a lesson. How about it?
I don't know. I think he's not sure how to answer this, John. What was it like to be the guy?
I felt really lucky.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, because I didn't choose to be, 6'2", 250,
right?
Fullback, linebacker size.
I
was able to control how hard I worked. And for whatever reason, everyone loved the fact that I was able to hit people with my face really hard.
Yeah.
And so that's it. I mean, I love to do that, hit people. And everyone's saying you get rewarded for hitting people and you're cool for hitting people. So it was just a self-rewarding situation where I felt really lucky. Like what on earth did I do to be good at something that everyone really loves?
That's a pretty good answer, man. Pretty good answer. With that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Hey, a reminder, the College Basketball National Championship is going to be on WIP here tonight. So Houston and Florida squaring off. Tip-off, I believe, is at 8:50. College Basketball National Championship. You can listen to it tonight right here on WIP. All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Yeah, Jordan Romano is horrible. I think I would rather have former Division VI pitcher Jack Fritz out there than Romano.
Wow. Well, I like this D6 thing. It's kind of taken off.
The truth of the matter is Aaron Nola really hasn't been very good the last couple of years, and I feel like he's deteriorating before our eyes, and we got 7 years of these lethargic, crappy, 3 runs over 6 inning type outings time after time.
Now, hold on a second here. James, how many years is he under contract for?
So it was a 7-year, and I think so it was 7 years, so I guess it's 6 more, including this year, right?
I think that's right.
I think so.
So this year plus 5 more.
After this year.
How do you feel now, Joe?
Oh, man, that is Yeah. Oh boy. Okay.
I get paid to hit baseballs. 8th grand salami for number 8. Bryce's double was so cool. The view was from behind home plate, and he had ties on a carousel. That was unbelievable. And Senor Sosa, muchas gracias. Keep it up.
Good work.
Joe DeCamera, stop talking about music. Your favorite song is We Are the World, the most boring song ever conceived in human history with about a spark of human talent swimming throughout it. Stop talking about the Grateful Dead. You don't know what you're talking about. They make good music. You stink.
Tell him.
Well, that's absurd. I mean, first off, We Are the World's a great song. I didn't say it's my.
It's not your favorite song.
No.
But
Battle
your
Hymn
favorite
of the
song is
Republic.
so much worse than We Are the World.
Well, I did not say the Battle Hymn of the Republic is my favorite song. I said I think it may be the best song. It may be.
So
John.
what is your favorite song?
I got to think about that for a moment.
It better not be The
Africa's up there.
Rose.
No, I do like The Rose. Toto's Africa is up there. You got to admit, Africa's great.
I like Hold the Line
Yeah.
better by Toto.
Okay. All right.
Never
Well,
really liked Africa.
favorite, maybe the Preps fight song. I like that one. And with that,
Oh.
time's yours. How about that?
What?
What's the Eagles song? How's
Fly, Eagles, fly.
What's
That's what
the
you're looking
yeah,
for.
is that what it's called? Yeah, maybe,
Bro.
maybe Fly Eagles Fly. I like that one too.
What's the Eagles song?
And I
That
forgot
can't be
for
your
a second.
favorite.
I thought
You're not allowed to
I
have
had Go
that be your
Birds in my
favorite.
Drop
mind.
of the week,
I
James.
couldn't get Go Birds out of my mind. I'm like, wait a minute, it's not called Go Birds. What's it called? All right. And the 10-9-8 76ers, that song also. I'm digging a bigger hole. With that, time's yours. Definitely shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
So
All
you
right.
really don't know what your favorite song is. I mean, I guess it is hard
No,
to
I don't
answer
off the
that question.
top of my head, I don't have one song that
Probably no one. It
Well,
it
some
is
people
hard to
do.
answer. Jimmy, you know what your favorite song is?
Ballad of Curtis Lowe.
Oh, all right. He knows.
What
That
do
is
you-
a good song.
What do you got, John?
Really good song.
It's my favorite song.
That's a great song. Maybe that's up there for me.
What do you got?
I don't really know. Probably, let's go Castles Made of Sand by Jimi Hendrix.
Okay.
Great song.
Ray, you got one?
Otis Redding, Try a Little Tenderness.
Yeah, I don't have one, but I'll
You got
I'll
one.
try to dig. Maybe Tupac's. How do you want it? Big fan of that. All right, I'll tell you what I'm also a big fan of. I mean, when a Philly hits a grand slam, we can't play the audio enough. I got to hear the casting. I know this didn't solve the game because then the Phillies lost the lead and then they came back and won it a different way. But I was shocked to find out this was Castellanos' first grand slam, John. Because
Phillies.
with the Phillies, yes, because he's hit a lot of home runs here. This is his fourth
He
year now.
has.
But he's got 8 or 9 for his
Wow.
career, but he never hit one here. Here's Castellanos yesterday.
Vesia deals in the pitch. Blasted high and deep left field, and that is gone. Castellanos greets Vesia with his 8th career grand slam. And it's a 6-2 Phillies lead.
Yeah. The only
That's
question,
so awesome.
What?
It was impossible for me to not make a face when we heard that play. Didn't it make you grit your teeth oh yes?
It did not for me, but I appreciate your intensity. I
all
like
right.
it. Yeah.
Well, that's amazing.
It was great. It was and
that feeling is going to carry this
Okay.
team.
Well, I
that
like that.
feeling should carry us, even when things might not be the greatest.
You know
When
what's going to
things take
carry
a
them tomorrow?
downturn,
Zack Wheeler carries them tomorrow.
for sure.
Take a 7-game lead on the Braves tomorrow. I'm just saying.
I'll take that. Believe it.
All right, let's quickly turn to here. We're looking for who or what represented something. Phillies tickets on the line for the game tomorrow. For the game Tuesday of next week. All right, we're turning to quickly. Alex in Bristol. Alex, who or what represented something? Alex,
The 2008. Yep.
go ahead,
Can you hear
buddy.
me?
Yes, sir.
2008 election of Barack Obama.
Okay, give me the represented what?
It represented hope and change for the minority community.
Absolutely right. That's right, Alex. Appreciate that phone call. All right, we're turning too quickly. Rich in Upper Darby. Rich, give me an answer of a person or a thing and what it represented.
That would be Dick Allen.
Represented what?
He represented a long time coming of the tenacity of the Philadelphia faithful to make sure that he went into the Hall of Fame, which he richly deserved. And plus, I'm named after him.
You got it, Rich. Appreciate that call. All right, we're going to David in Wilmington. David, give me an answer.
How about the American flag and freedom?
That's a big answer,
too. Yeah.
This is
No idea how to
Way
do
to
this
go,
one
Joe.
today.
No, that's a great answer,
this
man.
is really getting out of control.
Wow.
All right, one more. Jay, give me an answer. Who or what represented something?
Mark Zuckerberg and the technical revolution of social media, Facebook, and everything else that has transformed the world.
Well, now we got a bigger problem because now we got another one to add on.
I'm going the American flag and freedom.
Oh, man. I mean, what?
It's hard to argue with that. It's a great answer.
It's a great answer. It's a great answer. I mean, we got Obama, we got Rosa Parks, we got the Liberty Bell, we got Rocky with dog mentality, we got Gandhi with freedom and independence in India, we got the American flag. I mean, what are we doing here?
My vote is American flag and freedom. It's just concise.
You know what? That's fine. Look, they're all great answers. I mean, I feel like a schmuck.
Yeah.
I'm not voting against
There are a
any
lot
of them,
great
but
ones.
that's fine. The flag is
good.
The flag's a great answer. I don't know what to say, man. You're twisting me in a knot here with this one.
It's really
David,
solid.
We all went with silly stuff, and you decided to go with Martin Luther King. And once we did that, we looked like idiots.
Then we were off to the races with all sorts of different stuff. All right, David, the flag and freedom. You got it, buddy. Hey, everyone have a spectacular rest of the day. No Phils tonight, but enjoy the college basketball national championship. Tomorrow, we get a day closer to the NFL draft. We'll start cranking that coverage up more and more this week. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Talk to you tomorrow on 94 WIP.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesearch.com today.
Only 2 teams remain, but you could still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Because right now, new customers get $200 of bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Give me the over tonight. The tournament action at its peak. FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and get on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sports. But that's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicken Coops. Our selection of seasonal cocktails make any meal better. Come sip and enjoy our bourbon cherry lemonade, made with small batch bourbon, muddled fruits, and refreshing juices. What a winner! Is fruit your flavor? Try a watermelon shandy cocktail. A smoky grapefruit with mezcal and fresh lime. Or sip and enjoy a very berry martini. All pair perfectly with our seasonal menu features. Come sip and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneak-a-peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. As impressive as Florida was Saturday night in overcoming Auburn behind Walter Clayton Jr.'s unreal shooting, Houston topped it with their miracle comeback against Duke. I like the Cougars' emotional momentum and top-rated defense to carry them past the Gators tonight. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Blasted high and deep left field, and that is gone. Castellanos greets Vesia with his 8th career grand slam. And it's a 6-2 Phillies lead.
A heck of a call from Scott Fransky and a heck of a series win for the Phillies. Welcome on a midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillo, Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. A ton of Phillies to get to as they take 2 out of 3 from the previous unbeaten Dodgers. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. In the immortal words of Belle Biv and DeVoe, never trust a big button to smile.
Okay. Sometimes I have a sense just of where you're going to go with the Daily Douglas, and sometimes I don't. I have just no idea what
I
you're.
just felt that I just speak what's on my mind, man, and that song was in my head, and I just thought about those keywords that you say in the song. Never trust a big brother smile.
I get it. You know what? I like that you're speaking what's on your mind, because
that's what's on my mind on a daily.
That's what we do here on WFP. 215-592-9494. Let me tell you what's on my mind. I got to tell you, and I didn't want to. I wanted to caution myself going too far, but I can't hide how I feel. The Phillies feel a little different. They feel a little different. That was a really fun series. It had an October feel to it. Back and forth all weekend. Luzardo on Friday, JT with the two guys he threw out on Friday night, especially to finish the game there. But I'm telling you, this felt different over the weekend. Now they lost the game Saturday, but yesterday, back and forth. And what stuck out to me and continues to stick out to me, Hugh, more than anything else with the Phillies right now, we know their starting pitching is good.
Mm-hmm.
We know they have some bullpen issues. We'll get to that. Romano is obviously an issue right now. And the Alec Bohm thing is top of mind as well. But in terms of the big picture, what's standing out to me is all offseason, all spring training, they talked about chase rate, right? They talked about laying off of bad pitches, working pitches, grinding at-bats. And Hugh, they wake up today, and they're the best team in baseball in terms of doing that right now. They have the lowest chase rate in baseball. The Dodgers have some nasty pitchers. And all weekend, they laid off. And I think about that grand slam we came in with there with Castellanos yesterday, okay? And here's how they got there. Walk, single, walk, grand slam.
Glass now helped that out.
He did, and the rain did too. But then last year, the Phillies would have swung at some of those pitches. They didn't yesterday. Hugh, I'm excited after this weekend. How are you feeling? It feels to me like the Phillies are different early in this season. Hugh, what are you feeling after the Phillies take a series over the Dodgers?
I feel the same. And I think yesterday was like a small sampling of what we want the Phillies to be. To your point, Glasnow was a mess.
Yes.
When the rain started coming down.
Can we get him here in October with the crowd on him?
When the rain started coming down, he started to melt away, almost like he was made of sugar, when the rain was hitting him. So you have that, and the patient at-bats that guys had. Trea Turner had some impatient at-bats.
Yes, he did.
That is what looked different to me. Now, I'm going to long talk just a little bit.
Okay,
because it's early. It's early, but when you talk about the way that they were able to play and some of the fundamental things that they tried to set out to do that they accomplished, then you feel good about this team. And it's funny, right? Because watching those games the other 3 days, seeing the emotion that the people had, the excitement that the people had, it was a playoff atmosphere, and it just made me think, and I'm not being petty. I'm not being petty at all, but
Don't be petty on a Monday.
No, I'm not being petty, but I just thought it was kind of ironic how we were fully engaged and the people were fully engaged. And I guarantee you there were a few sprinkled in the crowd, well, probably quite a few, that when we talked about how you feel about this team early in the season, everybody said, I got my hands crossed, the fingers crossed, or whatever, or arms crossed, I should say. And they weren't really invested. Yes, you are. That series, if you weren't invested, if you were one of those people that said you were on the fence before Friday, guess what? You're off the fence now.
There was an atmosphere in that building.
Yeah.
I mean, when JT was pumping his fist when he threw the runners out on Friday night, and Luzardo, when he came off the mound in his last strikeout, pumping his fist.
They knew how important this was.
Yeah.
And like I said, as a player, you take it like you take any other game. It's April. It's still early. But when you walk into that stadium and you see those fans and everybody's excited, it changed things. And they got excited. And they played like the team that we knew they could be. Now you just got to keep it going. Like you have a small sampling size of what you could potentially be. Now just keep it going. That's all you have to do.
Well, keep playing good baseball, and the Phillies are right now. 215-592-9494. Did the series win over the Dodgers show you that this Phillies team is different? And I try to guard against early season changing, going too far with, hey, it looks different.
But you're emotional.
I am.
You're an emotional wreck.
It is a small sample, but it's starting to add up because it was easy to say for me, at least. The first couple series, the Nationals pitching other than Gore, not very good.
They were playing tomato cans.
Tomato cans, exactly. Yes, they were playing tomato cans. The Rockies have tomato cans. But then the Dodgers rolled in. And you know what? Yamamoto's not a tomato can, and Sasaki's not a tomato can. And Glass,
he's young, though. He's young. He was a young guy.
But he's got good stuff.
He does.
Glass now, although he's obviously a big baby, and the weather bothered him yesterday, he's got great stuff. Like, these guys are big-time pitchers. And the Phillies worked 11 walks yesterday. 11 walks. They haven't had 11 walks in a 9-inning game in 15 years. So this is not normal what they're doing right now. Best chase rate in baseball. Let's go through the weekend, talk about it. 215-592-9494. Let's start off before the whole thing started. It was Bryce Harper. I love that he said this. He kind of set the stage with, the Dodgers are the class of baseball, but that's all right. We'll take them on.
I don't know if people like this, but I feel like only losers complain about what they're doing. I think they're a great team. They're a great organization. That's why guys want to go there and play. LA's a great city to play in, obviously. They're at the mecca of kind of the world of everything, right? From food to nightlife to sports, from the Dodgers to the Lakers to anybody. So, they're going to continue to get guys. They're going to continue to pull guys from, the sport. And if that's bullpen, starting pitching, international players, anything like that, they're doing what the Dodgers do.
He's right. The Dodgers have become what the Yankees were 25 years ago, right? Like, they're the standard in baseball. So, like,
they're the mecca of all sports, though. Is LA?
I don't know.
When he said,
really,
no.
Yeah, he might have went too far with that. Yeah,
that it's funny, and I'm sorry.
You picked out that.
Pandering leaked over to LA.
That bothered me a little bit. All right, LA is the mecca for sports.
What is? Is there one? I mean, Boston had that 10 years ago, right?
Well, it's like when I think of great sports towns, it's not like LA's in my top 5.
Well, the Lakers don't win enough.
Well, I mean, it's not that. It's just when I think of great sports cities.
Oh, you mean like fans?
Yeah.
Oh, then they're not.
Yeah. Because I think maybe off the top, I'm thinking Kansas City's a good sports town. Cleveland.
Well, here.
Yeah. Of course.
Here.
Here.
Goes without saying.
Yeah.
So, but he's right in that we got to stop making excuses. Like, the Dodgers spend a lot of money. We got to go beat them. Like, they are the standard in baseball. They're going to spend the most money. Deal with it. Everyone's got to deal with it. The Phillies didn't beat them this week 2 times. How about JT? A little tongue-in-cheek before the series, but then it was fun to watch it play out.
It's the first weekend in April, but is there any added juice for the Dodgers coming in this weekend? I don't know. I heard they were unbeatable, so we should know. I don't think so. I mean, we want to win every game. Every game's important. Obviously, they're a great team over there, so we're excited for the challenge. It's going to be fun.
Well, it was fun, and they beat him 2 out of 3. A big part of the reason the grand slam yesterday by Nick Castellanos. Here's Casty after the series was wrapped up, and the Phillies took 2 out of 3.
For us, as announcers, for the fans, certainly there's a lot kind of baked into this facing the Dodgers. Do you guys get any more juice for something like this?
To say no, I'd be lying a little bit. It is just another series, but to be able to play the defending world champions, series at home, obviously they're somebody we're going to have to go through if we're going to be able to accomplish our ultimate goal, which is to finish on top. So, it was a good series. We played really well.
Yeah, of course he'd be lying if he said there wasn't more meaningful. It was more meaningful. We talked about that on Friday. It played out over the weekend. 215-592-9494. Did the series win over the Dodgers show you that this Phillies team is different? It's starting to pile up now, especially the at-bats. That's what's got me more than anything. They're having good at-bats. Trea and Castellanos, guys that typically have crappy at-bats, are having good at-bats. And then you add in, Harper and Schwarber, who always have good at-bats. They're grinding. I would say almost everything is pointing in the right direction. The starting pitching, the lineup for the most part. Yeah, there's some issues in the bullpen, and Bohm will get to that. But it was a great weekend, and I'm starting to feel like this Phillies team, they may be walking the walk after talking the talk all spring training. Kyle, where do you come down on the Phils after they take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers?
Yeah, they absolutely showed me this weekend that they're a different team. And I understand that there are going to be people out there who are like, it's early, it's too early.
You mean it's early Douglas over here?
Yeah, right. Yeah, of course.
Typical
wet blanket hue. Hope never springs eternal with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually I'd spin that to say, because it's early is why I feel better about this team. Like, going into the season, one of the bigger questions that I had, and I think a lot of people had, was how are they going to respond to what happened at the end of last season and even the offseason, right, where ownership and upper management sort of doubled down on the investment that they made. They didn't really add too much. They didn't make a huge swing, big move. They said, you know what? You guys should be better than this. Go be better than this. And the Phillies could have came into this season almost like, woe is me.
Yep.
Like, these last few years, we gave it our best shot and we tried and we just came up short, and it is what it is. That's baseball. That's who we are. And, maybe let's just hope that we flip the switch when October comes around. But they're not doing that. Like, their mentality going into this season, and I love this, is that they went in and they said, no, it's up to us. The management bet on us to go and change who we are. We're good enough to change who we are. So let's go change who we are. And they're showing that in their mentality. I loved what they said before the game about the Dodgers. Not only did they not shy away, or they weren't scared of the Dodgers, they invited the smoke from the Dodgers. They said, come bring it on. Like, you're coming to our house and we will show you that we can hang with you. And we are one of the big boy teams. So I love the mentality and I love the approach. I mean, I freaked out after the first game, 19 strikeouts. That was scary, but what can we do? We only had one game to react to. Ever since then, it's been awesome. Like the chasing, the walking, it's all been great. Like, I love their approach to the plate. For the most part, like you said, there are some guys who I don't think are really showing that they took the bull by the horns, really, like Alec Boehm, stuff like that. But everybody else, man, the guys that are paid the biggest amount of money and the guys that we need to rely on the most, it looks like they've changed their mentality. And they've changed their approach. So, like, I love what I'm seeing from the team so far. I needed them to make a statement early on and show me, make me feel better that this team was different. And so far, they have.
And I understand it's one series. I understand it's April, and the Dodgers are going to be in the postseason. And hopefully we see the Dodgers and Phillies face off at some point, because we haven't in any of these postseasons. The Phillies are not afraid of the Dodgers, too. You could feel that. You saw it last year when they beat them 5 out of 6. They beat them 2 out of 3 this weekend. We recognize over 162, the Dodgers are probably going to win more games because that's what they do. But when they play head-to-head, the Phillies think they're just as good. I think that's half the battle. You can't fear how good they are, because the Phillies, they don't fear that team.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that I caught from that is that the Dodgers feel the same way. They feel like they match up. Well, it's a good matchup for both squads. And, you talk about what Shohei Ohtani did or what he didn't do.
Boy, we're like the only team he doesn't hit.
Yeah, kryptonite. A little bit of his kryptonite, man. And that was a good feeling, man. And you saw that. You saw that yesterday in particular. When Glasnow was on the mound, I was like, that's one of my favorite things to see in baseball, is a pitcher that's out there on the mound that's lost. And it was obvious that the way he was looking, he thought it was everything else but what it actually was, and it was him. It was him that was having this.
What my favorite part of that inning was, I mean, the grand slam was awesome, right? But leading up to that, I feel like in the past, Hugh, one of those hitters would have swung at the first pitch and bailed him out, right? Like a pop-up, a fly ball, and then he can breathe, and he's like, all right, I'll get out of this. They didn't. They let him basically destroy himself on the mound yesterday, and he did. I mean, he that might have been the worst inning of that guy's career, and he's a good pitcher. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? Did this series against the Dodgers show you this Phillies team is different? And I understand how early it is. It's super early. I understand Hugh's perspective that it's still early. We still got to learn more. But all the signs are pointing in the right direction, and we can't use, like we did the first 2 series, hey, they've played tomato cans. Well, the Dodgers are not tomato cans. They're the best team in baseball. Very few teams grind at bats against the Dodgers like that. They kind of Dodgers to the Dodgers. I mean, that's what the Dodgers do to teams, and the Phillies did it to them all weekend long. I love Luzardo on Friday. I love the intensity of JT. I love the comeback yesterday, the grand slam, and that inning was set up because the Phillies let Glasnow walk the ballpark. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here as the Phillies take 2 out of 3 over the Dodgers this weekend. Chris in Middletown starts us off on WIP. Good morning, Chris.
Happy hop on the Phillies bandwagon day, man.
It's time. You know what?
Is that what it is?
You know what it is? Here's what it is. Everyone that took the pledge, there's 2 ways.
All the I told you so are coming today.
You know what? The pledge works both ways. If they stink, we get on them. But if they're playing well, we give them credit. And they're playing well right now, Chris.
Be ready for it, Joe. And Hugh, you're going to love this. You're going to get a lot of I told you, I told you, I told you,
Oh, yeah, that's going to happen.
Can I point out a few things here, though? So Friday, Hugh, you were trying to speak some facts and wisdom into Plant Joe that this team is for real, and he just didn't want to listen. But today, I tuned into YouTube, and I watched you walk in that studio, go right to that corner where the bucket of water is with a wet blanket, and you pulled it out, wrapped yourself in it, like tight, like snug as a bug in a rug, and we're back to wet blanket, Hugh Douglas, today. Why?
Wait a minute. Why am I the wet blanket?
Well, you said it was early. You
Well,
said
it is. It's
you said
April.
it was early.
So how could I? Like, my whole thing is to be consistent, correct?
Yeah, I know. But
I'm trying to. I mean, I said it was April last week.
Yeah,
No,
but
we're
we're further into April now.
Oh, so we're a couple days further in. So now
it's April 7th.
I'm the wet blanket.
Flip-flopping with new information is encouraged.
Wet
So you
Noodle
people,
Douglas.
man. You people right here,
gotta be
man.
kidding me.
This is baseball.
You people at 10:15?
At 10:15, you people.
Wow. Take that personally, everyone.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to be even keeled. I am the only even keeled.
We don't do that here.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
We ride on emotion on
Yeah,
the show.
yeah.
We don't get even killed. Guys, listen, the approach is absolutely phenomenal. They've taken a very disciplined approach, which is not typical of this team. You're watching them. I heard you guys last week criticizing that, and some folks criticizing, well, they're not really hitting the starters, they're hitting the bullpen. No. That's what great teams do. They get through and wear the starters down to get them out, and they strike and they attack the bullpen. And you know what team did this? So as somebody who grew up in northeastern Pennsylvania, who had a father who was a diehard Yankees fan, I watched the 1990 Joe Torre Yankees win multiple world championships with this approach. They would not attack starting pitchers that much. They would wear them down, and they would get into bullpens, and they would absolutely obliterate the bullpens. And that's what I'm watching go on right now. There's a few highlight things that I love that I'm seeing. Christopher Sanchez, when I went to the game the other day and I was standing behind the dugout, man, young Sanchez is swole. Man, he's been hitting the gym. He's definitely clearly been working out. He no longer has the skinny, like skin and bone arms like Spike does. He looks legit. And I do want to point out one main thing. The last thing I have to say, Bryce Harper hit the nail on the head. Here's another thing. Bryce has been the one doing the interviews afterwards, which I love. I think that is telling us exactly who's in charge of what's going on right now. But Bryce told us in his interview after yesterday's game against the Wicked Witch of the West, Tyler Gassno, he said, obviously, pitching wins championships. So Joe, even Bryce understands that offense is a luxury. And what really matters.
No, we can't do that. We can't do that. But I do agree with a lot of what he said there, especially getting the starting pitchers out this weekend. 6, 4, and 2. That's what the starters went for the Dodgers this weekend. You keep knocking starters out before 5, you're going to win a lot of games. Chris, we appreciate the phone call there. You know what? He's right about that. The approach at the plate seems to be more of pass the baton rather than I got to be the guy, and I'm going to swing at anything to be the guy. I would say the thing I'm most impressed with so far, Hugh, is two guys that have historically not done this. Turner and Castellanos. They seem to have taken it seriously. Now, they got to keep doing it, right? It's a long season. But so far, they look different to me at the plate. They look like they're trying to be different at the plate. And that's a big deal because, Hugh, we wondered all offseason, like, can a leopard change its spots, right? Like, can a player that's especially Castellanos, but can a guy that's played a certain way his whole career say, I'm going to be different, work on it, and be different when it matters? They look like they're different, those two right now. I like that.
I mean, they're doing what's best for the team right now, man, and I think that's the most important thing. In a situation like this, Joe, you have to adapt. It's adapt to die. Yeah. You didn't say a whole lot. That's the thing that kind of stuck out to me. They didn't say a whole lot going into this season. They're just going out there and they're doing it because the time for talking is over. You just got to go out there and get it done.
Well, and they did this weekend. 2 out of 3 over the Dodgers is a big weekend for the Phillies. Go to Chris in Delaware. What's up, Chris? Chris.
Awesome.
Chris. All right. Let's go to Tom in Wayne. What's up, Tom?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning, Tom. What's up?
Hey, I just want to throw my 2 cents in about the Phillies. Let's face it, last year they played great baseball the first half, just like they are now. But I will say Trea Turner has been awesome at shortstop. Tawan Walker was a real surprise. But it's going to take a lot more convincing for me if they don't have that deer in the headlights when they get towards the playoffs. And I'm expecting this to continue right through the second half before I can start really feeling a warm and fuzzy about the team.
Well, Tom, I understand that. Yeah, especially because it's been 3 years in a row where in the biggest moments they struggled. What's encouraging to me, Tom, you mentioned Turner, is that I think the biggest reason they struggled in October was, you could say the lights were bright, but I also think their warts got exposed, right? Their weakness got exposed. It looks like they worked on that. Like Turner and Castellanos, they're just having better at-bats than I've ever seen them have in Phillies uniforms.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, look, Castellanos is known for getting hot and cold.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the guy myself, but again, this has to continue. And Trea Turner, he's been gunning guys down from shortstop. I mean, it's been incredible. And I don't have much confidence in Ranger either making a full comeback with a bad back. I mean, that could be questionable. But the starting pitching so far, no problem. Nola's had a few issues throwing that watermelon ball up there. But, hey, I just hope it continues because I love the team. So go Phillies.
Go Phils. Tom, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, we'll get to the Nola stuff. Nola has been giving up home runs. I mean, we're not surprised at this. Aaron Nola's going to give up home runs, but there's been quite a few so far early in the season. 215-592-9494. That gets you, bro. We got a lot to do on the show today. We are going to continue the bracket of Hughes on the other side. We'll throw a matchup at you as we are getting so close to crowning a champion. And we know we're crowning a champion tonight in college basketball. We're close to crowning a champion in the bracket of Hughes after a couple of big upsets on Friday. All right, your phone calls on the other side here on the Phillies here. Are you ready to say after this weekend, the win over the Dodgers, this Phillies team is different? Or are you like Hugh over here who says, it was good, but it's still early here. All right, more of your phone calls coming up next. And we'll get to what's the most encouraging thing about this team so far and what Nick Castellanos said about their identity. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Because right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. And that's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Man, I expect this to be a great title game with these 2 teams. I'm taking the over in total points in this game. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/Ike and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner. Sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Required paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Looped into right, and Edmond can't get it. It's a base hit. Harper kind of sold out, and he's going to score. Flying around third, he'll score without a throw. Into third goes Kepler, and Bryson Stott muscles one into right to tie the game at 7-7.
Big hit, big moment for the Phillies, and a big win yesterday. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Here's what we got coming up on the show today. Rhea Hughes going to join us at 11, as she does in her weekly spot. Excited to talk to Rhea about this Phillies team. Off to a very good start this season. We got the bracket of Hughes coming up in a few minutes here as we will roll through more of the matchups. I believe we'll get through the Elite Eight today. We're going to get to a Final Four as they're going to play a championship game in the real tournament tonight. We're going to get to a Final Four of the bracket of Hughes by the end of the show today. We'll get to the Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. We're 17 days away from the NFL draft. So a lot going on 17. Here. Yep. And we do have Phillies jail we need to talk about because there is someone in jail. Well, we put someone in there and we may have to increase his sentence because it doesn't look like things are going well for this guy. 215-592-9494. Let's hear from Nick Castellanos yesterday after the game on the identity of this team right now.
Well, I know that we have a good team. I know that we have a team that is, not going to roll over for anybody. I know that we also have the environment where it's the next man up. So, if somebody goes down or somebody's getting a day off, the next guy can come in and produce just fine. You know, and I think we want to be good, right? We want to show people that we're a good team. And I think this weekend we did a good job of that.
Well, I agree with them, and some of the at-bats they had showed that. It feels to me like they took the mantra of we're going to be patient and we're going to grind at-bats, and they took it into the season. Some of the numbers so far this year, and Hugh, I know, and you said it, people call you wet blanket, but you're right. It is early. It's early in the season. Yet here's where they stand as we enter the second full week of the year. Walk rate, second best in baseball. Strikeout rate, sixth best in baseball. And here's the one that I think is going to hit everyone the most. The Phillies, Hugh, have the best chase rate in baseball. They're chasing pitchers at the lowest percentage of any team in baseball. Well, that's the most encouraging thing I've seen so far because it's the complete opposite of what the issue was last year.
That was the thing that jumped out to me yesterday in particular, is because the patient at-bats. This is something that, you know, every fan since I've been here complained about. You know, this is a home run hitting team. If they're not hitting home runs, they're not getting anything done. They're not getting anything accomplished. There was a lot of patience on the mound yesterday. Well, excuse me, in the batter's box yesterday. When you talk about some of those at-bats that guys had, and not only that, they let Glasnow melt down. They added to that because they were being so patient. They didn't get out in front of themselves, and they let him do what he did, and they benefited from that. And I think that's the lesson to be learned from all of this. You don't have to say everything to validate what you're trying to accomplish. And I think that was one of the things that had a lot of people nervous going into this season, because they went into the last season with a lot of bravado, talking about what they were going to do and what they set out to do and all this other stuff. The message was clearly different this year. Silent assassins, if you will. Went out there and just take care of business.
And I think it could be contagious, right? If you're watching everyone else on your team do what you're supposed to do, you don't want to be the only one not doing it. Like, I think I'm going to use Castellanos as an example. I think for him, it's probably the most challenging because he's a free swinger, right? He didn't want to walk. I mean, Castellanos wants to go up there and hit the ball. But, you know, if you're watching Trea Turner, another guy that's kind of like that is not really a guy that goes up there looking for a walk. He wants to hit, and he's doing it. I don't know. It would make me want to do it more. Like, all right, he's really trying to do this.
Making a conscious effort to get on base and advance the runners.
I don't want to be the only one not doing it.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
And to me, there's no irony in this. One guy that's not doing this right now is Bohm. On Saturday, Bohm saw only 5 pitches and 4 at-bats. Guess what? He didn't play yesterday. Like, I don't think that was a coincidence. Everybody else is doing this. You either got to get on board, Alec, or you're not going to play here anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of that, but it was also what I've noticed in this small sampling size. Topper ain't messing around, man. He's not waiting around to let things, you know, like kind of play out.
Good.
Which I don't have a problem with it
Good.
either. But what I'm saying is,
let's go, Topper.
He's like, hey, I ain't got time for you to be trying to figure it out. I'm trying to win some baseball games early and often.
Yeah, and I did want to send a message to the Dodgers this week, and I think they did. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here. Shoop is up on WIP. What's up, Shoop?
Morning, guys. How are we today?
We're great. Just beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3. What's going on?
Hugh, I'm glad for your sake yesterday that you didn't have to broadcast from the game because the weather was terrible and we would have never heard the end of it from you. So I'm glad that you were able to watch.
Wait, hold up. Are you trying to say I'm whiny?
No,
I mean, come on, Hugh.
I am not whiny.
Soft.
The shoe fits.
I'm not whiny. No, I complain about the weather. I'll give you that, but not whiny.
You're a little soft when it comes to the weather.
No,
it's a little soft.
I wouldn't whine that a whole lot.
Aren't you from Ohio?
You would have been complaining all day.
This weather's nothing.
I'd have been. This ain't baseball weather. If since we're here, this ain't baseball weather.
But it is. It's April.
It's not.
But it's April baseball weather.
It's not baseball weather.
Well, but what are you gonna do?
It's not. I mean, ain't nothing I can do.
I know,
Again, what are you gonna do in October?
I know. This is October.
It's different,
April.
It's the overlap.
Oh, sure. Excuse me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's like baseball is supposed to be warm outside. The boys are summer.
But it's not summer.
Hugh, we love you. Never change.
I'm just saying, it's the boys of summer. I feel kind of bad because I'm a complainer.
Yeah.
I'm the guy you can't bring on trips now because I talk too much.
This guy's being a baby again.
But yeah, to the game. So I went to the game. Really, I wanted to see what this big bad Dodgers team was like. Wanted to see this Shohei Ohtani guy up close, and he only went 0 for in the series. Didn't get a single hit. Struck out 3 times yesterday. So I mean, if that doesn't show you that this Phillies team isn't scared of the Dodgers, they're not, not scared to go toe to toe with them. I don't know what will, because that was, that's the biggest superstar in baseball right there, and he had nothing for the Phillies.
Nothing.
So really, really proud of our guys for how they showed up this series, and again, we'll I hope we get the bullpen issues addressed, but seeing all these walks, seeing them put together really good at bats, it's very encouraging.
It is. And Shoop, it's fair to mention the bullpen issues because they're there right now. Shoop, we appreciate the phone call. But you know what? And I say this, and I hope I don't regret saying it 6 months from now. Bullpens can be fixed over the course of a season. You could add a reliever at the trade deadline. You could create one. You could take someone from your rotation, put them in the bullpen. Someone from the minors, make them a reliever. You could fix a bullpen. You can't fix if Castellanos swings at everything 3 feet outside. You can't fix if Trea Turner is going to lunge at everything and dribble the ball to shortstop. Like those things, they're more important. I can get another relief pitcher. I can't upgrade Trea. I can't upgrade Castellanos most likely during the season. So they got to be good. They're not perfect. I mean, no one thinks the Phillies are perfect. They have
their
some
flaws.
Yeah, the bullpen right now. And the bullpen and Bohm feel like early season issues.
Yeah, and it's, again, still kind of early, but you don't want to – the one thing that I feel like Topper's doing this year that he hasn't done any other year since I've been here is that he's not waiting around for things to correct themselves.
Yep.
It feels like he's on top of everything and he's managing in a way where, he's on top of everything.
Well, and I think part of that, let's just use the daycare, right? The old daycare. That's not
time to grow up.
Well, yeah, it's one thing to have patience with a player when he's 23, 24, 25, right? You're still trying to figure out what the guy is and give him a long runway. I'm just using Bohm as an example. Some people could bring up Marsh. Marsh is also not hitting very well right now. They're not young anymore. Like if you're good or you're not.
Not that spring chicken.
No, I mean, it's one thing, when a guy first comes to the major leagues, you're not going to play him one day, sit him the next, because you're trying to give him a chance. Alec Bohm's had a lot of chances here, and Marsh has had a good amount of chances too. So I'm not saying they're done here. What I'm saying is there's no, the scholarship is over, right? You got to earn.
Yeah, you got
to earn it. You got to play. You got to play well, otherwise you sit down.
That is bananas.
Well, it is. And that's the way I feel about Bohm. Ann is up next on WIP. What's up, Ann?
Hey, hi.
Hello.
Good morning, Ann.
Caller, I've been listening to you guys for a long time.
I love the use.
Unbelievable.
We
I love
appreciate
you.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you,
Anyway.
Ann. What are you feeling this morning?
Why did we pitch to Hernandez yesterday? He was killing us. Walk him. Are you kidding me?
So you disagree with
was
Topper
like-
on that?
Oh, my God. He killed us. Unreal. I'm like, even I know that. I'm a woman.
Well, to be
Unbelievable.
fair, the Dodgers have a lot of guys that are good. So you walk one, you get another good hitter. It's not like there's holes in that lineup. They're all pretty good.
Yeah, but he killed us yesterday.
I know. Oh no, I mean
Seriously.
Teoscar killed them yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, really. I like what you said about Alec and Brandon time to see Rojas and put Sosa in a little bit longer. Put them in.
It's it's put up or shut up time, right? If those guys don't play
Right.
well, we replace them. Enough's enough.
Exactly. And my last comment, I really have a hard time with this. Marsh's hair and Strom's hair. Yuck. Get it cut. Get cleaned up. You look terrible. You
I wish I
right
could
now
grow hair
playing
like that.
terrible, but now the look is yuck.
Is that a better look than Hugh with the cul-de-sac?
Not so
Oh,
much the stringy
yeah,
look, but the
that's-
afro.
No, but they're more
She didn't
worried
want to say
about their
anything nice
hair
about the
than they
cul-de-sac.
are their at-bats and their job.
At bats first, hair second. And good phone call. Call again. Ann's got some good takes there. I like that. You know what I was thinking? I'm surprised you haven't been on this. I'm pushing the button like I'm done with Bohm. I want to get Sosa in there more.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the more that Marsh struggles, the more your guy.
Yeah, but you think I was
got
with Rojas?
Yeah.
I really have it. I want to do right now what's best for this team.
What about your agendas?
I don't agenda.
I mean, we know you have agendas. You
well,
told us.
you know what? I was as I answered that as I was answering your question.
Yeah.
I was thinking to myself, damn, that don't fit my agenda. This is not agenda driven. This is more World Series driven. I have an agenda. This would be, how great would it be to be a part of back-to-back championship celebrations?
Well, we got close
in the city of Philadelphia.
We got close in 22. They went to the World Series and Super Bowl.
That's kind of where I'm at now. So if Topper has his finger on the pulse of this team, and if I'm not patting myself on the back, but I've been kind of on point when I was talking about this whole, his ability to kind of like not stand pat and make things happen a little bit quicker than he has in the past.
You know why? Because we put him on the hot seat before the season.
A little bit of that.
Show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I feel like he's listening to my baseball acumen and he's kind of picking up on that.
Are you taking credit for the Phillies start to the season?
Wait a minute. You know what the absolute best is? Because Rhea's going to join us, right?
Yeah.
And Rhea's here. And every now and then when I drop some gems, Rhea look up over her computer and be like, "What the hell did he just say?"
It's like I get a picture of the audience when she's
like, "What the hell?"
She's like, "What did he just say?" You're taking credit for the Phillies start to the season?
I'm not taking credit.
You just did.
I'm just saying it just. I mean, I've been on top of my game lately. That's all I'm saying.
You're the one that told everyone on Friday the series wasn't even a big deal.
It wasn't. It wasn't until after it was.
Did you see how pumped up they were Friday?
Listen,
you see Luzardo coming off the mound?
I knew it was going to be a big deal. See, this is why.
No. What?
Well, see, wait a minute. May I please be allowed to finish?
Hold on.
No,
you can flip-flop, but you can't tell us you said something you didn't.
I'm not verbally attacking. I'm not
We're verbally attacking you.
Okay, of course. That's how it goes.
If you're going to flip-flop, you got to declare the flop.
I'm not flip-flopping. What I'm saying is that's why I long talk.
The flop.
Because I tried to tell you it's not a big deal until you walk into the stadium. I did say that. I said that. And it became a big deal because of the fans.
So you hedged.
Yeah. It's not a hedge.
You play both sides, so you always come out on top?
No,
both
it's
sides
not
Douglas over here.
It's sometimes everything is just not black and white. It's shades of gray. It's always shades of gray.
Not here.
Of course not here. Of course not. But it is. As a former, see, this is where I get in trouble. Because it was like, hey, you can't straddle the fence. I'm not straddling the fence. I just happen to have a unique perspective.
Oh.
I just know it's different when you walk into the stadium as I keep burying myself as Rhea keeps looking over her computer like,
well,
just be quiet.
Yeah, nobody's happy with
you brought this on yourself when you took credit for the Phillies record.
I didn't take credit for it. I just said I did.
You said Topper's been listening to your
I've been
gems.
kind of seeing if I have been dropping these gems, though. I mean, that's.
I'm the one that told him to get Bowman out of the line and put Sosa back in. It took him 2 days, but he did it. Maybe is Topper listening to the show?
Well, I mean,
maybe
we kind of figured that was going to be the case, though.
Well, no, we had a lot of people. We had people on Thursday. I mean,
they were mad.
The one Bohm fan out there.
The one Bohm
well, no,
fan.
There's more than that. But the one that calls our show pretty often.
Yeah.
Thinks Bohm's the next Mike Schmidt. The guy barely can get on the field against good pitching right now. Aaron in San Diego's up. What's up, Aaron? Aaron?
Moment's too big for him.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up, Aaron?
What's up, Aaron?
You know, Bryce Harper, I'm sorry, but L.A. is a mecca for only a few things, and that's smog, traffic, homelessness, and plastic surgery.
And
marijuana.
Maybe he meant all those things, but he was trying to keep it PC.
They got good weed in California. So I was told.
This weekend was so much bigger than just a regular season series. I mean, for some of us, it meant so much more. For me, my future son-in-law, him and his family are nothing but diehard Dodger fans. And being behind enemy lines over here, I get to go into a wedding and I don't have to listen to about the Dodgers for 4 hours.
When is the wedding?
Bragging rights, Aaron.
August, coming up in August. But
that's a long way away.
Nick Castellanos.
Ain't that close?
It's pretty close.
He knew the assignment. Sosa, he knew the assignment. And then thank you, sweet baby Jesus, for the opposing pitchers. Because once again, the wild pitch gives us a win on Friday and a win on Sunday. I mean, have you ever seen a team that has relied on the wild pitch so much to win games?
I mean, here's the question now. Are the Phillies in the Dodgers' heads? I mean, the Dodgers did not look right this weekend.
Feel like it.
Are the Dodgers afraid of the Phillies? That's what you should start asking people out there.
Today, I'm on Hugh's side. I mean, this was, you want to talk about a game of inches. I mean, we are, one stolen base out thrown by Real Muto and one wild pitch yesterday from talking about how the Phillies just blew, 2 games and lost the series. So, I know everybody's excited and everything like that, but you got to temper your excitement because this team has a lot of work to do.
Well, but couldn't I say it the other way too? I mean, if Bohm doesn't ground into the double play on Saturday, they may tie that game. They got the runner on to start the inning.
You know what I'm afraid of with Bohm? Bohm reminds me a lot of Joel Embiid. He gets he gets up in his feelings way too much.
He's a baby. I mean, I don't know how else to say it.
I don't know. You can compare him to Joel Embiid though. Joel Embiid got a lot going on, man.
Yeah, but
Joel Embiid's a lot better of a player.
Well, he obviously is. But over emotional, Aaron.
Okay, emotional.
Boom is over emotional. Like I enough of the tears. We're in our upper 20s now. Like enough of the tears on the field.
And I'm sorry. Does Kyle have a hat on today or no?
He does. Yes.
Okay, because on Friday he didn't have a hat on, and I don't know if it's just me, but he looked like a 19-year-old out of the backwoods of Tennessee stepping off the bus for the first day of basic training on Camp Pendleton.
Is that a compliment? Or?
Was that a hair? Like what was it about? His hair? It was his hair.
It was the hair, and then also I think he fell in the dirt. And he got some stuff on his upper lip that you might have to wipe off for him.
Gotcha. You wish you could grow this thing, pal.
Also,
God
he's the only.
Guys.
Yeah,
Hey,
you too, Aaron. We appreciate it.
Here's to an exciting year of for the Phillies. It's going to be up and down. It's going to be all around, but we're going to have fun watching it. It's going to be a fun season.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. Well, Aaron, we appreciate the phone call. Also, Kyle's the only person with hair on his head on this show, so we usually let us hit whatever hair is going on back there.
You guys are punching up with the hair thing.
It's the truth. I mean, that's the bottom line. Let's go to before we go any further. Can we hear the music? Because we got to start. We got to start the bracket of Hughes. Saturday night was awesome in the Final Four. One of the better Final Fours I've seen in a long time. Tonight we get the title game, and we're getting close to our own Final Four. The bracket of Hughes. We continue to roll through this. Hugh, I'm looking at the bracket now after Friday. We had some huge upsets. 2 1 seeds. 2 plant-based Hugh. If you missed at the end of the show Friday, plant-based Hugh, who a lot of people had pegged as the winner in our bracket, went down to Love Dr. Douglas, and also distracted Hugh down to You People. And You People actually might be the new Cinderella.
You People's becoming a problem.
I know.
I'm just saying, because you people don't know what you're talking about most of the time.
Here it is.
You people.
You proud of yourself for that?
Yeah, a little bit.
I know.
So
a little bit.
Just a heads up for everybody listening and wondering how we're going to decide this entire bracket. Today is the final day for solely the callers to decide the winners of the matchup.
Yes, then we'll open it up a little more.
Yep, because tomorrow we're going to have the Final Four and the championship, and that will be opened up to people on social media and the callers, and
So we roll through the bracket and get to a Final Four by the end of the show today. Will in the Northeast up next. What's up, Will?
Dream team, how y'all doing on this beautiful winning Monday?
Well, it's not that beautiful outside, but the Phillies won a series, so it's looking good to me. What's up, Will?
Absolutely, man. Listen, you heard what I said about my man Nick. He 1 for 1 on both sides, as far as the homer and the grand slam. That's right.
That was his first. That was his first grand slam as a Philly. I didn't realize that until yesterday. First grand slam as a Phil.
And he got many more to come. But I want to say this, right? Like I kept saying, and I keep saying it was a comparison to the Eagles. Now these guys are mentally locked in, man. They're slowly but surely getting mentally locked in. Like with Harper, he know he don't have to hit the big one. He just got, he hit it infield just so he could bring some of the runners in and keep the bases loaded. You know what I'm saying? And then let my man finish him low. But the whole thing is, these guys, I love the lineup, right? I believe Kepler, he's going to be another hot one. You give him some time, because I think Kepler and Castellanos complement each other. The lineup is complementing each other like a mug, man. I'm trying to tell you. These guys, listen, they hit the ball, getting on base. Now they understand that some teams, you got to play a little small ball, just get on base and bring them home. And I'm loving it. You know what I'm saying? And, we was holding, Topper, accountable for not, managing the team like you're supposed to. Now everybody is starting to get on one accord, man. And guess what? Yesterday, yes, it was a statement. It was a statement. And if you ain't on the bandwagon, don't try to hop on when it's late in the season.
Don't even try it. Don't try it.
All the people that say it's early, like Hugh, like those people.
Those people.
I'm gonna end it with this. Listen, the hunting season has begun, baby, and we on the verge to the World Series. I keep telling you, this energy has shifted. It ain't no more losing mentality. It's nothing but winning mentality now. Everybody is getting locked in, and we're going to continue to lock in.
Just felt right.
But guess what? We are the team to beat, and they finally realizing that. Each and every player, the fans, and everybody else is starting to see that we are the team to beat. We are going to be the World Series champion. And guess what? I don't care who's getting our way. We're going to keep mowing them down, and we're going to keep winning. The winning mentality is takeover nation, baby. Philadelphia takeover nation. That's what this season is. Let's go, Philly.
Now we're talking, Will.
That's
Will,
what I'm talking
Are you
about.
ready for your matchup at Hugh Douglas's?
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. A big one in the Sweet 16, the 11 seed of Cinderella Shrimp Douglas against the number 2 seed Doug in Douglas. Who do you got moving forward?
Hey, man. Hey, Hugh, I just hope you dug in for this season. So I'm going to go with Doug in Douglas, baby.
Doug in Douglas moves on to the Elite Eight. No surprise there. I mean, that one, that felt like you kind of knew where that was going before we started that game there. Doug in Douglas, the 2 seed. That one is that defines you a lot. You
dug in.
You tend to be dug in on things like the defense, luxury, necessity thing.
Yeah, kind of like I was last week about, who was it on the mound last week? Taiwan.
You were very dug in on Taiwan.
That, yeah.
But you're not right every time you're dug in.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
And I'll take that, like the Bryce Huff one.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got many though.
Well,
I ain't got many.
The defense, luxury.
Well, that one's panning out for me real well.
I don't know
in the
about
long
that.
haul.
I mean,
it really.
But they did have the best defense.
I mean,
in the league.
they did,
Yeah.
but they most of those cats.
See, this is why Doug and Douglas made a run, because you're still fighting.
I'm just saying, I'm not fighting.
Thing.
I conceded the fact that I lost, but I'm just saying.
I know, but you think you're back because
I mean, I'm back with a vengeance a little bit. I'm just saying, it is what it is.
I can't wait for the season to start just to see.
Oh man, I can't either.
Yeah, this defense doesn't play well. What are you going to say that?
I'm gonna say, hey, and if we're still winning. Be like, hey.
But winning at the clip of last year, though?
He's going to spin it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to spin it. I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
yeah.
it's probably going to be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We still got Jalen and we got Saquon. Then we just got, we got the Quadzillas.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have won anything last year without that defense.
We got the Nigerian Nightmares.
Yeah.
All that.
All that. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop in on the show here. The Phillies. After the series against the Dodgers, do you feel like this team is different than the ones we've seen in years past? Does this one, did they show you they're different? Yes or no? Where do you come down? We'll get to all your phone calls here on the Phils, the good, the not so good, the great over the weekend. Love Luzardo. Love the way this offense is grinding at bats right now. Rhea's going to join us next. We'll get more on the Bohm thing coming up as well. And Edmundo Sosa, how much did he play moving forward? Your phone calls all show long. 215-592-9494. Don't forget, you can watch the show as well live on YouTube on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Only 2 teams remain, but you could still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks. Bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. What a great night of basketball that was on Saturday. Crazy comeback, called a choke job on one end, comeback on the other. I like Houston tonight to take this thing and win the national title. The NCAA tournament is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and the excitement you can handle. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. Get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Baseball is back. Wild Fork Foods has your tailgate foods covered at prices that are unbelievable. Stock up on fully cooked beef classic hot dogs, 6 dogs, only $5 a pack. Or grill up some mouth-watering 75% lean beef burgers, 10-pack, only $10. You can even pick up the brioche burger buns 4-pack for only $4. Visit their Neshaminy location or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations or shop online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the umps calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alexander Ovechkin made history on Sunday, passing Wayne Gretzky on the NHL's all-time scoring list. And if you're wondering what's going to happen to all that memorabilia associated with the milestone, Ovi has a plan. According to Ovechkin, he plans to open a hockey museum in Moscow in the next 2 years. If you want to see the memorabilia, better get your passport. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
It's the Thuggish Ruggers
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys been out. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. We'll get back to the bracket of Hughes with all your phone calls here on the show today. And, of course, the Phillies, what a win over the Dodgers in the series this weekend. Joining us, as she does every week, Rhea Hughes. Rhea.
Good morning.
How are we doing today?
Outstanding. I got my squad going tonight in the NCAA
you
championship.
Wearing a University of Houston T-shirt.
Yes, I was ready. I was ready.
I hope they win to that. That was an awesome comeback they had Saturday.
I was
or
shocked by
Duke, however you view it.
I think it was both, but I mean, Duke choked. There's no other way to look at it. You have a 14-point lead.
Ain't happy about these parts.
I was.
Good.
Ecstatic.
I was rooting against Duke. I hope they win tonight, Houston. With Kelvin Sampson, he's been around forever, never won. That'd be awesome. Hugh, this segment, of course, Rhea brought to us by?
It's brought to us by the Mattress Warehouse with exclusive bed match technology. Find your perfect mattress.
I put a bed frame together yesterday.
How'd that work out?
4 hours.
Okay.
My son said there wasn't as much cursing as he expected, and I had the Phillies game on my my laptop, and I was listening to Fransky. So it was
they kept you company?
They definitely kept me company in that game.
And that game yesterday and the whole weekend was just back and forth. Yeah. It had in the first couple series, it was fun having baseball back, but it's tough to have juice when it's the Nationals and Rockies. This whole series really had juice. I mean, just Friday watching Luzardo come off the mound, pumping his fist, JT at the end of the game, it felt like it meant something to them, even though it's the 7th, 8th, 9th game of the year.
Well, here's what I love: like the rules on baseball, because people really hate, the real baseball people go, "Oh, stop treating it like an Eagles season."
Right.
This is like game one of the NFL. I don't approach things like that. First of all, we do shows 5 days a week.
That's right.
So I have to talk about the game that happened the night before. I was super pumped about this, and it went pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, and even I was not upset with Aaron Nola on Saturday. That is the Aaron Nola experience. It is.
Every time he starts out great, and then he has a couple bad innings, and it is what it is.
He pitched longer than Christopher Sanchez did and gave up less runs, but Sanchez did strike out Ohtani 3 times. So, that was an uneven. To me, it was the offense on Saturday.
Yes. Well, and specifically Bohm, and we'll get to a lot of the positive, but Bohm, Rhea, I think a lot of these guys like Trey. It looks to me like Trey and Castellanos are trying. They've approached
Trey's running,
and
love it,
and he's not swinging at the first pitch.
He's playing well in the field.
Yes, they both seem to me like they've made noticeable. I'm going to try my best to do what they're asking me to do. Bohm doesn't look like he's any different swinging at the first pitch.
Oh, that's Saturday when Bryce Harper gets on.
Yep.
First pitch. I mean, what did the guy throw like 3 pitches in that inning?
Tanner Scott. Yeah. That was it.
And he had 4 at bats and he saw 5 pitches. He had a great play defensively, really did. That was impressive. So like I said, I'm working in my house and I've got Al and TK on, and I'm waiting for the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going, he's not going to do it. He's not. I was pleasantly surprised that Topper sat Bohm down. Don't give me the scheduled day off. We all knew what it was. You had to put Sosa in.
Well, I agree with you. And now I wonder moving forward how much he's going to get Sosa in there, because, I mean, Rhea, he's had 5 starts this year. He has 5 multiple hit games.
It's ridiculous.
I know he's not going to do this all year, but I need to ride this hot hand. And
correct.
Now, he's already pulled the Band-Aid off the Bohm thing, so he'll start him over Bohm sometimes. Yeah. And we did see him play some center field on Saturday. So I think that's
not center field in Atlanta, though. That's too big of a ballpark.
It is. But maybe he could play left, right?
Yeah. Well, it just is. It is.
No, I was just thinking about that. Yeah, that's a big ass.
Yeah, I just want him to find a way to get Sosa. And it sounds like he's going to now.
Well, the Bohm thing to me, but it may be because the one thing that we always get on managers about is you can't change anything. Meantime, Mookie Betts has done everything but pitch.
Every day he's in a different spot.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
So where do you come down? Did this weekend make you feel like they're different, or is it still too early to say that?
Well, it did, because, I mean, you have to look at, they've got the lowest chase rate. I mean, when Scott at the end said that they had 11 strikeouts, or no, 11
walks.
11 walks, and that the Phillies only had pitchers that only given up 2.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow. It's usually the other way around.
And if you keep doing that, you're going to win a lot of games.
You are going to win a lot of games. And so I was real pleased pretty much by everything, and like I said, I wasn't, to me, if you give up 3 runs to that Dodgers offense, then your offense has to score too.
Nola.
Yeah, it's a Nola game now, 2 to 3 runs. It's what I expect.
Yeah, I think the home runs are concerning, but
he gave up all those home runs last year.
I know. But I didn't think Saturday was bad.
No.
Again, the Dodgers offense is incredible. How about the fact that Ohtani can't hit the Phillies?
I love it. 1 for 11.
Yeah. And it goes back to last year too. It's just like they do a good job on him.
And what was great was you saw that he was trying to, because he couldn't hit.
Mm-hmm.
He was being more aggressive on the base path, and that's what cost him the game.
Well, the Friday night, they ran right out of that game.
They ran right out of that game.
It's unbelievable. And the fun part of this is, I know it's early. It does feel like they believe they could beat the Dodgers 2 years in a row now when they play them head to head. They don't fear the Dodgers at all.
No, I didn't feel like that. As a matter of fact, it felt like they were in the Dodgers' head a little bit. And they're coming into town, and they were feeling all good about themselves, and then they get the first loss. And then yesterday, it was, I can't talk enough about Glassnow, what he looked like on the
that
mound
pitcher. I've never seen. I'm listening to Fransky, and so then I had to go over and watch it on TV.
Mm-hmm. The meltdown was
epic. And I'm going, it's raining. Like, have you never pitched in the rain?
Like he was made from sugar.
So I'm reading Scott Lauber's piece this morning in the Inquirer, and he points out that the first 6.5 seasons he pitched in Tampa in a dome.
And then was in LA, which is nice weather last year.
But
he's pitched in the majors for like 7 years. I'm assuming at some point it rained.
So you know what we need? We need to get him here in a postseason game.
In the rain.
With cold and rain in October. With the crowd like fully revved up. He will melt down.
Oh, Bert Hooton over again.
He will totally melt down.
Except we'd like a different outcome than that series.
Yes. He was hurt last year, so he didn't pitch in the postseason. He strikes me as someone that might melt down in a big spot.
Well, and so the Sasaki.
Sasaki.
Was it the March 29th game? He was crying in the dugout.
Yeah. Now he's young. He's
young.
He's 23.
No. And I get that. Yeah. But I'm looking at his team going, oh my God, all this. And it's going, well, okay, maybe they're not as big and bad as now they're missing Freddie Freeman.
Yep.
Okay. So, and Betts has to gain 20 pounds.
It is crazy. He lost 20 pounds and he still hits the ball to the wall like it's nothing.
But their defense isn't very good.
No, it isn't. No, they're not. Look, the Phillies have had success against them for a couple of years now. Let's go to the phone lines. Dennis and Conshohock's up. What's up, Dennis?
Good morning. How's everyone?
What's going on, Dennis?
Listen, I am going to go to the defense of Mr. Hugh.
Oh, boy.
What I do
here. On this show?
Well, let me explain something to you. I don't know of any plant-based football player that was as fierce as Hugh Douglas was. And listen, your buddies are wearing their Fruit of the Loom, tighty whities, and when there isn't a twist, they take it out on you.
You talking about Joe and Kyle? You talking about Joe? He's talking about Joe.
So
he is plant-based.
Yeah, Dennis, you're right. But he wasn't plant-based then. He is now.
You're talking about the man he used to be.
This Hugh Douglas is different. This is not that guy anymore.
Hugh is a wise man because he recognizes life. It isn't black and white, it's gray. And you know what? I respect that. That's about
they don't. But you know what the problem is? They don't respect.
How much did you pay this guy to call?
They don't respect it. Every day. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that.
Well, but you're hearing it from me because I've been listening a long time, and you know what, Hugh? I had it. I got your back, man. I got your back.
I appreciate it.
You got boxers. They got Fruit of the Loom.
Yeah,
I
appreciate it. But
you have ringers calling in now to help you?
No, they know y'all a bunch of bullies.
Hold on, we're trying.
Dennis, y'all a bunch of bullies.
Dennis, good phone call, man. We appreciate it.
You can't, as a guy who had how many sacks? I know you've taken some away.
Yeah, so he had 80 when he retired. We got to check the ledger to see how many
we got to like
left.
75.
Yeah.
You can't accuse these two guys.
Every day,
I think combined together don't weigh as much as you as bullies.
Listen, that's the word. The bully behind the glass is the absolute worst.
You know who trained him was Joe Hector.
No, of course. So it makes sense. I mean, he's a bully. He's a little bit of a bully. And, but I get it because okay.
He's just trying to help get you right.
Okay, fine. And then he gets this bully number 2. To go in there and jump in on it, but I get it.
You could say whatever you want, but I can have an opinion on your opinion. And if you're being a wet blanket, I got to tell you.
It becomes personal. But I get, the beautiful part about being here and playing here and working here is I get it. Like, we all know this fan base. We know that we're bipolar, for the best way to describe
100%.
it. And that's okay. And I'm here
Love
for
you
the,
one day, hate you the next.
I'm here for the bipolarness. I'm here for
So,
it.
and to his point and yours, Hugh, on the gray area, right? Like if they had lost the series, we would be focused on the things that aren't
sure.
good. Like, let's be real. The bullpen's got some issues right now.
Yeah.
They're very thin out there. Other than Strahm, who I think is not even himself right now, but he's working through it.
But Kirkering
and Alvarado. Other than those three.
But Alvarado they can't overuse that arm.
I know, and those are the only three I trust right now. Like maybe Ross is coming into this and we'll see what he does. But boy, Rhea, they gave Romano money to be like they thought he'd be an 8th or 9th inning guy, and right now he looks like I don't even want him on the mound in any situation.
I will tell you, and I'm sure you saw it. He gets in there yesterday. They knew it was a mess immediately. How early did they have Kirkland up? One batter, and they had him up.
Yep.
I'm going, well, then why not just start with him?
I know.
If you trusted him so little, like, why torture us?
You know what he looks like to me? He's giving. I watched him yesterday. He's giving full effort and only getting 93. That's alarming. Like
he seems like a nice Canadian.
Yeah,
he really does.
And then when I heard him yesterday say he doesn't know what's
Such
wrong.
a nice guy. Not when the game's on the line. I don't need you out there.
Nice dude, but I don't want him out there at a big spot.
No.
Hugh, I don't know what they do either because they gave him a good amount of money to be here, and he just doesn't look like he has it. And he says he's healthy, so I wonder if his arm isn't back from all the injuries he's had.
I tell you what, I like the fact that Topper's not waiting around.
Those were two things this weekend I liked.
That's what jumps out to me the most is that we're not taking. Remember how last you said, "Well, I believe in these guys."
Yeah.
I'm not letting these games slip away.
You can't.
And I think that's the main reason why everybody's more conscious, self-aware of what they're out there on the mound doing and playing. I can't even get it out of my mouth, Kyle. But they out there.
Kyle was waiting for it. Thank you.
He was yes.
I hear it all the time when I'm driving. I'm like, here, I'm live.
That's why guys are, when they're at the plate, they are making better decisions because they know that they don't have the luxury of sitting around.
But people aren't going to tolerate it.
You can't tolerate it. See, that was better. I just needed a reset.
I thought you were fine. I think what happens sometimes is you look at Kyle and you psych yourself out.
No, you know what it is because I'm
you
self-editing.
see him cutting the audio.
No,
I'm
intimidating.
I'm self-editing because you want to say one thing and you're like, oh, that might not be appropriate for the conversation that we're having. So you just try to tweak it a little bit.
You're gonna work blue in a bullpen conversation.
Oh, man, listen, I've been around you guys too long. I feel like cuss words are
normal.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, the FCC's still out there, Hugh. They haven't gone away. Terrence at Springfield's up. What's up, Terrence?
Hugh, Joe, Kyle, Rhea, what's up?
What's going on?
Terrence, what's up, pal?
Man, I love the weekend. I love the intensity that these guys bring when they play the Dodgers. You know, I like the close. It's like a playoff atmosphere, the one-run games. Like, I think every game was one run, right? I believe they all. So I love that. But I still feel like it's too early to call this team different. Different is when you win a World Series. That's different. Different is when you play good playoff baseball and you beat the team you're supposed to beat. I feel like there's something called when the team has another team's number, and I feel like this team had the Dodgers number, and they have Dave Roberts' number. Because every time they get up for you guys, last year, the year before that, they always get up for the Dodgers. I want to see them with the same intensity in the playoffs straight through. Give me this intensity that you have against the Dodgers straight through the playoffs, straight through. I don't want the bats going out, because it's a long season, guys. It's a long season. Where we play 8-10 games right now. It's only 8-10 games in.
I think nine, yeah, 7-2. And that Saturday game, by the way, was a 2-run game. They won 3-1, but they were all, 1 or 2 run games. Yeah.
Yeah, you go through slumps of the season. The big thing I'm impressed with right now, and that series was the pitching. To have the 1-run game, the pitching was I'm most impressed. But I do like their approach to the plate. But can they keep this up the whole season? Can we continue to see this? Because we know there's always a team that gets the Phillies in the playoffs, and the Diamondbacks did it, the Mets did it, and we know, there's a chance we can face the Dodgers. There's a chance we can't face the Dodgers in the playoffs. So I want to see the same intensity that we play against the Dodgers in the playoffs. And and I'll see it, and I'll be back on board. I want to see them finish the job this year. That's what I want to see.
And Terrence, it is early, and they do get up for the Dodgers. And Terrence, good call. It's the themes of the first 3 series. They're not chasing. That's been It's almost like a football team that does a tackle and comes out the next season and they're tackling well. Like I don't.
You mean like the Eagles?
Yeah, you beat me to it, real.
And now it took us some time to believe it,
Sure.
but the signs were starting to be there. Like,
Well, listen, if they
they're
were
better at
2-7, we'd all be diving off the Walt
Yes,
Whitman.
of
So
course.
it's 7-2. It's positive. It was a really fun series, So and look, Atlanta is already feeling heat because they moved their rotation.
I know
they had a rain out yesterday. Holmes was supposed to start. They've now moved into Wednesday and they're putting Chris Sale in. So
which sets up Wheeler and Sale tomorrow
which is going to be which now we get another great game.
Yes.
So
I want to bury the Braves. I would love to go down there and sweep them. And I know it's still super early, but if they start off like 2-10, they're going to be feeling the pressure. Hugh, do you think that the stuff the Phillies are doing is contagious? Like, go back to the Eagles for a second, right? The Eagles started to tackle better, and then Darius Slay, who never wanted to tackle, all of a sudden was like, you know what? I got to get on board. That I think when I watch Castellanos have good at bats, it feels to me like he's like, I don't want to be the only one not doing this.
That's exactly what it is. Everybody's trying to pull their weight. Everybody knows the seriousness of this situation. They know what this fan base is thinking, regardless of what anybody says. They listen to what's being said, and they know that for the most part, most people are waiting to see what happens in the postseason. But in order to get to the postseason, you got to do those small fundamental things. And another thing that we mentioned and we talked about before the season even started, when you don't change the roster like they didn't do, you have to look at the small things and do those better because they're counting on you. Basically, what they said was this: Alec Bohm, we couldn't trade you. You're here.
We tried.
We tried.
I mean, flat out, you're here.
Yeah.
So now you have to give us a reason to validate you being here.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done it to this point yet, but it's still kind of early, and to your other point.
He helped win the home the season opener, right?
Yeah. And not only that, when you look at, like, say, Bryce Harper talking about doing whatever he can do to help win. Trea Turner was a little bit more bullish, but now he's taking more at bats. And he's starting to steal bases.
He's running. I love it.
That was surprising.
Well, Friday night when he created the run.
That was surprising to me because for the most part, since he's been here,
he hasn't done
a whole lot of that. So to see him do that, that tells me that these guys are locked into doing, hey, whatever it takes to win baseball games. And that's what you need.
That was the Trea we were told we were getting. Like all right, so he'd be hot sometimes, but even when he just gets a single or a double, he could create a run. We haven't seen that in 2 years.
No, when I was watching on Friday, I'm like, ooh, okay, this is the guy that I heard about.
It was out of the blue, and I was like, wait a minute, okay. So those are the little tweaks that you have to make when they run it back like this.
Yeah, there's no question. Let's talk to David, and then we got to get Rhea's pick to who's going to win this bracket of Hughes here. What's up, David?
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good, David. What's up?
So I just want to circle back to one thing about Alec. I mean, he's a good player. He's strong. Let's see where he goes. He's a fit for our team. And being a lifelong Phillies fan, you guys, I'm not a big sports analyst, but you know that when you have a good team and the players are working and it's a well-oiled machine, he fits. But the original reason for my call is Romano. He don't fit. What do we do with him? What do we do with him?
I don't know. I mean, David,
there's nothing you can do right now.
Yeah, I mean, here, if I had to guess, they're either going to two things are going to happen. They're going to put him in way lower leverage spots, like sixth inning stuff, until he figures it out. Or, David, they could IL him. I mean, he said he's not hurt, but if they think his arm isn't strong enough to where I could see them putting him on the IL and try to go work up the strength in his arm because he's given everything he's got and he's barely hitting 93. I mean,
his ERA's over 15.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
He's throwing everything he has, and it's ball after ball after ball.
Yeah.
He's throwing grapefruits as far as I'm concerned.
It's batting practice. That pitch he threw to Betts. I mean, Mookie Betts sees that in batting practice. David, it's a problem because they thought he'd be one of their top guys out there.
Well, I don't know who made that decision. I'm not one of those big baseball
Dave
guys.
Dombrowski.
Yeah, his name's Dave.
Well, sometimes we all can make a mistake.
Bryce Huff, you're right.
Yeah,
Howie made his.
So did Hugh.
Yeah.
David, it's a good phone call.
I'll never do that one.
Yeah, no. You said he'd break the sack record.
I did. I was being optimistic.
Yeah. Well, at least no one said that Jordan Romano's going to break the save record.
No.
I don't know what they do with him, but my guess is it's going to. I think that's coming.
Yeah. It has to.
When I heard Topper say he was concerned yesterday with the velocity.
Yeah, we're all concerned.
Yeah. Well, especially because Rhea, 93 in today's game is not fast.
No.
I mean, these guys throw 100 out of the bullpen all the time.
Yeah,
98 is kind of normal out of the bullpen. 93.
No, well, when it gets to this point, it's not just the fans. It's the players going, we're scratching to get a 1-run lead.
Yeah.
And you're putting that guy in?
Yeah. And you're right. The tell was the other guy in the bullpen up after one
guy.
batter.
I was like, why did you even bother to put him in?
Yeah. Well, imagine the conversation on the bench when Topper called down to the bullpen, like, what? This inning just started. Yeah, no, get him up. We got to get him up quickly here. All right, Rhea, before we say goodbye, we need to get your picks. So what's your thought on the bracket of Hughes, how it's playing out, and who's going to win this thing?
I'm very excited about it. Oh God, what was the one on Friday? Because I was really rooting for it.
So we lost 2-1s on Friday. Okay. So we had Distracted Douglas went down to You People, and then Plant-Based Hugh out right at the end of the show to Love Dr. Douglas.
Lost to Love Doctor?
I know. I mean, sometimes the number one doesn't show up.
Oh, that is lame.
Yeah. Well, listen, if Plant-Based doesn't show up, they get picked up.
Plant-based is like the Duke of this thing.
I know. They got picked up. Madness. So I consider the bottom left region our region of death. Like that's it. So we have tongue-tied Hugh there.
I love that one. Yes.
Yes. Against
he shows up every day.
Yeah, he does. Against Dump Button Douglas, who we famously saw when Hugh cursed on the air that one day. And then Petty Hugh and Long Talk Hugh.
Oh no, Long Talk Hugh. I love. I love when you announce. Can I long talk here?
No, because you know how it is, Ray. You have to prepare people for when you're going to talk for a long period of time. Yeah, gotta let them know.
I'm a long talk, and what was it? What was the previous bracket you gave me?
Tongue tied and dumb button.
Oh, dumb button. Yeah.
So I need your thought on this. So later in the show today, we're going to have Told You So Hugh against Gassy Hugh. I mean, that one. There could be an upset there because we all know what happened on the air last summer.
It didn't happen.
Did you really?
I did not really, but I know what it sounds like.
Well,
it sounds like that.
Stadium.
See, it sounded like it. I mean, I get it, but I didn't. And I know I can't live that down. I know I'm saying, but I can't live it down. But I did.
One more time. Let everyone hear it clearly, okay?
That Hill's going to stay there.
I mean,
that is not. I did not. I don't know what that was.
Day.
I didn't fart, though. I didn't fart.
Here's the shocking part, Hugh. I've been on the station. I've been on here a long time. They've never had to dump me. Never.
Wow.
Which is, if you know me off air, it's funny.
Oh, no, I know you.
That's a professional right there. That is a pro.
Unlike Hugh Douglas.
Hassan Reddick been on 4 other freaking football teams.
No, my favorite dump button moment, and maybe ever at WIP, was Seltzer.
God, yes.
Well, because he was so embarrassed as soon as it,
I sit right next to him. My studio is right next to him, and I have the glass through it. And I was dying. He was beside himself.
He was like ill right away.
Yes.
What he had done. It was the best.
No, it's
sometimes you just got to let them
tweet
cuss
of the night,
words.
right?
Say it, James.
Elliott said Josh Harris should buy up all the freaking tickets and give them to Sixers fans. Like, you're damn right he should. The freaking $7 billion this guy's worth? Yeah, dude. Like, own your oh my goodness. Own your franchise, okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Rhea, we appreciate you being here as always. And we'll
go Houston.
Go Houston tonight. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Go Houston.
All right, 215-592-9494. Are we going to dive more into the Bohm Sosa thing on the other side? What Topper said about finding Sosa more playing time? What Castellanos said after the game about Sosa, and the reality of where the Phillies are right now with Alec Bohm, who was supposed to be their everyday third baseman. 215-592-9494. Did this weekend make you feel different about the Phillies, or are you in the Hugh Douglas is still too early camp? Where do you come down? 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn. It's like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
The Phillies play here. Tomorrow, Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Castellanos with his 8th career grand slam.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Bonterra Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in, with healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. So when you walk in, you feel whether it's the freshest organic produce or those gluten-free crackers that taste totally delicious. Or it's simply the sight of a million easy dinner options that are also healthy. This is that Sprouts feeling.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning-fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts, and for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch Class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Rain at times, ending later this afternoon. I-48.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hugh Douglas. Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin. And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here comes Alec Bohm. Dodgers guard the middle. Bohm swings at the first pitch. It's a two-hopper to short. Betts the second one. On to first. Double play. And Alec Bohm likes that first pitch, but it's not paying off for him right now. 6-4-3, and just like that, the bases are clear and two are down.
Yeah, he went after the first pitch 3 in a row, and all three he got jammed. If you're going to go first pitch, you got to get that head out there. He knows that.
It's the way Scott said it.
Yeah, it's not working out. It's not working out. For welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Did the series win over the Dodgers show you that this Phillies team is different? It feels that way to me right now. They're chase rate best in baseball. They're walking. They're not striking out. They're having good at-bats. The starting pitch has been really good. Now, of course, there is one thing that's not very good right now. A couple things. The bullpen's an issue, and Alec Bohm's an issue. 215-592-9494 to hop in. We also have the bracket of Hugh, so we'll throw a matchup at you as we roll through the Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight. We're going to have a Final Four of Hugh Douglas's by the end of the show today. All right, Hugh, let's discuss the Alec Bohm situation, because the Phillies have opened up a can of worms. They've ripped the Band-Aid off, right? They've shown, at least for a day, they'll sit down Bohm and they'll play Sosa. And what do you know it? Sosa yesterday has 2 more hits, and I don't think it shouldn't be lost that the game ended basically on Saturday when Bohm grounded into a double play, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just played the audio. Yesterday, Sosa grounded into what would have been a double play, but he beat it out, and the game-winning run scored. So you have the backdrop of all this is they sat Bohm, and you have Sosa playing really well. Let's hear Topper yesterday after the game, and this is the first time it feels like he's now shifting from, hey, we got a team of starters and we'll do it the best we can, to, maybe we do got to play Sosa more. Here's Topper yesterday.
Rob, how are you going to, Sosa keeps producing. He's a good defensive player. He can play everywhere. What's the plan for him going forward? Can he do anything else for you to give him more time?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think, we got to really look at this, because so far it's real. It's 2 hits every game. He's played great at third. He's played great at short. He did well in center field yesterday. So, we really got to get into the lab and try to figure out some stuff to get him in the lineup.
You know what that means. He said it. And great job by Marcus Hayes for asking the question.
I love the question. What's the plan here?
well, and he did it in a way where, he kind of painted you in the corner. You got to answer it.
Yep.
Because he's playing well. This is kind of playing out the way that I thought it would. Remember, early on, we were talking about this whole Bohm thing and getting Sosa back in the lineup and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it's a fluid situation. And I also said something to the effect that he was probably going to be in the lineup this weekend. So those things are happening. But the biggest thing that's going on right now with this team that I think is boding well is that Topper's not sitting back. That's the biggest thing right now, Joe, is that he's not sitting back. Bohm's on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you see Sosa coming in there and playing the way that he's playing, that puts pressure on Bohm. Now, I say all that to say that he's probably going to still be back in the lineup.
I expect him in there tomorrow.
Yeah, you have to put him back in the lineup. But if he's having times when he's not playing well or he's not hitting the ball, they'll snatch him. And he has to know that.
And as they should. This isn't a 25-year-old, 24-year-old just came up and you're trying to give – he's played a long time now. Like, he's had his shots, and they're trying to win a World Series. And I think Hugh, adding to this, is Sosa keeps playing well. He had 2 more hits yesterday.
Yeah,
you can't keep him out of the lineup.
And let me tell you what else is probably going to end up happening. And it all depends on how Bohm handles it. Because, he has a propensity for acting out.
We did it Saturday. His body language is like –
yeah,
you can find a 6-year-old at a birthday party acting the same. He acts like he dropped his cake on the ground and he's going to cry. I mean, seriously, it drives me crazy. His body language drives me crazy.
That is eerily descriptive, though. That is.
Well, I might have been at a birthday party Saturday where a kid dropped their cake on the ground.
And acted a fool.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Well, you kind of just said it. That's why I was like,
I may have noticed. I may have noticed the party adjacent to where we were.
That was eerily descriptive.
All right, you want to hear what happened?
Yes, I do.
My daughter's birthday party was Saturday, and it wasn't her and her friends, but there was like the room was shared. There was another group. And I watched one kid
had a whole meltdown.
Drop his ice cream cake on the floor, and it was meltdown city. I mean, the tears started.
Wait a minute. What did parents do?
They got him another slice. I mean, it's a birthday party.
But no, I'm saying, but what did he do? Look, Colin I'm assuming his name was like Colin or Little Richard or something like that, right? What? Little Bodie?
I guess
Little Bodie. What little Bodie do?
Call him Colin if you want.
Little Bodie.
Colin dropped his ice cream cake.
Did they say, calm down, Colin?
Yeah, they said, we'll get you another one.
And he's like,
no, he was, the tears were running down his face, right? And then when I watch Bowman Granids with double play, it's the same thing.
Yeah, you just made me think about that because Harper went to a birthday party this weekend. I didn't go, and it seemed like all the kids were great, but to watch the kid, you are like, you never want to put that evil on kids when they're that young, but the ones that melt down like immediately when stuff like that happens, them the ones you look at and be like, yeah, they probably going their parents gonna have like a long day. That's gonna be a long life dealing with that.
Well, and you have some grace when they're young, but Alec Boehm's not a baby anymore. He's not 5 or 6. He's a grown-up. All right. Can we listen to Kevin Stocker? Because I think Stocker brings the interesting perspective. Stocker was a starting player, but Stocker was more of a role player in his career. So he kind of gets the idea of you need these guys in your team, but maybe sometimes those guys become starters. Here's Stocker talking about Sosa and what he's becoming.
Well, Sosa, of course, and that's maybe something we need to talk about. Everybody's been talking about how he is a part-time guy. He comes off the bench, probably one of the best in the league. At what point do you start playing him every day? The question comes up, where do you play him if that's the case? Who sits to get his bat in there? I think one of the big questions with him was outfield, and yesterday he got a couple of plays, which really helps him. And it's possible he might be able to zip, let's say, into left field for a start. For all these years that I've seen Sosa play, back on Sosa a little bit, I've always thought of him as the best utility position guy. And that in itself is an extremely tough position. I don't know that I could have done that playing every 5 days or whatever it is. For him, he's so good at that. I hate to take him out of that role, but I'm starting to become a little bit of a believer of an everyday situation for his bat.
The drumbeat is growing for Sosa.
It's you know how it is, Joe. What we do sometimes, especially when you're a part of the organization, you look for storylines. I mean, you've been in meetings where say, hey, what is the storyline going to be? That was a plant, for lack of a better way of saying it. Not so much to say, hey, talk about this, or maybe more so a heads up. Hey, Sosa's been playing well. If for this conversation, if Bone's not playing well, that might be something to talk about.
So let me add this to this. Remember a couple weeks ago, there was a story about Boehm in the offseason, how he kind of shut his phone off and disappeared, right? And one of the things in there that was interesting is when they benched him in the playoffs last year, Matt Gelb wrote this at The Athletic, there was like Topper made the decision, but there were some teammates who were frustrated with Boehm down the stretch last year because he was pouting and, maybe he was just.
Now that's interesting.
Now, but listen to this quote. I saw this quote yesterday. I'm going to read it to you from Castellanos. It's the opposite. Quote, after yesterday's game, quote, inside the clubhouse after Sunday's game, Sosa's teammates were impressed with how he stepped back in the box after Blake Trinan buzzed him with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball near his face. Sosa hopped up, dug in the dirt with his left foot, and then stared at Trinan. Then he beat out a potential double play ball. Quote, you see how eager he was to get back in the box after that, Castellanos said? You can't teach that.
Yeah.
So one guy, like his teammates love him. Like they love. So, and I'm not saying they don't like Boehm, but clearly.
But they like what he brings to the table.
Yeah. The Boehm thing feels like he's got to start hitting soon. Otherwise, this is going to reach a boiling point.
Well, I'll tell you this. To find out that some of your teammates don't like your attitude, that's a tough pill.
Would you like his attitude if you were his teammate? Not that I know you appreciate if someone cares, but if someone is pouty every time they struggle, wouldn't you be like, come on, man, we got to get it together?
He would know that before somebody in the media would.
So you think they would have, maybe they told him?
See, that's a good question. I don't know. It doesn't feel like that because, and I'm going to tell you why I feel that way. Because the one thing that this picture has been painted for me when it comes to these guys is that they talk about everything. Is that they're a close-knit group, their families hang out with one another. So I feel like if you're doing all of that, you could tell your teammate he needs to pick it up.
Mm-hmm. With
that being said, Joe, hearing that come out in the paper like it did and stuff like that, I don't know. I'm not in the locker room, but if I'm Bohm, I feel some kind of way about that. And maybe that's why he's maybe acting the way that he's acting.
And who knows? Maybe he's still got in his head they wanted to trade him. That's not easy to come back from.
Well, I think that part is. I think there's a lot going on here. And I'm speculating. You know how I like to reckless speculate. Reckless speculating.
That's what we do.
I feel like maybe that was the first time that he heard that some of his teammates didn't like his attitude. And if that's the case, that's probably even worse for him because now you're in your head about everything.
Look, he better start hitting.
You don't have. See, that's another thing about it, Joe. If that's the case, you don't have the luxury to be out there pouting and getting down because it's a baseball season that needs to be played. And if you want to be a part of this team, you better get yourself together. You better get going.
Well, and what would frustrate me if I was teammate right now, I mean, the pouting always frustrates me, but like we're all grinding at bats and you're swinging at the first pitch every time.
Exactly.
Like, can we get it together? Either get on board or you don't play. There's some elements
Go
of
and
this.
get off the pot. Go and get off the pot.
There's some elements of the Bryce Huff thing. I mean, like Vic Fangio had a way he wanted you to play his position, right? At the edge. And if you didn't play it the way he wanted, you're not going to play. I wonder if we get that way with the Phillies, where if you don't do what the team is like, everyone's got to be rowing in the same direction.
And it feels like they're doing that for the most part.
It does. When you got Castellanos on board, Turner on board, Bohm, I think you're right. I think he'll be back in the lineup tomorrow. But he's got to row in the right direction here. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in here. Kyle, what's your feeling on the Sosa-Bohm situation right now as Sosa played yesterday? 2 more hits for Aguno.
Obviously, and I said this, I think, a week or so ago, the best version, I think, of the lineup is, and this is with Bohm playing well, hitting well, is Sosa getting out there as often as he can, but also with Alec Bohm, and Bohm's seeming like the sort of the square peg in the round hole that is this Phillies mentality and approach right now.
Yep.
So I talked earlier about how it seems like their mentality is different. That's not the case with Alec Bohm. It seems like their approach to the plate's different. Also, not the case with Alec Bohm. And we read stuff and heard stuff this offseason about how the team wasn't very happy with how Alec Bohm comported himself in the postseason last year. They tried to trade him. You have the comment from Bryce Harper about, a lot of guys on this team love Alec Bohm. And we theorized that he
a lot doesn't mean everyone.
They might have opened the door to not everybody. So
it does hit different now.
It does.
It's a little different now.
It makes me wonder, is Bohm starting to wear a little bit thin with some of these guys in the clubhouse?
I have a theory.
He's one thin with me. Go ahead. Oh, you got a theory?
Yeah.
No.
You ready to hear?
I know.
Go ahead.
Oh, we all know where you're going.
Okay, where am I going?
Something changed for Alec.
Yes.
Yeah.
What changed?
Personal life.
Yeah, you got a girlfriend.
I knew where you were going with it.
But can you deny the correlation? Can you deny the correlation?
So performance-wise on the field, his performance seems to have suffered since that revelation. But he's always been a little bit immature in terms of his on-the-field demeanor.
He's been a little bit more. He's had more outbursts lately.
You want me to look up his numbers since the All-Star break last year?
You can. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty confident in my assessment.
Oh, I think the numbers are going to bear out.
No, because
once like a Harvard Hughes study.
No, I'm saying, man, dude, you have to stay locked in, man. And a lot of times, especially when it comes to personals, like certain things that change and things that tend to happen on a regular, they can kind of throw you off kilter a little bit, man. I mean, it has the propensity to do that.
Yeah, we've gone to full reckless speculation, but I think you're probably on something.
I'm just saying, you have to.
I get it.
In all jokes aside, but it's better if you're gonna court and have relationships and do that. It's better to kind of cultivate those in the off season, in my humble opinion, because then you get a chance to tell the person how it's gonna go, or let them see how it could potentially go during the regular season.
So basically, you're saying lock in.
Yeah, you got to lock in, man.
Right.
You have to lock in.
All right, there's the message. Let's go to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. This series show you the Phillies are different. Jordan in Pottstown. What's up, Jordan?
Yo, what's up, Joe? Hugh, Kyle, what's going on?
Hey, Jordan, what's up?
Not much, man. Enjoyed the weekend with baseball, man. I'll tell you what, I'm getting a little frustrated without Bone, though.
You're not, Jordan. You're not the only one. You're not the only one,
man. The pouting. I can't take it. But hey, can I long talk for just a
Go
second?
for it. As long as you tell us we about to long talk, we good to go. We locked in now.
It was my son's birthday on Saturday. He turned 5, and he's a big Bryce Harper fan. So I surprised him with a Bryce Harper authentic powder blue jersey.
Oh man.
Nice. Put the kids in tears on Saturday. It made me cry too. But that big hug he gave me, it was crazy.
Oh, that's awesome. That's special right there.
Yeah, man. My youngest brother got him tickets to go to the game on the 18th. So he was beside himself the other day. So I just want to tell you guys, I listen to you guys every single day. It's really cool to talk to guys like you, and you guys have great content every single day. You guys make me laugh, and it's awesome. So enjoy listening.
Thank you for listening.
Jordan, we appreciate it. You ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes? You got to participate. All right, here we go.
I want to hear that.
All right, well, you mentioned long talk in there, Jordan, so that's the matchup you're going to get. Let's go down to the bottom left here. The 3-seed Petty Douglas, as Hugh could be pretty petty sometimes, against the 2-seed long talking Hugh. Who moves on? It's a huge matchup. 2 versus 3.
I'm going to do long talking.
Long talking to the Elite 8.
Long talking.
Jordan, good stuff, man. And I'm glad you had a great weekend there with your son's birthday. All right, long talk Hugh to the Elite 8. You know, some people are starting to believe long talk might go all the way. I mean,
might be the sleeper in this thing.
We do hear from him every morning in the open.
Well, you kind of have to.
Become a staple.
He's come on very strong.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of have to, because I know Kyle likes to call it straddling the fence. I'm not straddling the fence.
You're talking through your talk.
I know, but I'm saying I'm trying to set up why it's not just as easy as you make it out to be. Sometimes it's a little bit of a gray area when it comes to stuff like that.
So I did pull up the numbers on Bohm since the All-Star break last year.
Okay.
That's when things started, at least publicly, we started to learn some different things.
Yeah.
We're talking about a batting average under 250, an on-base under 300, and a slugging percentage under 400. It's pretty poor numbers.
Yeah.
Pretty poor numbers.
I'm telling you, man, it's and all jokes aside, because you have to, when you're trying to maintain relationships and, you know, hang out and do things that your significant other wants to do, that might cut into something as simple as me time. You know, that might cut into something simple as, you know, me watching film on the opposing pitcher or something like that, because you have to accommodate the significant other and make them happy. And a lot of times, you know, when you're a player of his caliber, you got to say, hey, babe, I got to lock in, you know, and some people don't understand that. Some people do. So, yeah, you just got to know. You just got to know, man. You got to know who you're dealing with when it comes to stuff like that.
Well, they need to get him right, because they brought him back and they thought everything would be good this year. And so far, he's been one of the guys in the lineup that has struggled. I mean, certain guys are doing well. I mean, Schwarber's doing great, and they're getting more out of Turner than they have in a while, especially with running now. And like he did Friday to kind of ignite the scoring on Friday night. But they need Bohm to wake up. Otherwise, Sosa's going to play over him. Rob and Delco. What's up, Rob?
Yo, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Hey,
Good
Rob.
morning.
What's up, buddy?
Listen, it's a shame Romano isn't pitching a lot better, because I had the perfect nickname for him. Okay?
Oh, what was it?
So let's hope he turns it around, because everybody loves Romano. How would that be?
Yeah,
That'd
but
be
right
great.
now nobody loves Romano.
No, he ain't the
Romano. It's
That's
actually
the
it's
word,
Romano.
right?
It's Romano.
Yeah, I think we were
It's like
saying it
everybody
wrong. They
loves it.
corrected us on the Phillies broadcast. It's Romano, not Romano. But wait, nobody loves him right now.
I know it would be good. It would have been a good nickname.
It would
though, right?
it would have been good. Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Unfortunately, he's throwing meatballs up there, Rob.
Listen, he is, but it's only, 2 out of 3 outings? You know what I mean? He was okay to 1. I mean, it's way early.
I don't know. I mean, we put him in jail after the first Phillies jail after the first game of the season. We might extend that stay in there.
Listen, I'd be more concerned about the $170 million pitcher who's throwing 89, 90-mile-an-hour fastballs, okay?
Oh, you're worried about Nola, aren't you?
Yeah, we're worried about a guy who we signed, 1 year, $10 million or whatever it was to Romano. I mean, come on. You know, I'm not worried about that, because even if he's bad, it's 1 year. It's 1 year, you know, but we're tied into Nola for another 6 or 7 years?
But he's
going 89 miles an hour in like the second inning. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, Rob. So I'm not terrified on Nola yet, but I do think when you start to look at his velocity and all those innings potentially catching up here. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance we've moved from Aaron Nola, top of the rotation guy, to Aaron Nola, middle of the rotation guy, pretty quickly. Yeah, or yeah, I mean, we could be there.
On this team, and I told you, Luzardo's going to be the number 2 starter going into the postseason. I'm telling you.
I love Luzardo. Luzardo's intensity on the mound is awesome.
When you had, I forget what the contest was or what we were talking about that one day, but it was like a bold prediction or something. And I said, Luzardo was going to be the number 2 starter going into the postseason. Now it's only 2 starts, but it's early. But I'd be way more concerned about Mr. Personality, throwing 89, 90-mile-an-hour fastballs, because it ain't going to go up as he's getting older. It happens to some freaking natures, but not him.
I think all those innings are getting to his run. I mean, the thing about Luzardo, Rob, and Hugh, we see this sometimes with players, that Luzardo played with the A's and the Marlins. It feels like he's rejuvenated with the crowd and playing on a good team. It's like he's got an extra boost to him.
Juice. He got juice.
Yeah.
That's what this crowd gives you, juice.
Why are we shocked about Bone? He's a cry. I mean, you're not a leopard. Isn't going to change his stripes. It's not going to happen. He's a crybaby last year, right? He's a crybaby again. Why even bring him back? They should have got pennies on the dollar for him and just got rid of that whole vibe in the house.
Well, the part that makes you wonder what they were doing is it's one thing to try to trade him and then decide not to, but they made it so public. Everyone knows.
Yeah, that was.
So I don't blame him, Hugh. That's who he is. You know what I mean? You ain't going to change it. It ain't going to change it. If we gave him more money, you think he's going to change? No, he's going to become more of a crybaby, more of a prima donna, more, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, honestly, I think he got a little shook when he found out that there was some cats that didn't rock with him like that.
Maybe.
It kind of feels like.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I just don't think he's. We're having fun here in this side. I don't think he's mentally tough. I mean, I don't. I think he's a good hitter, but not a mentally tough player, and it's tough. It's tough here to survive long like that. All right, Rob, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Let's do it.
All right, let's go down. Bottom right, you got a matchup of Cinderellas. The 14 seed Tubi Hugh, who watches his shows on Tubi, against the 15 seed Trailblazer Douglas, blazing the trail for those who will follow. Tubi Hugh or Trailblazer Douglas?
Hugh's always about setting the tone, so we're going to go with Trailblazer.
Trailblazer.
Beat out Tubi.
Gone is Tubi Hugh. Wow, Rob and Delco, we appreciate it. We have a 15 seed. I mean, this is the story of the tournament, right? Trailblazer Hugh? I didn't even think Trailblazers was making out of the first round.
I met some folks the other day that made some Tubi movies.
Oh boy.
No, I'm saying I did. Here we go. And I'm like,
just go do it.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that because I'm like, does that really count? Does Tubi?
Wow. And now you're airing them out on the air.
I didn't air them out because they don't know They don't know that I knew that they did Tubi movies.
But they know they met you.
Yeah.
Well, now they know.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't. Yeah. Well, I guess first time I didn't say stuff on it, I ain't probably had no business saying.
Well, now you're not getting an invitation to try out for their movies.
No, I'm gonna do the Tubi. It all depends, man. I just got to take out some time. But they've been blowing the phone up. Boom. They're like, yo, man, I'm busy.
They're blowing the phone up for you to act in the movies.
No, not really.
I didn't think so. All right, 215-592-9494. Back to your phone calls to the Phillies coming up. Did the weekend series versus the Dodgers show you that this Phillies team is different? Or is it too early for you? Where do you come down? It did feel different to me. The chase rate is the best in baseball. They're not striking out. They walked 11 times yesterday, and they haven't done that in a 9-inning game in 15 years. Where do you come down on the Phillies and what you're seeing earlier this season? Big series win over the Dodgers. A matchup in our bracket of Hughes with your calls as we rolled through the Sweet 16 into the Elite Eight. Plus, someone on the Dodgers is afraid of catching the Phillies in the postseason. We'll let you hear about that next. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Spring is in the air. And you know what else is in the air? The smell of the bacon on the grill firing up. I just made that part up. But anyway, it's timely because it's time to take cooking outside, people. Picture this. You're in the backyard with a juicy Hatfield marinated tenderloin on the grill, and on the flat top, you mention it, or, well, I mentioned it, bacon. Bacon is sizzling to perfection. And that's the summer that I'm talking about, the spring that I'm talking about. Longer days and great food with family and friends. Head to simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retail locations near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how important is comfort to you? If you say 1, you frighten me. But if it's 10, you're Hutchinson Heating and Cooling's kind of customer. We think your comfort should always be a 10 inside, even if it's 11 degrees outside. Our fully stocked trucks and same-day service can make that happen fast. And whether it's maintaining the system you have or installing a new HVAC, Hutchinson's money-saving warranties and rebates, plus flexible payment options, are a 10 out of 10. Schedule your visit at hutchcomfort.com today.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some featured items from our latest seasonal menu. We make magic with shellfish. Try our cluster of Dungeness crab legs served Chicky style for the entire table to share or make it a meal. And our shrimp po' boy sandwich satisfies with our one-of-a-kind fried shrimp. Pair any of these with a cocktail like bourbon cherry lemonade or our Italian ice crush. Now that's flavor. Come taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Hey, welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get one line for $25 per month when you bring your phone.
Really? Only $25 a month for one line, and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's 50% off a Total 5G unlimited plan.
Visit your nearest Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by NHTSA. Put the phone away or pay.
John Shire, Cooper Flagg, and the Duke Blue Devils will eventually move on from their collapse in the Final Four against Houston, but I doubt they'll ever truly get over it. Duke was up 14 with 8:03 to go, up 9 with 2:06 to play, and up 6 with 34 seconds to play, and still lost. An all-time choke job that will stay with the coach until he finally wins. I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Jalen had such a great year. Obviously, Saquon had a great year. Had the boys playing over there, man. It was a lot of fun to watch, especially down that stretch in the playoffs. And, we root for each other and stuff like that. So hopefully we're going to be able to do the same thing they did. And, this city, there's nothing like it when we win, man. It's pretty electric.
Oh, there it is. Bryce just getting the postseason hype video ready. There it is on Friday as the Phillies took 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers. Welcome back, Midday Show. 215-592-9494. Did this Phillies team feel different to you now after beating the Dodgers 2 out of 3? I can tell you one person who's impressed with the Philadelphia Phillies. Listen to Dave Roberts. I believe this was before the series started Friday. Dave sounds like he does not want this smoke in the playoffs. Here's Dave Roberts in the dugout before the game on Friday.
I think that both teams like to use each other as like a barometer or a benchmark. I think there's a little bit of that. There's a lot of familiarity, and we haven't played in a lot of postseason games in recent years. But there's a little rivalry with us, which is interesting, and I think in a really good way.
Just because you've both been good for so long.
We've been good for so long. I think we play similarly. There's a lot of star power with both ball clubs. I think there's a mutual respect. I enjoy playing these guys.
You find it odd that you guys haven't met in the playoffs in the last few years?
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to talk it into existence, but it is odd. Yeah.
Dave Roberts there saying doesn't necessarily want to talk it into existence. You know why he doesn't want to talk it into existence?
Because the matchup.
Because the Phillies play them well.
They match up well against them. Yeah. And that's the thing when you talk about, what we potentially could have saw last year. That's what favors the Phillies seems like, the matchup.
Well, what's interesting now is it's going on for a while. So they beat him 5 out of 6 last year.
Mm-hmm.
Beat him 2 out of 3 this weekend. I mean, we could do the math on that. That's 7 in the last, 10? They've beat him. I mean, they do well against the Los Angeles Dodgers. 7 out of the last 9. They played well against them in the last 2 years. And I think part of it, Hugh, is they do well against Ohtani. I mean, he's the best player in baseball.
Yeah.
One of the top 2 or 3, Judge and him and whoever you want to put, Mookie. But Ohtani, it's like the Phillies are his kryptonite. You would think he'd have one moment this weekend. Nothing.
Yeah,
he was really shut down.
Nothing, man. He got caught missing a lot of pitches or whatnot. But it's one of those things that when you talk about the two teams and the star power and everything, all that plays into it. And unfortunately for us, we've never got a chance to see them in the playoffs. It's like, how going through the playoffs, the Rams were the team that a lot of people felt was our biggest test in the playoffs. Who knows if we would have saw them a few weeks later, what that possibly could have been if it wasn't on a snowy field and things of that nature. So, I mean, I get that. Just some teams match up better, much better than you do with other teams.
And I just don't think the Phillies fear them. The Phillies don't seem to be awed by the Dodgers when they play
And
them.
I'll tell you what else. It kind of unlocked the fact that they played a lot of small ball. Like that played not only yesterday, but the whole weekend. It kind of played a factor into everything that they did. And I feel like it's the Phillies learning and adapting.
Well, and you need to. You're not always going to have your home runs.
Not only that, you're basically running it back and you fell short. So now it's a chance to reflect on some of the things you've done in the past and how you can improve your game.
Yeah. It's got to be different. I mean, the run they think about Friday's win, right? They created the run with Trey running in the first inning, and then they won the game with JT throwing out base runners in the 8th and the 9th. That was a small ball win.
Yeah.
And they grinded that one.
And you can always have the games where you chicks dig the long ball and you hit them out the park. But there are going to be some games this year where we looked at it a year ago and said, hey, if they'd have played small ball, they'd have been a much better situation. They did that all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the base running and defense. I mean, I know they had the poor base running Saturday where, Stott took off and he was trying to steal and he got doubled off. But for the most part, they did a good job there. 215-592-9494. Did the series win over the Dodgers show you that this Phillies team is different? It is our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. I am disappointed in the Twitter votes early on this. I'm disappointed. 63% say it's too early to say the Phillies are different. Are you seeing them not chase pitches?
Cowards. I like how it gets personal.
I mean, no, look, I expected some people to be like, hold on, let's take a deep breath, right? I get that. But 63%, they just beat the best team in baseball. They beat them 2 out of 3. They pitched well from the starting pitchers all weekend long. They got clutch hits. They came back yesterday and won the game. They're not chasing. I'm disappointed. Especially if anyone voted no and took the pledge, then you're a liar.
Yeah,
a straight liar.
If you took the pledge, we have to be feeling good.
I know.
It's early thing bothers me too. Like the only time to make the statement that they're a different team is at the beginning of the season. If they came into the season looking like the same, like if they were chasing all the time, they weren't walking, they looked like they had no fire in them whatsoever this early, you know what people would be saying. Be saying same old crap. Like they're done. They're everything that they've tried to do the last few years has worn them down.
Yep.
And they just don't have it anymore. It looks like they came into this with a sense of urgency and like they're taking everything seriously. They took the fact that the organization doubled down on this roster that they have. And they said, you know what? It's up to us to actually change. Like they're showing the signs of a team that is changing. So like, I don't know how you can't be encouraged so far with what you saw, especially after that series win. Like Dodgers were undefeated. They came into here. The Phillies weren't scared, and they invited the Dodgers to come in here and come get it.
It's a good point. I mean, the undefeated thing, and it wasn't like the Dodgers played tomato cans. They played the Cubs, the Tigers, and the Braves. I mean, those teams were all decent to good, and they beat them up until they came to Philadelphia. I'm very encouraged, and I feel like I walked away from the game yesterday, and they look different to me. They're taking pitches, they're grinding at bats. That inning against Glasnow when he melted down, which was your favorite part. I feel like last year, one of those guys would have swung at the first pitch, popped it up, and then you kind of let him off the hook before he just loses it. Now, they let him lose it. They watched him completely fall apart on the mound.
No, and that was the best part about it. And that's, to me, what looked different. They let him melt. They just let him melt. Mm-hmm. They took a lot of pitches.
Like what, sugar cane?
Yeah, like sugar. Like he was just made of sugar. And when the rain was coming down, it was one of those things where he wanted to be anywhere but on that mound. And they said, hey, brother, we know you don't want to be here. But before you leave, let me go ahead and load these bases up for you, get a couple of these runs going. So that's basically what they did.
Well, the cool part is, when you're being selective, eventually a pitcher's going to have to throw a strike. And Vesia came in, and he was like, geez, the bases are loaded. I got to throw a strike here. And Castellanos was all over it and crushed it to left center field. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? Did the series win over the Dodgers show you this Phillies team is different? Yes or no? If you took the pledge, should be an easy yes. See, we knew when Hugh took the pledge what would happen.
What? Phony baloney.
Well, you took the pledge.
What you mean? I did take the pledge, and I'm all in.
You didn't take it seriously.
But then
I did.
You
were
take
going
it seriously. Through the motions.
No, I did. I took it seriously. Y'all just mad
you're not following it.
What you mean? How am I not? Like just being
saying it's too early.
Because you
That's
said
like
it's
what
early.
the pledge. No, everything the pledge goes against is what you're doing right now.
You know what's funny? Because as far as baseball is concerned, I have to be the voice of reason here. I have to.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because
you was insinuating that I'm not reasonable.
I'm saying you're not reasonable. I'm not insinuating it.
Wow.
No, Joe.
I think I'm
Joe.
pretty reasonable.
No, not when it comes to baseball. You need the Kyle. You need.
I think I'm very reasonable.
Okay.
Why?
That
was about Joel Embiid, by the way.
Say for instance, if it didn't work out this weekend that we wanted it to.
Yeah.
What would the narrative have been this morning?
They can't win the World Series with this bullpen.
I'm being honest. And I respect your honesty.
I still don't think they can win the World Series with this bullpen.
No, I respect your honesty. And you know what I would have said this morning, even though I've taken the pledge?
It's early.
Thank you. I've said that.
It's early.
Said that, so I'm being consistent. I'm just trying to. Baseball is the one, and I get 162 games. I get it. I get that. But baseball is the one sport in this town when you try to calm people down about, it gets real personal.
So
it gets personal really quick.
Here's what I would say. You're right, and I can't argue with you that it is early. I mean, literally, it's April 7th.
Yeah.
But here's why I'm encouraged. Imagine if we had someone, and again, this is just an example. I'm not speaking on anyone in particular. Someone we worked with who was always late or something, right? Just an example, like a regular work-life thing. And you kept saying, like, we got to really lock in here. And then for the next 10 days, they were on time every time, and they were punctual. You start believing
that
they may have
because it takes
changed their
21
ways.
days, but you got to give them 21 days.
The habit,
You got to get. It takes 21 days to break.
Hold on. Let's look at the calendar here. So when did the season start? The season started on Thursday, March 27th.
Yes.
So all right, we're not far from 21 days.
No, we're not. And we've seen.
So if Castellanos and Turner stop chasing for the next week and a half, is the habit broken?
Yes.
Oh,
because
wow.
now it becomes one of those things where it just becomes a part of your daily routine. You know what I mean? Especially when you're in a game where it might call for you to take some pitches. I do believe that. I do believe in the 21 days to break a habit thing. I do really believe that.
215-592-9494. Where do you come down the Phillies? And when you call in, we'll give you a matchup in the bracket of Hughes. We go from the Sweet 16 to the Final Four today. Some haymakers left in the bracket. Jay and Phillies up. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Jay. What's up, buddy?
Hey, look, man. The people who said that the series wasn't important because it was too early now can't turn around and say, oh, yeah, we're on our way to the World Series after this series. I was one of those people that said it is a big series because last year they weren't the defending champions. We weren't trying to change our philosophy. Like, a lot was different. So this year, yeah, because it's a measuring stick. Now, do I think we're going to win the World Series just because we beat them right now? No, of course not. But are we on the right track with a lot of things? Yes. And that's what everybody should be happy about. And Bohm, who cares? Bohm, you can roll out. Like, man, he don't understand his position. Like, man, Dallas Goedert might be off the Eagles. Boom, you can be out of here.
It's a good point. Yeah, Jay, he hasn't accomplished enough for him to be making up the rules as he goes along. Like, if everyone else is not chasing pitches and they're taking pitches, you can't be swinging at the first pitch and getting a double play. And then if you do, I don't want to see the pouting. I don't want to see it.
No, it was Scott said it the best. What did Scott say? Well,
not working out for him.
Like that first pitch.
Yo, the way that Trea Turner talked this summer, you didn't think that he was going to actually adhere to it so quickly. But even he's changing. So if Trea Turner is trying to change, man, nobody in the whole organization is trying to deal with Alex Bohm. I can imagine being a teammate and you like, yo, man, Trea Turner changing his approach. So everybody else is trying to change. And this dude is still about himself. No, absolutely not. No.
Yeah, we can't have that. And if you don't play well, we'll play Sosa. All right, Jay, are you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Always.
All right, here we go. This one's a marquee, a 12 o'clock tip on the show today. The number 1 seed, Told You So Douglas, against one of the Cinderellas, Gassy Hugh.
That Hughes going to stay there.
Told You So or Gassy Hugh? Who moves on, Jay?
Wow, Gassy Hugh is funny, man. Told You So Hugh is a staple of the show.
He is. He's someone we see every day, even when he's wrong. He says, I told you so. Jay, we appreciate it. Told you so.
Very rarely wrong.
Are you happy that Gassy Hugh is out?
Well, it's because it's not fair. It's not fair. I mean, I understand.
Victim.
Well, I'm just saying. I understand why people feel like that was a fart, but it wasn't. And I know if it wasn't me, and I would say, that does sound like a fart.
We felt
but
the
it wasn't.
studio shake.
I mean, it wasn't a fart, though. It wasn't a fart. That Hill's going to stay there. Sound like a fart, but
everyone knows what happened.
I mean, it sounds like a fart.
It's probably better for you that we could stop playing it now because it's gotten more air the last couple of weeks than it has. Yeah.
If you think we're going to stop playing it, you're sadly mistaken.
Well, just wait for one shining moment of our tournament. It'll be part of that.
One shining moment.
Let's go to Joe and Mayfair. What's up, Joe?
Guys, you guys stop with the Bohm stuff. It's the same as the Eagles being 2-2 at the bye week.
What do you mean stop with what Bohm stuff? What are we doing?
Is there anybody in the Phillies lineup hitting over 300? Anybody?
Sosa.
It's Sosa. That's it.
Well, I think was it Rojas is too?
Well, he hasn't played much. But
I'm just saying.
Like I said,
he asked the question.
It's April single digits, and we're talking about Bohm, who in probably 2 or 3 weeks will be batting close to what the rest of the guys are. We haven't hit the swoons yet of May from Castellanos and Schwarber, who don't hit a lick in May. It's April. We're talking about a Phillies team that gets to the playoffs and chokes the last 2 seasons. This is just regular season stuff. We did the same thing with Jalen, overreacting earlier in the year and the whole Eagles team and getting it together. Alec Bohm puts the work in. He'll figure it out, and he'll get out of it. I don't know why we're burying a guy who's a consistent 280, 290 career hitter who's just in a little bit of a funk off the season.
Yeah, but Joe,
I think you're letting
him. I think you're letting him off the hook. At what point, Joe, do we ask him to grow up as a player? Doesn't it bother you to watch him pout on the field?
So you mean when a quarterback misses a receiver by overthrowing by 10 yards and he shows disgust, or if you have a hockey player who misses an open net?
Joe, I disagree with you on this. Joe, there's a reason. There's a
thing.
reason in my mind why I agree with what you're saying. Look at his postseason numbers. I just don't think the guy's mentally strong. Like there are certain
and Castellanos, Stott. I mean, the only one who's been
Joe,
great in the postseason is Harper, correct?
Well, no, hold on. Well, no, obviously Schwarber's been good in the postseason. He's got like 20-something career
not
home runs.
great. Good, but not great.
I would say very good in the postseason. But Joe,
not the last two seasons, but that's okay.
Joe, they have told you what they think of Bohm. They tried to trade him. He's not a part of the future here. I don't know why. It's taken some people longer to realize this than others. He's holding.
If he's not part of the future, then why is Boehmer playing almost every day at third? If you take a look at Stott playing second, he is struggling as well. But we're not saying let's just put Sosa in at second and bench Stott.
Stott's OPS. Stott's hitting 286 with an 819 OPS. I'll take that. That would be
it's April.
No, but you said, but hold on. But you said struggling, and I gave you a stat. You can't say struggling, and then I give you a stat and say they count.
And not only this, Joe. Let me jump in here real quick. But Joe, not only this, it's not like we're sitting here fabricating any of this. Topper pulled him yesterday, and he pulled him after he had a bad day.
Also put him in the playoffs last year.
Yeah,
this is just building.
There's a pattern there. So you can't. I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's still early, and I'm on that train, but you can't deny the pattern that you're seeing.
No, a pattern that would freak me out. It would be him staring at strikes and not swinging the bat, being afraid. That would freak me out.
Right. But what about the pattern? But what about the pattern of the manager pulling him after he had a bad game?
He had a bad game, but at least he's hitting the ball.
No, but that's not what I want.
That would scare me.
But that's not what I want. They made their whole thing that they need to be more patient and grind at bats.
And he didn't do that.
Like, Joe, if I was his teammate, like if I was Castellanos and Turner, and I've been upset with them in the past, but at least they're trying when they go up there to work at bats. And I watched this guy have 5 pitches and 4 at bats on Saturday. If I was them, I would have went to the manager and said, "Don't play this guy tomorrow." Like, what are we doing?
But the problem is it's April 9th. If you look in the mirror the last 2 postseasons, all the players have no right to say what you're saying that Castellanos should do.
But they're trying now. They're trying now.
But it's April 9th. The Eagles were trying to when they were 2-2.
All right,
just wait till Memorial Day.
I'm telling you right now what this reminds me of. It reminds me of Bryce Huff, where he wasn't doing what Fangio wanted, and they said, "You're done." They didn't care how much money.
Then you're going to miss Alec Bohm in the future because he's working.
Not going to miss Alec Bohm. What am I missing? I'm missing a 280 corner infielder with 15 home runs. I mean, holy heck! I'm going to miss Alec Bohm.
Well, if that was the case, they wouldn't be playing him every day, would they?
Well, you know what? We'll see if they continue to. Joe, because if he keeps playing like this, right? If he hits, he gets to play. I'm just saying he's off scholarship.
So let me ask you a question. Let me just ask one more question. Okay. When the Phillies go 3-7 and lose the slot like they normally do during a season, and they can't hit a lick and their bullpen blows games, are we going to just do the same thing to the entire team, or are we going to let it play out because we know what this team does throughout a season? They have ups and downs, and so does every player, and they finish between 90 and 95 wins.
No, but there's certain players, Joe, that we're not. They are what they are, and they're good, and they're under contract, and they're going to play. Right? Harper could have a bad month. Nothing's going to happen to him. Schwarber, the same thing.
Well, you're not going to trade Bohm when he's having a down slump, but when he starts to hit again, it's going to be like, whoa, this guy's found his swing again. We're good. We're good.
All right,
it's a long 162 game regular season.
He hasn't hit since the All-Star break. I mean, we're all aware of this. Like, he sucked in the second half.
And has the rest of the lineup from August on. They didn't hit either, including the playoffs.
Right.
I don't care about the regular season. It's like the Sixers winning 50-plus games every year, Joe.
You didn't
and
take
they crap the bed in the playoffs.
Yeah, I got you, Joe. I got you. Are you ready for your matchup of Hughes here? Because I need your answer.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
He was passionate.
I love Joe. All right, let's go to see who faces off against Told You So Douglas in the Elite Eight. We have the number 3 seed, D-List Douglas, of course, actor Hugh over here.
Tubi.
Against the number 2 seed, Mumbles Douglas. Who moves on, D-List Hugh or Mumbles Douglas?
I'm predicting Mumbles Douglas wins the whole tournament.
Wow, Mumbles! We got a good phone call. We got a heavyweight battle. So we officially have in the Elite Eight in our top right bracket the first 1 versus 2. This is going to be prime time. It's a prime time game. Told you so against Mumbles. Mumbles really came on the last few months. I mean, Mumbles has always been there since the show began.
But it really is a strong.
You leaned into that.
Been thoroughly irritating the hell out of people lately too.
Mumbles?
Yeah.
It's like me with Alex Bone.
Not just lately, buddy.
Oh yeah, but it really irritates people.
Well, in the beginning, people weren't sure if
you knew what I was doing. I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, they thought that maybe your mic was broken.
I did it on purpose.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I knew it was.
I'm the one that takes the calls, Jake. Can you tell Hugh?
Could he stop talking underneath? Yeah. Oh no, they text me. They text me now. They send me nice little messages, and I respond. I respond all the time.
Nicely.
Twitter fingers, Hugh?
Do I respond nicely?
Yeah.
It all depends on what you consider nicely.
Okay.
Well, I start out
cordial
with all due respect.
Oh, well, then you can say whatever you
want.
want.
And I say thank you.
So it's not nice.
Well, it is nice. It starts out all due respect, and then it says thank you for the follow. Then it might start off with something like, kiss my ass, and then sometimes it might say kiss my black ass.
With all due respect.
But when it starts out with all due respect, it's it's
that's right.
Yeah, it's all good.
So Petty Hugh and Dump Button Douglas all get involved in the same.
Oh, the same. It's a mosh pit.
Gotcha.
Of all of them.
All right, let's go to Kashmir the Poconos. What's up, Kashmir?
Hey, what's going on there, Joe? What's going on there, Hugh? How you guys doing?
Going on, Kashmir?
Forgot about Kyle. Kyle back then.
Kyle, what's going on? I talked to Kyle already. But so far. So far, so good with the Phillies guys. Listen, I obviously beating the Dodgers 2 out of 3 was a terrific start to the season. However, I'm with you, Hugh. I gotta say, I'm with you right now. I gotta see more. I still need to see more. Listen, we're 9 games into the season. Listen, I like what I'm seeing so far, but again, they kind of did this last year. They started off 62-34. They started off 34-17. So the thing is, and they were they were grinding at that. They did the same thing last year. It wasn't until after the All-Star break, and pretty much July came, and then that's when kind of things fell off the rails. But I got to talk about Alec Boehm real quick. Alec Boehm, Joe. This kind of reminds me of the Carson Wentz, Nick Foles situation. Maybe I'm nuts for saying that, but do I make a little bit of sense saying that?
So obviously the stakes are much lower.
I love it personally.
But I do think there's something to the backup.
That's reckless speculation.
Well, no, I get it. It seems like the backup is loved by his teammates. And it seems like the starter, who is supposed to be good, is
and he's mentally frail.
And some of his teammates seem to be frustrated. Well, he is mentally frail. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, I mean, and not only that, but it's like you see Sosa coming in here, and he's making the most of what he's doing.
Yes.
He's making the most of the opportunity that he has, and it's like he's playing well, and the team seems to love what he's doing, and it's like you have Alec Boehm, who's out there acting like
that ain't right. That ain't right.
It's just like I can't believe what I'm looking at here. It's like he's acting like a 6-year-old. Well, you have, Edmundo Sosa, who's not a high draft pick. He was more of a journeyman guy, like Nick Foles was. He was the journeyman guy that was just brought in to be a backup.
She's soaking all this.
It's good. It's good.
And and you see Edmundo Sosa going out there, and he is playing his butt off, man. It's like and then I see it's like Carson Wentz and Alec Boehm. It's like Alec Boehm was our first round pick in 2020. 2018, and he came up awfully quick. He was a high prospect.
Yeah, if there's one thing I'm super consistent on is if you have bad body language on the field, I'm out. I'm out. Like, don't droop your shoulders, don't slump, don't cry. Let's go finish the game, next play type of thing. All right, Kashmir, you ready? You got a huge matchup here, buddy, in the bracket of Hughes. Here we go.
I'm ready for it.
The number 1 seed, tongue-tied Hugh.
Oh, man.
Those we made a debut this morning.
Tomato cans.
Against the number 5 seed, Dump Button Douglas.
Why has Asai Reddick been on 4 other freaking football teams?
Kashmir, who moves on to the Elite Eight?
I'm going with I gotta go with Dump Button Douglas.
Dump Button Douglas! Oh, we are down to just Wait, just one seat is left? This
That's
is
crazy.
madness. Cashmere, we appreciate it.
A lot of
Dumb
madness.
Button Douglas.
Holy smokes. I mean, took down a powerhouse.
I know. I mean,
maybe the number one overall seed.
Yeah, there's a lot of tickets over at FanDuel that are just down the drain.
And the ambiguity.
Down goes tongue-tied Douglas. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. Back to all your phone calls. Your chance to weigh in on the bracket of Hughes, the Phillies. Does it feel different? And did this weekend show you the Phillies are a different team? Plus, we have to check in on Phillies jail. We did put someone behind bars a couple weeks ago, and it doesn't sound like he's getting out anytime soon.
Don't do that time, huh?
Yeah, the time is going to be extended. That's next. Your phone call as well. 215-592-9494 on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. College basketball tonight. You know, right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. It's the final game of the college basketball season. Find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer. One team will cut the nets down tonight, and you can as well if you make a good bet with FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the all-new Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the all-new Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined all-new Nissan Kicks.
Now, Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting manufacturer-suggested retail price under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer-suggested retail price, MSRP, for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
It's tax time again, and this year you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org/spring and the educational income tax credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring.
Hey, how's your HVAC system working these days? Is it keeping you warm? Kind of, maybe, not really. Like, oh, hey, this must be how the meat and seafood feel at the supermarket. Horizon Services feels you. We want you warm and comfortable. Our same-day HVAC service will slap that chill into next year. And if it's a new installation you need, Horizon's flexible payment options, warranties, and rebates will get your comfort situation going from frozen meats to freshly baked in no time. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. On the last day of the professional basketball calendar, the second and third seeded teams in the West will face off in one last game that may decide their playoff seeding. Denver will once again head into Houston with a chance to overtake their seed to avoid playing some of the hottest teams in the league. The reigning MVP will lead his team in one last regular season attempt for a playoff push. Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai's always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We'll go dancing in the streets. Cause we're the Phillies, you know we can't be beat. So come on, baby.
You have the fever, Hugh?
Phillies fever. Yeah, I got it. Phillies fever. Every time I hear this song, I think of Joe Wexler. Shout out to Joe Wexler, man.
Come on, Hugh. It's not too early.
For what?
I
mean, I got
fever.
different, man.
I'm
just kind of,
It's not early. You got fever. We have fever. Welcome back. It's Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. Your chance to hop in and talk some Phils with us. Did this weekend make you feel different? Is this team different than they have been in years past? So Chase Ray certainly points to that. They're number 1 in baseball right now and not swinging at pitches out of the strike zone, which is a huge improvement from where they were in the last couple years, certainly the end of last season, the postseason series against the Mets. Where do you come down on the Phils after the weekend? 2 out of 3 over the Dodgers, and your chance to participate in the bracket of Hughes as we round out here. The Elite 8 will move to the Final 4. This is incredible stuff. I mean, gone is tongue-tied Hugh. Gone is plant-based Hugh.
Gone.
I'm going to miss tongue-tied Hugh, man. They were so fun to watch.
We just have one seed
Gassy
remaining.
Douglas gone, too, right?
Yeah, the only told you so,
That
Douglas.
He was going to stay there.
Told you so is the only 1 seed left. Told you so.
That's a big one, too.
Yeah, that is a big one.
We might have misread who the strongest contender was.
Yeah, it's like everyone's bracket, right? You think you know, and then it starts, and you realize your bracket stinks. Let's go to the phone lines here. John in Delaware is up. What's up, John?
Am I on?
You're on, John.
Yes.
Nope.
Yeah. I'm getting a little tired of, first of all, people ranking on Alec Bohm all the time.
Oh,
Guy's a great athlete. First of all, this team right now, I think, is the best since 2008. I do. I think the starting pitching is really excellent. So far, it's just been fantastic. But getting tired of people. Bohm's got to go. Bohm's got to go. The guy is a great player. And he's
no, hold on, John. And I
said he got to go.
John, I didn't. Well, I wouldn't be sad to see him go, but
not us yet.
Yeah, John, hold on a second.
He said that's coming.
I appreciate your take on the team, and they might be the best since 2008, and they're capable of winning the World Series, but Alec Bohm's not a great player. I mean, who are we talking about?
He's a great athlete. He's a great athlete. I'll tell you, he's going to have a good year. Every year, it's get rid of Bohm, get rid of trade Bohm. I mean, I'd rather see. Okay, you got Sosa and Rojas. What are those guys? Those guys are hitting what 900 together. I mean, why are they sitting on the bench? Play them somewhere. I would say Marsh would be the first guy to trade.
Well, sure, but what are you getting for Brandon Marsh? I mean, like,
Yeah, your biggest
Brandon Marsh is a platoon
Trade
player.
Taiwan Walker too. While we're at it.
Get a bullpen guy. Get a bullpen guy.
Or we could trade Alec Bohm. How about we trade Alec Bohm?
Why is Marsh even? You know what? Bohm's a great athlete. Put him in center field.
He's not a great athlete. He
Bohm
can't
in center field.
Alec Bohm can't run.
Yeah,
He's not.
Put him in left field. Put him in left field. Okay?
Why does everyone like Alec Bohm so much? What did he ever do here?
He's a good hitter. He hits in the clutch.
Oh my! No, he doesn't.
Show.
No,
he doesn't show. He hits in the clutch.
How did he do in the clutch Saturday with a runner on first base in the ninth inning? First pitch double play.
Okay.
You know he's hit into more double plays over the last 2 years than any player in baseball. What a world are we living in that he's a great player? Come on, John. He's not a great baseball player. He's not.
He's a very good baseball player, and he could achieve greatness. I'm telling you.
Greatness, John. We appreciate you, buddy.
He's being bullish on Alec Bohm.
Great. Am I watching a different game than everybody else?
Well, I will say this because it feels like a lot of people and I don't want to reckless speculate, but I think I'm on base with this because I think a lot of people feel like you feel that you don't want Alec Bohm on this team.
Well, I'm ready to move forward. If he doesn't hit, I'm not beholden to him.
And I look at it like this: Topper has shown you in the last couple of days that the leash is kind of short for Bohm. That's how I look at it. It's not so much that you're fabricating anything. I think that you're on to something, but Topper's even telling you that, I can't afford for him to go through those, whatever you want to say, temper tantrums or whatever it is, and go through these slumps when we're trying to win baseball games. We're trying to change the way that we do things here. Like I said, 21 days to change. No, seriously,
I know.
21 days.
I just like what you say.
To change the habit. It does. So he's a part of that. And because Topper's trying to manage differently. He's being a little bit more, for lack of a better way of saying it, more aggressive with his management.
I like that. Kyle, we need the 21-day countdown for the habit breaking.
21 days, man.
Because if Trey and Castellanos continue to not chase, and we get to the 21-day mark of the season, it counts.
And we have to hold you to the.
No, I'm just saying it does, man. I have certain idiosyncrasies that I have to get out of. Like now, getting up earlier to do what I have to do, my daily workout. I got kind of out of that for a little while. So now I'm giving myself 21 days to get back in it. It's shredding season. Getting ready for these Tubi movies. You know what I mean?
And the push-ups?
Man, the push-ups. Been doing the push-ups every day.
Yeah. What are we up to?
Sit-ups. 200,
150, 100?
No, we did. We're up to you mean a day?
Well, I'm just wondering what's going on.
About 150.
150
a day.
Yeah, I think we need to chronicle this until we have the great showdown with you and Spike.
Yeah.
The camera's been chronicling how he's trying to get back into shape to go.
Everybody getting ready for shredding season.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Did he hear when I
said shredding season?
Did he hear when I said that he looked pregnant? You think that's probably what it was?
That was harsh, man.
Yeah, that
he didn't say nothing this morning though.
Yeah.
But then I kind of forgot I said.
If someone said I look pregnant, I don't know if I'd want to talk to them the next time I saw them.
Well, the camera, he has thick
respect.
skin. I said, I did say with all due respect. He knows he looks a little pregnant. About 3 months, 3-4 months.
That's you're showing around then. You start to show.
That's what I'm saying.
You're saying he's heading into the second trimester.
I'm just saying he's showing a little bit.
All right, batting next, second trimester, Joe. All right, Violet in Virginia. What's up, Violet?
Hey guys, how are you today?
Hey,
Violet,
how
what's
you
up?
doing?
I'm all right. So I'm kind of wondering why everybody is down on Bohm too. Just because I feel like there's got to be something going on. But before that, I am very excited. I still think it's early. I mean, my gosh, they still have 158 something games left. But I like what I'm seeing. But going back to the Bohm thing, there's got to be something going on, because last year, this is what I'm thinking about. He started out on fire. He played like everybody wanted him to play. He was one of the ones that wasn't chasing the ball. He had, I don't know how many RBIs. I don't have the stats in front of me. I should have looked it up.
97. Yeah, 97. Yeah.
Told you what happened.
I mean, something happened. And honestly, Hugh, I'm kind of with you. I think it might be the girlfriend thing.
The girlfriend
if it
changed everything.
I'm a little disappointed because she's in sports. She should be on board with hey, dude, you need to get it. You need to get it together.
Well, and it's probably not all his fault. It's probably something new for him. You know what I mean? Because I went through a phase like that. And I could chronicle every time that when I tried to have a relationship, how it hindered me on the football field.
Didn't you get fluffy once?
Oh, boy, I got so fluffy. I couldn't even leave New York. They made me stay. So yeah, I mean, I know how that goes.
Don't let this guy out of the state. He's eating everything.
But I mean, I do agree with, you got to do something. And look, Sosa is hot right now. He's got to play more. He just has to. And, I mean, I'm just hoping that Bone gets out of his slump or whatever's going on, because I really do think he's a great ball player. I really do. I think he can add a lot to this team. And defensively, I mean, and I know people have been down on Marsh, too, with his hitting. But, my God, that freaking play he had in the outfield, that was freaking amazing.
Yeah, it was. That was a great catch. Yep.
Bohm had some good defensive plays. If these guys, it's still early. I'm just hoping they can turn it around.
Well, and, the rest of the guys were doing well. So if they turn it around, the team will be really, really good. Violet, are you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Okay, as long as it's not mean.
No.
Of course it's going to be mean.
Yeah, I mean,
the
whole thing is mean.
Mean it's relative. It's relatively.
Part for the course.
All right, here we go. Let's go out to the top left region, and we have the number 8 seed, fresh off an upset. Love Dr. Douglas going up against a guy that we know often, the 12 seed ADD Hugh, who got his medicine this weekend.
Got my meds this weekend,
so he's
baby.
better now. All right, Love Doctor or ADD Hugh? Who moves on?
Oh, that's hard. I'm going to go with Love Doctor.
Love Dr. Douglas.
Making a showing in this
Wow.
tournament.
You know what? Sometimes you miss it, and Violet, we appreciate you miss a team when you fill out your bracket. And this is the team I missed. I didn't think there was any shot Love Doctor was going to make a run.
Yeah, me neither.
People take his advice very seriously, which is not good.
I mean, they take my advice, but I don't even adhere to my own advice.
You're afraid of
That's
commitment.
crazy. Don't do that, because that got, I got a couple text messages behind that.
You were hurt by that.
No, because I got a couple text. I'm like, whatever.
It threw you off your game for
Yeah,
a few
a little
minutes.
bit, little bit.
I saw it in your eyes. That was like it hit. Sometimes the jokes hit different, and that.
Sometimes they hit. Sometimes they hit home.
All right, Love Doctor into the Elite Eight. So we have 3 Elite Eight matchups set. We need to set one more, and then we move forward into the Elite Eight. So our Elite Eight matchups as of right now: Love Doctor against Dug-In Douglas, Dump Button Douglas against Long Talk Hugh. That's going to be a good one. And then, of course, Told You So against Mumbles. One more Elite Eight matchup to set up. Let's go to Joe in Bristol. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Joe. What's going on?
Not much, man. Listen, I'm with you though on Alec Bohm. He's sulking. I don't like his characteristics or anything. The way he carries himself. The things he does, throwing his arms up in the air. I hate this place. We all know that one.
Yeah, his body language stinks. I mean, slumps
really
happen. I get it. Like he'll hit better than this, but yeah, but the body language stuff and the woe is me. I can't handle it.
I'm with you because I think and I was watching this weekend against the Dodgers, and the one thing I noticed was the one thing that killed us last year. They're not chasing.
They're really, Joe, they've been the best in baseball at it. And I'm shocked because I
know. And that's a big thing, right?
It's huge.
It killed us last year.
Well, I mean, the Mets series, the Mets didn't throw many strikes. They just said, all right, we're just going to throw you slop and you're going to swing at it. So it's a major difference. All right, Joe, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
All right, what we got?
All right, here we go. You're going to set the final matchup for the Elite Eight. You get the number 8 seed, You People, against Harvard Hugh, who has his studies that are always inconclusive. You People, Douglas, or Harvard Hugh? Who moves on?
You People.
You People is the winner. You People.
When I looked at that was an 8 and Harvard was 4.
We underseeded You
That
People.
was way underseeded.
Yeah, this is on the committee.
Yeah, you people hits different nowadays.
Well, especially when you get to it in the 10 o'clock hour. It's just unbelievable.
It's like, what do you mean, you people?
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous. Or can we we did something right after opening day. We haven't gone back to it. I think today's a good day to do it. Can we revisit Philly's jail, Kyle?
Wait a minute, who's going now?
Well, we put Jordan Romano into Philly's jail.
You got you're making a conscious effort to say it right. Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
He hasn't earned his name being pronounced right.
Who cares?
He was put in jail on opening day. And this is when we try to talk about, how long we have to keep him in there.
Mhm.
Guilty! Yeah, he's
That's a good one.
He's
right
not
there.
getting out of jail anytime soon.
Wait a minute.
No, he might have extended his stay.
I think he did.
I think he got into a fight in the cafeteria.
When
He tried to shank somebody.
Yeah, he shanked someone in the cafeteria.
He tried, and then Mookie Betts got him right back. When you see a pitcher in today's game put everything they have and it's 93, it's a problem. These guys throw 98 in their sleep, and he's out there. He's sweating bullets to get 93 yesterday. We got a problem here with Romano.
I can see the struggle. Now that I think about it,
Yeah.
the struggle was real. Didn't he say he was fine though? We were talking about that. Like he said, he's fine.
Everyone in jail says they're not guilty.
I mean, that's yeah.
But as we heard, he is guilty. We know this.
Oh, for sure.
So,
Guilty.
I just thought about something, but I'm gonna stay focused just this one time.
As we put a Phillies relief pitcher in prison.
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? You paid him a ton of bread. You paid him some money.
Well, all right. So there's two options. We discussed a little bit with Rhea earlier. I think they have two options. They could lessen his role, right? Now he's going to pitch more in the 6th inning than the 7th, 8th, or 9th.
Yeah.
Or
take some of that leverage out of the high leverage situation.
Less leverage. Or you could do a little phantom injured list stint and say, why don't you go clear your head, build up your arm strength, and see what we could do in a few weeks.
1 to 2 more outings before that happens.
So we're gonna throw him to the Wolves. Wolves in Atlanta.
But wait a minute. What I mean by that is this: we're changing the leverage a little bit.
Yeah, lower leverage.
And if he doesn't, produce in those low leverage situations, then you consider the IL.
We're giving him
stint.
community service opportunities to show that he's improved.
Community service, that is crazy.
Yeah, but
we put him in jail so as to avoid him doing further damage to society.
And he got in the fight in the
The
cafeteria.
Phillies didn't, and the Phillies didn't listen.
Can we hear from him yesterday after the game? He seems perplexed at his struggles right now.
I'm used to just kind of being 96 around there the whole time. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. But yeah, I need to figure that out. For sure.
Is it frustrating that you're on a new team? You've had a lot of success in the past, but I'm sure you want to make a good impression. Is it frustrating you haven't been able to do that today?
Oh yeah, definitely. On any team, you want to come in, contribute to wins. And when you're not doing that, it doesn't feel great for sure.
Does not feel great.
Yeah, I mean, look, and he took a 1-year deal to rebuild his value to get a long-term deal after the season.
You better work on that. Yeah, you better get that done.
Going to jail is not helping.
So last year, your ERA was 5. You spent the first month in jail. How much do you think you're getting this offseason? Guilty. He's a problem right now. There is no question about that. Their bullpen is an issue because he's supposed to be a big part of it.
Yeah, and he's not right now. It's not looking too great for him. Just right now.
When I watched him release that pitch to Mookie yesterday, I was like, "Oh no!"
I knew we were in trouble the second he took the mound.
Mookie ain't even got his weight up yet.
I know. Mookie at 155 pounds, smashing that ball to left center. So Romano stays in Phillies jail. We're leaving that. If he thought he was getting out early, he had another thing coming. All right, we'll check back in on Jordan soon. Let's go to Carol, who's up next on WIP. Hey, Carol.
Hi, how are you?
Carol, what's up?
Hey, Carol, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Just a story about Alec Bohm. I have his shirt with his name on the back, and I was so ticked at him at the end of last season. We had a place in Ocean City. I left him in a drawer, shut the drawer, and I thought, well, maybe I'll go back when I go back in May, and I'll let him out. Ain't going to happen.
This is her version of Phillies jail.
You know what? I like this. Leave him in the drawer until he earns his way out, Carol. Because now he looks like a player that belongs in the drawer right now.
Right, and there's nothing else in there with him, just the shirt.
He's all
with his name on it.
all by himself in the drawer.
Yeah, that's it. And I thought maybe he was going to come out, but after this weekend, I don't think so.
Carol, I appreciate this. This is something I think that this could motivate him. If he's listening right now, you're in Carol's drawer and you're not getting out until you start playing.
Yeah,
better.
you're in jail till you do better.
That's right.
You're right by everybody.
Carol, do you want to play the bracket of Hughes with us? Are you ready?
Okay.
All right, here we go. You get the first matchup in the Elite Eight. Where are we going here? What's the first one? All right. Let's go to the one we just set up. You have the number 8 seed, Love Dr. Douglas, against the number 2 seed, the one that we experience every day, Doug in Douglas, where he doesn't want to back off his opinion. Carol, which version of Hughes should move on?
Love and Douglas.
Love Dr. Douglas.
Making a deep run in this playoff.
Wow, Carol, we appreciate the phone call. Doug in out. Love Doctor is in the Final Four.
I find it that real ironic.
I'm sure a lot of people do.
That he's rolling like he's rolling. He find a girlfriend, but he's doing the tournament.
That's what makes it so ironic.
Yeah. Isn't it ironic? Giving out love advice. Can't even.
All right. Well, Karen, you're gonna get a few texts after this situation.
Well, you're so
probably
busy
will.
setting other people up that you just haven't
Yeah,
had
you got
time to
for
work on
myself.
yourself.
Yeah, that's what I need to work on. Me.
I'm shocked at the run of Love Dr. Douglas. I didn't see it coming.
So, do we need to put somebody on the Phillies on probation? By the way,
Yeah, so I think it's fair to bring this up. So it's that there's no warrant yet out for their arrest, but we are monitoring Aaron Nola right now.
the FBI's watching.
Nola, yeah, we're monitoring Nola. He's given up 4 home runs in 2 starts.
You know what's funny?
I'm monitoring the situation.
Just got a text about that too. Say, oh, y'all gonna let y'all giving Nola a pass?
No,
like no. I mean, I feel like this is who he is. But
So-
we are in grind mode right now, so ain't nobody safe.
Can I ask you if you? I'm gonna throw you a stat, and then you tell me if there's any concern on this. Okay? Because it's easy to say who he is, unless he's becoming less
Worse,
of who he was.
yeah.
Right. So Aaron Nola's fastball velocity last 4 years. So the last one would be this year. It is a small sample, but just to give you a glimpse of what I'm talking about. 93.1, 92.9, 92.6, and this year he's at 91.7.
So he's more of a painter now. He's becoming more of a painter.
But he never was super velocity.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But now I do wonder, like, how low can he go and still continue to
be effective,
be really good?
How fast was Jamie Moyer pitching until his 50s?
So, but Jamie was also
junk ball. I know junk ball pitching.
and he also was more of a guy that would give up a lot of home runs, and he'd have starts where he'd give up 4 or 5, 6 runs on home runs.
Aaron Nola's got the Jackson Pollock painting thing going on right now.
Yeah,
It
he
looks a
does.
mess.
Yeah,
You mean like somebody threw up
Like
on
a
on the
3-year-old?
canvas?
Like what I used to
Yeah.
get my parents to hang on the fridge when I was like 3 or 4 in
Yeah,
preschool.
but some of them paintings that Jackson Pollock's paint are kind of expensive though.
Yeah, because people have no idea what
I've never understood like
And the art critique part of the show.
No, I'm just saying I never understood. I guess it's not supposed to be for me to understand, but I just never understood why some paintings do better than others.
It's phony
It's a little different.
I don't get the whole art
No,
scene when
no.
people pay like thousands of dollars for things.
Yeah. I saw a video where a dude took a piece of meat. He took a piece of bread and then a piece of meat, right?
Mhm.
And he put it in a picture frame,
Like real meat and bread?
a real meat and bread, and he hung it in an art museum.
Won't it rot?
And no, people were looking at it like they were trying to figure out
what in the world.
That's the thing. Like you can do what, like,
dude,
do whatever
there-
the hell you want. You hang it in an art studio, and people are like,
like, have you seen
fascinating
algorithm? But
Oh,
some
boy.
of the materials that people use for some of their art projects, like it can get pretty disgusting. Like some people, like they like to use like bottle caps and stuff like that. Some of it's pretty interesting.
So you're saying we've gone too far?
Well, it just all depends on how you interpret art and what's meaningful to you. I think some of it is real creative, but for some of the prices that they're going for, it's just like I guess you just have to, hit on what the public is asking for at the time. I guess.
So is that comparative? Like when Aaron Nola got his contract last year, that's what the people were asking for, and that's what he got.
Yeah, I guess.
So
I mean,
I'm not super concerned that he's bad now. I am starting to wonder if he's moved in the portion of his career, Hugh, from being really good to more of like a middle of the rotation, right? Like because a couple years ago he was the number
guy.
2.
It was 1 or 2 respectfully,
and I feel like,
or it was 1A and 1B.
right. And now he looks to me more like a middle of the road starter. Not bad. I think he's smart enough to
Especially
figure
when
it
you
out.
see what Wheels is giving you.
I mean, right now, if you had to rank the starters, I would rank them Wheeler. And then if you tell me right now I got to win a game, Luzardo looks better and Sanchez looks better. I mean, they have a good rotation, so there's nothing wrong with being the 4 in this rotation, but he looks like their 4th best guy right now.
Still better than Taiwan after 1 out.
Yeah. I'm not going to.
I mean, I wasn't bad. I just had to, I was just testing the waters.
I mean, if he's not better than Taiwan, we got to hit the alarm button here. All right. I know you were. Yeah, he's still ahead of Taiwan. 215-592-9494. All right. The next few callers will help us decide the Final Four. Our first team is in. Love Dr. Douglas in the Final Four. 3 more Elite 8 matchups on the bracket of Hughes as we get this thing to the Final Four. Your phone calls to the Phillies after this weekend. Do they look different? Are you ready to say this is a different baseball team than as years past? Plus, when we come back, we'll do what we do every day at 1 o'clock. You know what time it is. The Daily Mock. That's next. It is the Midday Show as always, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Bet on which player you think will be the leading scorer, or bet the money line on who will win the title. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries for all different tastes and needs. Discoveries like an oat milk that's gluten-free and sustainable. Woo! Or a quick dinner that's delicious and easy. Woo! Or perfectly ripe peaches. Woo! That are local. Woo! And organic. Woo! This is that Sprouts feeling.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to LifeSearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit LifeSearch.com today.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it finally time to invest in yourself? Well, start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service, real-time updates only on iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneaker peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Colorado held its pro day on Friday. Teams at the top of the draft got a 2-for-1, getting to see quarterback Shedeur Sanders and two-way star Travis Hunter. Now it's Hunter who appears to be the favorite to go number 2 to the Cleveland Browns. When it's close, teams usually go QB, but Hunter is unique. He brings as much buzz as any non-quarterback could. And frankly, that's what they need the most right now in Cleveland. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
Yes, it is that time. We do it every day at 1 o'clock. You know, we're like 17 days away from the NFL draft. This thing's going to be here
17
quickly. Yes, Thursday the 24th is the first round of the 2025 NFL draft. The Philadelphia Eagles, as of now at least, own the number 32 pick in the draft. All right, let's go through the latest mock draft over at the 33rd team. Number 1 overall, as he's been every single time we've done this segment, Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami. What do you guys think? So they wrote his name as Cameron Ward. More or less likely to succeed if he's Cameron Ward's a bust. Cam Ward will play well. You agree on that, Hugh?
Totally agree.
Cameron Ward's a bad quarterback name. Cam Ward.
Well, so you shorten it up, and you're not saying his whole government name. I hear what you're saying. I like Cam Ward better.
Yeah, I think Cam Ward just sounds like a good player.
Yeah, I feel.
Number 2, the Cleveland Browns select Travis Hunter, wide receiver.
Number 2?
Yeah, number 2. So they pass on Shedeur, and they take Travis Hunter from Colorado. Number 3, we have a surprise here. The Giants select Armand Membu, the offensive lineman out of Missouri.
Them passing on Carter would be outrageous.
Yep. Number 4, the Patriots select Abdul Carter. They're going to sprint to the podium to take Abdul Carter, number 4. And at number 5, the Jaguars select Will Campbell, offensive lineman, LSU.
Eagles going to let Abdul Carter fall to 4?
Well, no, we should be on the phone immediately with the Patriots. What would it take to go up and get Abdul Carter? All right, let's go down to the Eagles, who do not make a trade in this mock draft. But Hugh, for the second time since we started doing the Daily Mock at 1 o'clock this year, the Philadelphia Eagles at number 32 select a position that most would say not a need, but they do it anyway with the
luxury
32nd pick in the 2025 NFL draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas. So I pulled up Matthew Golden's scouting report. And by the way, Golden, much like Jalen Milroe, has accepted an invitation to the draft in a couple weeks, which is a tell they think he's going to get drafted in the first round.
Yeah.
Golden, a junior out of Texas. You ready for some of these numbers? A 4.29
that
40.
jumped off the page to me.
When you look at the scouting report here, NFL.com, the first strength is meets the moment with big plays in big games. That fits with the Eagles do. And I saw this, and this was interesting. His NFL comp is Chris Olave. Hugh, this looks like a good prospect, but it comes back to a receiver in the first round when we have Devontae and AJ. Hugh, your thoughts?
Just have embarrassment of riches at that position. That's the first thing I thought about. Plays into kind of, what I've been saying since I've been here. Defense is luxury, not a necessity.
It's going to be unstoppable.
This is why
what I'm just saying, because listen to this. We just won the Super Bowl with a stout defense, and we lost a whole bunch of defensive players.
I've been trying to say that for a month.
And we go out in the first move that we make. Well, this is a mock draft, by the way, people. But if this happens, it kind of validates my parking ticket. Going out there and getting more weapons for your quarterback to thrive in. I understand we got Jahan Dotson still on this team. But man, when you talk about 4.2 speed at the slot, and the biggest thing that they said, one of the issues that he has, though, they say that he tends to take his foot off the gas if he feel like he's being covered. You playing in that slot with these cats, it ain't too many cats you're going to be covered by. What are you talking about, linebackers? If you put a corner in there, maybe the size of a Cooper DeJean, he's probably going to have trouble guarding you. Yep. So, yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
So I am not in on a receiver in the first round, but I do like this particular player. Like when we did it last time, it was Luther Burden.
Was it a run? No, it was a offensive lineman, a guard, wasn't it?
We had him, the Zabel, Kyle.
It was another receiver.
Yeah, Luther Burden was.
He
his
was a
name.
bigger. He was. I think he was a taller guy.
I didn't love him. This guy, I like this player. So I'm kind of fighting myself here because I think Matthew Golden has a chance to be a really good NFL wide receiver.
Yeah.
But goodness gracious.
4.29 at the slot.
Are we going to lose all this defense and add a slot receiver?
4.29.
A slot receiver in the first round of the draft?
Even though.
We can't even field a starting defense right now.
Even though.
Who's the safeties here?
Yeah. Jahan Dotson had a hell of a Super Bowl.
Tristan McCollum.
Tristan McCollum. You saw every time he's on the field, the other team scores. Every time. Kyle, your thoughts? I mean, I already know. Al Davis Jr. over here is going to want this play.
I see a 4.29 and I'm in. No, look, I am of the mindset that the Eagles should be using this first round pick with this year in mind, this upcoming season, because I understand where you're coming from about the defense. I worry about the loss on the defense too.
Wait a minute, you know where he coming from.
But I think,
no one knows where you're coming from.
No, you have no idea.
Bunch of bullies.
No, but I think the way for the Eagles to almost balance the scales a little bit, because I don't think there's really any move out there they can make right now for the defense that makes me feel as good as I felt about it at any point last season.
Yeah.
So I think they need to maybe double down on this offense thing, man. Like if they got a weapon
is he rubbing off on
that could
you?
stretch the field,
double down on the offense.
No, well, I mean, look, I'm thinking that they need to do it this season, probably out of necessity. I don't agree with the principle of what they're doing with the defense, but if this is the way that they're going to go,
lean into it, Kyle.
Yeah, I think
lean into
it, man.
Lean into it.
One more good thing about this kid, or something that's worth holding on to if they do end up drafting him. So he played at Houston his first couple years, transferred to Texas last year. So that's a step up in competition, right? He went from the American Conference, then the Big 12 Conference, and then he ended up this year in the SEC. He did not slow down. He was able to play in the SEC. 58 catches, 987 yards, 17 a catch in the SEC.
You know what? Because I saw the videos, and you can go online and say the Texas, when they go to workouts with the kids were driving, the first thing popped in my mind is, what was he driving at Houston, and what did he upgrade to when he went to Texas?
I'm sure it was an upgrade. I'm sure it was.
A hell of an upgrade. Because that's what Bijan Robinson's from, right? And they said when Bijan was in school, Bijan was driving a Lamborghini, like when he was in college, driving a Lambo. So I'm pretty sure that those kids at Texas, they weren't hurting for vehicles.
Yeah,
they weren't
driving
Hellcats and Durangos.
His speed's no joke.
Yeah, he can take the top off of defense.
Yeah, this kid
in the slot. In the slot.
You guys are not going to convince me to take a receiver in the first round.
In the slot, Joe. With the Quadzilla brothers back there in the back.
Let me ask you a question. Then I'll
with the quads, with all the quads.
Stop it with AJ.
We got to get you an AJ Dillon jersey. You're the biggest AJ Dillon fan.
I am not an AJ Dillon fan. I'm a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles and winning football games.
You're an AJ Dillon guy.
I'm not a fan of AJ Dillon.
You were hyping him up the day we
that
signed
was
him.
not hyping him up.
Yes,
you started the show into the next day.
No, I was just like, no.
Yeah, you led the show with AJ Dillon.
He fits my agenda.
See, that's all about you.
But that's what I'm saying. But as far as me liking him now, he all right. But he fits the agenda
for selfish reasons.
Because it's the defense.
See,
is
now
I
can't take your word on Matthew Golden. Maybe
you can.
Maybe you think he stinks, and you just want to draft him to say I was right. No, you were wrong.
This is where I come from. It's two things could be true at the same time.
Nope.
I was right. Is number one.
No.
But number two is the thought to put more talent around your quarterback so he can thrive in his offense.
Well, let me ask you a question. Then we'll move off this and get back to everyone's phone calls.
Yes, I'm listening.
If I'm willing to open my mind on this.
Okay.
If we do this, if we take Matthew Golden or whatever, any receiver in the first round, are we going to throw the ball more than 18 times a game next year?
Yeah, I think you have to.
Well, okay. Because otherwise I would say that's a waste of a resource.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think that there's a conscious effort. And we saw a little bit of this at the end. We saw it in the Super Bowl. Jalen was more comfortable. It looked more comfortable.
Played great.
In the pocket throwing the football. So, yes, I do believe that's the case.
All right. Well, then at least my mind could be open to it. But if you tell me right now they're going to throw the ball 18 times, then we're not wasting a pick on a receiver.
We running the rock, but I think it's going to be more emphasis on, spreading that offense. Spreading the ball around a little bit more.
I think things are going to have to change. One, from going away from the running offense, and two, not leaning as much on the defense. And the way to do that, bombs away, baby. It's got to happen.
Wait a minute. Would you say that last part, not leaning so much on the defense?
Yeah,
well,
because I think they're letting too many defensive players go. I don't like it, but those are the cards we're dealt. We got to play with them.
I like this, Kyle. I like this version, Kyle, because he gets it. He understands.
Yep, that's right.
No, I'm dug in on this one. We just won the Super Bowl running the ball and playing defense. Now it's like, bombs away. Let's win shootouts.
Luxury.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. All right. Let's go to Aaron, who's in Denver. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Aaron, what are you thinking on the Phils, buddy?
Permission to long talk a little bit?
Go for it.
No. God help us.
Just a little bit. I'll tell you, I think I was there at the game on Saturday. So obviously that was their worst one of the 3 games, but they had a few. You saw a few bad at bats. You saw a few, swinging at first pitches, obviously. But this Phillies team, I thought since last year, they're as good as the Dodgers. They can match up with them. They can play them. I mean, a 7-game series, you can trust that they can take them out. The pitching is good. I think Luzardo is going to be the X factor in the playoffs if he stays on this course, because he is amazing. I didn't realize he was that good, but he is unreal.
Aaron, he's awesome. I mean, and I love his intensity on the mound. It just feels like he's rejuvenated with a crowd behind him like this, because, I mean, look, he played in Miami, he played for Oakland. Like, he never pitched in any big game. I mean, mostly didn't pitch in any big games for his whole career till now.
Well, right. And correct me if I'm wrong. Is that 20? He's pitched 2 games, right? 2 starts. Is that 20 strikeouts he's had in 2 games?
I think it's 19. I think it was 8 and 11. He leads baseball. I saw the stat this morning. He has the most strikeouts in baseball right now.
Okay. All right. And I think, too, if they can get the bullpen fixed here a little bit, add a couple guys, I think that's their weak link. And I think, my opinion, I'm with you here. I think as good as they are, and you can see, like, Trea Turner, he is improving in taking pitches. Really, the whole team is. So I think, but I still think you have to give them a little bit of time. They're 7-2, so I think we have to see a little bit more consistency, because we saw this team last year going to the playoffs hot too. So I think and one last thing, Alec Boehm sucks. He's sick. I'd get rid of him right away.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm at my wit's end with him. Everyone else is rowing in the same direction. We're going to grind at bats, and then I get this guy out here, 4 at bats, 5 pitches. It's just it's so frustrating, and the body language stuff drives me crazy. Aaron, go ahead.
Right. No, and I just think too. I think people get enamored with him because he makes a few good plays in the field, but he gives you 12 to 15 home runs a year. It's just not good enough.
Nah, it really is not. All right, Aaron, are you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
I'm ready.
Here we go, an Elite 8 matchup to set up another Final Four entry. You have the number 8 seed, You People, Hugh.
You People.
Against Trailblazer Douglas, the 15 Cinderella. You People or Trailblazer? Who's moving on to the Final Four?
They are both extremely good, but I am 100% going with You People.
You People. You know what? I was rooting for You People. Aaron, we appreciate it.
Quietly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I think I'm backing the rest of the way. Like, they're the most fun story right now.
Well, because it's one of those.
It just sounds so bad. It's just so bad when you say
it's way worse if Joe and I are saying.
Yeah. Well, you get away with it.
Infinitely worse.
Yeah. You think it's real funny over there. You can You People us. We can't You People you.
No. It's like the nickname that you came up with for.
No, I know that was rough. I mean, that was
the angry African. I had people text me like, no, why you say it's like, why you say your coworkers
The worst part was when you were like, yeah, it's a good idea, Joe, right?
No,
and I'm like, what are you trying to get me to say?
I wasn't.
No, it's not a good idea.
I didn't think it was a bad idea until other people say,
You didn't think through what it was.
No, but I'm saying You People is funny. It is funny
because
it just
They're
opens
all funny
up.
Depending on who says it.
Well, it just opens up all types of, what do you mean by You People? And immediately, this is the sad part about it, because immediately everybody goes to the worst thing you can go to the most negative. And that's not what I'm talking about.
Usually I think it means for you, every day is anyone that disagrees with you is you people.
Yes. Yeah. That's why it's funny. Or you people that don't understand where I'm coming from. Or you people that are like ridiculous fandom. You people.
This is why you people made the Final Four. This is why.
But if you're out in public and somebody says, you people make me sick, everybody's looking around like, wait,
excuse me?
What do you mean?
Did you hear what he just said out loud? All right, let's go to Evan and Telford wants to comment on the Daily Mock. What's up, Evan?
Hey, how's it going? All right, so before I get to my take about the Daily Mock, A.J. Dillon, Saquon Barkley, and Jalen Hurts should be called the Quad Fathers.
See, that works, and that's not offensive, unlike some of the things that Hugh has suggested here.
I had it, man, but I'm going to keep it to
myself. Okay.
I might get in trouble for that.
All right, so for the mock, if I see another Eagles mock draft where they're taking an offensive player in the first round, when every position on the defense you can mark it as a position of need. Not as much corner as the rest of them, but I mean, if you're talking about linebacker, you got to pay Nakobe Dean in a year. If he has another great season like last year, we're going to be paying him as much as Zach Vaughn. Like, why are we drafting a first-round wide receiver when Moro Jomo is our backup defensive tackle?
Evan, I know, and they have question marks at edge, even though I'm a big Nolan guy. And I like the way that Hunt played at the end. I mean, Uche and Ojulari, they're question marks. We'll see what they do.
I know.
And how about this, Evan? You said there's not other than corner, and I agree with you because they just took two really good young corners last year. But if they're keeping Cooper in the slot and they are determined to do that, that other outside corner, we're talking about a Dory Jackson or Keely Ringo. That's not exactly a sure thing over there.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying every position. I mean, corner is at the bottom of that, but I mean, if we're drafting a wide receiver with Jahan Dotson as our number 3, he's probably the best number 3 in the NFL. Like, what are we even talking about? This is ridiculous.
He might not be on the squad. If they draft a receiver, then he might not be on the squad.
They traded 3 for him.
Yeah, I know, but if that's kind of how I'm thinking. Or if you want to keep him and see how it pans out, and just have wide receiver numbers. Who's the wide receiver? Was it Paris?
Paris Campbell.
That reminds you of Mike Quick. A little bit that's the taller one, right? You do need some receiver depth though. But if
you mean Johnny Wilson.
Yeah, the big receiver.
Johnny Wilson's the big
who
one.
was I thinking about?
I think you were thinking of Johnny Wilson, but you said Paris Campbell.
Yeah, I did. I was thinking Johnny Wilson. Johnny Wilson, the taller one.
John
the
Ritchie's guy. Yeah.
The Harold Carmichael kind of.
The tall one from Florida State.
Yeah. You do need some depth at receiver, but if you draft this young man, Matthew Golden, with number 1 pick, he gonna play. He playing a lot. I would assume that.
Well, all right, that's fine and all, but we're still paying 2 wide receivers over $120 million a year. Like, Hugh and Kyle too. Both of you are wrong on this one.
There's no way. They're drunk on offense.
You're wrong on this one.
Wait a minute,
you're wrong. 429. You guys are wrong on this.
No,
tell them.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that dog don't hunt.
That doesn't compute.
What are you talking about?
You see how hard it is, Evan, to be on the right side of things because they just say
no. I know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Evan, are you ready for your matchup? You're going to set a Final Four team in the bracket of Hughes. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, here we go. And people have been talking about this matchup for a while. We have, out of the bottom left region, the 5 seed Dump Button Douglas.
Why has Asai Reddick been on 4 other freaking football teams?
Against the number 2 seed, you hear him every day in the open of the show lately, Long Talking Hugh.
Oh, one of these has to go.
All right. I tweeted this out when the bracket dropped. Long Talk Hugh is going all the way to the championship.
Wow, Long Talk in the Final
Yeah, that's a
Four.
good one.
Evan, we appreciate it. You know what that means, guys? There is just one spot left in our Final Four. Love Doctor punched her ticket.
Man, I got to tell you.
Long Talk punched her ticket, and you people in.
The last matchup in the Elite Eight is a brutal one.
So
one of these teams has to go.
Based on seedings, because Love Doctor was an 8, Long Talk was a 2, you people an 8. Now we get a 1 versus 2. I think there's a real chance the winner of this last matchup here, Told You So and Mumbles, is going to enter the Final Four as the favorite to come out of this thing. Hugh, your thoughts on the bracket of you?
Very, very interesting, man. There was a couple that were like upsets.
Yeah.
Didn't know Long Talk was going to go as long as he did. I mean, I guess.
He did.
Yeah, and Mumbles.
Person all the time.
Yeah. Mumbles is, dark horse, a little bit of a dark horse.
Were you disappointed to see any go quickly?
Which one was I disappointed? I was kind of disappointed to see Love Doctor go as deep as it went.
What, you were rooting against yourself as Love Doctor?
It kind of goes against. It's kind of like Steve Harvey's been being married twice, giving out marriage advice. It's kind of the same thing. Like, how can you give out marriage advice? You've been married twice. Like,
I'm most disappointed that we lost Tongue Tied, man.
Me too.
That was a little bit disheartening as well.
I thought Benedict Arnold Douglas had a chance to win that
definitely.
After what happened with the Carolina radio show?
It was tomato cans.
You mentioned the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played
Tomato
throughout this 8-game win
cans,
streak have been tomato cans.
Tomato cans.
They were not tomato cans.
Tomato cans.
You gave that interview after they just beat the Commanders, Rams, and Ravens.
Nobody knew the Commanders were going to be as good as they were.
They already were good
at that time. They were riding a high.
They were right behind us for the division.
They were riding a high. But that ain't saying a whole lot. Who we got in the division? The Cowboys.
Hold on, we won the Super
Giants?
Bowl. It says a lot.
No, I'm just saying the Cowboys and the Giants.
But Hugh, we ended up seeing them in the NFC Championship game.
Well, he said no one knew that. I'll give you the Commanders refound themselves. And I'll give you that they had just beat the Ravens the week before you
and
said
they looked like tomato cans.
They looked like the best team in the AFC.
The Ravens
for a while.
had the ball
Ravens
for
did
the
not
whole.
look like tomato cans.
They had the ball for the whole third quarter.
That's the worst one.
That was a great one because they had the ball the whole third quarter, and they only got away with 3 points.
Then they win 12 or 13 games.
Yeah, what tomato cans?
Had the runner-up for MVP.
What I'm talking about is dying on this hill, Kyle.
Yeah, So this is,
and I'm gonna spin and I'm gonna twist this story.
Yeah, this is why
like
Spin
Clay.
Dr. Douglas should not have even lost.
That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna spin
Hugh.
this story like
Harvard
Clay.
Hugh was a fraud the entire time.
Harvard Hugh was a paper tiger.
I think
the
that's the one
committee
that
knew
people
that.
got. Yeah, they got a little bit upset.
Yeah, the
behind that
YouTube comment section was saying that
Shout
Harvard
out
Hugh
to
was a
you
fraud.
people on YouTube.
Yeah. They are you people.
Yeah.
They are you people.
You made it funny there.
Yeah.
You got a good one. All right, let's go to Eddie in Aston. What's up, Eddie?
Yo, guys, what's going on?
Hey, Eddie, what's going on?
Well, with the Phils, honestly, I just want to know where all the people are that were whining and moaning the entire offseason, even up until last week before our first series in Washington, about how this team didn't do anything. It was going to be a bust. They were acting like we were going to finish like last in the division. Then they come in this weekend, best team in baseball with the Dodgers. They take 2 out of 3, firing on all cylinders. Minor couple of hiccups, from Romano and whatnot. But like this team is good, and it feels like people really forgot that this team won 95 games last year, won the division, and they went cold in the playoffs. But that's happened how many years with the Dodgers over the past 8 years?
And the Braves, too.
And the Braves, and it's just like everybody just acted like this was going to be a bust of a year, and I don't get it. Like when you compare this team on paper to majority of the teams in Major League Baseball, we are better, and positionally we match up where other teams, they would love to have the guys that we have on our roster, even the dudes that are slacking like Bone, Marsh, Rojas occasionally. It just baffles me how people just act like it's the end of the world.
Yeah, and Eddie, they have, because of the starting pitching, they have such a high floor. Like, even if they have struggles in the offense, even with the bullpen having some issues right now, if they pitch the way they do, they're going to win a lot of games. They've gotten tremendous starting pitching so far. Like, if Luzardo's this good, they're going to win. It's almost like impossible not to win in the upper 80s, as a bare minimum with the starting rotation like this.
100%. I mean, Luzardo, the way he started out, we know what we got with Nola, but he'll find his groove by midseason, and he's not going to give up 4 home runs, every 2 games and whatnot. But they're in good shape. And then with the guys we got coming up, Painter's obviously going to show up here at some point. Suarez, hopefully he can come back and stay healthy and be the guy that we've really expected out of him for the past couple seasons. Like it's all going to be all right. And we just need to take a deep breath and not hit the panic button just because of whatever.
Well, we'll try, but you know how we do things, Eddie. Good phone call.
Eddie over there talking crazy.
Panic button,
everybody calm down.
We've never panicked once here on this radio station.
That is not going to happen.
Never. Not us. 215-592-9494. All right, the next caller will decide our final team in the Final Four, and I can't wait for this matchup. I mean, this is the one that they put on prime time on CBS. Told You So, Hugh, against Mumbles Douglas for a spot in the Final Four. Mm-hmm. You have don't say it out loud because I don't want you to influence anyone, but do you have a preference?
Between the two?
Between Told You So and Mumbles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. I think I know what it is. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on all this, the Phillies. And when we come back, we do have to open up a little bit of investigation here. Something very fishy going on with the Phillies that we noticed over the weekend here. Someone made a mistake at some point. Now they're trying to overcorrect. That's next. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Tomorrow, Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Castellanos with his 8th career grand slam.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The college basketball season comes to an end tonight in San Antonio with Houston taking on Florida for all the marbles. Houston is 8-1 outright in games decided by 6 points or less and 11-0 straight up with spreads within 9 points. They will use that experience to take home the title as 1.5-point underdogs in the Alamo City. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Because right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Now that's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Man, I expect this to be a great title game with these 2 teams. I'm taking the over in total points in this game. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/Ike and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy
enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's house faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. It's engagement season, and let me tell you about a very special event coming up April 17th through 19th, the Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 17th, 18th, and 19th for the Viraggio Bridal Show only from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Lowe's knows how to freshen up your yard, and it all starts with mulch. That's why we're introducing Mulch Week during SpringFest with can't-miss savings. Right now, get 5 bags of Stay Green Premium Color 2 cubic foot mulch for only $10. Plus, members earn 5 times the points on select mulch purchases all week long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/9. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Uh-oh. You know what this song means, Hugh?
Yes, Pink Panther.
Yeah, well, because we got to open up an investigation here on the midday show, as we are known to do from time to time. Now, sometimes we're investigating our own here at WIP. Last time we heard this may have been about Peanut Butter Week 2.0.
Yeah.
But today, we're not investigating John Johnson, who we love. No, we're
not yet. We
not
give
yet.
him a little bit of time.
Maybe tomorrow.
You on the clock, though, John.
Today, we're investigating Major League Baseball. I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but a lot of Phillies players had their heights updated entering the season. So that means they either grew or shrunk, or their heights were listed incorrectly in years past. And we have a list here of what their heights have been changed to and from. Okay?
Well, so we should probably put out there how we stumbled upon
a
this.
caller last week.
A caller said,
have you seen what happened to Sanchez's height?
He said, is it true that Sanchez grew 5 inches this offseason? Which there's just no way that's true. I mean, it's physically impossible.
It would have been a national story. Phillies have a pitcher grew 5 inches. He's an adult. I mean, that's not true. So that got us onto this. So we looked into it. So, Hugh, here are some of the changes in the way they're listed. JT Realmuto went from being listed as 6 foot to 6'1". Okay, Harper 6'3" to 6'2", Stott 6'3" to 6'1", Turner 6'2" to 6'1". You know, a lot of these they fluctuated about an inch or so.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Kyle Schwarber, poor guy,
Shrunk.
he went from 6'1" to 5'11". And Christopher Sanchez, as Kyle referenced, was listed last year at 6'1" and is now listed at 6'6", insinuating
he's a tall dude, though.
But a 5-inch growth spurt as an adult man?
Yeah.
That's
That happens, yeah.
You know what this kind of reminds me of? Maybe.
I'm waiting for mine.
I think it's over for me. I'm only shrinking now.
Somebody decided that, like, they actually looked at it and said, this isn't right. And somebody said something about it, and they corrected it, and then they corrected everybody's height.
Do you think that required a remeasurement to get this accurate? Christopher, get over here. You look taller than 6'1". And they measured him.
I think maybe that was the one. That was the catalyst. The one is like, that was ridiculous. And then everybody looked at the other heights and said, well, these are kind of off too. Because a lot of times, like, I was always listed at 6'2". I'm not 6'2".
As everyone knows, because of Shrimp Douglas.
Yeah,
you're
I'm not
6'2".
6'2". I'm more like 6'1". But I was always listed at 6'2".
A short 6'1".
Thank you very much. I'm above average height though for
That's
a man.
cool. I'm a short 6 foot.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
you're above average for a man, not for a defensive end, though.
No, not for a defensive end. I'm a Lilliputian.
So who got boned the most? I mean, Kyle
Wait a minute,
Schwarber
what?
going from above.
Wait a minute. People get boned? What are we doing?
Well, based,
Banged every which way.
based on these sides, and then they lost a few bones. Well, here's my favorite part of this. My favorite part is that as of last year, the Phillies listed Christopher Sanchez and Kyle Schwarber as the exact same height.
They're not.
Today, they are 7 inches apart.
Well, this is what I was saying. Schwarber got boned the most, the hardest.
Well, he's now less than 6 foot.
Because he went from over 6 foot to under.
Kyle wasn't that tall
now
anyway.
he's a
though,
shrimp.
dog.
Yeah,
but
he wasn't that tall.
But that's the thing. Like, as a guy, you want to have that. You want to have your height start with a 6.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, at least.
Most of us that claim 6 foot are like 5'11".
Because you know there's a controversy with me actually. The last time I went to the doctor's office to be measured, my height, I was 6 foot and a quarter inch.
Okay.
My driver's license has me as 5'11".
Oh, you're the opposite.
And I'm not happy with
You're
it.
listed shorter than you really are.
Now you got me. Let me look at my. See what I'm listed
Does it
at.
lie with you too?
Well, I'm just saying.
I swear,
like
I'm
I said,
over 6 foot.
I was 6'2" when I played. I'm not 6'2". I'm definitely not 6'2". No.
The question is, have you dipped under 6'1"?
Well, you know, you get older,
I
they say
know.
you shrink. You know what's funny? When I took a picture the other day,
I'm shrinking.
and I looked, and I was like, I don't look as tall as I once thought I was. I did look, and I was like, maybe I'm hunched over. But you know how it is when you take pictures. If you take them at a certain angle, they look a certain way. Because the one picture I took, man, it looked like I had a, you know what they say, your leg looked like a kickstand, like it was kind of kicked out a little bit. I'm like, no, I ain't got the knock knees, do I?
So most men begin shrinking as early as their 30s.
No, come on.
No,
man.
Yeah.
Let me go look at my
So
license, man.
on average, we're talking about height, by the way. On average, men may lose about half an inch per decade after the age of 40. Oh,
How
yeah.
about that D?
You might barely be cracking 6 foot at this
I
point.
don't know, man. I still think I'm about 6'1".
Shrimp Douglas over here.
I said I still think I'm about 6'1". That's what it said on my driver's license.
This didn't help you not hit your head on the overhead at the in the airplane.
Hold up, dog. It says 6 foot.
Whoa.
Oh, they shrunk me.
Yeah,
No, I don't think they shrunk you, man.
We're getting boned.
That's crazy. I'm taller. See, now I got to go change this. I got to.
You're
going
going to go to get it changed so it says 6'1"?
Delaware's not that bad. Let me make sure. You know what? As far as the DMV is concerned, if I get there in time, it ain't that bad.
Well, look, a good excuse to go there is I don't know if I think everybody needs to have real ID.
I have
travel.
to go. Yeah, I have to
So
go.
if you got to go, that's your reason, man.
I think if you're traveling from May 7th forward, you need a real ID now.
They told.
I don't have one. I need to
they
get
got
one.
me at 6 foot. I'm 6'1". I'm
we
sorry
just
now.
ruined his day.
You did ruin my day. I'm taller than this.
Can I get a recount on Shrimp Douglas in the bracket?
Yeah, a lot of us need recounts on our inches.
You know
We're
what?
losing inches by the day.
If this story broke when Shrimp Douglas was still alive, I think Shrimp would have won.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, he was shrinking.
Damn.
All right.
Yep. You don't want to be losing inches, man, as a guy.
Who's struggling more, Kyle Schwarber at 5'11"?
I'm not gonna walk. Yeah, you're gonna walk into that one. I ain't gonna walk into that one. I'm gonna leave that.
So if you guys thought Sanchez looked taller, well, he does. He grew 5 inches this offseason.
Yep.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Bruce in D.C. wants to talk Phillies, and he is going to answer for us and help us out with the final entry into the Final Four of Hugh Douglas's. Bruce in D.C. What's up, Bruce?
Yeah, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Bruce, how tall are you, and how tall did you used to be?
Well, I'm still the same height. You know, I'm probably a little bit down. You know, I'm disappointed like a Dookie fan. You know, losing
a choke job. That was a choke job, Bruce.
You know, but I'm down because the Dookie. You know, what I'm saying no pun intended because Gassy Hugh got voted out. So you know that's that's where that coordination comes from.
Bruce, what do you think about the Phillies?
Yeah, well, okay. So on the Phillies, hey, look, I called you guys. I told you I predicted that they would take two or three.
Mm-hmm.
I said that last week. I went on the record to say that, and I'm not surprised because it's all about matchups. But the Phillies still have some work to go on. But I'm telling you, you know, this whole thing with Bohm is really aggravating. And he needs to get himself together. I put him on a three game rotation to start that damn open, the fix is to put Sosa in there and start playing him more. I mean, he's a better player to me anyway. We can trade and get rid of Bohm. And then the other part is Romano. The jury is still out on him. I think him and Nola, when the weather starts warming up, hopefully they will improve. I mean, Nola usually does, but Romano, I mean, he just need to take him out of some high leverage situations, and hopefully he'll get himself together.
Totally, yeah. And I think you're probably right, Bruce, on Nola. His fastball usually comes around a little more in the summer when it's warmer. Romano is he's worried right now. But look, they need him because until they go make a trade or add someone in the bullpen, they don't have 5 or 6 big time arms. They got like 2 or 3. So eventually he'll get back in a big spot. Hopefully he's ready for it.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see. Here's the thing. So, I mean, this quick scenario, right? Let's say, for example, Nola gets himself back together, right? They bring Painter up. They can bring Painter in and start him as a long reliever.
Bruce, I think this conversation is about to heat up. So, Hugh, Painter's going to make his first start on Friday.
Yeah.
In single A, and then he's going to progress. And I think by June or July he's going to be ready. And at that point, would they put him in the bullpen if that's where the need is, or do you say no? We have to prioritize his development over anything else.
I think they're going to do that.
Well, yeah,
prioritize his development.
I mean,
so starter.
Yeah, he's going to be a starter.
Yeah,
because they were so excited. Sorry, Bruce, but they were excited about him coming up, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that see, the thing is that with all 5 of them pitching well, if Nola's got his stuff together. Where's he going to fit in? And you got Taiwan. Well, Taiwan to go to the bench and be a long reliever. I mean, how is that going to work out unless they make some trade moves? But I think that's a realistic scenario. Again, the way Suarez came, he started off as long relief and he came into the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I mean, they got plenty of options at the pitching, so it's going to be exciting to see how things work out.
It's a good problem to have a 22-year-old, flamethrower coming up ready. That'll be a good problem to have. All right, Bruce, are you ready? You get to put the final team in the Final Four. Bruce in D.C., are you ready for your matchup?
Yes,
All
I'm
right,
ready.
this is the marquee one in the Elite Eight. The number 1 seed, Told You So, against the number 2 seed, Mumbles. Told You So, Hugh, or Mumbles Douglas. Who is moving on to the Final Four?
Man, look. I'm usually one for upset. I'm usually one for upsets, but look here. Let me tell you, Mumbles Hugh, that's it. He's got to move on.
Out. That means Told You So is in to the Final Four. Bruce, we appreciate it. Hugh, the Final Four is set. On one side, we have Love Doctor against Long Talk and Hugh.
Mm-hmm.
And the other side, we have Told You So against You People.
Ooh, it's going to be, I feel like it's going to be between Long Talking and You People.
So you think the winner, so you think Long Talking and You People will meet in the final?
Yeah, in the final. No, I think one of those will be the champion.
Well,
that's
they have to.
Yeah,
they got 2 8s in the final right now. In the Final Four,
2 8s,
a 1 and a 2,
a 1, a 2, and 2 8. See, that's more your normal kind of March Madness. This is more fun than the actual bracket
for sure.
All those ones, forget that. Let's go to Cowboy Jim. Speaking of not fun, what's up, Jim?
Hey, Kyle. There's a pill for your shrinkage, just so you know that. And
Joe, listen, I need to talk to Harvard Hugh right now.
Okay, he's here.
Harvard Hugh.
Yes.
When will Joe predict that the Phillies will win the East? Will it be May 1st or June 1st?
That date is inconclusive right now,
Mm-hmm.
but it's looking like it might be sometime in maybe June.
You know, I was right last year when I said the division was over. I
you
called
did
that.
call that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then World Series and all that garbage.
Listen, you swing and sometimes you hit a home run, sometimes you just strike out, and that's how the game works.
They should have lost all three. We all know that. Look at yesterday.
Stop.
Look at Harper's double. That center fielder, he misplays it. He runs
he
to the left. He should have gone to the right.
He did.
He doesn't know what he's doing. Will Smith's double should have been a home run. That was just inches away.
Yeah, but the Dodgers also didn't deserve to win. I mean, Glass now melted down early in the game
because it started to rain. The guy's been pitching in the Grapefruit League for 2 months in perfect conditions, and then all of a sudden it starts to rain. Then
what is he, the Wicked Witch of the West? He melts? I mean, what are you talking about? He's a pro. He got a $120 million contract. He couldn't pitch in the rain yesterday.
If you got a foot of mud on each foot, it's not easy to throw a strike. Now, give me a break. And give me and please, Joe, you got to help me with something. How bad really was Trey Lance? How bad was that? I mean, you take him for 2 years and then you trade him. Like, what's his?
We don't care about the plight of the Cowboys.
Yeah. Did he leave? I think he went to the Chargers or something. He's gone. No one cares. Nobody cares.
You have got to be smoking something.
Nobody cares. We'll talk about the Cowboys once the Micah Parsons thing blows up fully in their face, which is happening.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Is
Jim even allowed to be a Phillies fan?
Well, he does this, right? He's Phillies, Flyers, Sixers.
Yeah, it's the typical fraudulent 3 for 4.
It is like disarming when he comes in with like the Phillies and
talking about the Phillies. Yeah, who cares? Be a Texas Rangers fan.
Yeah, just go leave.
Just go all Texas.
Yeah, go leave. Big Al is in Mulligan Hill. What's up, Big Al?
Yo, how you doing? Hey, it's kind of funny you guys were talking about shrinkage. Someone getting smaller in inches as they get older.
Yeah.
Well, I used to travel around the world with the Harlem Globetrotters. I was on the Washington Generals, and it's kind of funny because in the United States and Canada, I was 6'4". When we went to Europe, I was 6'6". And they said, "Well," I said, "Why this?" And they said, "Well, they get impressed with height over here." I said, "How foolish is that?" But that's what they did. But anyhow. Hugh,
so they thought you were taller, or they wanted you to be taller, or they just assumed?
They just added 2 inches to it just to impress the people over in Europe, thinking that these are bigger people or something.
Wish I could add 2 inches, man.
I don't know. It was ridiculous.
Did it work out for you though? Did it work out for you?
Yeah, I'm still 6'4", and I'm 74 years old. So
you haven't shrunk like Hugh. I mean, Hugh's losing half an inch a year over here.
No. But Hugh, I got your back a lot of times. Hey, one question: are you wearing a sweatsuit today?
Am I wearing a sweatsuit? No, today I got on some colorful pajama pants.
Okay, because I called when they were breaking your stones about the sweatsuits because I'm a sweatsuit type of guy.
Oh yeah, because that was at the golf course.
He was at a golf outing, Al.
Yeah, I got stuff again.
I mean, put a polo on.
Yeah, I got to wear a polo next time we go because they're kind of sticklers for things like that.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't like that.
What were they going to say though? They
That's where they got Kyle and I's here.
Tell you to put a damn real shirt on.
They told us to bully
I'm gonna act right this time though, because I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, you did not act right last time.
I did not.
Go ahead, Al.
Hey, last week when you guys were talking and Hugh gave his nickname Hurricane Hugh.
Yeah.
I kind of was liking that until I heard somebody calling about To Be Hugh. And I started thinking about a song years ago, Strangers in the Night. And I said a good lead song for Hugh would be To Be Hugh.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
That
does work.
That would have been good for them. But, in reference to baseball, runners on first and second, nobody out. Doesn't anybody know how to bunt these days? Or what's the scoop with that?
Well, so I did hear. What day was it? Was it yesterday? Was it Saturday? I think it was yesterday. It was Schmidt yesterday. Was wondering that, right? It was 8th inning. They had runners on first and second, and then Turner was up, and Schmidt kind of went back to, when he played, they would have, it would have been the bunt there. Al, I get it. Now the only thing is, if you do that, they're going to walk Harper, right? So you're going to take the bat out of Harper's hand and give them an out. I mean, that's why I wouldn't have done it there.
Okay, because a couple of times they had first and second, then a fly ball to the right, and nobody advanced, and it could have been a run. But the other thing I want to say is this, and I don't know if you noticed this or not, but whenever anybody strikes out, as they're walking back to the dugout, they always look out at the pitcher. Why?
I don't know. I have noticed that. Sometimes I wonder if they're looking back at the replay, if they put the replay on the big screen. I have to look at it at the game, and now we appreciate to see if that's because they do turn back after a strikeout. They're walking back to the dugout, and then they look back. Al was thinking they were looking at the pitcher. Hugh, I wonder if they put the strikeout on the screen and they want to see
what happens.
Yeah,
probably
a replay of what just happened there. Yeah, I'm not sure about all that. Tom in Middletown, what's up, Tom?
Hey guys, how are you? Thank you for inviting me.
Tom, what's up, buddy? And welcome to our home.
We didn't invite you.
And listen,
You just called in.
Give the phone number.
I have an Eagles and a Phillies.
Okay.
What you got?
All right. Dude, 4.29 is fast.
Golden. Yes, he can run. Yes.
I mean,
he's stretching the field, dog. I would venture to say he'd probably be the fastest receiver on the field.
Yeah, he would be.
Dude, what was Deion Sanders' 40?
I think it was in the low 4.2s. Or I think it was like I'll look it up. I think it was like 4.20 maybe, something like that.
Now this guy's under my radar. I never even paid attention because I didn't think that we would get to the 32nd pick. I thought we would trade up or whatever. But just say we do. Is this kid like a big kid? Like what size is he?
He's 5'11". He's 5'11". He's not very big. So Deion was 4.27. So it's basically Deion's time.
But how about a punt returner? Like while he's breaking in or something
Sure.
like that. I mean that dude, that kind of speed kills. That is like just crazy speed.
Yeah, he closing ground real fast.
Yeah, he would be a remarkable field stretcher. It's just, to use the first round pick on a receiver. I mean, Tom, we got some defense.
Not even stretching the field in the slot, working the middle.
I know.
Right.
Crossing routes and stuff like that.
Are you going to convince people to draft a
No,
receiver?
I'm just saying.
Are you going to do this?
Picture this.
Am I going to deal with this for 2 weeks now?
Picture this is on a sluggo, a slant and go, or a crossing route. You get him the ball and get him in room to run. Oh, he killing DBs. He killing linebackers. He killing them all day.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
And you got the two receivers on the perimeter clearing it out for him.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
that's kiss the baby.
As a slot receiver like that, you kind of you don't need the Goddard type shit. I'm sorry, don't.
No, you good, dog. We got you. We don't.
You don't need the Goddard stuff in the middle because you got a slot receiver that could go sit down behind the linebackers with that kind of speed, catch the ball and run. Oh, come on, man. 4.29 speed is if we're stuck at the 32 slot. Okay, now if we don't trade up, and you can't get a defender that's going to be a game changer at 32.
Well, you could. I mean, I don't know if they're there in this particular draft.
In
but
this offense, here's the thing. It's not like you're drafting somebody to be all of that in a bag of chips. So even though he's a first round draft pick, his contributions will not be as magnified as it would be if we were on a team that didn't have, like, say, a good running back or something like that.
I mean, let's not forget Cooper DeJean was the 40th pick last year. You can get an impact player at 32.
Okay. Yeah. All right, now does this kid have good hands and good yaks? Like the kid, does he? I have not looked at this kid at all. So
yeah, I mean, I watched Texas in the college football playoff. He looked like a good player. Now I didn't realize going into that game how fast he was. I just was watching the game. But now that you get the measurables and the whole 40 time, I mean, Tom, we appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, 4.29 Hugh is that's unique speed. That's not typical of the NFL. I mean, I feel like most of these receivers, even the good ones, 4.4, right? 4.4 is like a fast time. You're in the 4.2s. It's a different story.
What were you again, Hugh? You're like 4.7 or something?
I was like 4.6.
Flash Douglas.
Right? What happened to that guy?
Wow, they got old. Bad knees, bad wheels. Got a little sciatica. He just like got old, man.
Got fluffy.
Got a little fluffy.
Yeah.
But I'm starting to trim it down, though. Getting ready for these Tubi movies. You ready to make this Tubi debut?
When you're working out, what are you thinking more about? The Tubi movies or beating Spike in a push-up contest?
You know what I'm thinking about? I'm like, damn, how long have I been on here, and how much more longer do I have to go? Like that's
what's the countdown?
And that's the first thought. But no, it's, to be honest, waking up. You know how it is, Joe. You feel better. Like it's a grind, but after you get done with your workout, you feel better. You sleep better at night.
Yeah, did you get a routine?
It's like you just feel better, and it's just amazing. Like no matter how many times I say that I'm gonna stay in this routine, you always have that lull in the routine.
It
So
happens.
yeah,
sleep in a little bit too much.
Yeah,
it happens. Let's go to Bob, who's up last on the show today. What's up, Bob?
Oh wow.
Hey, you guys doing? Everybody good?
Yeah, we're good, Bob.
Man?
What's up?
Well, I called you Friday. I don't know if you remember. I'm friends with Jesus Luzardo.
Yes, yeah. And how about Jesus on Friday, Bob? He was awesome.
How happy he was.
Unbelievable. Just crazy. So I spoke to him yesterday. I just want to give you a little. So the thing he loves the most about pitching in Philly are the fans, like you were saying earlier. He pitched in Oakland and Miami before. So he's telling me in the 7th inning the other night, he thinks his headset is broken. He can't hear the signals, So turns out it wasn't broken at all. It was just so loud in there that he couldn't hear. And he says that's what he loves about just that alone, that it was so loud that he couldn't hear. And he goes, I never experienced anything like that in my life. He says, if you don't think that doesn't pump me up, you're crazy. You know what I mean? So just telling you, he loves pitching here, and the fans just make him nuts. And he's having the time of his life. He said he's exhausted, but his arm feels great. And if he stays healthy, this guy's going to be – it's unbelievable how good he's
Well, he could be
really
an all-star, if not more. And yeah, it goes both ways. I could tell already people really – they're enjoying him. I mean, he seems like he like you said, he loves it here, and he's a darn good pitcher. Bob, we appreciate the phone call. How about that? It was so loud he thought the pitch comm broke. All right, that's it for us for today. Afternoon show is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's 200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. I like this Houston team tonight. They got something special going on with a good coach it's his time to win it. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook, well, they are the official partner, as always, of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the all-new Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the all-new Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined all-new Nissan Kicks.
Now, Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting manufacturer-suggested retail price under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer-suggested retail price, MSRP, for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same-game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets, like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some features from our latest seasonal menu. Try our Southern California chicken sandwich, our delicious Southern glazed cutlet with avocado and jalapeno pineapple salsa, and our seafood pasta with our signature crab, mouthwatering shrimp, and penne pasta with our world-famous red or Sicilian sauce. Pair it with a seasonal cocktail like our very, very cherry martini or a watermelon shandy cocktail. Taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alexander Ovechkin passing Wayne Gretzky as the all-time goal scorer was incredible and a bit of an eye-opener. If you could catch a great one, you can catch any record. Ovi could actually get to 900 goals this season, which feels out of reach for anyone else, but that would be foolish to consider it untouchable. Okay, maybe Wilt's 100-point game or Jerry Rice's receiving yard total, but as the NHL taught us this weekend, never say never when it comes to breaking records. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back a rainy Monday on the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. How we doing, Ike?
I'm doing pretty good, brother Spike. Welcome back off a good weekend. The Fightins took it to the Dodgers.
Yes, wake up.
Won this series. Never a doubt.
Never a doubt.
Never a doubt.
Not on
Never
this
a
side.
doubt. A lot of baseball still left to play, and that's why I turn to the youngest, the simplest. Some would say the innocent, the most innocent on the show. Jackie Baseball. Holla at your boy.
Ringthebellbook.com heating up. They're 3-1 since the book was announced. Beautiful, beautiful weekend of baseball.
Beautiful weekend of baseball. Not a beautiful weekend of weather, but beautiful weekend of baseball for sure. It's going to be a big show like it always is. And I am starting it off with a big old told you so, told you so, told you so, told you so. The Phillies winning 2 out of 3 from the big bad Dodgers. They are different this year. This year's Phillies, we may see a lot of the same faces. You know, lineup looks a lot the same. The rotation looks a lot the same. Change here, change there. But the Phillies this year are different. We need to
erase the scar of the Mets series and realize that this team has gotten, as far as record goes, regular season has gotten better each year. But the most important thing this year is that they're approaching this season in a different way, a way that we requested that they do, that I'm not even sure I believe they could do. And it is showing on the field, right? Their strikeout rate is down. Their approach to the plate, that's what everybody wanted. I mean, we could talk about the little things, but the approach to the plate, they don't want them chasing. So their chase rate is down. Their strikeout rate is down. Their walk rate is up. The daycare is gone, right? We're not celebrating every win like it's a world championship.
Well, one guy's kind of still in the daycare.
Who's that?
Boom.
Oh, well, right. Different daycare. He's in the corner with the dunce hat on. Boom. Bryce Harper, vocal leader, right? Something I don't even think that we thought we would see out of Bryce Harper. And they're 7-2, and the Dodgers came in this weekend without one loss, and they took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. This team is just like, they're different. They are a different Phillies team than we have seen in years prior, specifically at the end of last year.
God.
Believe it.
Yeah, well, this is the problem here, and I've been listening to this today.
Yep.
You know, from the camera to Giglio to yourself.
Yes.
You guys have a meeting this weekend?
No,
or something?
I said it the first game. I said 19 good strikeouts. It's been different since the first game.
That was nonsense. 19 good strikeouts.
I'm telling you.
No,
it's different.
No, well, it'll be different. Is it different in the end? I don't know what their record was after 9 games last year. What was their record? I don't know. Were they 7-2 last year after 9 games?
I don't know.
I don't know.
They're closer to 500 to start last year.
Okay, I don't know. I just know they were the best team in baseball for the most part.
A month in.
Last year, yes.
Yes,
They're
for
the best
sure.
team in baseball for the first half of the season. I'm sorry, Spike, and I don't listen. I know it's raining outside, but I don't want to be the wet blanket for everyone. And I really am going to try not to be the wet blanket. But there is something to the idea of overreacting. And I would say it the other way if they were 2-7. I mean, anyone that would be overreacting, wanting to fire the manager, get rid of this guy, get rid of that guy, I would still say they're 2-7. It's too early in the season. A lot of baseball left to be played. I am encouraged by what I'm seeing from this team early in the season. The chase rate, least amount of strikeouts, all those things are all positives. Yes, you talked about the things everybody complained about all offseason, wanted to see them get better at. It's great that they've shown that through the first 2 weeks of the season. I got no problem with that. I won't even quibble or nitpick whether they're hitting against starters and it's only the bullpen. I don't even care about all that nonsense. That's for you guys that want to dig deep into it. I'll take it for what I see it on the surface as. They are playing good baseball right now. They're not playing perfect baseball right now. I mean, Sanchez, that wasn't a great outing yesterday.
No.
Sanchez, that wasn't a great outing yesterday.
No.
Sanchez. So
it was fine. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, but
yeah.
1 minute we're putting him as a Cy Young award
right.
winner.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, absolutely.
So my only point is that everything isn't necessarily going great. It's room to get better. Bryce hasn't even hit his power surge yet, and he's sputtering around at the plate. I like what I'm seeing, though. I like what I'm seeing. But I've also seen enough to know that it's too early. We can enjoy it, but it's too early to start making proclamations. It's damn sure too early to be thumping your chest about how right you are about anything. It's way too early for that.
That is disgusting work.
Yeah, that's way too early.
I was right about a lot of things so far this year. We go through a list later.
9 games.
Yes, and these 9 games mean as much to me as the 4 games in the Mets series last year. More. These 9 games mean more to me than the 4 games in the Mets series last year. They do.
You got to break that one down to me because I don't understand that at all.
They do, because all those 4 games did was reaffirm what I had at least already believed about the Phillies from the 3 months prior, right? Like they were a dead team. They were dead in the water when they played the Mets. They had been dead for 2 months. All the Mets series was a coronation of what had already happened. Them approaching this, that like. We talked about the ability to be different at this age, right? The core of the team over 30, can they really approach things different, especially when they've had so much success in their individual careers in the regular season, not championships, but they can say, hey, look, we won 95 games. We don't need to do anything different. Hey, look, we had a top 5 offense. We don't need to do anything different. All those things. And they're doing the things different. And they are. And the fact that they are doing that is meaningful.
Well, they couldn't say that. The idea that they could just say we're doing it the way we've been doing it.
To themselves.
Well, yeah, but then there will be consequences for the results.
I guess, but the results in the regular season were fine last year. Like, I think they could have chalked it up to that's baseball. I think they really could have, especially the way they talked after that series. I didn't feel like a desperation from them after this series. So to come into this year and really be doing the things that we knew they needed to do, and we didn't even know that they could do it, right? At this point in their career, we asked plenty of experts over the offseason. Can a team really change their approach? Can a player really change their approach when they're 30, 32 years old? And they have done it. And
through 9 games.
Yes, and we're seeing the results from it. But every time they win a game and every time they win a series, it just reaffirms for them that they're doing the right thing.
That's fine.
It just feels different to me.
But
than
for us, it says do it in October.
But are we going to do that all year?
Yeah.
See, I don't think that's fair.
Well. I mean, it's the same thing we do with the Sixers.
But then I guess
it's the same thing we would do with the Sixers. If the Eagles were to make it to the playoffs every year but lose in the first round, if they were the Cowboys, never making it to an NFC championship game, no one would care. We wouldn't care if they started off 4-0 or 3-0. We would say, get to the playoffs and show me something different.
Because obviously you went through this. Like I think this is not a shot at Ike, but I'm making a point. I promise. I promise I'm making a point. It was different to say
careful with the knife.
Never. I would never do that.
You don't need to twist it too hard.
No. I'm just saying, like, it was easy to say in 04 it was different because T.O. got there. But I don't think when you in 03 it was like, wow, this team's different. Like,
right. I agree. Yes. 02.
But when you add T.O.
that.
It's changing the science of the team, the chemistry of the team.
And I got news for you. Even with T.O. being here, that was a new excitement to the team. It still was about the postseason. The only thing that made it different that year is that, like you just said, we had a new player, so people could find something to be excited about that was different with the season. The Phillies didn't give us that this year. So we're looking at essentially the same team with obviously Luzardo and Kepler is here.
Yep. Bermano.
But for the most part, it's the same team. And again, I'm not poo-pooing the team. I'm happy. I'm good with it. But the idea that somehow this is a I told you so moment and the team is great. No, you would feel different if the moment this team goes on a 3 or 4 game losing streak, they lose a couple of series. I'm not going to hear all of this. I'm not going to hear how great they are right now.
215-592-9494. Do you think the Phils are different this year? Do you feel a difference in the team this year compared to last year and previous years? Jack, what do you think?
So I think there's different aspects, but I'm more on Ike's side than your side. I like how serious they're taking the beginning of the year. I think Thompson's actually shown a lot of urgency, which I like.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's something that I don't like. I think they have 3 reliable arms in the bullpen. How is that going to sustain the entire year? I agree with you with the chase percentage is great. Walk percentage is great. Not striking out, great. They're also, you want to do more analytics? 27th in hard hit percentage. So there's good signs on offense, but there's also some bad over the weekend, some bad situational stuff. So good weekend. I think they outplayed the Dodgers for a majority of it. It's also a marquee series for the Phillies. That's not a marquee series for the Dodgers.
Well, but they rose to a marquee series. Like
that's great.
I don't understand. I'm trying to get in the mind of everyone here. We spent the entire offseason talking about them doing one thing. Stop chasing, put the bat on the ball, take walks when they're there, and they're doing those things.
We're going to acknowledge those things
and say that the team is playing different. They are
playing different, Spike, but it doesn't mean that everyone all of a sudden now believes this is the team that's going to go and win the World Series. Unfortunately for them, this is what we are with the team. I'm sorry, I don't. Again, I would say the same thing if they were 2-7 or 4-5. I'd be like, it's early in the season, a lot of baseball left to go. I'm not going to overreact right now.
But if they were 2-7, showing the same things that we had seen in previous years, I think
we would be yelling about it.
We would be yelling about it.
Of course we would.
So we see a better team than we've seen at the start of any of these years, doing those different things. I don't know. I feel like they deserve this sort of
After 9
commendation.
games?
Yes.
Nah.
Well, they can only play 9 games.
We were ready to fire the damn Eagles coach after 4 games last year. The quarterback stunk, right? Like we went through all that when they were 2-2, right? And now all of a sudden, after 9 games, we should be praising everybody.
I think we should. Yes, I think that we should praise them. I think what they have done is praiseworthy. It's surprising to me. And anyone who says it's not surprising to them is lying. Anyone who said that I knew they were.
What's been so surprising that they stopped swinging at bad pitches?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
I mean, it is. That was a hallmark of the Phillies last year, especially the second half of the year. As the season was slipping away, those last couple months of the year, that Mets series, all we saw was them swinging at pitches out of the zone. All we saw was them going up and everybody trying to hit a home run. All we saw was them trying to get on a hot streak. Yeah. And it's different this year. It's different with Castellanos. It's been different with Turner. It's been like, and for all of my, insults about the 2 starting lineup thing, like so far so good. I still wish they would just start Trea Turner leading off every game, but I think they deserve the credit for changing what we thought couldn't be changed.
Yeah, but how much credit? Like, what are we talking about? We can do it better, boy. Good job, fellas. I'm glad to see you guys actually did what we've been preaching about for I don't know how long, right? I'm glad they decided to do it. Although Dave Dombrowski has recently, I believe it was last week or the week before, or maybe right when the season started, said the whole chase rate stuff was overrated.
Well, he doesn't know he's talking
about. He said lineup construction was overrated.
I'm just saying.
Well, but he also pointed to our chase rate not being as bad as everyone said. That guy's a fraud. Get him out of here. Dombrowski, I don't care.
All I'm saying is, I'm enjoying what I'm watching. I am.
It's different.
I want to keep it going.
Right.
I want to keep it going. And unfortunately for them, and it's not going to stop us from talking about the team every day. We're going to do that. We're going to evaluate the team every day. But no matter what, it's what they do in the postseason.
Well, ultimately, yes, it's what they do in the postseason. But I think during the year, we have to watch and sort of assess for ourselves what we think the postseason might be like. And this year,
do that with 150 games still to go.
It is, but so far so good, and not just wins, and not just wins, not just production. It's their approach has been different, and the Bryce Harper being vocal about what players need to do and those things, that is a monstrous difference too, because he's never been that.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Yeah,
they had a 3-game stretch there, right? The last one against Colorado and the first 2 against the Dodgers. I don't know about chase rate. I don't know about all the other nonsense. All I know is we scored about a total of 6 runs in 3 games.
Right. By the way, my call board was messed up.
I could have told you the damn board was lit up.
Well, but I had 0.
I wasn't
paying attention. That's what that look was for?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I had 0 on my thing. I was like, nobody wants to talk about
Everyone
this.
hates the Phillies?
Yeah.
No,
okay.
All
right.
Were you about to turn into Jolly?
No. Next question, real quick. There was nothing. There was 0 on here. That's why I hit the button. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Next question. So Houston is in the NCAA championship tonight. Houston, this school in particular, was good in the 80s. So for next question today, when you get to the end of your sports point, we're just going to ask you something very simple. What was big in the 80s? Could be a person, could be whatever it is. What was big in the 80s? Jack, what was big in the 80s?
Mustaches.
Oh, they were.
Oh, that's a good one. That
yes.
might be the first side question you gonna get.
Oh, you nailed that one.
That was a good one.
You get Selleck. You get what's
Brent
his face?
Selleck?
No,
Richard Pryor.
Tom Selleck, Richard Pryor,
Keith Hernandez,
Eddie Murphy. Yes. Yeah. Oh, mustaches were big. Yes. Yeah. Ike.
Big fan of Mike Quick.
Mike Quick. Yes.
Big fan of the mustache.
Yes. Ike. What was big in the 80s?
I'm gonna go with Joe Montana.
He was the biggest in the 80s.
Joe Montana was big in the 80s.
I would have never bet there would have been a quarterback better than Joe Montana. We're watching Joe Montana.
Hated Joe Montana.
Oh, did you?
He beat my Bengals twice.
Oh,
in the
right,
Super Bowl. Yeah,
right.
Hated Joe Montana.
And for me, I'm good. So I went from a movie to a person. Because when I think of the 80s, I think of my mom and my sister watching Dirty Dancing over and over and over and over again. So I'm going Patrick Swayze. Patrick Swayze was big in the 80s. Patrick Swayze had a real moment. He was the guy, and it started with Dirty Dancing.
Started with Daryl and the Outsiders.
I did start with The Outsiders. Another good flick, by the way. All right. 215-592-9494. Are the Phillies different this year? And next question today, based on Houston being in the NCAA championship game, what was big in the 80s? Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP.
Hey, man, somebody need to check his drink. Check his drink. Make sure he all right.
Who?
I don't know what Spike talking about.
What?
First of all, you got you positive guy now? What you have some kind of?
I just call him like I see him.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I
No, you
do.
don't.
Yes, I do.
First of all, listen.
Yes.
We what are we 7-2?
Yes.
9 games in. We got a million more games to play. We optimistic, about the Phillies. We happy what they doing. But it's like you up here acting like, oh, it's just a new change team. I'm not about to get up here and praise these dudes for not chasing. Why? They shouldn't do that.
Because that's what we wanted them to do. This is crazy. No. If I said, if you want to bring up your guy or whatever, if I repeatedly said that Jalen Hurts needs to throw the ball more and he threw the ball more, I would say there he is. He's throwing the ball more. You need to, if we say all offseason they need to not chase and they're not chasing and you're like, well, but they're major league players. I don't understand. Everybody's a major league player that we're watching. And they were major league players who chased and now they're not chasing.
You stepped into the trap. Hold up. Didn't we tell Jalen not to turn the ball over? And you ain't crazy for that. You said that's his job, right?
He didn't turn the ball over because he didn't throw the ball. He didn't throw the ball. They are going up for at-bats.
The ball over.
Oh, my God. You are brutal. He didn't throw the ball, Corey, which is why he didn't turn the ball over.
We told them to stop chasing. They stopped chasing, right?
Yes, that is good. That's it.
We told Jalen to stop turning the ball over. Now he ain't throwing up. Come on now.
No. It is sad. It's sad you've resorted to
That's
this.
that's a fair point, Corey. I kind of like that.
It's not a fair point.
All I know is, listen, I love the Phillies. I'm glad they beat the Dodgers. You know what I'm saying? We beat them, and we did what we want them to do. Win the first game, win the third game. Romano is not a good pitcher. Also, Sosa, I don't know if he need to be an everyday player, but we need to move on from Alec Bohm. This dude
Thank
is a
you.
baby.
215.
He cried too much. Like Elliott tried to compare him to AJ Brown. Come on, E.
No, he compared him to Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, it was sad. It was one of his saddest
comparison.
takes. Yeah.
Well, I think on Saturday he kind of did. I think it was a Goldberg he brought up to AJ Brown. But nah, like come on.
Oh, so he's changing up his take because he got bullied on the afternoon show. Interesting.
Nah, like come on, man. Like I don't have time for this. We playing baseball games. It's a grown man game. You in the major league. Thompson doing your job. Bryce Harper, you're being a leader. Now I'm a big Bryce Harper fan. I got to put the disclaimer out there. But you're doing what we wanted you to do. You being a leader. I'm not going to praise these guys for doing their jobs. We don't do that for nobody else. I'm going to step into your box real quick. When Embiid out here getting triple doubles and stuff, and they losing the game, I mean, the Phillies winning, and Embiid doing his job, people kill him, right? So I'm not going to give them no credit for doing what they supposed to be doing. When you do what you're supposed to be doing, we happy about that. We beating the Dodgers. All right, let's keep it up. Like we still got.
Okay, so we'll go back to Jalen for a second. When Jalen didn't turn the ball over, you didn't praise him for it?
No. Let me answer the question.
You didn't praise him all year long?
Here we go. I never gave him a big deal about turning the ball over. Y'all did that. So what I'm saying is when you criticize him about turning the ball over, when he don't turn it over, don't make an excuse. When you criticize the Phillies for chasing, that's what we told him to do. You told Jalen not to turn the ball over, and he didn't. Don't give me another excuse for why he not turning the ball over.
Because he didn't throw. Wait a minute. Hold on. No. You saying that he didn't turn the ball over because he didn't throw would be like the Phillies not chasing because they didn't have at-bats.
We got a lot. Jalen season's over. Jalen got
a Okay, all right. Give us something.
We got a lot of Philly season left. Let's hope they don't chase for 147 more games.
Okay. All right, fine. Fingers crossed. Why don't you give us something or someone that was big in the 80s?
All right, the mixtape. That's when the mixtape.
Oh, yes.
Mixtape didn't come out in the damn 80s.
Well, I mean, cassettes, though. You don't know cassettes in the 70s.
Like mixtapes, like rap mixtapes.
Well, yeah, but even that was 80s. Yeah, that wasn't 70s.
Late 90s.
No, that was
rap mixtapes.
Well, no, I mean, I think that was 80s. Now, mixtapes the way they are now, where one artist puts out an album and calls it a mixtape, that is not. But mixtapes in terms of making like somebody making a tape with two turntables and selling it on the corner, whatever.
Yeah, that
was
wasn't really a mixtape.
You don't think so? Oh, all right. Well, Corey, I support
That's
you.
a good answer, though.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to win.
No, he wasn't going to win it. Nobody wins.
No one
it.
actually wins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nobody wins it.
No.
Yeah. I just like
Don't get caught up on the Jalen thing.
No. I'm gonna just go. I'm not going to. I'm going to. I'm in a good place with that stuff. Believe it or not. I think it's unfair to say we want them to do X and they do it, and we say, "Whoa, that's what they're supposed to do." I mean, like,
well,
they didn't do it last year, and they didn't do it the year before, and they were reasonably successful not doing it. So to say like, okay, you did what you were supposed to do, and the Bryce leadership thing, I think we could do a whole show on that, honestly, because nobody on this show, when we had talked about that, thought that was who he was. He's a lead by example guy, that he's not a lead by what he says, but he has been a lead by what he says guy this year. Okay. I think more than he had more than
he hasn't been a leader though.
No, but a different kind of leader.
Sure. Brian Dawkins was the same way.
Yeah.
Dawkins wasn't very vocal early in his career.
Right.
Became more vocal later in his career.
Okay. Coming up next, the Pittsburgh Pirates are a terrible franchise, and they proved it again this past week. And they put one of our friends in a terrible position as well. So we'll get to that. Do you think the Phillies are different this year? They're 7-2, 2-3 from the Dodgers. Are they different? And next question today is, give us something or someone that was big in the 80s. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, Mark's Jewelers is looking for a few good artisans. Now, if you're an attention to detail individual with a passion for making people's dreams come true, and guess what? Mark's wants to talk to you. Now, Mark's isn't looking for people who need a job. They're looking to build careers in metalsmithing, diamond setting, and computer-aided design and manufacturing. Now, that's because the team at Mark's are jewelers, not just jewelry resellers. Get your career started in Montgomeryville, PA, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Check them out online at marks-jewelers.com. Again, that's marks-jewelers.com.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Only 2 teams remain, but you could still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Give me the over tonight. The tournament action at its peak. FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and get on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sports. But that's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At CJ CJ's Tire and Auto. We're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on a set of DynaPro, HD2, and Evo AS tires. See store.
Get ready for a double play of excitement at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Catch every pitch, every hit, every home run live on their 75-foot wall of TVs. Fuel your fandom with $5 Miller Lights or grab the legendary deal. A Miller Lite and 2 hot dogs for just $10. Plus, every Wednesday when your home baseball team plays, Cheerleaders is bringing you the same unbeatable specials. Cheerleaders Philadelphia, where the game meets the party. Your late night destination awaits. Go see the girls and Cheerleaders, open until 2 a.m.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
This is in the 80s, right?
No, this song is in the 90s. But Cher was big in the 80s, for sure.
Yeah, we round down.
Yeah.
This was sort of like a comeback for Cher.
Really?
Yeah.
This feels 80s.
This was one of the first songs to use auto-tune as an effect in the song.
Oh, one of the worst things that ever happened to the music industry.
Well, stop it.
Auto-tune?
Yeah. Well,
am I right?
Gave us T-Pain.
Well, yeah, the auto-tune that you can hear. They used auto-tune before, but just to make it seem like
No,
people who couldn't sing could sing.
Yeah.
So.
Come on, man. Roger was using auto-tune.
Roger
Troutman.
Oh, yes.
Computer Love.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Mhm.
This was quite a moment. I could, you keep mixing around the 230. What you do at 230? It was supposed to be 230.
Well, I was trying to do 230 80s because we're talking about the 80s stuff today. Figured that song was in the 80s. Turns out it wasn't.
Was not.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's still 230 90s.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented, have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. Ike, here is the question. Does this Phillies team seem different, yes or no? What do you think the poll results are?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Feels different.
Yep.
Let's go 64%.
So it's actually nearly 50-50.
Okay.
51.7% say yes, and 48.3% say no.
I got to start locking in better. I've been off the last couple of weeks.
It is. You were pretty on point for months, and last few weeks.
I mean, I'm not reading the fans well.
Not quite as well. Are you not a man of the people? Are you an elite?
No.
Are you a coastal elite
You know
now?
what has happened is I think on a few of them I've oversold. Like with this one, I thought they would feel more that way. This is more or less. It's probably more people. What was the question again?
Does this Phillies team feel different?
So it's probably more people who are saying it doesn't feel any different than I thought.
Than you thought
would be coming off of this series. See, that's what I was really judging it off of. Are you feeling good? It's a Monday, coming off the Dodgers series.
We talked about that on Friday, not just if they won 2 of 3, but if they won the first one and the third one, which they did. And then yesterday, sort of battling back after it looked like they blew the game. Yesterday felt like a loss. Like a couple of different times, it felt like a loss to me. The way the game started, it felt like a loss. When we blew the lead, it felt like a loss. So the fact that they come through and they win the game, the bar, it seems, for people to really believe in this Phillies team is as high as you are setting it for most people.
Yeah, and that's the sense I get, and I think it's legitimate. I think it's fair. I really do. When you're a team that has the talent and potential that this team has, coming off the run they've gone on the last 3 years, considering where we are as a sports climate in this city, I'm not saying we're spoiled or anything of that nature. I'm just saying championships is what this town wants.
I just don't. Sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying championships is what they want. And the idea of getting close and just being happy with a team that gets close isn't satisfying anymore. They had that grace period. They had that. 3 years of that.
Yeah, but and we can be upset at the end. It's I don't know. It's strange to me that
I don't think people are going to be impressed by regular season wins.
Yeah.
Like I know it's the Dodgers and I know the Dodgers lore. I just think that people, not to say they don't care, because I think people are watching and they're consuming and they watch games, but I don't think they're going to be, wow, this is amazing.
But it's not so to me, it truly isn't. Now, if they had lost 2 or 3, would I have come in and said they're different? But to me, it is not just about them winning games, because you're right, they have won games. Last year, they won more games in the regular season than this core of Phillies have ever won. I mean, it was the most successful regular season they had. I would say, even though the team fell apart last year in the playoffs, I would actually say that during the season, it felt like the best team, the most legitimate Phillies team of the last few years. So I guess I understand on some level that they're not going to be, happy until the playoffs. But the thing, I keep going back to it. I'm amazed that the thing that we wanted, maybe it's because the Sixers, I for years have wanted a certain thing to happen and it never happens. But us wanting them to approach at bats differently and them actually doing it is stunning to me.
I'll throw this in there. I think we all understand that the postseason matters. So I don't even want to sort of be disingenuous with us as fans by saying that only thing that matters is the postseason.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. What I believe is there's a part of us that also is guarded against getting overly excited about a team when there's so much baseball left to play.
That's
because
fair.
We did get excited last year. We were best team in baseball. Yeah, we were over the top excited just a year ago.
Yep.
So it's hard to come back the next year and do it again. Like, it was over 40,000 plus every game this weekend. So it's not that people didn't go out and watch and people didn't come out and enjoy them.
They're just not getting revved up.
Not getting revved up.
It actually sort of reminds me of what, like, when you were playing Nintendo and you would get to the last level of the last thing or whatever, Mario Brothers, and you would die and you'd have to start at 1-1 again.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, I don't feel like playing this game anymore. It would take a day or two for you to get back and want to try again. I get it. 215-592-9494. Uncle Jamie, you're on WIP. What's up, Uncle Jamie?
Spike, Ike, Jack, good to speak to you all. So let me frame this to you in how I think about it. I think John Middleton and Dave Dombrowski sat down and they're watching the press conference of Jeffrey Lurie. And Jeffrey Lurie's talking about culture. He's talking about leaders lead. He's talking about how analytics has helped their operation. He's talking about how their primetime perform in prime time. I think you get all that together. I think a guy like Bryce Harper, I think a guy like Middleton, Dombrowski understand it. That infuses into the team, and you see these guys with a renewed focus on delivering the goods when it matters. And I think it directly results to the Eagles' success in this town.
So you think the Phillies' success is because of the Eagles' success in a certain way?
In the regards of the focus that you're seeing on this team right now, I think it's a direct result of what the Eagles have done in this town to reframe in this city what a winner is. And I think John Middleton takes great pride in being a good owner, and he sees Jeffrey Lurie up there in a celebratory mood and having an organization that not just in the city, but nationally is respected. And I think John Middleton says, you know what? I paid my money. I did the same thing Jeffrey Lurie does. I brought some great players in. Where's my benefit? Where's my seriousness? Where's our title? And I think that's what you're seeing in the organization right now.
I think that trickles down.
Yeah,
to everybody else.
Do you think, I could see it from a player standpoint. I could see it in any profession. If somebody who does what you do in the same city comes in and is better or succeeds at a level that you haven't, I suppose it could raise your commitment to it or understand. I don't think it's impossible, right?
Now, not to toot, my own horn.
We don't do that here.
Well, I'm just saying we set the bar back then. Everybody else wasn't necessarily winning.
Well, that's a good point.
We were doing the winning.
Yes. Well, that's a good point.
To an extent.
So you wouldn't have felt that because
I didn't feel. In other words, I didn't feel that from any other team.
Right. Yeah. It's an interesting theory, Uncle Jamie.
The big difference, Ike.
Yeah.
It's a big difference between your great teams and the current generation of the Eagles. Obviously, is that they won
it's a
the
huge
title.
difference.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I was being nice to you, Ike. I was being nice.
No, that's obvious. Yes, that's obvious.
Uncle Jamie, give us someone or something that was big in the 80s.
Oh, here's a big answer. You ready?
Yeah.
Thriller, baby. The Thriller.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid watching that
and
the edge of my seat.
It was
on.
on.
You could have just said Michael.
Yes. Well, Thriller, thank you for the call, Uncle Jamie. Thriller, I remember, was on MTV every hour. They showed that video.
Sir.
And then the making of Thriller was on MTV every third hour.
Yeah.
That was the biggest video that I could remember of the 80s when that came out.
I'll say this. I think back to what we were saying with Uncle Jamie.
Yeah.
The Phillies winning in 2008, I think, put pressure on the other teams in town. Probably more the Eagles than any other team.
Sure.
Because the Eagles had so many opportunities. We had so many opportunities to win and didn't cash in. And it seemed like the Phillies, they didn't do it in 2007. They bowed out quick. But the first time they made a run in the playoffs, they won the World Series.
Well, and the other thing that I wonder if the Eagles felt, and I think this might be from a ownership and management perspective more than players, but maybe the Eagles for the first time in a long time felt like, oh my God, we're not the biggest thing going
There's
right
no
now.
doubt.
And it probably drove Jeffrey Lurie
There's
insane.
no doubt. Dude, you remember that back then there was a little bit of a us versus them,
right?
Whose town?
Yeah,
like it really, and it's great to see now that all the teams seem to support one another. It's great to see, but it did have a feeling to it that it was no, this is a football town, no, this is a baseball town. And when the Phillies won the World Series, you can say whatever town you want to say it was. The Phillies were the only champion.
Yes,
in town.
It felt like a baseball town at the moment.
Of course it did. And the Eagles were going through a downtime during that time.
Well, and I'm not saying that it bothers John Middleton that the Eagles won the Super Bowl. That's certainly not what I'm saying. But it probably drives him crazy.
Yeah.
It
bothers him that his team hasn't
done it. Right.
That's really what happens. You're happy that the other owner has done well, but then you say to yourself, hold on, I put together a good ball club too.
I spend as much money as any team in baseball.
Exactly.
Why is the Parkway not full of red on one day like it is of midnight green?
Yes, sir. Because from his perspective, I'm doing my part as an owner.
Right.
I'm doing my part. I'm giving out big contracts. I'm giving my GM the freedom to do things, right? I'm building an analytics department. I'm rebuilding the farm system, all the stuff that we need to be a winning organization.
I hired the general manager that wins championships.
Right.
I'm doing
Yeah.
everything, but I don't have that, and that's all that I want.
Yep.
And I'm sure it drives him crazy. Yep. I'm sure it does. 215-592-9494. Jack, before we get to the phones, why don't you tell everybody about the place where you got to buy appliances?
Yeah, my parents just got their dishwasher in from National Appliance Warehouse.
Yes.
Said it was a great experience.
Yes, it was. I went over there.
Yeah.
For my kitchen.
Listen, National Appliance Warehouse, almost as hot as the baseball team.
Almost, well, hotter, some would say. Some would say
team.
better selection.
Yeah, well,
certainly. Would you look at bullpen versus bullpen?
The great part of National Appliance Warehouse,
Yes.
you never had to beg them to change.
No.
Like you did.
That's a good point.
Like you did.
That is a good point. They are committed to excellence without anybody heckling them for
Don't
it.
worry about their chase, right?
Yep.
Because guess what? They'll get right in the zone all the time. National Appliance Warehouse is truly different. And listen, I know builders, designers, contractors, you're working hard for your clients. When they need their new appliances, go to National Appliance Warehouse. And there's a couple reasons why. One, you're going to get the best price. That's guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store to find a lower price elsewhere. Also, tax-free Delaware helps. Also, a great savings events always going on. So you're going to get a great price. You're going to get the right appliance. Over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget, 15,000 square foot showroom. Everything you could possibly need appliance-wise is at National Appliance Warehouse. And on top of all that, you're going to get a great experience. Mark Samakin has built a truly great team down there of experienced professionals. You walk in there, you feel like family. And on top of that, they do it all. Installation, delivery, and a whole lot more. Visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
I told him Fritz sent me. They looked at me with a blank look.
Disagree? They said, that's our guy.
I said to Val, we were walking in there, and I was like, watch this. I said, Fritz sent me. Total blank look. Had no idea what I was talking about.
Hold on. I was told confetti from the ceilings. Big deal.
So we're lucky enough to have great ownership with our baseball team, a good baseball team. Pittsburgh Pirates, not necessarily the same. Their fans, I don't think, like their owners very much. So the Pirates had a wall in right field that was 21 feet high and had a logo on it with the number 21 to commemorate Roberto Clemente.
Yes.
They decided they wanted to sell advertising on the wall, and they sold that advertising to our friends at Surfside. And they asked Surfside, do you want an advertisement? At our stadium, and of course they said yes. What they I don't think told them at all was we're going to take down the Roberto Clemente
pennant and number.
Unbelievable. They thought nobody would notice. So the Pirates president said this: "We did not intend to disrespect the legacy of Roberto Clemente by adding the advertisement to the pad in the right field. When we added the advertisement to the pad, it was an oversight to keep the 21 logo. This is ultimately on me, not anyone else in the organization. It was an honest mistake. We will be adding the 21 logo back to the pad."
Honest mistake.
Can you imagine can you imagine your Surfside? You're like, hey, we got a logo in the wall. No, then you find out they just casually removed the Roberto Clemente.
I would love to be in the meeting where they decide, what we're going to do? We're going to take down 21.
Yes, we're just going to take. No one will notice. Don't worry. The greatest player in the history of the franchise, or the most legendary player in the history of the franchise.
Well, imagine taking down Jackie Robinson's number to move it somewhere else.
Or to put an ad on it.
Well, that's fine. But my thing is, at what point don't you discuss the number coming down and saying, what are we going to do with it next? Like so it's one thing to say, we moved it here. This is where it's going to be at.
Right.
This, that, and the other. I think people will understand that it's still up. Right, it's in a prominent place as long as it's not hidden somewhere. But to act as if it was just an oversight and my bad.
Well, to your point, they actually have to decide. Let's remove the Clemente thing. And you can imagine if imagine that you're in the advertiser and they told you what we're thinking is just we're going to remove the Roberto Clemente thing and we're just going to put a Surfside can there. If I was Surfside, I'd be like, well, could you find a different
wall? They probably didn't tell Surfside.
No, of course not. Yeah. Yes, you would be like, find a different wall, or unbelievable.
That's on Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
seriously, that's one of your own.
Well, and everybody involved in the decision to say, because more than one person has to be involved in removing the 21.
Yes. Yes. Where are we putting this up at? Does anybody know where is this? Well, hold on. We're not putting this back up somewhere?
Yes. Or the guy that removes it. He's out there pulling it off. He's like, hey, where's the 21
yes.
going?
Where are we putting it at now?
Nowhere?
This can't be right.
No. Nowhere?
Yeah, nowhere.
You only just move it over? All right. 215-592-9494.
At least they do have Paul Skeens.
Yes, they do have Paul Skeens. He is great. Tony in Pottstown, you're on WIP.
Yeah, that's great. They got him until they trade him, like they do with everyone.
With everybody else.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Should we, Jack, should we start putting together a package for Skeens?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're not going to pay him.
No, of course not.
Might as well.
Start working on it.
They're absolutely not going to pay him, and then wherever he goes, he's going to have great success. So why not us?
Right.
Hey, we'll take the 21 too. Put it in the package. Put the 21 in right field. Why
We
can't
should.
Put it up?
We should put the 21.
That's great.
Yes. Yes. Good point. Good
I
point.
want the school out there, guys. It is an absolute joke of a fan base. It's a joke of a franchise. I mean, that ESPN article came back, like 25 years ago about how basically with the revenue sharing, the Pirates owners were just taking it and putting right in their pocket. I mean, genius from their standpoint. But from the fan standpoint, not good.
Yeah, it's a shame too. I haven't been to the stadium, but everybody says it's like as good a stadium as there is in baseball. I've never been there, but it's a shame they don't have a team that lives up to it.
Well, Elliot says it's an overrated stadium.
Oh, Elliot says that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never been there either.
He's never been there.
No, he doesn't like the love for PNC Park.
Even though he's never been there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Says it's overrated.
All right, there we go. Tony, you feel the Phils are different or not different?
No.
Oh.
This is just we're just prolonging the inevitable here, guys. Like, I get it. Hey, listen, 9 games, 7 wins. That's awesome. Unfortunately, as Ike will continue to say, this is all about October for this team. Like, I get it. It's a long season. We're excited. They're not chasing, which is where you got your panties in a bunch over there, Spike. And I get it.
Not just me, everybody. Everybody.
Well, your panties were the highest at this point. But in this case, they still need to hit in October. This comes down to one thing. Like last year, the goal was win the division. And that's what kind of the fans rallied around, right? There was this huge celebration for winning the division, but it's like, wait, we went to the World Series 2 years ago. Like, I'm sorry, I'm getting old. I'm getting gray hairs, guys. Dude, I need championships, man. I don't need 7-2 starts. I don't need the best record in baseball in May.
Yeah.
I don't need home field throughout. You know what I want?
Yeah.
I want championships. And until that happens, then this is just let's just see when we get there. That's all this season is. I'm sorry. It's the Sixers have done this to us. I blame the Sixers.
Oh,
they have literally
exactly right. Yeah. What do you got to say about that, Spike?
It's unbelievable.
It's a fair point, though. It's a fair point.
100% a fair point.
Yes, but if the Sixers, okay, let's put this on pause for a second. Hang on, Tony. Let's say this year they come in and Embiid is not hurt. He is legitimately in the best shape of his life. They start off, 7-2, and all of those things that you're telling me we wouldn't be looking at it and saying, "Oh my God, this is the thing that we wanted."
No.
Of course, I would. I think we would. Well, no, but if
Wait, no, we would say get past the second round.
Well, for sure, ultimately, but I think we have to look for the habits that will take us through October are habits that we have to see in April.
That is very logical, and I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you're out of your mind for the way you would view it. The way
Sure.
I'm just saying for us, it's. I hate to say it, man, but Eagles winning the Super Bowl. They've gone to 2 in the last 3 years. Like, this is what we expect. This is what we want from every team in the city, championships. We want parades, man, every year. Parade.
But you can't win the parade you can't get the parade in April.
I understand that.
I think they're different. They feel different to me. Tony, and I know you say I got my highest panties in the bunch or whatever, but
bloomers.
Yeah, but the chasing drove everybody nuts. We talked about it all off season. We talked about it all spring training. The players were asked about it, and it's different.
Listen,
yes.
I get your point. It's great. It's through, again, it's 9 games. 2 of the teams that we've played are dismal. In fact, I think the Rockies have the lowest win, over under in the entire league.
Yeah.
So it's tough to really get that excited about that sweep. I get it. Again, 7 wins in 9 games is great, and they aren't chasing as much. It's literally 3 series, dude. I mean, we got to see this in October, and that's what it comes down to. It's all about October.
I agree with you. It has to happen in October. But as I just said, that seeing it in April gives me a much better hope that we will see it in October. Tony, for next question, to give us something or someone that was big in the 80s.
Well, you stole it because you said Nintendo, so I appreciate that. So I pivoted to breakdancing.
Yes.
Breakdancing.
Now that
I
is a
could
huge
move.
one. Yes.
Move a little bit back then.
Did you break dance?
Oh, yeah. Well, I tried.
Everybody tried.
One
Everybody
thing
tried.
I wanted to do that I couldn't really do was I couldn't get more than 2 rotations with the spin.
On your back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't do the one where they constantly twisting. Like I couldn't do it that way. You give me 2 of them, I could get 2 of them in.
So there were the two
the rodeo.
The 2 big the 2 big breakdancing movies were Beat Street and Breakin'.
Yeah.
Breakin', great flicks.
Yep.
And I think I've brought this up before. So they would sell the the breakdancers would do all their moves on a car. They would like a flattened out cardboard box or whatever.
Yep.
But they started selling like breakdancing mats.
Yeah.
And Alfonso Ribeiro sold a breakdance mat on TV. Like I remember the commercial for it, and I'm pretty sure, of course, I had it or whatever.
Yeah, of course you did.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, first day, you probably got it before it even hit the
yeah,
market.
but Ike was doing his backspins on gravel, and yes.
Let me tell you, not on grass.
Okay, on grass.
Did it on grass, not on gravel. That's pretty rough. Not even I could do it on gravel. But I get the point, though. Yes.
Okay.
It's on grass. And the funny thing when you say that, though,
yeah,
I had a flashback being a kid and seeing Alfonso Ribeiro doing all these breakdancing commercials and with these mats he was selling. And he couldn't have been the furthest thing from the hood.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, that was his whole image was Carlton. Like Carlton was selling the breakdance mat of all people.
Well, and he became famous because of what?
Oh, the dance, the bad dance,
Yes.
the Carlton dance.
No.
Oh,
before
what?
then.
What?
The Thriller video with Michael.
Alfonso Ribeiro was in that?
Oh, Beat It. Was it Beat It?
He
might
was,
have been Beat It.
Yeah, he wasn't in Thriller.
No, it might have been
Yeah,
Beat It.
okay, yes.
It was one of the videos with Mike.
Okay. Oh, was he?
Was it a Pepsi commercial?
Maybe it was a Pepsi commercial.
It
I
was
don't
a
think he
Pepsi
was in
commercial.
Beat It. Yeah.
Yeah. One of them, he was dancing with Michael Jackson. That's how it got popular.
There it is. Took us 52 minutes to get to the point where Spike and Ike try to remember something that happened 30 years ago.
That's 40.
Yes, that's a long time ago.
That's a long time ago.
Looks like a Pepsi commercial.
Yeah.
Pepsi commercial?
There you
Okay.
go. All right.
Something.
215.
I was getting there, closer and closer.
215.
You got there, though.
Yeah,
That's
we
what
got there.
counts.
Got there eventually. 215-592-9494. Do the Phillies feel different? I say yes. Ike says, meh, maybe a little bit. Tell me in October.
Can I say one thing on the way out?
Yeah.
30 days.
That's your...
We need at least 30 games to see this. Can we see it for 30 games?
Sure.
Maybe
I see it in 9
games. You know.
I just wanted to beat.
30 games
I wanted
in.
2 out of 3 from the Dodgers.
Yep,
we got 2
you
out of
did.
3, and game 1 and game 3, which is exactly the way I wanted it.
Some
to.
people were saying they only needed 1 out of 3.
Oh, right. Somebody here, as long as they were
Somebody, some people were
close.
saying
Yeah, Elliott didn't even care if they got swept.
Yeah, he's already calling it a win when they blew the lead yesterday.
Yeah.
In text messages. What a loser.
215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at pgachampionship.com/register. Again, that's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com and their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy
Jewelers. Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Bet on which player you think will be the leading scorer, or bet the money line on who will win the title. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We've been talking about this for months. It became inevitable in recent days, and I still can't believe that Alex Ovechkin actually passed Wayne Gretzky for the most goals in NHL history yesterday. It's worth noting that Ovi did it on his 42nd goal of the year, the fourth most in the league this season. He didn't back his way into history. He steamrolled the record book. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phils win 2 of 3 from the Dodgers in their first real test of the season. They lived up to the test. They have another, and I know the Braves. What the Braves win over the weekend? Finally,
They got rained out a couple times,
Okay.
but I believe they're still 1-8.
Jeez. So to me, it's still a test.
1-8, yeah.
The Braves series is still a test to me. It still matters, even though they're 1-8.
Can they bury them?
It would be great to do
Take
that.
2 or 3, bury the Braves.
Yeah, 'cause you can't take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers and then come back and lose 2 or 3 to the Braves, whether they're 1-8 or not.
Taiwan is pitching Wednesday.
Okay. Well, and then there's a lot of pressure on the other 2 games. I'm
Bad
not
news
sold on Taiwan yet.
Could be bad news for the Braves this week.
Yeah.
They got to face Taiwan.
Taiwan, yeah. Well, he's the only Philly starter who hasn't given up a home run, I believe.
Yeah, everyone said, "Oh, the Dodgers didn't have Freeman." Well, we didn't get to pitch Taiwan.
Taiwan, right. 215-592-9494. Do the Phillies feel different to you this year? Jack and Cape May, you're on WIP. Jack.
Do they feel different?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
There you
But
go.
Am I surprised? No, because they had no choice. They had no choice but to be different. Because then people would start asking for people's jobs.
I think that's easier said than done to say that they had no choice to be different. How many times have we wanted a player to do something or a team to do something different and been vocal about it? It didn't happen.
This team is bought and paid for to mash the ball over 400 feet over the fence in the postseason. That's what they're made for. And if that's the expectation, I'm not going to be surprised when they're beating the Dodgers at home, 2 out of 3 games.
Okay. So you're not surprised at all that they're not chasing. You're not surprised their walk rate is up. You're not surprised their K rate is down. None of these things said that Nick Castellanos has walked more than he struck out. None of those things are surprising to you.
That's their job is to improve, is it not?
It's every athlete's job to improve. I guess the new Philadelphia fan that won the Super Bowl is just like, like that's your job. Yeah, it's everybody's job to do that. Why don't they all do it then?
Well, it's just because the expectations are higher for this particular team.
Yeah, I get it.
If I'm like, look at the Pirates. Like if they were mashing the ball, if they were beating teams, I would be very surprised. But they're not. They're not built that way. Not built like the Phillies are.
All right, Jack. Give us for next question. Give us someone or something that was big in the '80s.
Oh man, action movies.
It was a good action movie era.
Come
the
on.
'80s. Now I would say the '90s might have been better with action movies.
Yeah.
Technology
was better.
Yeah, thanks for calling, Jack. Yeah, but they were big in the '80s. Action movies definitely big in the '80s. Die Hard '89 or Die Hard '90? Was Die Hard '80s?
I think Die Hard was 80s.
Yeah, Die Hard was definitely '80s, and Commando was '80s. The Rambo was '80s. Terminator was '80s.
Terminator,
Yes, absolutely.
What was I was trying to think of another Schwarzenegger. Was Predator 80?
It was right on the verge. If it was 80, if it was 80s, it was 89 or something like that. Yep. Big action movies. So Devontae Smith was on Carmelo Anthony's podcast and was asked about the Eagles, who have never been on Hard Knocks, potentially on Hard Knocks. Here's what he said.
Hard Knocks before,
No.
right? Is it a curse?
It has to be a curse.
I wouldn't say it's a curse. I think they just pick teams they feel got a lot of stuff going on, like a lot of drama and stuff, which I'm surprised they haven't mentioned the idea of this.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to lie. In Philly, it's a movie, man. If they had Hard Knocks with us, man, they'd be like, man, it's a crazy team. So I'm glad they ain't picked us.
I don't know if they've ever done one on a team after winning a Super Bowl. They're probably going to watch this and be like, hey.
I hope we decline, man.
So per Justin, the video guy here for the WIP afternoon, so the Eagles are eligible. There are some eligibility requirements. Would you, if the announcement came out tomorrow, this year's training camp Hard Knocks team, the Philadelphia Eagles, what would your first gut be? Your
Let's
first
go.
gut? Really?
Let's go.
Really? All positive?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I would have good vibes about it. I don't think there's and believe me, I caught the sarcasm that Devontae had with the whole it's a movie.
Yes.
He doesn't want it. It's the reason why he does not want it. He understands what goes on behind the scenes with the football team. I get that part of it. But the Hard Knock cameras would force people to behave. Of course it's
Or do you think it would force people to perform?
Well, there's a thin line there.
Yeah, there is. It's a very thin line.
It's hard not to perform. Like we can all say, well, no cameras are here, this and any other. We try to keep it as much reality as we can, but I can only imagine if cameras are following you around cafeteria or workouts, practice field, getting cuts, that you some of the things you may say at times can be premeditated and thought about beforehand. That's for the good or the bad.
Sure.
So here's why I would be okay with doing it. We just won the Super Bowl. If it was a team coming off the end of the 2023 season, I would
Maybe
not
not.
want.
Yeah.
I would not. I wouldn't want it as an Eagles fan. Everybody else would want it, right? All other football fans would want to see the drama behind the scenes. But me as a fan, I wouldn't want that because I would not have expected things to turn out well. But for a team that's coming off winning the Super Bowl, I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with it.
So I am of two minds. First of all,
Force Jalen to take his guard down a little bit here and there. We get to see a different side of him.
Oh yeah, he'll be lighting up the.
I don't expect him to do that. But I do believe it's a positive for fans. Listen, we love the serious Jalen Mamba mentality, that whole thing. But as a fan, you still want to know that there's another side.
See him
to
laugh
the athlete. Yes,
with
you want
his
to see him have
teammates.
fun. Yeah. I don't care if you're throwing water balloons, doing something that normal people would do. I think fans would be intrigued by it. He doesn't need to stand up there and be a damn comedian.
Play hot foot like Roger McDowell did back in the 80s. Speaking of something that was big in the 80s, I would be of two minds. So WIP host Spike would be licking his chops.
Yeah.
And it would be exciting as an Eagles fan to get to see it. Now, maybe this is the scars of being in New York during the Jets, the Jets Hard Knocks, and seeing what happened to the Giants and being, around as from a fan perspective, as the way I think it would affect the team, I want no parts of it.
We don't have any of that going on.
You don't until you do. Yeah, I guess my point is that it only takes one clip that looks a little iffy to start something. And it only takes one clip of, it's not something we don't know, but it only takes one clip of A.J. Brown looking like this at Jalen when he doesn't throw it to him during something.
I remember this training camp.
I know, but you don't think
You're
that
not going
happened?
to do that in training camp.
I would be terrified.
Now, if it was during the season, I may feel differently because they do 3 different hard knocks now, right. So if it was the one during the season where you got real live game reaction and where the stuff is real, when the bullets are flying, the stuff is real, I might be a little more reluctant to do it then. But for preseason, I'm interested in knowing what this team's approach is going to be like to this success. Is training camp going to be harder? What's Nick Sirianni going to be like, right? Because honestly, if you're looking at Hard Knocks, he's one of the stars of Hard Knocks. Jalen he's the quarterback, so he's an interesting storyline to Hard Knocks. Big Dom is a part of it somewhere in there.
I think Jalen Carter would be. There's a lot of personality with Jalen Carter.
The entire offensive line.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter, I don't know if I would go solo with him, but Nolan Smith.
Right, yeah.
I maybe would do a Georgia Bulldog thing.
Yeah, there it is.
You got to do something with the exciting whites.
Sure.
Right? You got to do something with them. Like, see, I'd be interested in that type of stuff.
Miserable Vic Fangio.
I got my lot of singing everywhere. I got the old line, like, right? I got all that stuff.
It would make me
Howie
nervous.
Roseman telling us how great he is, man.
His vest, one of his selection of expensive vests. Jack,
Lurie trying to buy the Celtics.
Lurie trying to buy the Celtics. Jack, what do you think?
It'd be great. I don't care. Whatever. I mean, so what? What are you worried about? They're
We
fine.
You just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
It
who
just
cares?
takes one
Next
bad
year's team
clip.
doesn't matter. They just won the Super Bowl.
Yes, next year's team matters. You shut up. It absolutely matters. It just takes one bad clip. One bad clip.
What are
That's
they
all
gonna
it takes.
do?
What
They're
are you worried about Spike? We just won. Oh, no, I forgot about Saquon.
Oh, come
Well,
on.
that's
He would
that.
definitely be a star.
Well,
in this.
let me say that's what happened all of last year. More Saquon erasure. Of course, this is
More
even more
Saquon
proof.
Hard Knock
What
stuff.
if we have a whole episode on the dagger? We don't even see Saquon for 2 episodes as they focus on the intricacies of the dagger.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know that if you 215-592-9494.
Unscripted wasn't bad.
No, see, I don't
You
remember.
don't remember Unscripted?
Well, it was the Amazon thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have the
wasn't bad.
same, but also that doesn't have the same profile that Hard Knocks does.
I
Hard
agree.
Knocks is like a thing.
Oh no, I know.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying, but the Eagles, I'm just saying they had cameras there.
Yes.
They were mic'd up.
Yeah.
I mean, our voices would be all over it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Now, that would be cool, too.
Big for the brand.
As I
Oh
said.
yeah, you have to have a WIP sort of facet.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
Ike and I were in the video yearbook for the Eagles this year.
Yeah.
Oh, were you?
First 30 seconds.
Really?
Our reaction to the Saquon signing.
Well, how about, I was in the Phillies playoff hype video last year.
Yeah.
How'd that work
Yeah,
out?
I wasn't in anything for the
Yes.
Phillies. Still haven't been in a video yearbook, but I made the Eagles one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I might have to come on the radio every day trying to give Hard Knocks something to
Give them
use.
something, yeah.
Yep. We would have to meet. I think we could do a segment every day being like the Hard Knocks Take This segment.
Would, yeah.
Yeah, where we specifically try to
They
give
would
them
want it.
something. Yes.
Hey, listen, they're right here. They're right on in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. They know about WIP. They know.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Every day at 3:30, we'd say, I don't know if this team's got it this year, Spike.
Yeah.
They know it.
Can Jalen get it done again?
The
Yeah,
key is
there it is.
The key is, do the Eagles want to be on Hard Knocks?
I would say Nick would say absolutely not. I don't think any
think?
coach would want it.
What would Jeff Lurie say?
I think they.
Well,
listen, I could be wrong, and but I don't know if they welcomed it in the past.
The Eagles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, they had to have been asked in the past to
You
do
would
this.
think they're
Yes.
a big enough franchise. You would think
Yes.
so. They've had enough going on. They've had enough storylines. It would be interesting. From a branding standpoint, if I'm the owner of the Eagles, all it does is elevate.
Dude, let me tell you, Mr. Lurie, you just won the Super Bowl.
Don't do it.
Go for it.
Don't do
Do
it.
it.
You won the
Go
Super Bowl
for it.
without Hard Knocks. Look
did.
what happened to Joe Shane. Call Joe Shane. Ask him.
Yeah, but that team was in turmoil,
Yeah.
and they let their star player go.
Yes.
One clip.
One clip of what?
It only takes one.
we
bad
didn't sign
clip.
anyone, so there's no motivation from another player or team.
Just one clip.
Man,
Chiefs-
you
the
wake up.
Chiefs have done it. I don't know if the Chiefs did Hard Knocks, but the Chiefs did the quarterback thing with Patrick Mahomes,
Yeah.
where he let people follow him around. Like, we can handle that stuff, man.
I don't know. 215-592-9494.
Stars, now we're stars.
Joe in Delaware. You're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
Hey guys, all right. Start out with the Phillies. I heard ball as well.
Yes.
The Phillies, they're like somebody playing checkers, and they do the same move every time. There's a couple moves I think they need. I like to see Sosa and Clemens be in there and get rid of. I love Boom. Boom could be a good player, but he's just not all there.
Yeah.
And Marsh, we've given him enough. Marsh is cool. He's fun.
Clemens.
Clemens can play any position, right?
No,
Actually,
no.
with pitcher. But I put Clemens at third, Sosa in center field.
You'd have Edmundo Sosa playing the most important outfield position.
Come on, man. He looked good on Saturday.
Or opposite of that. We need hitters. We don't have hitters that have 300. Like they are more patient now. But remember, they started out like this last year. They played small ball at the beginning, and then they start swinging for the fences again.
So,
Swinging.
so you want to take
swinging
out
at everything.
the only, and again, I'm sort of on your side with the Bohm thing, but if you want a 300 hitter, you're taking out the 300 hitter to put in Cody Clemens.
Who's the 300 hitter?
Well, I mean, Bohm is a 300-ish hitter, not right now, but
He could be better. And
Yeah.
he reminds me like of Scott Rowland. You know, he just
a Hall of
doesn't get
Famer.
away. Huh?
In what way does he remind you of Scott
I
Rowland?
think he's going to be way better when he goes to another team.
Ah.
And Scott Rowland had problems with the fans and this and that, and being in Philly. I think Bone's going to be a great player.
Yeah.
Marsh, a great man. I mean, funny, you know, but he just don't know how to. His batting is not good enough.
All right.
About the Hard Knocks, I don't know if I want to watch TV and see what's his name, A.J. Brown be there reading the book, Jalen Hurts be doing his nails, Jalen Carter be beating up the machines. I think they need to hide all that.
Jalen Hurts doing his nails. Yeah.
I'm a Jalen hater.
All right. Well, good. Then I'm with you on that one. Yeah, I don't want to see him doing his nails
I'm
either.
a hater.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Spike, because if they look at everything else, and not, I mean, he does do that freaking jab play or whatever the dagger that
Yeah.
you can't stand.
Yeah, you know what, Joe? You're talking more and more sense as we talk to you. Joe, give us for next question day, give us someone or something that was big in the 80s.
I started out with the word, so I'm going to tell you the word, but I'm going to tell you my one of my crushes back in the 80s.
Okay.
So the word was rhymes with Ike and Spike. Psych. That word
Psych,
used to drive me
yes.
crazy.
Did you guys say psych?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I didn't know if that. Yeah, I didn't know if both delegations were in the psych. Yeah.
These words.
Yes.
But Baywatch.
Oh, Baywatch.
Baywatch the 80s?
That was 90s.
Yeah, that was 90s, I think, Joe. Thank you for the
Stick with
call.
psych.
Yeah. I mean, it was certainly big through the 90s, Baywatch. I don't know if it started in the 80s because
Maybe late 80s.
Maybe. I
I'm
actually
not a Baywatch person.
because Nicole Eggert was on Charles in Charge in the 80s. I don't think she was on that show until the 90s.
I think my generation is the last that used psych. I think psych's dead.
Can we bring it back?
Well, psych's definitely dead.
Yeah, it's definitely dead. I would love to bring it back.
I didn't know psych was 100% dead.
I think it's
you don't
dead.
think Gen Z's keeping
Oh,
psych
yeah, I
alive?
haven't heard my kids say it, so yeah.
I would love to bring it back. Psych.
Like,
Not-
hey, should you start doing that on the callers? Hey, good call.
Psych.
Yeah. Okay, Andrew. good point. Okay.
Psych.
Psych. Dude, we brought Creed back. We could bring Psych back.
I would love to bring Psych back. I'm going to start doing it.
All right.
Yeah, let me know how it works.
Oh, our callers and listeners are going to definitely respond well to that.
Just to bring back Psych?
Yeah, given how they took the Spike rules.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that didn't really last very long. 215-592-9494. Steve in Haddon Heights, you're on WIP.
All right. Hello, guys. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Hi, Steve.
Before I disagree with you a little bit, Spike, I want to ask about your dad. How's he doing?
He's doing good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, sir.
All right. It's too early, Spike. I'm glad. I really like your positivity, but there are a few things really fundamentally they're not doing well. They're not scoring people when there's less than 2 outs on third base. Nola's our fourth best pitcher now, really. And also, got a lot of pitchers getting the 0-2 counts and throwing balls right over the middle, like Romando. So there are some things I feel that we could do better. But I love the Phillies. That's great.
Well, Romando definitely stinks, or he's cooked, whatever it is. So let me ask you this, Steve. So it's too early to say that they have a different approach at the plate, but it's not too early to say that Nola is their fourth best pitcher. When we all know that Nola heats up when it gets hot out. That's a down south guy right there.
That's right.
Don't you think he gets paid too much money to heat up when it's not cold? I mean, this guy 2 years ago, we paid him a fortune.
Well, yeah, listen, here's the thing. He takes the bump every fifth day, man.
He does. He's
200
consistent.
plus innings a year.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Come on.
That's true.
Give Nolan a little respect here, Steve.
Okay, I should. You're
Okay.
right. Now, let me ask you this. At the end of the game, have they stopped throwing water on people? Because I've not
They
seen
have.
that.
They have, actually.
And is that something that came down, or they just thought they got tired of it, or whatever?
And they're growing up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what I think happened. The veteran player said, hey, man, Knock it off.
You dump water on me one more time.
Yep. Yeah.
Veteran players like, knock it off.
Yeah, stop it.
And Spike, I got to tell you, for the Sixers, thank God the Flyers are in town because
Yes. Well, all the winning they've done. It's not like their fan base wants them to lose more so they can get a better draft pick like the Sixers.
Yeah, I hear you. But
Yeah.
Is there any point you won't get bullied off here today, Steve?
Well, that one's BS, man. Flyers suck. They just fired their coach. Their fans want them to lose more. Yeah,
Fifth straight year without making the postseason, by the way.
Yeah.
Still Fly guys.
Come on. Steve,
come on. They're supposed to have the big three and the big zero, really.
Well, it's a good point.
Yep, now we're getting there.
Worse than the battle between the Flyers and Sixers.
Well,
it's like what's the term of the tallest at the circus?
Yes. Well, yeah, we're not allowed to use that one. Steve, why don't you give us someone or something that was big in the 80s?
Here you go, like the best female voice of all time, Whitney Houston.
Oh, there
it is.
Took us till 3:30.
Hey, man, come on, man. Whitney is big. Now you're starting to realize how big Whitney is.
Yeah, like it's starting to click a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is an answer to more next questions, Tupac or Whitney?
I think it's still Tupac, but Whitney's flying
Whitney
up the rankings.
Yeah.
She really is. She really is. That is the mindset of the Flyers fan that drives me crazy. Thank God we have the Flyers because what the Sixers are doing? Are we being serious right now? Now, this is not a defense of the Sixers in any way, shape, or form.
But you're not taking it from a Flyers fan.
Not this season. It's been that like they have a great young player that everybody's excited about. They fired their coach and their team, their fans want their team to lose so they can get a better draft pick. This has not been some sort of rebirth year for the Flyers. I'm optimistic,
right?
I would say, given who's in charge. Yeah. Shout out Jonesy, but and Michkov, Calder Cup, or Calder Trophy candidate right there.
Nice job.
What?
Yeah. Well, I just like you pulled out the old Calder Cup.
Listen, I almost won Calder Cup last week with Broads.
Yeah,
stayed away from it.
You got a little nervous.
Oh, really?
I wasn't sure.
You weren't sure.
I wasn't sure.
Well, isn't the cup? See, here we go. I'm going to ruin it. The Calder Cup and the Calder Trophy, I think, are two different things.
Oh, God, really?
Aren't they? I think the Calder Cup, it goes to a team, and the Calder Trophy goes to the Rookie of the Year.
Now, to make this even worse.
Yes.
I thought the 04 Phantoms with Jeff Carter and Mike Richards that I was in attendance for, I thought they won the 04 Calder Cup.
Maybe.
Which is the AHL championship.
Maybe it is the AHL championship, and maybe the Calder Trophy is the Rookie of the Year.
Morgenstein's saying I'm right.
Okay. So there is a Calder Cup and a Calder Trophy.
Yeah.
So I was right. And you were right.
By the way, there's another problem with hockey. You
Yes.
can't have the same name for two different things.
Come on, man.
Market your sport.
Keep up with everything.
Yeah. We don't have the Vince Lombardi plaque and the Vince Lombardi trophy.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on. 215-592-9494. Do the Phillies feel different this year? I say yes. Ike says it's only been 9 games. Jack is hedging because he doesn't want to put too much expectation on the Phillies. Ringthebellbook.com. Coming up next, speaking of Jack, the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, want to stream all your favorite entertainment from your comfort of your couch? Well, switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game night away with their fast, reliable 100% fiber optic network. Now enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to the most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch glass. Nope, that's Class TV, not glass, Class TV with Fios 1 gig and 2 gig internet plans. Now pick the package that works best for you and connect all your devices at once at a speed you need. Visit them at a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
The Phillies play here tomorrow. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Castellanos with his 8th career grand slam.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days and, well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes, that's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind and stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. It's engagement season. And let me tell you about a very special event coming up April 17th through 19th. The Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 17th, 18th, and 19th for the Viraggio Bridal Show only from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It's just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode. So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Same range.
The style on the looks 80s.
Yes.
Yes.
It definitely looks
Yeah,
80s.
that definitely is
the
dress code for
Yes.
the late 80s.
It is like, yes. I'm trying to think music wise, sort of like that New Jack Swing kind of sound, which was early 90s, late 80s.
And that was, I believe that was Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis.
Oh, was it?
That produced that
song.
That
Yeah.
that Bobby Brown album. Yes.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented, have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. Do you still use the term psych in your everyday life?
I don't believe so.
Shockingly, 25.6% say yes.
Really?
Wow.
And then you know what they said after that?
Psych.
Yeah.
Or they go, what's up?
What's up?
Guys who can't move on from the 90s.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite people.
The what's up people? Does anyone do what's up still?
Nah, not unless you're like laughing.
Yes.
Making fun of something.
What's up? All right. Let's talk a little Phils with Mr. High Hope.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Yes.
Brought to you by
ringthebellbook.com.
There it is.
Still pre-order today.
Yep. Free shipping.
Free shipping and a signed copy.
There you go.
And
When's the last day to order?
Well, you can technically order whenever, but
forever.
But you're not getting free shipping after May 27th.
Okay.
Although I could just bring it in for you, so you could still get your free shipping if you wanted. Now you're not getting a personalized message. I can give you a personalized message.
Well, especially because you're not going to be in the acknowledgments. We found out last
first
week.
off, I don't know what that is, but now that it's been brought up, I will acknowledge my acknowledgement and put you guys in there.
So, but it's not in there now.
Well, no, we still gotta get the blurb. Now, would you rather be in the acknowledgments, or did you rather me get a blurb from you saying how great the book is?
Wait a minute. You're asking, would we rather be thanked in the book, or would we rather tell you that we will help promote your book?
No, well, I just decided if you want to be in the cover or in the book.
Oh, we could actually get a blurb on the cover, not just
yeah.
used in social media.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
No, it's not tough for me.
Yeah, what would you rather
I
have?
want to be on the book.
Well, no, they're both on the book.
Oh, both of them on?
Yeah,
well, one will be on the cover, most likely, saying
on the back cover.
Jack, such a brilliant baseball mind, and Kevin, awesome baseball book about
just
the
heard
Phillies.
about him. Yeah.
So we're putting. What's the other one?
You can be in the acknowledgments
where you get thanked, or you can be a blurb on the back where you talk about how good the book is.
Put me in the acknowledgement.
There it is.
I think I might want the blurb, and I think I want to just make it all about Kevin.
Yeah, you should. You should. He's a better writer than me. 100%. He actually, what? I'm an idiot. Yeah. And the big reaction of the book is you wrote a book?
Yep. You should take that as a signal, Jack.
No, I know. No, I have. Yeah. I've been locked in. All right, so some news and notes things. Some things I noticed before the big discussion points.
Yes.
One I think is interesting is that Harper kind of getting bullied by fastballs. It feels like this happens once a year where guys just throw fastballs after fastballs and make him catch up to it. He's hitting 182 on fastballs right now, which is not great, but he's traditionally a great fastball hitter. I just think this happens once a year, but he's kind of going through it. He smoked the ball in the 7th or 8th yesterday. That was the first time I saw him stay on a baseball in a while. Even his RBI a little earlier, that was off the end of the bat and he was off balance.
Yeah.
So not a hot start to the season for Bryce.
Yep.
Is that when he's guessing not fastball? Is that what's happening there? That he doesn't think he's getting a fastball, and that's why he can't catch up to it?
Yeah, I just think it's timing for him.
Okay.
I think he's just a little bit off. Like is when he starts getting back. Like remember when Ryan Howard, when he started thinking left center field, and then he started launching baseball. That same thing with Bryce. Like when he starts doing that, that's when you know he's locked in. When his butt's like kind of falling to the first base side or first base dugout, that's kind of when you know he's off a little bit. He's off a little bit right now.
Yeah.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. signed with the Blue Jays today, so that seems like it's off the board. Obviously, 14 years, $500 million. So I guess Bryce does not have to worry about going to the outfield anytime soon because I don't know about the first base market.
Yeah, the comments from him and the comments from the general manager, we were talking about it last week, all smelled to me like Vlad wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah,
like he was staying there. Even the general manager said that Vlad said he wants to be on the same team his entire career. They couldn't let him go. And it seemed like he wanted to stay there anywhere.
Yeah.
Is there another giant free agent that they could have their eyes on?
It's really just Tucker.
Okay.
Kyle Tucker at this point. So, and if you're the Cubs, he's off to an MVP kind of start. Do you let him go after giving up big prospects? I don't know. I mean, I think he's going to hit free agency, but still. And then one more thing before some of the big stuff from over the weekend. We haven't even talked about him yet, but how about Jesus Luzardo on Friday night? I mean,
he was awesome.
He was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, for 7 innings, kept them at bay. I mean, you see the top of the rotation stuff from him. I mean, it pops off the screen. And I think to have that kind, we talked about him being more efficient. He had like a 4-pitch inning in there. He pitched 7 strong innings. If he is that, it just raises the floor of this team.
Yeah, well, and to me, it was that 7th inning, right, where you wanted him to get through the 7th.
Uh-huh.
He walk 2 or he walks 1, and then there's an error. Whatever it was, he was in a situation where he needed to get a strikeout.
Yeah, first and third, 2 outs.
Yep, and he got it. He was awesome, and he was, his first start was good. But I had mentioned to you that it didn't feel like he was in a rhythm the entire game, but he was in a rhythm, it felt like, on Friday night.
I just haven't seen many sliders that move like his. He has a sweeper, which is a little bit slower. He's got a bullet slider that's really, really tough to pick up. So certainly exciting. He pitches Thursday in the Braves series. Now, big ones from over the weekend. Jordan Romano, not great.
Told you.
Not great. His arm might just be done.
He doesn't have it.
He used to throw 97. He's throwing 93 now. And hearing him after the game, there's already been reports they're moving him to low leverage spots. They gave him a shot yesterday, but he sounded just lost yesterday after the game. Here's Jordan Romano.
The fluctuations.
Yeah.
I know it's there.
No, for sure. Yeah. Usually, I mean, I'm used to just kind of being 96 around there the whole time. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. But yeah, I need to figure that out for sure.
Is it frustrating that you're on a new team? You've had a lot of success in the past, but I'm sure you want to make a good impression. Is it frustrating you haven't been able to do that today?
Oh yeah, definitely. On any team, you want to come in, contribute to wins, and when you're not doing that, it doesn't feel great for sure.
Is it dead on? Is that possible?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not too sure. You know what I mean? But yeah. It's one thing I just got to figure out. I got to get the velo up because when the velo's right, it helps the slider too. You know what I mean? I feel like when the velo's down, it's easier to take the slider. So yeah.
Yeah, I remember on opening day you said you were a little quick to the plate at the beginning,
Mhm.
and then you figured it out, and then your velo kind of shot up. Is
Yeah.
that maybe a mechanical thing?
Yeah, it could be. I'm gonna look at some video, really dive in and try to figure this out really quick. Yeah.
He's cooked. I got to figure out why I'm throwing 3 miles an hour on my fastball slower than I threw it before. I have it figured out for you. It's the beginning of the season. Like, there's no reason why you should. You can just see it with them. You can see it. But that's a big problem for them.
Well, because then you have 3 arms you trust.
Strom, Alvarado, and
Kirkring. And
Right.
then Jose Ruiz, maybe. I mean, I thought he showed some things. Joe Ross, maybe he could kind of pop. I know Spike said Joe Rossman.
I do like Joe Ross.
Yeah, we'll see. But they need to figure out that's the next righty after Kirkring fast. I mean, they're gonna get one at the deadline, I assume.
They got to get one now.
It's just it's hard to do right now.
They got to figure something out. They're definitely gonna maybe when Ranger comes back. Like, is there a chance that Ranger comes back and immediately goes to the bullpen instead of starting?
It depends how Taiwan's pitching. And I don't think we trust Taiwan enough.
Yeah.
Painter starting on Friday?
in Clearwater.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Rushing. Don't rush it.
Rushing for the bullpen.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to put him in the bullpen. The Romano thing is turning south quickly.
Well, they may have to put him in the bullpen.
I know.
If it becomes a necessity.
Yeah.
Well, that's certainly a way to keep his innings managed.
Yep.
Yeah.
is
The only problem is can he go back to back?
Right.
Usually the right-handed reliever can just go back to back and they're fine. Can he do that is a big question. And the other big thing from over the weekend is that Alec Bohm, they said it was a scheduled day off. I don't buy that for a second.
No.
They have an off day today. 2 days off, you're facing a righty. Edmundo was in there yesterday. Another sense of urgency kind of move from Rob Thompson. Alec Bohm, not in the lineup yesterday. Your thoughts?
I'm done. I'm done with Alec Bohm. I think it's over. Everything that we were praising the rest of the Phillies for, we're praising the plate approach. We're praising Bryce for being a vocal leader. The thing that we wanted to see out of Alec Bohm was a change in his attitude, and everybody was hoping. I think me among everybody, I don't know that anybody was counting on, but everybody was hoping, okay, they spent the offseason trying to trade you, and a good portion of that is not your performance, it is your attitude. And we're all wondering how he was going to react to it. If this was going to be I'm going to show everybody that they made a mistake by thinking to trade me. But I think he's worse. I think he's a drag on the team. You're talking about figuring out the bullpen. They trade him for a right-handed bullpen arm somewhere. I'm serious. Let Sosa start at third base because his vibe is terrible. The thing that drives me the most crazy about Bohm is that when he is throwing his little tantrum, it's similar to an NBA player when a foul call doesn't go their way, but it's his fault. If you pop the ball up, it's not anybody else's fault but yours. If you hit into a double play again, it's nobody's fault but yours. His frustration should not be. It almost looks like it's aimed at the world. Like something's being done wrong to Alec Bohm. I don't think he has. Maybe that other caller had a good point. I just don't think he's made for it here. I don't think he's made for it here. And I think the clock is ticking on him. And I think the right-handed reliever thing, you talked about the deadline. I don't think you can mess around until the deadline, actually. If Romano's cooked, I would just trade Bohm.
Which is the bigger deal right now, the Bohm situation or the Romano situation?
Well, I think the Romano situation, but I think they could be tied. What do you think?
Yeah, listen, I don't
As
think,
a Bohm guy.
Listen, well, yeah, I listen to you guys get all emotional and passionate about Alec Bohm, and I say to myself, the guy's a very good baseball player that needs to mature. I don't think there's anything wrong with him as a hitter. Obviously, he's only hitting 200 right now. I understand the whole swinging at the first pitch. I get all of that. That's the same thing that got him to the All-Star game. That's the same thing that's pretty much made him a career 275, 280 hitter. Back-to-back years with almost 100 RBIs, 40-plus doubles. He's the same guy. He's the same baseball player, and that's a very good baseball player. That's not a player you just find anywhere.
Yeah.
At least I don't believe it.
I don't think he's enough of a difference maker as a hitter to deal with all of this stuff. There's just so much that is.
Deal with what?
What's that?
To deal with what?
The tantrums. And by the way, he hasn't produced, and it's only 9 games, but it's not
So
like
do you think, real quick, do you think, it is only 9 games?
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
It is only 9 games.
I think he would.
His track record says he's a good baseball player.
He will be at least a 275 hitter and hit 15 home runs, whatever it is. Yeah.
So do you think he was benched because of a tantrum he threw?
I think it is a combination. Jack, curious what you think. I think it's a combination of Topper said, it was a funny quote from Topper. He said, we got to get in the lab and find out how to get Sosa into the lineup. Get in the lab. I don't know, have him play instead of somebody else. But I think it is as hot as Sosa's been, and I think it is a message to Bohm. I think it is both things. Maybe if they didn't have Sosa hitting the way that he was hitting, maybe they wouldn't have done it. But I think it made it easier to bench him.
Well, I think their whole thing has been about urgency and getting on top of things quicker this year. Even pulling Romano from the game in the 8th inning, I thought was being more on top of it rather than letting him die on a vine. I think it was 5 pitches and 4 plate appearances on when they're looking at.
That's why he sat
that
him.
too. Yes. Yeah. Now he's a guy who swings early.
Sure.
Yeah.
But also when they're
all trying to do one thing.
Exactly. They walked 11 times yesterday for the first time since 2003. That's part of what their offensive identity, if you have that in baseball, is going to be this year. And I think when they saw that, they were like, we got to get him out of there we'll give him the day.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to do. That's the benefit of having 162 games. He's not going to play 162 games. And I like Sosa as much as anyone likes Sosa. But I don't know if Sosa's an everyday player. So you want to have him out there for how long? And then what does that do for Bohm? How does that make him a better player?
Sure.
Sitting on the bench for a week or 2 weeks.
Well, and then
what have you.
And then also it makes I would just trade Bohm. I would find out. I would call whoever I talked to this offseason who was interested in him and say, do you want him? But I agree with you on the Sosa thing.
Mm-hmm.
And playing Sosa every day also weakens your bench. And
Yes.
if you have a guy that is good enough to play every day, you play him. But I do agree that then all of a sudden you don't have your super utility guy every more because he's your everyday third baseman.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Alec Bohm situation is urgent. You know what other situation I think is urgent? Your windows and doors.
Oh.
Come on. They're drafty. They suck. They've been in your house for decades at this point, and you know the summer's coming, and your energy bills are going to go up because the hot air is going to creep through those old drafty windows and doors. That's why you got to go Gaida. It's urgent. Gaida knows it's urgent, so they're going to help you out on numerous levels with the cost, because that's why you haven't done it. You feel like it's a hassle. Gaida makes it not a hassle. You feel like it's too expensive. Gaida makes it not too expensive. Interest-free financing, no money down, up to 36 months, or depending on the size of your project, up to 6 years. That is 72 months of low payments and lower energy bills. And your house value is going to go up, and you're just going to feel better and more comfortable about the entire thing. And on top of that, they're going to give you 20% off every product they have. Every window, every door. There is a minimum purchase. There are restrictions, and the financing is subject to credit approval. What you got to do is call 877-GO-GAIDA. They can explain all of the details and then send one of their professionals out to give you a free in-home estimate, or go to GoGaida.com. That's GoGuida.com. So let me ask you this on the Bohm thing, as far as him being productive, from a team chemistry standpoint, how important is the sort of, clearly they don't like the mental part, or they wouldn't have tried to trade him, because they didn't try to trade him because of his production. I don't think. I think they tried to trade him because of the attitude. Like, at what point is enough with that?
Well, I think when it has an impact on the other guys in the clubhouse. So when it starts to rub the rest of the veterans on the team in a way in which they're fed up with it, then that's when someone of prominence goes to decision makers and says, you got to get this dude out of the clubhouse.
Right.
I've tried. We've had talks with him. This isn't getting any better. It's becoming a drag. Nobody really wants to be around him.
I feel like Bryce tried to send a message by actually saying they tried to trade him publicly. And that he has something to prove.
But here's another thing, though. I think some of us has already predetermined what we feel about Alec Bohm, and we overreact to some of this stuff. Like, we act like he went in there swinging bats at the cooler in the clubhouse, or he's throwing his helmet everywhere. Like, I mean, I understand there is a bigger eye on his antics after he makes an out. I'm sorry, is he not supposed to do anything when he makes an out? And then we'll say he doesn't care.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to say he doesn't care.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know. Like I'm just saying, I think there is a bigger microscope on it, and rightfully so. I'm not saying he hasn't brought this stuff on himself. What I'm saying is, I think some of this is an overreaction to everything he does not do well, because you've already determined this is what you feel about him.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think that's fair. I mean, you're right. I was already coming into this year, I was hoping they would trade him.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. And when he does make 4 outs on 5 pitches.
I agree. It's frustrating.
And then you see him throwing the
But
helmet.
it's also, but you're also the same
God,
person.
why is this happening to me?
But you're also the same person who have a problem with 19 strikeouts.
Me?
Yeah, you didn't have a problem with
No,
him
I
striking
didn't.
out. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, no, in other words, I'm saying is that if you go down the lineup, we can find things that all of them could be doing a little bit better.
Sure, absolutely.
That all of them could be doing better.
Absolutely.
And it's only 9 games into the season.
Yes.
So it's not like he's been this way for a month or two.
I agree. I just think it's a bad sign early in the season, considering. I guess I would say I was at least looking at how does he react to what happened to the offseason.
I agree.
And it doesn't seem like he's reacted in the way that we would want him to react to it. It doesn't seem like his whole thing is like, okay, screw everybody. Like, I'm gonna set the world on fire, and I'm gonna grow up. This might just be who he is as a player. You know,
I can't argue that.
Yeah,
That's who he is. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just looking at the baseball player right now.
Sure.
And I don't think we have enough wiggle room to get rid of good baseball players just for the sake of getting rid of them.
That's a fair yes. He is one of their better hitters.
Yeah.
Or yes.
When he's hitting.
When he's hitting.
Yeah.
And he will hit, I would think. Like, I don't think you're going to go through the year.
Goes in streaks, man. Somebody's going to get cold, and then that's when Bohm gets hot for 4 or 5 weeks. Same way Casty does.
And that's when we're riding the Bomer.
Yeah. It happens every year.
So a team, the Mariners, I don't know who's on the Mariners, whatever, calls the Phillies, Jack, and they say, we're going to give you solid, dependable, right-handed middle reliever X for Alec Bohm. What would you say?
I would say no.
You would say no?
Yes.
Okay.
Still as it currently stands.
Okay.
I think they can trade for someone at the deadline. Like I love Sosa.
Deadline's 2.5 months away.
I know.
Okay.
You know who's out there? You know who's out there?
Who?
His third time with the Phillies, but he's still a free agent.
Robertson?
David Robertson.
There you go.
Come on, man. He's only 40. He pitched to a 3 ERA last year at Texas.
Yeah, he was pretty good last year.
Yeah.
He could, until his arm falls off, you could certainly sign him.
He looks good.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's good last year. He might be hurt. I don't know, but
Squint.
He's available. You don't have to squint.
Calling Daryl Morey. Calling Daryl Morey.
Don't have to squint to see those calves.
No.
All-time calves.
Oh,
David
Robertson has great calves?
Unbelievable calves.
Wow.
They do. They pop.
Got it.
Yep. You got it? You always keep talking about David Robertson's calves? Radios are turning off. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Like JT's calves.
No, come on, man. Don't tempt me with a good time.
And JT has had a give me an extension first 9 games of the season.
Yeah, him and Schwartz.
There we go.
Yeah.
He's not cooked.
Throw him out, strike him out. No double plays from JT.
It's big stuff.
Yeah.
Good. Listen, good. I hope he proves us wrong.
Yes. I don't care how well he plays. I'm not giving him an extension in the middle of the year.
Well, yeah.
I want him like a one of those dog races with the stuffed bunny. That is the contract that I'm holding out in front of him. If he plays well the whole year, I think it's fine. All right, 215-592-9494. Do you believe the Phillies are different? We'll talk to Big Ben Davis, find out if he thinks the Phils are different. Talk to him next. Your calls as well. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy of the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
Baseball is back. Wild Fork Foods has your tailgate foods covered at prices that are unbelievable. Stock up on fully cooked beef classic hot dogs, 6 dogs, only $5 a pack. Or grill up some mouth-watering 75% lean beef burgers, 10-pack, only $10. You can even pick up the brioche burger buns 4-pack for only $4. Visit their Neshaminy location or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations, or shop online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year, and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Required paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news! The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to vaxassist.com and schedule today. That's vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Yes, Duke's loss to Houston in the Final Four over the weekend is one of the most epic collapses we've ever seen. But let's take a moment and credit Houston coach Kelvin Sampson. This is one of the great coaches in the game, a defensive maestro. His steadfastness that is part of the reason Houston didn't buckle when they were down 59-45 with 8.5 minutes to go. Kelvin Sampson is the reason Houston won that game. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phil's off tonight after taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. Before we looked at the season, we saw this Dodgers and then Braves back-to-back thing as a potentially facing the two best teams in the National League. Now, the first one, definitely for sure, the Braves now, I think 1-8. So that matchup, on paper doesn't look the way that we expected it to look, but in reality, still a big matchup every time you're facing a National League East team, especially the Braves, considering the talent that they have.
Hey, and when they're down, keep them down.
Absolutely. Make sure that let's end their season early. Joining us now to talk about the Phils and their 7-2 start is none other than NBC Sports Phillies own and WIP's own as well, Ben Davis. Ben, how are we feeling, brother?
Doing well. Just down here in Atlanta, running some numbers and listening to you boys. So, just ready to get going in this big series tomorrow.
Man, what numbers are you running?
Numbers? People still run numbers.
Whoa.
I don't have to do that anymore. No, I'm just looking at matchups. Runners in scoring position, all that kind of,
I thought,
I do the broadcast when I can.
Because you seem more like a Manalytics guy than an analytics guy.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking to Benny Two Shoes over there or something that runs numbers for Paulie, whatever. So yes. So Ben, the big question of our show today is do the Phillies feel different to you this year compared to previous years, specifically in relation to what the mission was in terms of the things they needed to change? So I will ask you simply and open-ended, do they feel different to you?
They do feel different. And I think they finally had that moment where they look in the mirror and they say, you know what, I have to change. I think they did it individually. I think they've done it as a team. And I think they've reached the crossroads where they realize this window is shrinking and they have to get it done. They have a really, really good ball club, Spike. And I think you witnessed that over the weekend. Every team has a couple flaws, and the Phillies have a couple flaws. But for the most part, this is a really well-constructed ball club. They're very professional about their business, and I do see a difference. And I think, I think these guys are owning it. I think they're saying, you know what? We know why we've fallen short the last 3 years. We have to change. We have to get better. And I've seen them making those changes. I mean, look in case in point yesterday with the 11 walks. That's something that we haven't seen out of this ball club in recent years. But, they're making those changes, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, wins are wins, Ben, so I won't take away anything from them, those first two series. But this past series was certainly an impressive series win going up against the Dodgers. Just your thoughts on sort of the overall series. Jesus was awesome Friday. Then we couldn't hit Saturday, even though the pitching was pretty decent. And then yesterday you had a tale of really two different, I don't know, they pitched well in some areas and then they had to hit late. What'd you think about the overall series versus the Dodgers?
Well, a series win against one of the best ball clubs possibly ever constructed is big time. And that's what they were able to do. The loss that they had on Saturday, it was, I was sitting in Mickey's game. Don't tell Mickey that, my 10-year-old, but watching the ball game on my phone, and I'm watching that stuff that Sasaki was throwing, and T-Mac kept saying, "Oh, another splitter by Sasaki." Now, I thought they were like Sandy Koufax curveballs. They were nasty. I mean, that guy was on point. Of course, Dave Roberts came out and got him out early, but Sasaki was pretty tough. So they ran up into. But yesterday, how they were able to manufacture these at bats against Glasnow, wait him out, get him out after 3 innings, and he threw 60 pitches, whatever it was, got him the heck out of the ball game. I know it's just 3 games of 162, but I think that was a statement win. I think something they can build on and realize, hey, we can play with anybody. I think they have that feeling down deep, but I think that was an affirmation for them moving forward that, hey, we got a really good ball club here. And I think there's really no limit to the starting rotation and what they can do. We saw that. I mean, look what Sanchez was able to do against Betts and Ohtani yesterday. Arguably the best 1-2 punch in baseball, and he just eliminated them. And not many guys can do that. But nice. It was just a really good series win.
The change that we were talking about and the approach to the plate. Is there a point? Because I would say it's probably easier to change for a short period of time than it is to stay committed to it for a while. What do you think is the ultimate test that they will stay committed to this sort of different sort of plate discipline that they've shown?
Well, I think the proof is in the pudding, Spike. I mean, these guys are realizing that they're getting victories. They're getting W's. They're going in the left column, the right column, and that's what they want to do. So I think if you get a taste of something and it tastes really good, and you're getting, good positive feedback from it, you want to keep tasting that. I think these guys are getting you know what? I can foul a pitch off to see another pitch. I can make sure I'm not just going out there and making an out on one pitch or two pitches. I'm making this pitcher work. We want to get this guy out of the ballgame. We want to get into that bullpen. And I think they're getting these results back, and it's good for them. I think they realize that there's the one reason they have fallen short in the last 3 years in the playoffs is because they have been, unfortunately, consistently inconsistent with their offensive approach. One day, you look back at 2 years ago with the Diamondback series. There, I thought I would have bet one of my kids that they were going to go to the desert and just end it out there. And then the Diamondbacks end up coming back here and winning games 6 and 7 because the offensive approach fell short. And I think they realize that. I know these are veteran guys. These are guys that are getting paid a lot of money because of the numbers they have put up in the past. But they realize that they want their ultimate goal is to win that world championship, and they can only do that if they get more consistent offensively.
Ben, as a former pitcher yourself, what are you seeing from? Well, it's true. What are you seeing from Jordan Romano? Romano has struggled. They brought him in thinking maybe, I know Topper doesn't designate people the closer, but it seemed like he might have that. His velocity is down. Is there something that you're seeing in his delivery that might be the cause of that? He seems to be searching for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Father Time is undefeated. He's strung together some really good years. He had 100 saves over a 3-year span with the Blue Jays. I just think, this is a different environment for him. It's a different market. He's on a team now with, all-stars and MVPs, and maybe he's just trying a little bit too hard. The one thing, Hugh Douglas always in the midday show, he always talks about, what does he say? Defense is a luxury. It's not a necessity. Well, I think with, pitching, I think velocity is a luxury. It's not a necessity. He's not locating his fastball whatsoever. And, everything stems, I don't care if you're Jamie Moyer throwing 84 miles an hour, or you're Tom Glavine or Greg Maddux, everything stems off that fastball. If you can locate the fastball, it's the best pitch in baseball. He's not able to locate. He's overthrowing. I think he's looking up at that radar gun and saying, man, I don't have it. Let me reach back for a little more. And all of a sudden his command is gone. The best pitch in baseball, you can throw a fastball down and away. If you can locate it, I don't care if it's 83 or 103. If you can locate that pitch, you're going to have success, and everything will work off of that. Then he starts to mix in his breaking ball. If his fastball command gets better, his breaking ball will look that more attractive to the hitters in the box, and then you're just going to get a lot more swings and misses. But right now, he's not in the zone. He doesn't have command of his pitches, and that's a big difference.
Well, independent of that great analysis and that analogy, you drew a parallel with Hugh Douglas's terrible analogy about defense being a luxury. That is completely false, Ben. That is completely false. Just from a football standpoint, not from what you were saying, from Hugh Douglas's standpoint, though.
I got you.
Yeah, that phrase from Hugh did not age well after the Eagles won the Super Bowl with the number one defense in the NFL. Right. Right. Ben Davis with us. So Ben, your son Taig is off to a very hot start at Louisville as a baseball player. We were talking about it before. Is he named after the lumber company, or is Taig a family name?
He is not. So,
okay.
Being 100% Irish, my wife is 50% Irish, 50% Italian. I wanted a strong Irish name. So all our kids we have Taig, Finley, Riley, and Mickey.
Okay.
Goodness.
So, but my one of my best friends in the world, his name is Thomas Patrick Taig, and I am the godfather to his second daughter, Taylor. Okay. And I've always liked his name, so we named our son Taig Patrick Davis. So we got our name from my buddy Tommy. It's his last name, and that's what we thought it was a pretty cool Irish name.
Yeah, but if he gets drafted, I mean, it's already the lumber company, Taig Lumber. He's bringing the lumber to the yard. I mean, it also does work that way.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's a very good analogy. But actually, the folks at Taig Lumber were very kind enough to send us some hoodies and stuff last year.
There you go.
Yeah. So they took care of us.
I like the fact that you're trying to make up for your wife's 50% Italian by naming your children as Irish names as you can possibly find.
Well, I married. I'm 100% Irish, right? My hometown sweetheart, Megan Patricia McGonigal, born on St. Patty's Day. I'm like, this is, and then I find out she's half Italian, half Irish, so it's okay. We have we got 2 of our kids have that good olive skin. The other 2 have my skin. So,
all right, Ben. And the series coming up against the Braves, we thought the series would be one thing leading up. I don't think anybody expected the Braves to be 1-8 leading in, but you would hope that the Phillies do not take any. Don't. What's the word I'm looking for? You don't want to take them lightly, even given the start that they've had.
they won't. They won't.
Yeah.
And again, that gets back to the professionalism that they have. They know the Braves are 1-8, but they also know they're going up against Chris Sale tomorrow. And, this is a ball club that I think, it's still a really, really good ball club. They're still missing Ronald Acuna Jr., obviously Spencer Strider. Once they get those 2 guys back, it's a whole different animal. And, I obviously, with the exception of Ohtani, who's obviously the greatest player in the world, if I had to start a baseball team with any particular player and he's 100% healthy, it would be Ronald Acuna Jr.
Yeah.
I just think he's that dynamic of a player. He can beat you in so many different ways. Once they get him back, it's going to be a different ball club. So they want to get these W's down here in Atlanta while these guys are still on the shelf.
All right, Ben. Well, we appreciate your time, man, and appreciate you clearing up the lumber thing.
No problem.
That
guys.
was
I
important.
appreciate it.
All right, thanks,
I'll
Ben.
talk to you soon.
We
Thanks
appreciate
so
it. There it is.
Benjamin.
There it is. Cleared up. Jack was sure that he was named after the lumber company.
So Ben's in Atlanta before we get down there. Or did he go with the team?
They probably flew down today, I think.
Yeah.
Team went today?
Yeah, maybe.
Good little day off in Atlanta.
Yeah, a little Magic City, right?
Hell no. That's
No.
why I said that. Yeah, that's why I said that.
They know Sale's on the mound tomorrow. Can't be screwing around.
No, they can't.
Wheeler Sale's a fun little
Ooh,
pitching
that's a
matchup.
nice little Tuesday matchup in April.
Taiwan Walker versus Spencer Schwellenbach on Wednesday. Who's
there you
excited?
go.
Sale cost us a little bit of coin.
Yeah, no. Plus 900. Wheeler
Yep.
for Cy Young last year.
Now, this is the first time I mentioned I'm in the WIP Fantasy Baseball League, and I haven't played fantasy baseball in 35 years, something like that. This is the first time that I'm having my one of my guys is going up against our team moment.
Nice.
As I have Chris Sale.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, it matters.
Well, I'm just glad
Yeah, it matters.
I'm glad you realized that it wasn't you just set your lineup for the week.
Well, some leagues are that way.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Bad
Oh, yeah.
leagues.
Okay.
That's exactly what I would have done.
Yes. I realized it 3 days in.
Yeah. Guys are sitting, guys are on your bench.
Yes. And
This is one of the leagues you have to actually be active every day.
Well, what you can do, thanks to no one's helping me except for Justin, video guy Justin. Justin was like, you can go and set your lineup for each day in advance. Now you want to go and make sure that the guy didn't
Guys
get hurt,
aren't
he's not
playing,
sitting, so on
right,
and so forth. But
right.
yeah. All right. 215-592-9494. Ralph. Whoa. There it is. There we go. Ralph in LA. You're on WIP. What's up, Ralph?
Spike, 2 quick things before I get to my Phillies point.
Yes.
First of all, can I consider myself an honorary foxhole guy since I'm now a continuous caller to the afternoon show?
Well, that is 2 straight shows, and you are representing the Phillies as a Los Angeles native. Ike, is Ralph officially a foxhole guy given those?
I like it.
Yes. I'm going to put it this way. You are in the what's the probationary period. So you are a probationary foxhole guy. We'll see how it goes.
I try to call as much as possible, but me being at work over here during the day, it's a little bit
No
hard at
excuses.
times.
It sounds like when you sound like Alec Boehm here. No whining. Yeah.
You'll get the commitment.
All right. Thank you, Ralph. So how it must have felt good, right? Did you get to wear your Philly stuff today to show all those idiots in Los Angeles where it's at? What?
I have my City Connect hat rocking right now.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Do you like what you saw? I assume. Do you feel different about the Phillies this year?
I mean, it was finally good to be able to see a game out here. But the only bad thing about it was I was watching it on the Dodgers broadcast network. So I'm very limited to the amount of games that I'm, allowed to see out here.
Oh, we got to get this guy an MLB TV subscription. Come on, man. It's like $100 for the year. I'm not counting your money or whatever, but then you can watch every game.
I mean, yeah, if I could splurge, the NFL Sunday ticket on YouTube, then I guess I might as well.
Yeah,
spend
it's
the
162
extra
games. Good value.
Yeah, well, I might do that, but I like what I've been seeing. Let's see, they're not chasing. My last memory of the Phillies was last year during the postseason when they're chasing garbage down in the dirt, and now they're a little bit more disciplined up in the gate. So I like what I'm seeing in that aspect, but I want to continue seeing it throughout the whole season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it is only 9 games, but I think the difference I've seen in 9 games is a meaningful difference. I think there's a world in which they're 7-2, and we don't see these things, and I might feel a little bit different about it in that way. Ralph, why don't you give us somebody or something that was big in the '80s for next question today?
Hulkamania.
That's a good one. That is a good one. Now,
Hulkamania might have been.
Thanks, Ralph.
I mean, in the 80s, Hulk was a top 5, whether you want to call him an athlete, entertainer, or whatever.
Oh, Hulk was enormous in the 80s.
Yeah, Hulk was big as hell in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hulk had quite a run.
Action figures, Saturday morning cartoons.
Absolutely. And he was, as
Saturday night main event.
As WWF and then WWE went on, they went on to have multiple stars at one time. When Hulk was the star, there were other stars, but nobody shined as bright as Hulk.
Yeah.
Totally Andre the Giant was there, Tito Santana. They had a bunch of big ones, but Macho Man. But I don't think nobody was Hulk. Nobody was Hulk. And to me, my favorite thing about Hulk is that his finishing moves sucked.
Yeah, the leg drop.
It was first it was the boot to the face, and then the leg drop. Very unimpressive. I mean,
he was not a real impressive wrestler.
No, he was not.
Which I didn't really grasp until I was older.
Yes.
Well, yeah, he doesn't do all the other stuff that some of the other, like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat does.
Flipping off the top buckle.
Superfly Jimmy Snooker. Yeah.
Yes.
Like, Hogan doesn't do any of this stuff.
No. I think his best thing wasn't even the signature move. It was when Hulk turned it on and got mad.
Yes,
and
whenever he
was shaking. Yeah.
Oh, nothing better when he escaped the camel clutch. Man.
Oh, come on.
Which I also didn't realize till later. It's almost impossible to escape the camel clutch. So he basically had to be let out of the camel clutch.
Yes. There's no way you could get out of the camel clutch.
Yes.
Jack, real quick, who's the wrestler that had the camel clutch?
No idea.
Yeah, okay. Come on.
Is that
one of the greatest villains ever?
No, did he turn heel?
No, he was a heel.
Oh, man.
He's never a good guy.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the Roddy Piper.
No, it wasn't Rusty Roddy Piper. Idiot.
Wasn't Rusty Roddy?
No, it was Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik. Yes.
Rod, by the way.
USA.
Yes.
I used to always spit on the flag every week.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that would have gone well today's
Well,
world.
back then, everybody had a sense of humor.
We had the whole.
Well, there was Sergeant Slaughter versus Iron
Sheik.
Everybody
was a political side.
And then there was the Russia. There was Nikolai Volkov and Nikolai Volkov and Nikita Koloff. Yeah, there was no, rules as far as that went.
Totally. I had no idea either.
Yeah, no, I
had no idea when I was
good guys and bad guys. Yeah. 215-592-9494. Speaking of good guys and bad guys, Herb from the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Herb?
Which one is he?
What's going
Both.
on there?
Turn heel every once in a while.
Well, we ain't getting Vladimir Guerrero. He just signed for 14 years, $500 million. The third largest.
Jack, hit the breaking news thing.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Yeah, that's big. What do you think of the contract?
It's just like everybody else is getting.
Yeah.
Add up the numbers.
Yeah.
They're all getting 30, 35. So, add it up.
You know what? When it's that much and it's guaranteed, the annual year, it doesn't really matter.
Right. How many years it is?
Yeah, it's $500 million is what I'm getting.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
A lot of these guys, they got to figure it out that they're going to play anywhere from 38 to 40 to 42 years old by the time the contract run out.
Well, yeah, especially with the DH and all of that. So, yeah.
Yeah, they can put them in there. So the last 3 or 4 years, they can DH and they don't have to play a position.
And Vlad might DH a lot sooner than that. Herb, what do you think now that the Phillies don't have Vlad to go after this offseason? What do you think the plan is?
Well, it's hard to say. They
big answer.
Yeah.
They're going to sign Schwarber. You know that they're going to sign Schwarber.
Yeah. What about JT?
I mean, you still got Castellanos.
Yeah. 0 for 2.
Still got him for another year. So, we'll see what happens. Give these guys a little time, man. You can't get on them,
What do you think about Alec Bohm?
Yeah, what do
a
you
little time.
what do you think about Bohm?
I didn't really see the game. I worked all weekend, so I don't.
Oh.
I've been hearing his name come up a lot. Why? What do you do? What do you do?
A little bit of tantrums, along with not being particularly productive.
Well, but ball players get like that, man. They
Yeah.
show sometimes
Just
they
like
show,
Sirianni.
show
Yep.
it on the field, and other times they don't. They go through day to day. They go through issues and all. So
Yeah.
I mean, tomorrow he might come out and hit 2 home runs. Everybody's
no.
Hey,
Well, that's not
that guy
possible.
can hit the ball, can he? Or maybe he might get 3 hits. Maybe he'll hit a double or
Could get 4 hits. What if he gets 4 hits?
Huh?
What if he gets 4 hits?
Hey, that's even better. So,
Even better, Spike.
I mean, guys, you got to understand.
Yes.
Okay, football, you only have 17 weeks.
Yes.
Okay,
Hard to make an
your
impact.
mark.
Yeah.
Basketball and hockey, you got 82 games.
Yep.
And baseball, you got 162 games.
Really?
Yeah.
So what's that tell you?
It's a long
What's that
season.
tell you about baseball?
They play
There's more games.
You're playing double. of what
At
they're
least.
playing. Yeah.
Yep. Unlike soft
little
Ike only played
fans,
17
little
games a
fans
year.
for 2 or
And
3
162
days,
is double.
and then you can get hot for a whole week or so.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many ups and downs, and now there's a lot of new pitchers out there than
Right.
there were like 5-6 years ago. There's a lot of different, new guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the interleague play, you know what I mean? It ain't like it used to be before.
You're making a
I
lot
don't
of
even call it
excuses, Herb.
interleague play anymore.
What's that? Hey.
I said, I don't even know if they still call it interleague play. It's just baseball.
Well,
Right.
you're
Yeah.
playing
Used to be a special thing.
Yeah.
Herb, when you say,
playing
hold on one second, Herb, but when you say like, this name,
Nick Cigarani,
you say like Castellanos, you say this,
Joe Camarada.
like, do you know their real name is the camera, or are you just, it's not processing?
No, I'm just come to bringing it. I say whatever I say. You know what I mean? Nick Castellanos.
Well, it's Castellanos.
Castellanos.
Yeah.
Castellanos.
You guys leave him alone. He said it.
Well, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
The letters in there. You know what I mean? I'm just,
Yeah, letters and words. Who needs them?
Well, yeah, and they put the L's in there just to screw with
Yeah,
it.
just too many of them.
Yeah.
Like Nick Sirianni.
Whoa.
There you go.
There it is. And who's the defensive coordinator?
What's that?
The defensive coordinator for the Eagles.
Now you.
Now you're being smart, Spike.
Yeah, I'm just having a bad week, man. I got this cold and
Yeah, it's Jack.
I got this very cold and
Oh, yeah, Herb.
and all that shit, and I don't want to.
Whoa. You get that?
one.
You
Yep.
get that?
Herb,
All right.
thank you for the shirt you gave me.
Yep.
A little bit too big. A little bit too big.
Can't
for
believe
me.
it. You a double X?
Yeah, it was triple, I believe.
Oh, okay.
No, it was 2X.
Yeah, it was still too
Did
big.
it fit
Right.
you? Did it fit
Nah, it
you?
did not fit me.
Huh.
So I gave it to our buddy Hugh Douglas.
Too big.
I gave it to Hugh Douglas.
And then Hugh left it here.
Oh, that's awesome.
Give it to Trotter. I told you.
Yeah, just get it to Trot. Yeah.
Give it to Trot.
That will fit Trotter. That will
Yeah.
fit Trotter.
What if I put it on? I'm gonna look like I'm in my boyfriend's shirt. I'll look like a night shirt or something.
Why is your boyfriend?
Well, because I think of a girl wearing her boyfriend's shirt going to bed, the big shirt.
Ooh, boy.
Herb, thanks for giving out most of my phone number too. By the way, I got a lot of calls this weekend. That was great.
484.
Nope, no. Not dealing with this again.
What is Jack's phone number?
No, we don't have to do this.
Okay.
484. He knows what it is.
I know what it is. That's
Yeah.
right. No. Yeah, we're not doing this again.
All right, Herb.
All right, buddy.
Who you got tonight, Houston or Florida, Herb?
You know what? It's time that Houston wins the championship.
Yes.
That coach has been trying to get that man for like 30 years or so.
Yep.
That guy, he's a good coach. He's a nice guy. He's going to, I think, you'll know by the way they're playing, by the way they're shooting. If if their game is on the first 5, 6, 7 minutes, they're going to win. Houston's going to win.
That's the
They're
same
going to
thing
have
Duke
a lot
thought.
of people down there from Houston. I'm telling you now.
That's right. It is a
Only
home
3 hours
game.
away,
San
man.
Antonio.
Yep.
You're right.
Yep.
It's a home game.
Quick ride, man.
Quick ride from San Antonio to Houston.
Not
I don't
really.
know if that's true.
Yeah, it's not. So, last thing, Herb.
Quick ride.
Last thing, Herb. Let's say you're out and you see a lady who catches your eye. What is the opening line? Like, I think a lot of people want to know what the first thing they should say to a person they're interested in. Let's say you see someone out that you're interested in. What is the opening line?
I might say, like, hey, how you doing? You know what I mean? Or something.
Just something simple.
Good start. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something, yes.
Very
So,
simple. Maybe a wink or something.
Yeah, right.
All right, Herb.
I remember reading
Nope.
something about Randy Wolf one time.
What the hell?
He was the pitcher for the Phillies.
Okay.
He met some girl. He saw some girl that he said he liked or something like that. He was out on a road trip or something.
Uh-huh.
And he was just, I don't know, something happened where he just he didn't, know what to say or something. You know what I mean?
That doesn't happen to you, though.
I read that in the paper or something.
The whole story on that?
Randy Wolf couldn't pick up a
She
chick.
was supposed to be pretty hot. He was talking about it I think in a newspaper.
Okay.
So, Randy Wolf.
Randy Wolf.
Yep.
Wolfpack.
Yep.
All right, Herb.
All right, buddy.
All right, boys, I'll see you later on. Take it easy.
All right, there it is. There he is, Herb from the Northeast. Coming up next, a process era center goes into the Hall of Fame. They said it couldn't be done.
Yeah.
This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Now that's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Well, let's see. I'm going to go with Houston tonight. This is a 1-point game right now. I think the last time I looked, Florida was favored by 1 or 1.5. I'll take Houston because it does seem like they'll be playing at home. But I also take Will Clayton Jr. to have over 15 points in tonight's game. By the way, take the under. Houston slowing it down. Man, this thing could be under. Total was 140.5. Take the under. Now, tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/Ike and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with a roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it finally time to invest in yourself? Well, start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
It's tax time again, and this year, you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org, and the Educational Income Tax Credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep up with your family's needs. Don't worry. You can contact Horizon Services 24/7 to service your existing system or install a new heating and cooling system. And with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. Plus, Horizon has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Thanks so much for listening. No Phils tonight on WIP. Boo is right. Boo. Just getting into my Phils, rhythm right now. And there's like an off day every 2 days. It's driving me crazy.
Well, I don't think they're off again for like 22 days.
Yes, yeah, Ike pointed that out.
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll like that.
A lot of Phils.
Yeah,
a lot of takes.
Oh man,
a lot of takes.
Lot of takes.
More information.
Yes.
What's it gonna take for you, Ike? I can't take this.
Come on.
Yeah.
More information.
Mr. Realistic Ike.
I gotta get through April at least. Come on, man.
I see Ike rolling his eyes at every single one of my Phillies takes so far. He's like, the response is rightly to all. There's 162 games. It's like, pace yourself, Spike. Pace
I will say
yourself.
this.
Yeah.
In fairness, when we were 2-2 with the Eagles at the bye week, and people were upset,
I was like, it's still 13 games to go in the season. The
You're
season's
right.
not over with.
Absolutely. And it was not.
Yeah.
It wasn't over at all.
At all.
That's a good point.
16 out of 17, Spike.
Not bad, but I've heard that. Where did I hear that?
Damn good run.
Pretty good damn run, including the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So the NCAA championship is tonight. Duke will not be playing in it because Duke and future Sixer Cooper Flagg choked away the Final Four game. Cooper Flagg missing. Well, he missed a jumper. I wouldn't say that. The team choked a little bit.
Yeah.
He just missed a shot.
Nah, I don't know. There's big questions if he can hit the big one after that.
What's a makeable shot?
It was a completely makeable shot. I know he's never faced basketball adversity because he's been the best player his entire life.
Well, some say LeBron lost 5 times in the finals.
Oh, so yeah, you had to learn a little bit.
Yeah.
True. Keep forgetting that kid was 17 in December.
Yes, Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
He is a big boy for his age.
For a young age.
He is going to be a Sixer. We are going to win
That's
the
right.
lottery, and he's
That's
going to be a Sixer. I do not care.
I'm actually excited for it.
Oh, incredibly excited. Now, I didn't get to see the tournament game because on Saturday night, that's when it was Saturday night, I was sleeping in a kennel.
You didn't bring an iPad with you?
I did,
Oh.
but so my
I didn't think you did.
no, I did because we were going to do the podcast from the kennel.
Okay.
So for a charity thing, my wife, she was working for a shelter in North Jersey called St. Hubert. She's actually moving down. When we moved down here, she's going to work at Brandywine Valley SPCA. But her final event up there was this thing called the slumber party, where they had 7 people sleep in kennels with rescue dogs.
Wow.
So I slept to raise money. I slept spent 24 hours with this one dog, Camilla, and slept in her kennel with her that night. But I did bring an iPad and a laptop for the kennel. And I got in there. And I think it's because the walls were concrete, maybe, but I couldn't get
a signal.
I couldn't get a good cell signal in there.
Yeah.
Yes, it was driving me crazy. The dog was looking at me like, "What are you doing?"
Okay, this is going to drive me crazy until you answer it.
Yes.
Bathroom.
Well, I could get out.
Okay.
Yes. I did ask my wife that. Can I get out of the kennel? And by the way, they did not have this solved for until I got there because the latch to get out of the kennel is on the outside.
Right.
But they gave me
They're not used to humans being in the inside.
because it's not for humans. But they gave me a little like bungee cord thing. And instead of using the latch, we had the little bungee cord thing to close it. What I did learn sleeping in there is that if one dog makes a noise, all the dogs make a noise. And I fell asleep, and 3 a.m., one of the dogs started barking. I was like, that's it. That's it. I'm not going to make it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to make it. But I did make it. And it did, man, it's like the craziest thing because it's a nice shelter. And the kennel I was in was 7 feet by 7 feet, which is pretty big for a shelter. And it's nice. But then when you leave, you realize, until that dog gets adopted, the dog is living in that thing. Yeah. Made me sad. But yes, so I did sleep in the kennel with her. I could not get the iPad to work, unfortunately. Got my cell phone to work a little bit, got to stream a little bit. And in basketball news.
Anthony Edwards night, huh?
What's that?
You missed Anthony Edwards night.
I did. I didn't get to see the Sixers game, unfortunately. We did a podcast the next morning. I was like, does it really matter that I didn't watch the game? Doesn't matter at all. And also in basketball news, former Sixer Dwight Howard inducted into the Naismith Hall of Fame, along with Melo. In my opinion, both very easy yeses for the Hall of Fame. And in any sport, even if it was the baseball rules or the football standards, they're both easy Hall of Famers. Yeah. You forget how good Dwight Howard was at the peak of his powers.
Yeah.
He was one of the 3 best players in the league at the time, probably.
Certainly had an argument for it.
Yeah.
And he did it on both ends.
Yep.
Of the court. So led his team to the finals.
Yep.
Right.
A team with Turkoglu and Jameer Nelson.
Yeah.
Good team. Beat LeBron.
Was JJ on that team?
No, JJ was never in the finals. No, not a playoff winner, JJ. Yeah.
Okay. But no. And I thought Dwight Howard got robbed from being on the 75th anniversary team.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, if you're going to put Dame Lillard and Anthony Davis made it?
He did.
Anthony Davis on there. Like, not saying they aren't great players, but I'm saying Dwight Howard was the number 1 overall pick. He was the face of a franchise. He led his team to the finals. He's a 3 or 4-time defensive player of the year.
He gets dinged for being annoying.
Yeah, right. Because of the way the ending of it sort of happened. But
people don't really like him that much.
But Dwight Howard was
JJ was on the 09 team, by the way.
He was on that team.
On the
see?
finals team?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's my bad. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a winner.
Well, he's not a winner.
What? Yeah.
Never hit a big shot in the playoffs. You go back and you look at that. That I would say against Orlando in those Eastern Conference Finals is probably the biggest single playoff shot LeBron hit. He hit a three to win the game. Yeah.
Game 2.
Yep.
People also forget Orlando knocked off not only LeBron to get to the finals, but he beat Boston.
Oh, right.
So he beat the Big Four.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
KG, and they were defending champions.
Yes.
So he beat them first, and then I think he beat LeBron. Was that the finals? Eastern Conference Finals?
Eastern Conference Finals.
It was Eastern Conference Finals,
Yep.
yes.
Yep. And Melo, I love Melo. I'm glad that Melo's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Melo's a no doubt Hall of Famer.
Certified bucket getter.
But right down your alley, right? You must love
He's a
Melo.
chunker, man.
Yep,
Yeah. I love Melo, man.
215-592-9494.
Should have been rookie of the year over LeBron.
Should have. Yeah, absolutely. Bruce in DC, you're on WIP.
Spike and Jackie Baseball. What's going on? Good afternoon, everyone.
What's up, Bruce?
What's up, Bruce?
Hey, nothing much. Well, hey, look, I'm kind of sticking my chest out, being proud after calling this Dodgers, the Phillies win this series,
Brucey Baseball? Is that what we're going to have to start calling you now?
Perhaps, we're going to see how this season goes. But, I believe in the Phillies, doing their thing. So, hey, look, all I can say is that the Phillies, they're stepping out of the shadows of their doldrums for last year, because one of the things that I'm happy to see is like what Spike was saying, is that they're winning a different type of baseball, playing disciplined baseball. Now we still got a couple of issues, but the way they're winning, they've adopted that message that we as fans have sent out. And I think that's really important part of how they're going to be successful this season.
Yeah, I think it was one of those things where I don't know if it's fans. It became obvious to everybody. I mean, I hope it was obvious to the organization. And I am glad, considering that Dombrowski on two separate occasions. One, when the Phillies lost to the Mets, he sort of said our chase rate wasn't as bad as everybody thought it was. He doubled down on it at some point during spring training. I think it was the morning show interview. And it just shows that not everything they say publicly is what they say privately. They had to know it was a problem.
Oh, absolutely. And you think about it. I don't know. One of you, somebody said something earlier about the Eagles and their success. And what was the thing the last couple of years that we were speaking about the Eagles? They didn't use the running game enough, and they were pass happy, and they weren't successful at it. So they changed and it brought them a championship. This is the same exact thing if you really think about it. That they had to change. They had to evolve their game. Now it's still early in the season. But I think that we're going to see a different team this year, other than Mopey. I tell you, other than Mopey Vaughn, I tell you, I'm done with him. I want to see, he's on a short leash. He needs to get his act together because he's spreading that energy to the team. And the other thing that I'm mad about him for a different reason. It's not necessarily the whining thing. It's that he is not adopting and buying into this. He's still reckless with his bat at the plate, and that's what's really pissing me off about him. And then Romano, I don't know what's going on with him. I think this guy is cooked. Maybe Painter and Suarez. Hopefully, we'll see what happens in how they're going to manage the bullpen situation.
Hey, Bruce, next question. They give us somebody or something that was big in the 80s.
Hey, here we go. Yo MTV Raps basically elevated the rap game to a national genre, and it just took off from there. So got to go with Yo MTV Raps.
Yes, sir. Dr. Dre and Ed Lover, who ended up having a very big run as a morning show team.
Fab Five Freddy.
Fab Five Freddy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who was the I can't think of the female that was on there.
Oh, I don't remember. I mean, I don't say that disrespectfully.
Not downtown Julie Brown.
No,
right?
she was not Yo MTV Raps.
Yeah. I can't remember her name.
There it is. Yeah. Somebody check your Twitter in 5 seconds.
Somebody will tell me, yeah.
Check your Twitter in 5 seconds. So I mentioned sleeping in the kennel with their shelter dogs. Our dogs treated, of course, like they own the house. And in part, we do that by shopping at Dogs and Cats Rule, one of the 7 locations. If once you adopt your dog, your job is to give your dog the best life possible. Same thing with cats. Give your cat the best life possible. And only Dogs and Cats Rule can help you do that. The lead dog, George Perenni, he's got 7 locations, but he knows the thing that you need the most. Here are the 2 things: the top quality products and the top quality people, and a staff who can really answer the questions that you have about pet nutrition. You walk in there, you see all this great stuff, all this, the super high end brands, local brands, all the newfangled stuff, the fresh diets, the raw, gently cooked, freeze dried, all that. You don't know what to get. And that's why Dogs and Cats Rule has the best staff anywhere, because they're going to tell you what to get confidently based on who your animal is. It is almost spring. Your pets will be outside more. Maybe talk to them about natural flea and tick prevention. Maybe you need some new toys. Dogs and Cats Rule can be your location for that. Maybe you need new collar, new leash, whatever it is. Dogs and Cats Rule is the store you need. There are 7 of them, as I said, 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in PA, Maple Glen, Doylestown, Newtown, New Hope, and Bluebell. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. Hold on. I didn't have Twitter up. Now I got to bring it up. Sorry. Jack, say something funny.
Boy.
Well, at least it's not your voice clearing.
There we go. I didn't mean something funny at my expense. I just meant something funny.
Well, how'd you think it was going to go?
Which is the bigger issue right now for the Phillies? The Romano situation or the Bohm situation? What do you think, Ike, the response is? What is the bigger issue right now with the Phillies, the Bohm situation or the Romano situation?
Romano.
You are right. 71.7% say the Romano situation. Yeah. Now, Jack, is the Romano situation the fact that everybody's going to call him Romano until he leaves, or is it his play?
There's already a lot of get Ray Romano out of here.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they can't get the name quite right. Because, again, it looks like you want to call him Romano.
Yes.
Because it's Ray Romano.
Yes.
But I guess in Canada, it's Romano.
Okay.
But
that's just another reason why you need to be good, or people are going to be real irritated with
for
you.
sure.
Yes.
For sure.
The fact that we got to think about how to pronounce your name every time.
We've seen Romano since the 80s, it seems like.
Maybe he's the one with the problem.
Exactly.
Maybe he's wrong. Maybe it's Romano.
Start calling him Romano.
Yes.
Bully him into finding 97 again.
Changing his name. So we're 2.5 weeks away from the NFL draft.
Yes.
And as part of dialing in for the NFL draft, OK Andrew is going to give us his NFL draft prospect of the day. OK Andrew, you're on WIP.
What it do, fellas? It's been a little bit.
What it do, Andrew?
I was gonna come in on Friday with a little Phillies hype speech, but we can save that for
bro.
Yes,
okay.
Please. Yep.
We're gonna dial in, and we decided to bring the best out of you. We're not gonna talk about what we would have talked about 4 days ago. We're gonna talk about a prospect because I feel like you're good at that. You know college football. Give us somebody that the Eagles should be looking at on what is it, April 24th, whatever the hell that is. Go on it.
It was also someone Elliot was looking at that he posted about, but we're looking at the kid from Boston College, Donovan Ezeriku, however you say his last name.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
Start with a position, quite frankly.
Yeah, what position
does he play?
He's a 3-4 edge, so pretty good in our system. I see him as very similar to Nolan Smith kind of guy, speedy. He's quick. He's not super fast. His weaknesses, first, he can get overpowered. And if he doesn't get quick off the line, he kind of gets eaten up on his side. But he makes up with it in the run game. He works down the line of scrimmage instead of just sticking to beating his guy. Don't run the ball to his side. He has a good amount of TFLs. He had 21 last year. It led his conference. 16.5 sacks. 2 years before that, he had 8.5 sacks. He won the Defensive Player of the Year, D Lineman of the Year, or D End of the Year. So I think he's great with his moves. He has a deep bag of moves. He does a little dip move.
Okay, is he somebody that's going to be there at 32, or are they going to have to trade up to get him?
Depends on the needs. Depends how quick.
No, he'll be there.
Rushers. I
think by early scouting reports.
So
I think he's probably 4th or 5th on my edge rusher list.
Okay. Can I, Jack?
What
okay.
the hell was that?
Okay. What was it? Is Jack shooting himself?
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I thought the info was great. I think my on-air air check for you is you got to deliver it. I want you to watch like some Mel Kiper tape.
Yes.
And you got to be so excited about these guys. Like you think the way Baldy talks about a guy that he likes. He's so amped about it. So I thought the information was good, but I think you got to be a little more amped about the guy.
All right.
So why don't you just give me 10 seconds if you were going to do it again?
All right. Here we go. Hey, we got a great kid out of Boston College, ACC talent, Donovan Ezeriku, 16.5 sacks, 21 TFLs last year, made a difference in the run and pass game.
Yes.
Could be a big deal at 32.
Yes.
Hopefully he gets there. If he's not, we'll trade up to get him. We'll find a way.
There you
Much
go.
better.
There you
Much
go.
better.
That's the sort of energy we need out of you. You got to be a football guy about this, all right?
Yes.
That was good. You sell us on them. You're a salesman. You're selling prospects. All right. Okay, Andrew. See, once he got into it, he just needs a little coaching, this guy.
But I think some of the other callers have also helped with the coaching. And I don't know if it's getting through.
No. Yeah, I think he needs it from us.
A little bit like Alec Boehm.
Yes. Similar. Jennifer in Tennessee, you're on WIP. What's up, Jennifer?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very well.
Yes. Great to hear.
Are you in Tennessee?
Ooh.
Boy.
There we go. That should be better. Sorry about that.
Yes.
But yeah, so just two things. Before I say my Phillies point, my 80s point, I am being a regular foxhole gal. I was just listening to spring training for a while, but I have seen you guys on YouTube. Jack, I have your book on order.
Let's go.
That's all he needed to hear.
Yeah, ringthebellbook.com.
Spike, I contributed to you at the shelter.
Thank you.
No.
So I need you to find a cause. Or,
I just show up to work every day. That's all I do, Jen.
Give her your Venmo. Could be the Ike DoorDash.
Yeah.
The Ike DoorDash fund.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well, maybe you'll be the winner when I come to visit. You'll be the winner of the Jackson, Tennessee T-shirt.
Oh,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But so on the Phils, I mean, I'm on all in, and obviously I get the problems. I'm just going to say this. I'm really, really excited about Lazaro. He did fantastic. I think Joe Ross and Max Kepler both have a lot of possibilities. The thing is that it's early in the season, and we've been talking about the bats and the bullpen and everything going cold near the end of the season. So frankly, I'm okay with them having some problems right now if they can heat up later on. So that's my deal on the Phillies.
Yeah, as long as you can't purposely, I think we all know this, you can't purposely just be better in the second half of the year. But
Well, if that's the case, that would be a great strategy.
that'd be an amazing strategy and a good rest. But to your point, yeah, they have to be good enough to make sure that they're in the playoffs. And I think them showing signs that they've improved the things they need to improve on is a good one. Who is your thing that was big in the 80s, person or thing?
So my thing that was big in the 80s, and this is sort of a Philly thing too, is
Oh no. Oh no.
then they added the cork at the end of
Oh,
Russia.
that's awesome.
Go to Plymouth Mall. You could ride the glass elevator at Granite Run. As
Wait,
a teenager,
Jennifer, we lost you. What was the headline? What was your cell went out? What was the thing? Is it malls?
Yeah, malls
Oh, yes.
was my thing. Because
Yeah.
as a teenager, I mean, finally getting to go to the mall by myself.
Yes. Yeah.
And getting to go into Center City to the gallery with my friends and going to Granite Run and riding the glass elevator. I mean, all
Yeah.
that was big stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Man, my
We
kids
had
do none of that.
we had lots of good malls in the 80s, didn't we?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you for the call, Jennifer. I was a Granite Run Mall person. It's amazing that the Springfield Mall outlasted the Granite Run Mall because the Granite Run Mall was the good mall, and Springfield Mall has somehow. I'm kind of sad. We still have King of Prussia, and Springfield Mall is still there, but malls aren't not what they were.
Yeah, I don't go to malls anymore unless I have to.
Have to get something.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be able to get it online. So
That's
it
the
would
only
force me to
reason you would go
to the mall. Yes.
Yeah, I kind of.
Other than that, I order everything.
I'm sort of excited to be close to the Cherry Hill Mall once I move. I love malls.
Yeah.
I'll kill time in a mall. Before the movie or something.
Yeah.
Malls were. I mean, I spent most of my teens at the mall.
Yeah.
Most of my teen years.
A lot of money to blow.
Well, no, I shoplifted all the time. I eventually got caught. I had to stop doing it. Yeah.
You one of those rich kids that shoplifted.
Yes,
so you
sir.
just shoplifting for fun. I'm out here trying to survive, getting it out the mud.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Trying to bring food back home to the family.
Yep. I'm home.
Shoplifting.
I got every Star Wars
with a TV
figure
in your room.
Yep.
You got a damn fence around the house.
Yep.
Got 2 cars in the driveway.
Correct.
Here you are at the mall
Stealing
T-shirts.
Yes.
Blowing all daddy's money.
Yeah. I didn't steal T-shirts in the mall. I stole books and video games.
Oh, even worse.
Yes. I eventually got
video
caught.
Games is good.
Yes.
Why
yeah.
are you stealing books?
Well, that was the first thing that I figured out I could steal because look, I'm not.
Please tell me comic books.
No, you should never do this. I'm telling everybody at home, you should not. I'm just talking about my experience as a teenager.
I don't sell drugs to children.
There were 2 Walden books in the Granite Run Mall, and they had Suncoast Pictures I would also steal from, but they had the things up front that supposedly when you would walk through them would beep.
Yeah.
But I found out the employees always turned them off because they were annoying. So the bookstore was the first one, and I was like, "Oh, I could
Your
do
first
this."
target?
Yes, that's my first target.
Yeah.
Don't do that, kids.
I'll tell you why I never stole anything.
Well,
from
yes, understood.
Walden's bookstore.
Yeah. I didn't read any of the books, to be clear.
I'm out here trying to resell candy at school. You are still in books.
Books, yes. Different childhoods. Jack, what do we have coming up in the top 5 and 5?
Things that we might have declared dead too early.
Spike was a klepto. We didn't even realize.
Oh,
that.
yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But now I hate stuff. Now I don't want any stuff at home. Anytime I want,
yeah, he doesn't want anything.
nothing.
Yes.
Every time a box is on my doorstep from my wife, I look at it. It's like that. Something better be going out if that's coming in. All right. I'm sorry, Jack. What's coming up? In top 5?
Things we might have declared dead too early on this show.
Oh, that's interesting.
Not people. Yeah, no. You
Yes.
kill someone every week.
Yeah, we'll do the top 50 for that one.
Yeah.
All right. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Okay, fellas. So you've got hair, right? Glad Hair can help you keep it. Now, if you're losing it, don't worry, it's cool. They can help you also. Now, the team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30 years, and they've mastered the Glad Hair technique. Now, if you want more than just a treatment, if you want a one-on-one customized care, follow-up check-ins, and ongoing maintenance treatments for optimal results, they've got you covered. That's the reason that they're Philadelphia's leading hair restoration destination. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit gladhairmm.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneak-a-peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. Many thought, and with good reason, that Wayne Gretzky's NHL record of 894 career goals would never be broken. And yesterday on Long Island, Alexander Ovechkin, from his spot in the power play, scored his 895th career goal. The reaction from Ovi and his teammates was priceless, and congratulations to the Great Eight. But it's still wild that if you took away all of Gretzky's 894 goals, the Great One would still have the most points in NHL history with 1,963. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Afternoon Show. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
5. Beautiful 5.
So sometimes in sports and life, you declare things dead too early. You know, a thing's dead.
Yep.
But it makes its revival. And you get a little premature in calling something dead.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And I have a new number one that we need to discuss. Because
have we ever done this before?
No.
Okay.
Because it might be back.
So it's the first number one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Things. Top five things we might have declared too early. Number 5 is winter is over. 35 degrees when I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, make up your mind, Mother Nature. You can't be doing that. It's too cold. First off, it's baseball season. When baseball season's here, I assume it's warm out. I wasn't ready to put the coat on this morning. Can't have that. Winter, not over.
Well, what'd they say?
That's fair.
In like a lamb, out like a lion, right?
Who says that?
Isn't that what they say about winter?
I have no idea.
I think
I
that's
didn't
what
know
they
you
say
were
about
such
winter.
like a winter guy.
I'm not a winter guy. I think 29 on Wednesday, low of 29 overnight.
That's a joke.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the heat is off for good.
No, I told my family the same
Really?
thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be having the heat on in April.
Yeah, I mean, Walker came in our room this morning like 5:45 because I think he was too cold. Don't care.
Don't freeze the kids out though.
See, I don't mind the heat so much because when I had electric heat, I was like, no, because electric heat's expensive. The gas heat,
were you
not
the
quite
first
as
house
bad.
in your block to have electric heat back in the day?
I see what you're doing. Electric heat isn't like some hoity-toity thing, man.
Right.
It sounds like it.
It's more expensive. But whatever.
Born on third base spike. All
Yeah.
right.
But I am that way about turning on the air because we had it when they inspected our house. They wanted to see if the air conditioner worked, and they had to wait till a warm day so it would work. And I walked into the home and they left it on. It was like last weekend or whatever when it was 80 degrees. I walked into the house and I was like, oh, this is nice. And then I went upstairs immediately and turned it off. Can't get there yet.
Not at all. Not at all. The fourth thing that we might have declared dead too early is snack of the night. I know we made fun of John Johnson for his obsession with peanuts, but this week, it's exotic fruit week.
Exotic fruit.
His first fruit, very exotic, grapes.
Huh?
Grapes are not an exotic fruit.
Yeah,
Not
why-
at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why are grapes exotic?
There's nothing exotic about the
It's
grapes.
just it's not just fruit week. It's exotic fruit week.
Exotic fruit week, yeah.
Grapes.
Grapes. I would love to know what's exotic about the grape.
Have you ever had those grapes that smell like cotton candy? The cotton candy grapes?
No.
They're grapes. They smell like cotton candy.
Are they good for you?
I have no idea. Well, they're not something you would eat because they must be like bioengineered or something.
Yeah,
Well,
listen,
question.
processed food, yeah.
Why would I want to eat a grape that smells like cotton candy?
I don't know. I don't buy them. It's just the first time I had it. I smelled it. I was like, holy cow, these grapes smell like cotton candy.
That was the green grape or purple grape?
It's a white grape.
Dude, it's green.
That's a green grape.
I know
Well,
it's
I know
called
it's
white grape.
Green, but it's a white grape.
What?
Well, again, there's nothing white about it besides, I guess, maybe the inside.
Listen, I don't make the rules up, man. I'm just saying. When they go there, I don't see green grapes. It says white grapes.
Even though it's green.
It says white grapes?
No, he's right. He's right.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
That's ridiculous. They're
I know.
green.
It's like people with orange hair. They say it's red hair. It's orange.
Well, that's actually not
It's
a bad
not the
point. either.
same.
It is the same. Well, how is it not the same? It's green. They're going to be white grapes.
No, because you can actually have orange hair or red hair.
I know, but there's orange hair, like the pure orange, right? Not colored. Right.
Huh.
He's saying like redheads actually have orange hair.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're really called white grapes?
Yeah.
We got a campaign to get this.
Like white wine. The grapes are green.
Well, because the juice is white.
Which is why they call it white
That's why they call
grapes.
them white grapes.
Even though they're green on the outside. 215.
What? I don't like this at all.
Yeah, it's
We have
bad.
to do something
By the way,
about it.
those are the best grapes.
I would
I
agree
don't
with
actually
you.
like grapes.
Can we actually, while we're talking about grapes, you go to the supermarket and there's seeded
Yeah,
grapes or
yeah.
seedless.
Yeah.
What lunatic wants seeds in their grape?
Well, that's why they're an exotic fruit.
Who's buying grapes with seeds in them?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's terrible. There's a little crunchy thing in the middle. It's disgusting. Right?
That's a
Who
good
wants seeded grapes?
No one wants grapes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. The third thing we might have declared dead too early is Spike's back. Hey, listen, all last week, man, my back. I can't even focus. I'm so mad. I'm so irritable. You slept on the freaking Florida kennel.
Dude, let me tell you how frightened I was about that. I was frightened of sleeping in the Florida kennel. Got the dog bed company that advertised on the podcast to send the dog beds there so everyone could have them, really just so I could have one.
How's your back doing?
It's no worse than it was on Saturday.
Okay.
I still got the patch going on. Still brought the stim for the back, but sleeping on the dog bed or whatever in the kennel, it did not make it worse, which to me was a win. I was scared the whole time. They had puppy yoga for an hour that day.
Like the dogs are doing yoga?
No, everybody does yoga, and they sent a bunch of puppies in there.
Ah.
And the yoga instructor was like,
Like
"Why?"
goat yoga, where you do yoga and goats stand on you.
Yes, except there were puppies running around pooping and peeing all over the
Yeah.
place. Everybody
Oh,
loved it.
Sounds relaxing.
But the yoga teacher was like, "You don't seem that into the yoga." And I said, "I have a bad back."
Yeah.
So there you go.
Still milking it.
Yep.
It's good to see you here today.
Yep.
Yep. It's good to see you here.
Look, I don't need that sarcasm out of you. The back was bad.
Okay,
All
that's good. The second thing that we might have declared dead too early is Ike best shape of his life season. I was told 4-1. It's going to be a brand new Ike. He's going to be working out all the time.
Yeah.
I haven't seen much change at all.
Well, that's for you to answer. Like
He walked.
He's right.
He walked on the golf course once.
That's 2 weeks in a row, man. Y'all, that's 2 weeks in a row, bro.
how are you doing? Were you going to change what you were eating at all, or was it just exercise?
Change the eating diet a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Change. Exercise. I'm trying to get to it.
Well, you do the morning walk, don't you? Or do you not do that?
No, that's just when I'm out of town.
Oh, you should do it in regular life. Oh, okay.
Go say hi to the neighbors.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Oh, I like my morning walk.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, all the crossing guards know me.
I could walk around my development.
Yeah, it's nice. Get out there for a half hour.
Yeah, I see
You
a
know?
lot of people doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wave at them.
But the number one thing we might have declared dead too early is the Rizzler, Big Justice, and AJ being dead.
Oh, really?
You hear the new song, the song of the summer? Many are saying
There's a new song.
Yeah.
Oh,
Isn't rizzing something though? Isn't that
yeah.
a term for something?
Yeah, it's like if you have Riz, you have like you're good talking to girls.
You have aura.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yep.
And as Kate and Ala broke down, it's short for charisma.
Yes. There you go.
That's what I was looking for right there.
Yeah.
Yes. The old folks version.
That's
of it.
exactly
Yes.
right.
That's a
Yes.
good song. So I hate that I'm going to say this,
Uh-oh.
and I hope he's not listening. But the whole problem in that the person that's cooked is Big Justice.
Yeah.
The kid. Because
He's not the
Rizzler,
cute kid anymore.
well, because Rizzler took the kid energy,
Right.
and AJ we still need is the big goofy dad or
Yes.
whatever. Professional wrestler, brains behind the operation. The kid we don't need. I'm sorry, big kid. You're like 15 at this point. And
Also, he doesn't hit baseballs hard.
no, he's got a very slow swing.
Let's break it down.
Yeah.
It's not great,
No.
but they're back.
Yeah. That's a great tune.
in the mountains somewhere. But very quick, Spike, what would possess you to try to pick up?
Oh. We gonna give him another chance or no?
Oh, he says in the mountains. He might just lose him.
Yeah. Is he camping? Aaron doesn't seem like a
He
camper.
drives a truck.
Oh, right.
Got a lot of truck drivers. Where's Jerry?
Yeah, that's a lot.
We haven't heard from Jerry in a while.
Maybe his ex-wife killed him.
Hey, that's not funny.
Well, I mean,
Like they were living together.
Yeah,
That was weird.
well, that was weird. But saying that maybe he was killed by her.
Seemed like an episode I watched on Dateline.
What, like that sort of situation?
Yeah.
Yeah. On air, you're on WIP.
You got me?
Yes.
We got you.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Spike, what would possess you to try to pick up a what was it? A wetback?
Shop vac.
14 gallons.
Yeah.
Water.
Because, all right, two things. First of all, I was frustrated that there was water in the basement. It was driving me crazy. And second of all, I knew it was going to be heavy, but I didn't calculate how heavy 14 gallons of water would be. And it's 116 pounds. And it's way too heavy to pick up. So I was being stupid. I was being irrational. I got very frustrated. You know, we buy the house, there's water in the basement, yada, 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 all that kind of stuff. So it was stupid.
Nah. Understood. Because I like, come on, Spike trying to pick up water, and then and of course Jack got to be Jack. He didn't know water was heavy. Like Jack, he's like, you got to love him.
I didn't know it was that heavy.
No, Jack didn't know water was heavy at all.
Oh,
well, a lot of water can be heavy.
Well, a gallon of milk is heavy.
Yeah,
for
like,
you.
If you carry a gallon of milk,
Nah, it should be heavy. Somebody does 250 push-ups a day.
Well,
yeah, you
look,
think you'd be, yeah.
They're not pull-ups.
And Spike, we know that's not true.
Of course it's true.
No, it's not, of course.
It's not.
Why would I lie about it? I brought it up casually. I wasn't like a boast or something.
No, not lying. It may be like 155-ish.
No.
250 push-ups is a lot of push-ups.
I know. They're not in a row.
Before you go to work or in the day?
No, before I go to work. It's like it is spread out over, I would say, an hour and 20 minutes. Every 15 minutes or so, I drop down and do 50 on my walk.
I believe you.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna go back and listen to I'm gonna go back and listen before I get into because I'm gonna get to the topic right quick.
Yes.
This is what I wanted to say about the Phillies. All right, Spike, are you ready to let it go? Kyle Schwarber is the leadoff hitter.
No.
He is the most important bat in that lineup.
Great. So put him in a cleanup. He's not the best hitter on the lineup, and it's more important. It's more important.
I didn't say the best. I said the most important.
Okay. Well, you want the best hitters to get the most at bats, and Trea Turner is a better hitter than Kyle Schwarber. And I would say, last thing, it is more important to make sure that Trea Turner is. I have confidence that Kyle Schwarber can do what he can do at cleanup. He's going to do what he does wherever we put him. If we can get Trea Turner to be the Trea Turner that he was before he got here, it changes the entire complexion of the lineup. And I just think if you have Trea at 2 or 3, he's not going to be in the mindset that he was in. So I look, if it takes giving Schwarber an extension so we don't have to put him at leadoff anymore, do that. But I want the guy setting the table at the top of the lineup.
I don't know if he has the ability to set the table.
He
swings at the and it's okay to swing at the first pitch, but he swings at the first pitch out of the zone all the time with that one-handed swing, and you know it's in the dirt. He has no batter's eye to save his life. To save his life, he has no batter's eye.
I'm telling you, we've seen a bad Trea Turner has let off plenty in his career. His most successful years, I think, were probably leading off. Like Trea Turner is actually the one hitting out of position here, not hitting leadoff. He's the
Jack said it.
What's that?
Sorry.
No.
Jack said it 2 years ago that he's a streaky hitter. He has hot months and cold months. And Jack called him a top 10 player in baseball. When was he ever a top 10 player in baseball to be that streaky? I just don't like the guy. Maybe I'm speaking with bias. I just don't like Trea Turner. I just don't think he's that good.
Well, that's a different issue than whether you think he should hit the leadoff or not. I don't think Trea Turner's probably never going to be the hitter that we thought that he was before he got here, but he can certainly be better.
A good start to the year. I don't think he's been their problem.
No, I think he's been fine, and I think he has been more patient than we've seen him last year. Yeah.
And right quick, you had your little get off my lawn thing about the torpedo bat. It's come and gone. But you know what I used to say to myself back in the day? I was like, why aren't people emulating Barry Bonds' maple bat? Like he had a shorter bat with a to my eye a thicker and before don't mention
a thicker
thicker barrel. Come on.
Pause. A thicker barrel on the bat.
Yep.
On the bat, he had a thicker barrel on the bat, and it was a maple bat. I was like, why are more people emulating that style of bat?
Yeah, and he ain't mind choking it. I mean, choking up on it.
Whoa.
Come on, he
was whacking that thing.
But yeah, like if he's like,
well, I think they tried to emulate something else Barry Bonds was doing to hit home runs.
Well, and I said leave the PED stuff alone. Like we ain't gotta get to that. But like keep the torpedo bat. Like keep it in baseball. Because I be sitting as a jack all the time. We need to go back to that type of baseball. This baseball is boring. I want to see 35 home runs by 5 different hitters in the lineup. I want to see 80 RBIs by the break.
Well, not in this city. This city wants guys hitting behind the runners, getting bunts down,
small
sack
ball,
flies.
We're not gonna get players busting out their uniforms no more because like Aaron Judge one player that busts out a uniform and Juan Soto sometimes, but like you look at the Phillies lineup, they look like average. Like I seen Bryce Harper in person. He's not a huge guy, and he's a home run threat. He's not a home run hitter. Kyle Schwarber's a home run hitter. Like I want that style of baseball back. Legitimate home run hitters. 35 at the break, 85 RBIs at the break. Bring that style of baseball back. It's exciting. Because and another thing, why don't people still Shohei Ohtani that Japanese style of swing? Why won't people do it? It works for Shohei. Like he's hitting 50 home runs and he's listed as the same size as Bryce Harper who can't even hit 40. You know what I'm saying? So why are more people emulating that style of swing? I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
Yeah.
I don't have the answers.
Yeah, neither.
And I thought Rob Manfred had a good somehow Rob Manfred's become the best commissioner in sports or one of them. I think that things they've done in baseball the last 3-4 years have made a huge difference. I thought he had a good response to the torpedo bat thing. His response was, look at all the conversation it caused. And it's so hard for baseball. It's been so hard for baseball to cut through and become the lead story in sports. It's not a national sport anymore. It's a local sport. But I would say the biggest story in sports for 2 days at least was the torpedo bats. And his thing was, it's not a big deal. The bats are legal. And also look at this great conversation.
That's all he cares about.
Yep. And
because Shohei Japanese and Mike Trout never wanted to be the face, and Bryce Harper can't win. Like, no offense, Jack, but it is what it is.
Can't win what?
We're not gonna get into it.
Well, the Nationals won the World Series as soon as he left.
He's a loser, yeah.
You don't have to win to be the best player in baseball, but he's not the top 7 player in baseball anymore.
But no.
Right quick. Spike won't remember this. When he used to talk overnight, talking about basketball, just random overnight. I said one time, he was talking about one-on-one basketball. I said one time, I was like, you know what? At players in the NBA right now, I think Carmelo Anthony could challenge Michael Jordan to a one-on-one. And y'all have revive his career to a damn Rookie of the Year. Are you serious? That's what Carmelo Anthony's career has become. He didn't win Rookie of the Year.
No, we wanted to point out he should have won it over LeBron.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, who won Rookie of the Year last year? Matter of fact, who was the top 2? You're a basketball guy, Spike. Who was the top 2 picks in the draft this year? Don't even know.
Zack Wheeler was the top pick, and the second pick, Wheeler. He's on Atlanta. He's good. Wait, but your point was I don't know, and I knew the answer, and I don't like. I don't
trying to say no one cares about the Rookie of the Year is what he's
saying.
Oh,
well, that's not true.
Michael Carter Williams won, right? He won it, right?
He did.
Yep.
He did.
Yeah, who won the last?
That's a better argument right there. It's basically saying whoever won it doesn't matter.
Who's going to win the Castle? Ryan Castle, whatever his name is, going to win it.
Yeah. Who? Yeah. Who cares about the Rookie of it's a fake award.
That's our daily jab.
Yeah,
at the King,
who I'm sure cared about. I'm sure all his career is littered with fake accomplishments. Most 20-point games, most points, even though I'm not a scorer.
But I didn't even know because I had to change my driving schedule, so I didn't listen to the beginning of the show. Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. And that's the first thing Jack mentioned to me. Because I hear all the damn time about Carmelo. He still won Rookie of the Year. Who cares if he won Rookie of the Year or not?
And they were talking about LeBron, and no mention of him dragging that garbage team to the finals. It's like, yeah, LeBron made the finals and took down all these great teams, but no respect. It's ridiculous.
We know how it goes, but when you don't have
the weak East,
it's not fun.
I tell you what, he better hope Steph don't win a title this year.
Yeah, because then he moves ahead of him. He moves ahead of him easy.
He just had the same amount of points as Bronny. 3. He had 3 points in 33 minutes.
I don't care about none of that. I don't care about that.
LeBron is the greatest compiler of all time. Him and Karl Malone. They compile stats. The Harold Baines of basketball.
That may be the stats may be true, but he's top 6 in terms of scoring average per game. Let's see if Luka stays where he at, and B gonna stay where he at, because B may never play another game.
I don't care about Luka.
No shade to,
all I know is that if Steph wins the title this year, he's above LeBron all time.
I won't argue that. I won't argue if people want to say something, because it's like it's not a fun argument. I'd rather have the Kobe, LeBron, Michael Jordan, LeBron. It's more of a fair argument. We can really have a conversation about this stuff. It ain't really a conversation. I'll just let it go.
It's just a troll job. It's just a troll job.
But shout out to Ovechkin.
Hold on, Steph changed. Yeah, shout out to OV. He broke the record last night. How about that?
Yeah. Like,
I don't care.
And Wayne Gretzky, we know he's the greatest, but we know hockey assists. That's sure. Yeah. Like hum, and you get the assist. Hey, come on now. Hey, those aren't real assists. Shout out to Wayne Gretzky too.
All right. There he goes.
He got everything.
Yeah, Aaron and Mount Eric.
By the way, in modern slang,
yes,
Ohio is used as a put down, meaning something is lame, weird, cringe, or undesirable.
Oh, really? No.
Often used in a similar way to cringe or lame, because it's apparently the state of Ohio.
Yeah.
Wow.
I live in New Jersey.
Well, yeah, but you're from Ohio.
Well, Corey's from Kentucky.
Yes. All right. Text line coming up.
That's used as a put down.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
This is the
Buckeye State.
This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Now that's 200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. The tournament action is at its peak right now, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So make sure you visit FanDuel.com/Ike and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready for
Your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat, dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell it for less.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This time of year, anything can go wrong when it comes to your plumbing system. Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise. Horizon Services has the expertise to solve any of your plumbing problems because they have seen it all. Horizon has same-day service, and if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so schedule now at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky Pete's. Our selection of seasonal cocktails make any meal better. Come sip and enjoy our bourbon cherry lemonade, made with small batch bourbon, muddled fruits, and refreshing juices. What a winner! Is fruit your flavor? Try a watermelon shandy cocktail. A smoky grapefruit with mezcal and fresh lime. Or sip and enjoy a very berry martini. All pair perfectly with our seasonal menu features. Come sip and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Testing.
We are live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply online at marks-jewelers.com. Final count here. Does this Phillies team feel different? 51.6% say yes, but 50-50. People pretty split there. Does it just feel good? All right. What was that from?
Yeah, what was that
What was that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you just have it.
Yeah, I
have it in the chamber there. Do you have Ovechkin breaking the scoring record? Jackie Baseball? No.
1 second.
No.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. So a record I didn't think would ever be broken was Gretzky's scoring record. Alex Ovechkin does it in almost the exact same number of games.
I think the exact same number of games.
Which is absolutely incredible. And Gretzky shows up for the game where he tied it and the game where he beat it. Here's what it sounded like when Ovechkin scored the goal.
Trying to force it to him if he's open. Here is Ovechkin. Shoots! He scores! He scores! Number 895!
The amazing thing there, that was at an Islanders game.
Shout out to those New York Islander fans.
I mean, that was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the road and to celebrate the opponent that way.
Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool of them.
Now, it is really neat to see, and this is the Gen Xer in me just wanting to talk about Gretzky a little bit, but when you look and you see they have the same number of goals and Gretzky is like 1,100 more points because of the assist, really puts the Gretzky part of it into context. But I give Gretzky a lot of credit for, he said that
taking a part in it and celebrating, unlike that hater Eric Dickerson.
Absolutely, yes, it completely different. Gretzky said that when he broke the record, Gordie Howe was there to celebrate with him, and Gretzky was there. It's amazing. You look at the picture of them together. Ovechkin and Gretzky look like they're the same age. Ovechkin,
that's true.
Ovechkin looks like he's 100 years old, actually. But a cool moment to hear the Islanders fans go off like that.
Yeah, and being a sports fan, you only get so many like historical moments that you can say you witnessed, even though you weren't actually there at the game to witness it, to be able to see it on television and have that in your sort of sports lexicon. Listen, for hockey fans, I imagine hockey fans feel pretty good about this. Wayne Gretzky is like Michael Jordan in hockey.
Yes.
Right? You can't touch Wayne Gretzky.
Nope.
And he's still the great one. He's still the great one. Just because this record happened, was broken, it doesn't change anything about Wayne Gretzky.
No.
He's still the greatest ever. But to see the sport being celebrated, looking at the shows this morning, hearing everybody talk about it reminds everybody how great Gretzky was.
Yep.
Because you're talking about him while you're talking about this record that Ovechkin wound up breaking, which I caught Ovechkin. Well, I caught on to his career, I would say maybe the last 10 years. So I'm looking at the highlights of him in his younger days. I'm like, I don't even remember.
Yeah, he's been playing for 20 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't even, were they all with the Capitals? I think they were all with the Capitals.
Yep.
So I don't even remember seeing a lot of Capital games or highlights. But it wasn't until he and Sidney became like the biggest players in the sport that I really even started paying attention to Ovechkin.
Yeah, awesome player. And
I always say, they were like the LeBron Kobe argument, Ovechkin and Sidney. Yeah, I would go. I know Sidney has the cups.
Yep.
But I like Ovechkin better.
Yeah, well, you look at him, no teeth or whatever is that whole thing. And the other thing that has helped this is the NHL. The NHL's on ESPN now, right? They have a deal with ESPN, and it shows.
And they didn't have it for a few years. They went away from it.
They didn't for a while.
Yeah.
And honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but being front and center on the website, being front and center in what they talk about all day long, it really does matter. Yeah, absolutely.
Having that machine behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the machine behind you. We all grew up. We grew up on Barry Melrose with the suits. And who's the other guy I'm thinking of? Don.
Oh, Don Lemon.
Cherry.
No,
not Don Lemon. Don Cherry.
Get over there, Spike, on this side.
Yeah,
of things.
Sorry.
Don Cherry, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, not a big Don Lemon. I'm just thinking another fruit.
You think he went by Don Lemon after shooting Don Cherry's success?
Yeah. The whole white grape thing got me all messed up. Now I don't know the difference between a lemon and a cherry.
I didn't even think about that.
Yes. Yes. So congratulations to Alex Ovechkin.
And one day we'll have hockey back in this town.
Yes, one day, hopefully.
Looks fun.
Now, when Alex Ovechkin went home after breaking the all-time goal record, there was some loving waiting for him at home.
Hardest wood I had ever touched.
Yo, Ovi on the way home pops Blue Chew. He'll be ready to go.
I saw wifey on the ice.
Yeah?
I saw her.
Yeah?
Well, no. Yeah, she was on the ice, yes.
Yes.
And I saw her in the box.
Yeah.
She had on the red and black last night.
Whoa.
Nick Saban used to kill me about how stiff I was.
Look, if you're heading home after scoring the all-time goal record.
Yeah, what about doing a radio show?
Yeah, and you head home from the radio show?
Yeah.
She's like, wow, that was particularly funny today. Wink, wink. You drive home, maybe when you're 20 minutes from home, you pop a Blue Chew. It's easy because it's chewable instead of a pill that you have to swallow. Difficult, What are you laughing about?
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
That's all. I just does that for the entire read. You can walk through the door, give this noise.
Yes.
You know it's showtime.
Yeah.
It is showtime. Blue Chew, you just go to bluechew.com. It's all online. No weird doctor's appointments. No awkward waiting in line in the pharmacy. And Jack, I don't think you know this, but it is all shipped right here from the US of A, made in the US of A.
Yep.
So there's hardly any delay.
Right.
And it's cheaper because it's all done here in the country.
So no tariffs?
No tariffs on the Blue Chew, I don't think, because it's all done here in the US. Of course, I can't believe you were waiting all show for the tariff thing, weren't you, Jack?
Yep. Trying to figure out where you could fit it in.
Yep. So, well, you could use that right there too.
Yeah.
So,
There we go.
okay.
Now we're cooking.
All right. So I'm going to focus this. What you want to do is go to bluechew.com. I want you to try it. Well, she wants you to try it too. It's the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis and Levitra and Staxin, but it's chewable. You don't, like I said, no doctor's appointment, no pharmacy. You meet with one of their medical providers online. They figure out what the right mixture is for you, and then they send it to you. It comes in the mail in a discreet
package.
What kind of package?
A hard
package.
HARD.
And here is the best.
In there?
I know.
I got a tariff thing in there, and I was out.
Yes, I know. You really crack yourself up. The first month of Blue Chew is going to be free. It's on us. We're taking care of the first month. Me, Jack, and Ike.
There we go.
So all you have to do is use the code 94 at checkout. All you do is pay for the shipping. Jack didn't want to take care of the shipping, but he'll take care of the first month. The shipping's only like $5. You get the first month for free. Then it arrives in the mail. The Blue Chew does, and you can
chew it and do it.
That was one for the books. James in Southwest Philly, you're on WIP.
Hey, Ike, Spike, and Jack. I have some questions for y'all.
All right.
Jack, I want to ask you, how many leadoff home runs did Kyle Schwarber hit last year in the leadoff spot?
I think
what was it, 18?
14.
I think it's 15, but it might have been 14.
Okay.
Might have been 15.
Spike, I want to ask you a question, Spike. If Allen Iverson been doing his crossover the same way from high school to the pros and it wasn't a problem, how come it was a problem after he did it to Jordan? Because it should have been a problem before he did it to Jordan. He should have stopped it then.
His crossover? I don't understand your question.
His crossover dribble. Remember they banned it after he crossed Jordan over?
They banned his crossover dribble?
Yeah, his signature move after he crossed Jordan over on TV.
Bro, he carried that ball like that.
That was his rookie year. You think he didn't carry the ball the rest of his career?
10 more years. He had no problem doing that.
Yeah, but they told him it was a carry only after he did it to Jordan.
Where are we going with this? I don't quite understand.
I was just asking.
Oh, okay. They didn't know.
Can I give y'all Eagles fun fact?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that the NFC East is the only division where every team has multiple Super Bowls?
I didn't know that.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Look it up. Every team in the NFC East has multiple Super Bowls, right? And about the Hard Knocks thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why you want? They already got their version of Hard Knocks for unscripted. That's like basically the same thing.
Man, nobody watches unscripted.
I watch unscripted.
Because the Eagles were on it. Everybody watches Hard Knocks.
That's true.
Yeah.
Can I give you what was what was the question you asked about the 80s? The next question.
Give us something big, a person or a thing that was big in the 80s.
Pagers.
Pagers?
90s.
Beepers was late 80s.
Now, they came out in the 80s, but I don't know if they were big in the entire decade.
They were big when I was in college in the 90s.
I bet you had the first one, didn't you?
Get out of
Can I give
here.
you something else that was big in the 80s?
Sure.
Easy.
How about boom boxes?
Now, there you go.
Yes, that's another one. You got anything else?
Radio Raheem.
Yes.
No, boy, boom boxes is good. I
All
just
right.
want to say, man, y'all the hardest show to get on, man. Y'all got so many callers. Like,
This is true.
But y'all had me laughing, man, especially when y'all got Tornado Shapiro on there.
Yes, we are the hardest show, some would say.
Sponsored by Blue Chew.
Yes.
Ooh, boy.
Hey, Ike.
Yeah.
I meant to ask y'all, who you think is better, LeBron or Kobe? And let me ask you this.
Big
That's
question.
not even that
Big
difficult question there, James.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
5 seconds left.
Yeah.
You got Shaq, Kobe, LeBron, Melo. Shaq, Kobe, LeBron,
Ben
Melo.
Simmons.
Yeah.
And no, Shaq, Kobe, LeBron,
Mark Fultz.
Melo,
Steph.
and
Steph.
and Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And you got to win the game.
Yeah.
Got 5 seconds left. Who's taking the last shot?
Kobe.
What about Melo? Melo can shoot.
Yeah, you mean to tell me you won't? They all can shoot,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
except for Shaq.
But you trust Kobe more.
Trust Kobe with my life.
I trust Kobe to get the shot. I think I would trust Steph if it was open.
You would trust Steph?
Well, I don't want Steph
He's
trying
the
to
best
get the
shooter,
shot,
yes.
but yeah, if the guy's open, give me Steph. You know,
But Steph can shoot it from the stands.
he
so-
can.
Yes, sir.
That's what they
can.
say about
Yes,
him.
sir.
All right, James.
Okay, thanks.
All right, brother. It's quite a
It's a
call.
good
from
debate,
James.
yeah.
Yeah. James, like,
New one.
Why did they outlaw the carry
They
in
did.
1999? They did not. Not as far as I remember.
I thought he was going to bring that home with like a torpedo bat reference. Like,
Nope.
if you got rid of AI's crossover.
No.
But it wasn't that.
No, there was nothing there.
There's no
There's
ending.
nothing past that.
It's kind of like a Herb call.
But he did say our show was the best. So,
Well, that's obvious.
yeah. Jason in Swedesboro, you're on WIP.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Jason?
What's up, Jace?
Listen, I gotta say this. Since I'm the younger generation, you guys are probably not gonna agree with me, but LeBron's the greatest basketball player of all time.
No, he's
I'm
not.
Sorry,
And it's not
if you
even close.
disagree.
How old are you?
I'm 22, and this.
So,
is
all right. So here's the deal,
my
Jason.
point.
Here's the problem.
Fine.
No, here's the problem, though.
Wait,
No. I promise I'll let you give your whole thing, but I want to tell you the problem. The problem is that if you didn't watch Jordan, it's very, very difficult because you kids just look at all the compiling numbers that LeBron did. You didn't watch. The difference between the two is when LeBron, at the end of games in the playoffs or even in playoff games, everybody against Michael Jordan knew they were dead. With LeBron,
Well, not in the 90s. He's 1-9 in the 80s.
Jack, shut up. LeBron's fans are the ones that are nervous because they knew he wasn't going to make it. And that is the biggest difference, is that like one guy is a killer and one guy is not. And by the way, how many all defense teams did LeBron, how many defensive player of the year awards did he get?
With his steals, you know he was getting his steals padded. You know he was getting his rebounds padded. You know he's getting.
No,
his assists padded.
this is just because you watch YouTube videos by the
Listen,
bronsexual guys.
Let me say my main point about LeBron, please. Let me
Okay.
say my main thing about LeBron.
All
Because
right.
Listen, 5 years ago, I would have said Michael Jordan. 3 years ago, I would have said Michael Jordan. But listen, I've been alive 22 years, and I want you to. Do you know how many months I was alive before LeBron James entered the league?
Who cares?
5 months.
Who cares?
That man has been one of the best basketball
Kurt
players
Thomas
for
played in the NBA
22
for
years.
18 years too. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Let me ask you, how much HGH do you think? How much HGH do you think LeBron has taken to make his career go on so long?
I'm not gonna lie, Mike. I'm not gonna lie. I've said multiple times to my friends that he's probably taken like.
Of course he has.
It's like if Barry Bonds was using it.
Here's
I
the
don't
thing,
care.
Jason. LeBron could play for another 10 years, average his fraudulent 27 points, every single one of them, and he still wouldn't be as good as Jordan. And that's what kills him, is that he could play for another 100 years, and everybody would know he's not as good as Jordan.
Yep.
Anyone who watched both players knows. There's two kinds
We
of
already know, Jason.
Yeah,
we know.
Jason, there's two kinds of people in this world that think LeBron is better than Jordan. One, the people that didn't watch the Jordan, and the other are lying. Those are the only two people.
I'm not gonna argue about Jordan being one or whatever. That's personal preference. That's fine.
It's not.
Steph Curry won't be better than LeBron if he wins another chip. And
Sure
I
he
love
will.
Steph. He'll be top 5. Nah, no, he won't. He'll be top 5. He'll be top 5, but he's not LeBron.
Who you think has had a greater impact on the game?
Oh, that's a really good question. Because Steph Curry revolutionizes the three-point
Right.
shot, but
And for him, hold on, and for him to potentially end up with more titles than LeBron, not only more titles than LeBron, but also he's beaten LeBron for 3 of the titles, I believe.
In fewer years.
Yeah.
I completely agree that Steph has had more, you could say, like, success with, like, championships. And if it comes to, like, impact on the game, I would agree that Steph Curry's had more impact than LeBron, just because Steph Curry's three-point shot revolutionized modern basketball,
Okay.
and, like, how you build teams. But I judge greatness a bit, like, more than impact. Like, but impact's a big part of it. I'm not going to say it's not. That's why Steph is obviously going to be top 5. And
But the
maybe
greatest
top
thing LeBron has is longevity, endurance.
Yes, but the thing with the longevity is it's not just longevity. It's longevity at a high clip. It's longevity.
How high,
When you
though?
say at a high clip, I mean, he won a championship in the bubble.
Fake.
Other than that,
Wait, real quick about the bubble before I go.
yeah.
I have a little bit of an unpopular opinion that I get the bubble, like, it's like it didn't have fans, so it's like, Mickey Mouse ring, but it's also like a lot of guys have said that was the most pure basketball they played.
Bro, they had 3 months off before the playoffs.
Yes.
And here's why you know it's fraudulent, Jason. Here's why you know it's fraudulent. Every other year that LeBron has been on the Lakers, they've either been a play-in team or missed the playoffs completely.
Yeah.
Or then this year they got Luka. Oh my God, I can't believe they're going to be a
great
4 seed.
player for him. Yeah.
Come on.
Come on, man.
When he wasn't in the championship, he was also losing early in the playoffs. Like that's such a bad comparison to me.
No, it's not a bad comparison.
LeBron's been to how many finals? 10?
How many losses does he have?
6 of them.
Losses does
He
he
was
have?
the underman team in a lot of those.
Sorry, he went up against
Underman.
He was underman. That 09 Cavs team sucked.
Dude, he lost twice on the
Kyrie
Heat.
got hurt.
He lost